Chapter 21. A quote from page 61, the Book of Brennan. Don't freak out if you can't immediately channel your dragon's powers, Mira. Yeah, I know you have to be the best at everything, but this isn't something you can control. They'll channel when they feel you're ready. And once they do, you better be ready to manifest a signet. Until then, you're not ready. Don't push it. This really isn't necessary. I glance sideways at Liam as we make our way toward the door of the archives. The cart doesn't even squeak anymore. He fixed that the very first day. So you've told me for the last week. He shoots me a grin, revealing a dimple. And yet, you're still here. Every day. All day. It's not that I don't like him. To my absolute annoyance, he's actually nice. Courteous, funny, and ridiculously helpful. He makes it difficult to loathe his constant presence, even though he leaves wood shavings in little piles everywhere he goes. Which is everywhere I go now. The guy is constantly whittling with that smaller knife of his. Yesterday, he finished the figurine of a bear. Until otherwise ordered, he says. I shake my head at him as Pearson jolts upright at the archive's doors, straightening his cream tunic. Good morning, Cadet Pearson. You as well, Cadet Sorengale. He offers me a polite smile, which dies as he glances at Liam. Cadet Mari. Cadet Pearson, Liam responds, as if the scribe's tone hadn't completely changed. My shoulders tense as Pearson hurries to open the door. Maybe it's just that I haven't been around marked ones before Basgaeth, but the outright hostility toward them is becoming glaringly, uncomfortably obvious to me. We walk into the archives and wait by the table just like every other morning. How do you do that? I ask Liam in a hushed whisper. Handle when people are that rude without reacting. You're rude to me all the time, he teases, drumming his fingers on the handle of the cart. Because you're my babysitter, not because... I can't even say it. Because I'm the son of the disgraced Colonel Mari? His jaw ticks, his brow furrowing for a heartbeat as he looks away. I nod, my stomach sinking as I think back over the last few months. I guess I'm really no better, though. I hated Xaden on sight, and I didn't know a single thing about him. Not that I do now, either. He's infuriatingly good at being completely inaccessible. Liam scoffs, earning us a glare from a scribe near the back corner. He has that effect on people, especially women. They either despise him for what his father did or want to fuck him for the same reason. Just depends on where we are. You actually know him, don't you? I crane my neck to look up at him. He didn't just pick you to shadow me because you're the best in our year. Just now catching on, huh? A grin flashes across his face. I would have told you that on the first day if you hadn't been so busy huffing and puffing about the pleasure of my company. I roll my eyes as Jacinia approaches, her hood up over her hair. Hey, Jacinia, I sign. Good morning, she signs back, her mouth curving in a shy smile as her gaze darts up to Liam. Good morning, he signs with a wink, clearly flirting. It shocked me to my toes that first day that he knew how to sign, but honestly, I'd been a little judgy just because I didn't want a shadow. Just these today? Jacinia asks, inspecting the cart. And these. I reach for the list of requests amid their obvious glances and hand it to her. Perfect. Her cheeks flush, and she studies the list before putting it in her pocket. Oh, and Professor Markham left before his daily report arrived to teach your briefing. Would you mind taking it over? Happy to. I wait until she's pushing the cart away from us, then smack Liam's chest. Stop it, I whisper out loud. Stop what? He watches her until she turns the corner at the first set of shelves. Flirting with Jacinia. She's a long-term relationship woman, so unless that's what you're looking for, just don't. His eyebrows hit his hairline. How does anyone think long-term around here? Not everyone is in a quadrant where death is less of a chance and more of a foregone conclusion. I breathe in the scent of the archives and try to absorb a little of the peace it brings. So you're saying that people still try to make cute little things like plans? Exactly. And those some people is Jacinia. Trust me, I've known her for years. Right, because you wanted to be a scribe when you grew up. He scans the archives with an intensity that almost makes me laugh, as if there's any chance someone is going to lunge out of the shelves and come after me. How did you know that? I lower my voice as a group of second years passes, their expressions somber as they debate the merits of two different historians. I did my research on you after I was, assigned. He shakes his head. I've seen you practicing this week with those blades of yours, Sorengale. Ryerson was right. You would have been wasted as a scribe. My chest swells with more than a little pride. That remains to be seen. At least challenges haven't resumed. Guess enough of us are dying during flight lessons to hold off on killing more through hand-to-hand. What did you want to be when you grew up? I ask, just to keep the conversation going. Alive? He shrugs. Well, that's something. How do you know Xaden anyway? I'm not foolish enough to think that everyone in the province of Tyrrendor knows one another. Ryerson and I were fostered at the same estate after the apostasy, he says, using the Tyrish term for the rebellion, which I haven't heard in ages. You were fostered? My mouth drops open. Fostering the children of aristocrats was a custom that died out after the unification of Navarre more than 600 years ago. Well, yeah, he shrugs again. Where did you think the kids of the traitors, he flinches at the word, went after they executed our parents? I look out over the sprawling shelves of texts, wondering if one of them holds the answer. I didn't think. My throat catches on that last word. Most of our great houses were given to nobles who had remained loyal. He clears his throat. As it should be. I don't bother agreeing with what's obviously a conditioned reply. King Tari's response after the rebellion was swift, even cruel. But I was a 15-year-old girl too lost in her own grief to think mercifully on the people who'd caused my brother's death. The burning of Orisha, which had been Tyrrendor's capital, to the ground, had never sat well with me, though. Liam was the same age. It wasn't his fault his mother had broken faith with Navarre. But you didn't go with your father to his new home? His gaze swings toward mine and his brow furrows. It's hard to live with a man who was executed on the same day as my mother. My stomach sinks. No, that's not right. Your father was Isaac Mari, right? I've studied all the noble houses in every province, including Tyrrendor. Had I gotten something wrong? Yes, Isaac was my father. He tilts his head, looking toward the area where Jacinia disappeared, and I get the distinct feeling he is over this conversation. But he wasn't part of the rebellion. I shake my head, trying to make sense of it. He isn't on the death roll of the executions from Caldir. You read the death roll from the Caldir executions? His eyes flare. It takes all my courage, but I hold his stare. I needed to see that someone was on it. He draws back slightly. Fen Ryerson. I nod. He killed my brother at the Battle of Orisha. My mind scrambles, trying to harmonize what I've read and what he's saying. But your father wasn't on that roll. But Liam was, as a witness. Mortification sweeps over me. What the hell am I doing? I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have asked. He was executed at our family's house. His features tighten. Before it was given to another noble, of course. And yes, I watched as they did it that time, too. I already had the rebellion relic by then, but the pain was the same. He looks away, his throat working. Then I was sent to Tirvain to be fostered by Duke Lindell, the same as Ryerson. My little sister was sent elsewhere. They separated you? My jaw practically unhinges. Neither fostering nor separating siblings is mentioned in any text I've read about the rebellion. And I've read a ton. He nods. She's only a year younger than me, though, so I'll get to see her when she enters the quadrant next year. She's strong, quick, and has good balance. She'll make it. The edge of panic in his tone reminds me of Mira. She could always choose another quadrant, I say softly, hoping it will soothe him. He blinks at me. We're all riders. What? We're all riders. It was part of the deal. We're allowed to live, allowed a chance to prove our loyalty, but only if we make it through the rider's quadrant. He stares at me in bewilderment. You don't know? I mean, I shake my head. I know that the children of the leaders, the officers, were all forced into conscription. But that's all. A lot of those treaty addenda are classified. I personally think the quadrant was chosen to give us the best chance of rising in rank. But others, he grimaces. Others think it's because the death rate is so much higher for riders, so they were hoping to kill us all off without having to do it themselves. I've heard Imogen say they originally figured the dragons have unimpeachable honor, so they'd never bond a marked one in the first place. And now, they don't quite know what to do with us. How many of you are there? I think of my mother and can't help but wonder how much of it she knows. How much of it she agreed to when she became the commanding general of Bezgaeth after Brennan's death. Zayden's never... He pauses. 68 of the officers had kids under the age of 20. There are 107 of us, all who carry rebellion relics. The oldest is Zayden, I murmur. He nods. And the youngest is almost 6 now. Her name is Julianne. I think I'm going to be sick. Is she marked? She was born with it. I understand it was done by Dragon, but what the fucking hell? And it's all right that you ask. Someone should know. Someone should remember. His shoulders rise and fall as he breathes deeply. Anyway, is it hard for you to be in here? Or is it more of a comfort thing? Subject change noted. I take in the rows of tables, slowly filling with scribes readying themselves for work, and imagine my father among them. It's like coming home, but not. And it's not that it's changed. This place never changes. Hell, I think change is the mortal enemy of a scribe. But I'm starting to realize that I've changed. I don't quite fit here. Not anymore. Yeah, I get that. Something in his voice tells me he really does. It's on the tip of my tongue to ask what the last 5 years were like for him. But Jacinia reappears, the cart laden with the requested tomes. I have everything here for you, she signs, then gestures to the scroll on top. And that is for Professor Markham. We'll make sure he gets it, I promise, leaning forward to take the cart. My high collar shifts, and Jacinia gasps, her hand flying to cover her mouth. Oh, gods, Violet, your neck! Her hand movements are sharp, and the sympathy in her eyes makes my chest tighten. Sympathy isn't a word found in our quadrant. There's rage, wrath, and indignation, but no sympathy. It's nothing. I put my collar back in place, covering the ring of yellowing bruises, and Liam reaches across me, taking the cart. We'll see you tomorrow. She bobs her head and wrings her hands as we turn for the door. Pearson closes it after we pass into the hallway. Ryerson taught me to fight during the years he was at Tirvain. Liam's change of subject is appreciated, and no doubt intentional once again. I've never seen anyone move the way he does. He's the only reason I made it through the first round of challenges. He might not show it, but he takes care of his own. Are you trying to sell me on his finer points? We make the ascent, and I note with some satisfaction that my legs feel strong today. I love the days when my body cooperates. We are slightly stuck with him for... He makes a face. Well, forever. Or until one of us dies, I joke, but it falls flat as we round the corner and take the path past the healer quadrant. How can you do this, anyway? Guard someone whose own mother oversaw the wing that captured yours. I've wanted to ask the question all week. Wondering if you can trust me? He flashes another easy grin. Yes, the answer is simple. He laughs, the sound echoing off the tunnel walls and glass windows of the clinic. Good answer. All I can say is that your survival is essential to Ryerson's, and I owe him everything. Everything. He looks me straight in the eye for that last word, even as the cart hits a raised stone in the paved corridor. The scroll on top tumbles to the floor, and I wince at the dull ache in my ribs as I hurry to retrieve it, and it unrolls along the slight slope of the passage. Got it! The thick parchment isn't eager to roll back into place, and I catch a sentence that makes me pause. The conditions at Somerton are of particular concern. A village was ransacked, and a supply convoy looted last night. What does it say? Liam asks. Somerton was attacked. I flip the scroll to see if it's marked as classified, but it isn't. On the southern border? He looks as confused as I feel. Yeah, I nod. It's another high-altitude attack, too, if I remember my geography correctly. It says a supply convoy was looted. I read a little further, and the community's storage in nearby caves was ransacked. But that doesn't make sense. We have a trade agreement with Poromil. A raiding party, then. I shrug. No clue. Guess we'll hear about it in Battle Brief today. Attacks along our southern borders are rising, all with the same description. Mountain villages are being torn apart wherever the wards weaken. Immense, incredible hunger strikes, my stomach gnawing on emptiness that demands to be appeased with the blood of Sorengale? Liam looks over at me, concern etched between his brows. Tairn's awake, I manage to say, clutching my stomach like I'm the one who craves a flock of sheep, or goats, or whatever he decides for the morning. Good gods, please go eat something. The same could be suggested to you, he snarls. Such a morning person, aren't you? The hunger dissipates, and I know it's because he's dampening the bond in that moment because I can't. His emotions only flow into me when they override his control. Thank you. And Darna? Still sleeping. She'll be out another few days after using that much power. Does it ever get any easier? I ask Liam. Being tackled by what they're feeling? He winces. Good question. Day keeps pretty good control of himself. But when he's angry, Liam shakes his head. It's supposed to help once they start channeling and we have the power to shield them out. But Carr isn't going to bother with us until that happens. I'd already assumed Liam didn't have his abilities yet, considering he's with me in every single class. But it's comforting to know he's still in the waning population of powerless riders with me. While Andarna has given me her gift for stopping time, I'm pretty sure using it isn't going to be a regular occurrence, especially if it takes her days to recover. So, Tairn hasn't channeled to you either, right? Liam asks, a look of uncertainty, vulnerability on his face. I shake my head. I think he has commitment issues, I whisper. I heard that. Then stay out of my head. Another wave of paralyzing hunger assaults me, and I nearly crush Markham's scroll in my hand. Don't be an ass. I swear I hear him chuff a chuckle in response. We'd better hurry or we'll miss breakfast. Right. I finish rolling the scroll and put it back on the cart. I want to be like the cool kids, Rhiannon grumbles as first years from second and third wings pour out of the stairwell of the turret that leads up to Professor Carr's classroom that afternoon, further clogging the hallway on our way to battle brief. We will, I promise, linking my arm through hers. Have to admit, there's more than a little twinge of jealousy in my chest. You may be cool, but you will never be as cool as I am. Riddick pushes past Liam and throws his arm over my shoulder. She's talking about everyone who's already channeling, I explain, juggling my books so I don't drop them. Though, at least if we're not channeling, we're not stressed about manifesting a signet before the magic kills us. The relic in the center of my back tingles, and I can't help but wonder if Andarna's gift has triggered that clock for me. Oh, I thought we were discussing how I just owned that physics test, he grins. Definitely the highest score in the class. Rhiannon rolls her eyes. Please, I scored 5 points higher than you. We stopped counting your grades months ago. He leans forward slightly. Your grades in that class make it unfair for the rest of us. He looks between our shoulders. Wait, what did you get, Mari? Not getting into the middle of this, Liam responds. I laugh as we break apart, entering the bottleneck of cadets to get into the briefing room. Sorry, Sorengale, someone says, stepping out of the way and tugging their friend with them as we enter the tiered classroom. Nothing to be sorry about, I call out, but they're already headed up a few rows. I'm never going to get used to that. It definitely makes getting places easier, Rhiannon teases as we descend the steps that curve along the massive turret. They show the appropriate level of deference, Taryn grumbles. To what they think I'll be, not who I am. We find our row and walk to our seats, sitting as a squad among the first years. That shows excellent forethought. The room buzzes with energy as riders file in, and I can't help but notice that no one has to stand anymore. Our numbers have decreased exponentially in the last 4 months. The number of empty chairs is sobering. We lost another first year yesterday when he got too close to another rider's red scorpion tail on the flight field. 1 second he was standing there, and the next he was a scorched patch of earth. I kept as close to Taryn as possible the rest of the session. My scalp prickles, but I fight the urge to turn around. Ryerson just got here, Liam says from the seat to my right, breaking from the little dragon figurine he's carving and looking up the rows toward the third years. Figured. I hold up my middle finger and keep my eyes forward. Not that I don't like Liam, but I'm still pissed at Xaden for assigning him. Liam snorts and grins, flashing his dimple. And now he's glaring. Tell me, is it fun pissing off the most powerful rider in the quadrant? You could try it yourself and find out, I suggest, opening my notebook to the next empty page. I can't turn around. I won't. Wanting Xaden is fine. It has to be. Indulging the impulses it gives me? That's asinine. That's gonna be a no from me. I lose the battle with my self-control and look over my shoulder. Sure enough, Xaden is seated in the top row next to Garrick, mastering the art of looking bored. He gives Liam a nod, which Liam returns. I roll my eyes and face forward again. Liam concentrates on his carving, which looks a lot like his red dagger-tail day. I swear, you'd think there were assassination attempts on me during every class, with the way he makes you shadow me. I shake my head. In his defense, people are fond of trying to kill you. Rhiannon sets out her supplies. 1 time! It's happened 1 time, Rhi. I adjust my posture to keep my weight off my bruised ribs. They're wrapped tight, but leaning against the back of my seat isn't an option. Right. And what would you call that whole thing with Tynan? Rhiannon asks. Threshing? I shrug. And Barlow's constant threats? She arches a brow at me. She has a point there, Sawyer chimes in, leaning forward from the seat next to Rhiannon's. They're just threats. The only time I've actually been targeted was at night, and it's not like Liam here is sleeping in my bedroom. I mean, I'm not opposed, he begins, his knife hovering over the piece of wood. Don't even start. I whip my head to face him and can't help but laugh. You are a shameless flirt. Thank you. He grins and goes back to carving. It wasn't a compliment. Don't mind her. She's just sexually frustrated. Makes a girl crabby. Rhiannon writes the date down on her empty page and I follow suit, dipping my quill into my portable ink pot. Those easy, messless pens some of the others can already use is just another reason I can't wait to channel. No more quills, no more ink pots. That has nothing to do with it. Gods, could she have said that a little louder? And yet, I don't hear you denying it. She smiles sweetly at me. I'm sorry I don't make the cut, Liam teases. But I'm sure Ryerson would be fine with my reviewing a couple candidates, especially if it means you'll stop flipping him off in front of his entire wing. And how exactly would you be reviewing candidates? What will you be scoring? Rhiannon asks, one eyebrow raised above her wide grin. This I have to hear. I manage a straight face for all of 2 seconds before laughing at how horrified he suddenly looks. Thanks for the offer, though. I'll make sure to run any potential liaisons by you. I mean, you could watch. Rhiannon continues, blinking innocently at him. Just to be sure she's fully covered, so no one sticks it to her. Oh, are we telling dick jokes now? Riddick asks from Liam's side. Because my entire life has led up to this very moment. Even Sawyer laughs. Fuck me, Liam mutters under his breath. I'm just saying that since you're protected at night now. We laugh harder and he blows out a deep breath. Wait, I stop laughing. What do you mean I'm protected at night? Because you're next door? My smile vanishes. Please tell me he's not making you sleep in the hallway or something obnoxious. No, of course not. He warded your door the morning after the attack. His expression clearly says I should know this. I'm guessing he didn't tell you? He what? He warded your door, Liam says, quieter this time, so only you can open it. Shit. I don't know how to feel about that. It's more than slightly controlling, and way out of line, but also sweet. But if he's the one who warded it, then he can get in too, right? Well, yeah, Liam shrugs as Professors Markham and DeVero walk down the stairs, heading for the front of the room. But it's not like Ryerson is going to kill you. Right. You see, I'm still adjusting to that little change of heart. I fumble my quill and it falls to the ground, but before I can lean over, the shadows beneath the arm of my desk lift the instruments like an offering. I pluck it out of the shadows and look back at Xaden. He's locked in conversation with Garrick, not paying me a speck of attention. Except, apparently he is. If we can get started, Markham calls over the room, and we fall silent as he places the scroll Liam and I had delivered to him before breakfast on the podium. Excellent. I write Somerton down at the top of the page, and Liam trades his knife for a quill. First announcement, DeVera says, stepping forward. We've decided that not only will the winners of this year's squad battle receive bragging rights, she grins like we're in for a treat, but they'll also be given a trip to the front lines to shadow an active wing. Cheers break out all around us. So if we win, we get a chance to die sooner? Rhiannon whispers. Maybe they're trying a reverse psychology thing. I glance at the others around us who are clearly overjoyed and worry about their sanity. Then again, most everyone in this room can stay on their dragon.
So can you.
Don't you have better things to do with your day than listen in on my self-loathing?
Not particularly. Now pay attention.
Stop butting in and maybe I can, I counter. Tern chuffs. One day I might be able to translate that sound, but it's not today. I know the squad battle doesn't commence until spring, Tavera continues, but I figured that news would give you all the proper motivation to apply yourselves in every area leading up to the challenges. Another cheer resounds. And now that we have your attention, Markham lifts his hand and the room quiets. The front lines are relatively quiet today, so we're going to take this opportunity to dissect the Battle of Janfar. My quill hovers above my notebook. Surely he didn't say that. The mage lights rise to the cliffs of Draelor that separate Tyrandor, lifting the entire province thousands of feet above the rest of the continent, before shining brightest on the ancient stronghold along the southern border. This battle was pivotal to the unification of Navarre, and though it happened more than 6 centuries ago, there are important lessons that still impact our flight formations to this day. Is he serious? I whisper to Liam. Yeah. Liam's grip bends his quill. I think he is. What made this battle unique? Devera asks, her eyebrows raised. Bryant? The stronghold was not only set for a siege, the second year says from high above us, but was equipped with the first crossbolt, which proved lethal against dragonkind. Yes, and, Devera prompts, it was one of the final battles where griffins and dragons actually worked alongside each other to annihilate the army of the barons, the second year continues. I glance left and right, watching the other riders begin to take notes. Surreal. This is just surreal. Even Rhiannon is writing intensely. None of them knows what we do, that an entire village of Navarians was ransacked last night along the border and supplies looted. And yet, we're discussing a battle that happened before the convenience of indoor plumbing was invented? Now, pay close attention, Markham lectures, because you'll be turning in a detailed report in 3 days and drawing comparisons to battles from the last 20 years. Was that scroll marked classified? Liam asks under his breath. No, I respond just as quietly. But maybe I missed it? The battle map doesn't even show activity near the mountain range. Yeah, he nods, scratching his quill against the parchment as he begins to take notes. That has to be it. You missed it. I blink, forcing my hand through the motions of writing about a battle I've analyzed dozens of times with my father. Liam's right. That's the only possible explanation. Our clearance isn't high enough, or maybe they haven't finished gathering all the information needed to form an accurate report. Or it had to have been marked classified. I just missed it. Chapter 22. A quote from page 64, the Book of Brennan. The first rush of power is unmistakable. The first time it forms to you, surrounds you with a seemingly endless supply of energy, you'll be addicted to the high, to the possibilities of all you can do with it, to the control you hold in the palm of your hand. But here's the thing. That power can quickly turn and control you. The rest of November passes without mention of what happened at Somerton, and by the time the howling winds bring snow in December, I've given up hope Command will release the information. It's not like Liam or I can directly ask the professors without incriminating ourselves for reading what was obviously a classified report, even if it wasn't marked. It makes me wonder what else doesn't make it to battle brief. But I keep that to myself. Between that and my growing frustration over my inability to channel, unlike 3/4 of my year, I'm keeping a lot to myself these days.
Not entirely.
Tairn grunts. No comments from you, not after you almost let me hit the side of a mountain today. My stomach churns just thinking about how far he let me fall. The first year from Third Wing wasn't as lucky. She lost her seat during a new maneuver and ended up on the death roll this morning. Rhiannon swings her bow staff, and I throw my weight into a backbend, narrowly escaping the strike. To my absolute surprise, I keep my balance on the training mat.
Then stay on next time.
Start channeling and maybe I'll be able to, I counter. You're distracted tonight. Rhiannon backs off as I regain my balance, showing me mercy no opponent would during a challenge. Her gaze flicks across the mat to where Liam sits on a bench, carving yet another dragon, and returns to mine, giving me a look that says she'll follow up later once I've been released from my constant shadow for the night. But you're faster than you used to be. Whatever Imogen has you doing is working.
You're not ready to channel yet, Silver One.
As if there was ever any doubt. Imogen calls from the next mat over, where she casually holds Riddick in a headlock, waiting for him to tap out. To my left, Sawyer and Quinn circle each other, preparing for yet another round, and behind Rhiannon, Emery and Heaton are doing their best to coach the other first years we gained after threshing, while Dane looks on, studiously avoiding anything that has to do with me. Per his recent orders, Tuesday nights are for squad hand-to-hand practice, because the full academic load we're carrying, coupled with flight lessons, and now wielding instruction, for some of us, isn't leaving much time for the mat. A few of the farther mats are taken up by other riders with the same idea, one of which includes Jack Barlow. Hence why Liam refused when Riddick asked to spar with him. You're taking it easy on me, I tell Rhiannon. Sweat drips down my back, dampening the tight-fitted tunic I chose, while my dragon scale vest dries on the bench next to Liam. It's not like he needs extra practice. He's already taken everyone but Dane down to the mat, and part of me thinks that's only because Dane refuses to be bested by a younger rider. We've been at this for an hour. Rhiannon swishes her staff through the air. You're tired, and the last thing I want is to hurt you. Challenges resume after solstice, I remind her. You're not doing me any favors by holding back.
She's not wrong,
a deep voice says from behind me. In my peripherals, I see Liam stand, and I mutter a curse under my breath. Well aware, I say over my shoulder as Xaden passes by our mat, accompanied by Garrick as usual. It's impossible to rip my eyes away until he passes, though. Gods, I have it bad. Go away, unless you have something useful to say. Move faster. You'll be less likely to die. How's that for useful? He calls back, taking up a position on a mat closer to the center of the sparring gym. Rhiannon's eyes flare and Liam shakes his head. What? The way you talk to him, Rhiannon murmurs. What's he gonna do? Kill me? I charge forward, swinging my staff at her legs. She jumps over the attack and spins, bringing the staff against mine with a crack. You're likely to kill each other, Liam chimes in, taking his seat again. Can't wait to see how you two function after graduation. After graduation? Haven't let myself think past this week, let alone all the way to graduation. Not when there are some very difficult questions I'm not ready to ask. Look, I know you're aggravated by how long it's taking Tairn to channel, Rhiannon says, circling me on the mat again. I'm just saying on this mat with me is a way safer place for you to take out that anger than the giant shadow-wielding wing leader. I don't want to take any of my anger out on you. You're my friend. I gesture loosely toward Xaden. He's the one who stuck me with a shadow I can't shake because he thinks I'm his weakness. But does he help me? I lash out with the staff, and she counters. No. Does he train me? Another lunge, another clash of our staffs. No, he's remarkably good at showing up when I'm about to die and eliminating threats, but that's it. He sure as hell doesn't have a problem keeping his eyes off me the way I do him. So there's definitely some anger there, Rhiannon drawls as she spins away easily. You would be furious if someone took your freedom away, if you had Liam at your door every morning until every night, even as seemingly great as he is. I dodge one of her attacks. I appreciate that, Liam butts in, proving my point. Yeah, she agrees, I would. And I'm pissed on your behalf. Now, let's put that anger to use. Rhiannon rains another series of moves down on me and I keep up, but only because she's doing exactly what I accused her of and taking it easy on me. Then I make the mistake of glancing over her shoulder toward the center of the gym. Holy fucking hot. Xaden and Garrick have stripped off their shirts and are sparring like their lives depend on it, a blur of kicks, punches, and rippling muscle. I've never seen two people move that fast. It's a beautiful, hypnotizing dance with lethal choreography that makes me hold my breath whenever Garrick goes in for the kill and Xaden deflects. I've seen countless riders spar without their shirts these past months. This is nothing new. I should be absolutely immune to the male form. But I've never seen him shirtless. Every edge of Xaden's body is honed like a weapon, all sharp lines and barely leashed power. His rebellion relic twists around his upper body and stands out against the deep bronze of his skin, accentuating every punch he throws. And his stomach. I mean, how many muscles are there in the abdominals? His are so rigidly defined that I could probably count every single one if the rest of him wasn't so damn distracting. And he has the largest dragon relic I've ever seen. Mine consumes the skin between shoulder blades, but Sigale's mark takes up his entire back. And I know exactly how that body feels on top of mine. Just how much power my hip stings, knocking me out of my trance and I startle. Serves you right, Taryn lectures. Pay attention, Rhiannon yells, drawing back her staff. I could have... Oh. Clearly she sees what I do, what nearly every other woman, and several of the men, are happily watching. How can we not when the two of them are mesmerizing? Garrick's wider, more densely packed with muscle than Xaden, his rebellion relic only extending to his shoulder, the second largest I've seen. Only Xaden's reaches his carved jawline. That is... Rhiannon murmurs beside me. It sure is, I agree. Stop objectifying our wing leader, Liam teases. Is that what we're doing? Rhiannon asks, not bothering to look away. My mouth waters at the muscled expanse of his back and that sculpted ass. Yeah, I think that's what we're doing. Liam snorts. We could just be watching for technique. Yeah, we absolutely could be. But I'm not. I am shamelessly wondering how his skin would feel under my fingertips. How my body would react to having every ounce of that intense focus on me. Heat races through my veins and stings my cheeks. A repetitive smacking sound draws my attention to the right, where Riddick is tapping out with zeal. Imogen drops him, leaving him gasping for breath on the mat, and an unwanted and absolutely illogical flash of ugly, twisted jealousy stabs me straight in the chest at the pure yearning she can't hide in her expression as she watches Xaden and Garrick. If you guys are this easily distracted, we're fucked for the squad battle, Dane barks. You can kiss any thought of visiting the front lines goodbye. We all snap out of it, and I shake my head, like that might clear the dizzying need that demands I do more than look at Xaden, which is just ridiculous. He only tolerates my existence because our dragons are mated. And here I am salivating over his half-naked body. It's a really nice half-naked body, though. Get back to work. We have another half hour, Dane orders, and I feel like he's talking directly to me, which would be the first thing he's said since my memory got Amber killed.
She got herself killed by breaking the codex,
Taryn growls. Sure enough, when I glance his way, Dane's eyes are narrowed on me. But I must be reading his face wrong. Surely that's not betrayal pursing his lips. Should we? Rhiannon asks, lifting her staff. Yep, we definitely should. I roll my shoulders and we start again. I match her move for move using the patterns she taught me, but she switches up the next attack.
Stop defending and go on offense,
Taryn demands, his anger flooding my system and throwing off my footwork. Rhiannon sweeps low and flips me onto my back, knocking the wind out of me as I collide with the mat. I fight for air that isn't there. Shit, I'm sorry, Vi. Rhiannon drops down to a knee beside me. Just relax and give it a second.
And yet, that is the rider Taryn chose,
Jack mocks, talking to someone in his squad as he grins maliciously at the edge of the mat.
I'm starting to think he chose wrong, but considering I haven't seen you wield any powers, I bet you're thinking the same thing too, aren't you, Soren Gale? Shouldn't you have twice the ability to channel with 2 dragons?
It doesn't work like that with Andarna, but none of them know that. Liam stands, putting himself between Jack and me as the first trickle of air dances into my lungs.
Simmer down, Mari. I'm not going to attack your little charge. Not when I can just challenge her in a couple of weeks and accidentally snap her scrawny neck in front of an audience.
Jack folds his arms across his chest and watches me struggle with pure pleasure.
Tell me, though, you are getting tired of playing the nursemaid, aren't you?
His friend from First Wing offers him something, a slice of an orange he's eating, and Jack shoves his hand away at the wrist.
Get that noxious shit away from me. Do you want me to end up in the infirmary?
Walk the fuck away, Barlow, Liam warns, dagger in hand. I manage one breath, then two as Jack's gaze rises from me to someone standing behind me. That look on his face, half envy, half shitting himself, means it has to be Xaden.
She's only alive because of you,
Jack spits, but the blood drains from his face.
Right, because I'm the one who buried a dagger in your shoulder at threshing.
Finally, breathing somewhat normally, I scramble for my feet, clutching the staff with both hands.
We could just settle this now, Jack says, sidestepping Liam to look me in the eyes. If you're done hiding behind the big, strong men.
My stomach hollows out because he's right. The only reason I don't accept his challenge is because I'm not sure I'll win. And the only reason he isn't attacking me is because of Liam and Xaden. If I attack Jack now, they'll kill him. Garrick's hulking frame appears to the left, and I begrudgingly add him to my list of protectors. Hell, even Imogen has inched closer, but not on my behalf. It's only on his.
That's what I thought,
Jack says, blowing me a kiss.
You ran,
I snarl, wishing I could lunge forward and beat the shit out of him, but forcing my feet to stay planted where they are.
That day in the field, you fucking ran when it was 3-on-1, and we both know when it comes down to it, you'll run again. That's what cowards do.
Jack flushes, his eyes nearly bugging out of his face.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Violet,
Dane mutters.
She's not wrong,
Xaden drawls. Garrick laughs and Liam muscles Jack off the mat when he leaps at me. Jack's boots squeak against the hardwood floor as he unsuccessfully fights to hold his ground, and Liam forces him from the gym. With a flick of his hand, Xaden shuts the huge doors with his power, locking Jack out.
What the hell were you thinking, egging him on like that?
Dane marches toward me, disbelief raising his brows.
Oh, now you feel like talking to me?
I lift my chin, but it's Zayden who fills my vision as he steps between us. The fury in his eyes is palpable, but I don't retreat.
Give us a second.
His gaze is locked on mine, but we both know he's not talking to me. My pulse skitters. Rhiannon steps back.
You want to tell me why the fuck you're not wearing that?
His tone is soft but deadly as he points toward the bench where my armor lies.
I have to wash it at some point. And you thought that would be a good idea during sparring?
His chest heaves like he's battling to keep control of himself.
I'm just trying not to notice his chest or the heat he's throwing off like a damned furnace. I washed it before sparring, knowing it could dry while your guard dog keeps watch, as opposed to sleeping without it because we both know what happens behind locked doors around here.
Not behind yours anymore. His jaw ticks. I made sure of it.
Because I'm supposed to trust you?
Yes. A vein in his neck bulges.
And you make it so easy.
Sarcasm drips from my voice.
You know I can't kill you. Fuck Sorengale, the entire quadrant knows I can't kill you.
He leans into my space, eclipsing the rest of the room.
That doesn't mean you can't hurt me.
He blinks and shifts backward, composing himself in less than a heartbeat while mine still races.
Stop training with a bow staff. It's too easy to knock out of your hands. Stick to the daggers.
To my surprise, he doesn't snatch it away just to prove he can.
I was doing just fine until Tairn barged into my head with all his anger and distracted me,
I argue, my defenses rising like the hackles of a dog.
Then learn how to block him out.
He says it like it's just that simple.
What, with all this power I'm wielding?
My brows rise.
Or were you unaware that I'm still not channeling?
I want to throttle him, to shake some ever-loving sense into that beautiful head of his. He leans in so we're almost nose to nose.
I am annoyingly aware of everything you do.
Thanks to Liam. Every inch of my body vibrates with anger, with irritation, with whatever this electric tension is between us as we stand there, our eyes locked in combat.
Wing Leader Ryerson,
Dane starts. She's just not used to the bond yet. She'll learn how to block it out. Dane's words sting like a blow. I inhale sharply and step back from Zayden. Good gods, we've been putting on a fucking show. What is it about Zayden that makes me tune out the rest of the world?
You choose the oddest times to defend her, Atos.
Zayden all but rolls his eyes as he looks at Dane.
And the most convenient times not to.
Dane's jaw clenches and his hands curl into fists at his sides.
He's talking about Amber, I know it. Dane knows it. Everyone in this whole awkward room knows it. Our entire squad was there when Dane demanded I call Zayden a liar.
Zayden turns those unfathomable eyes back on me.
Do us both a favor and put the fucking armor back on,
he finishes. Before I can counter, he turns and walks off the mat, meeting Garrick at the edge. His back. My quiet gasp is uncontrollable, and Zayden tenses for a second before taking his shirt from Garrick's outstretched hand and tugging it over his head, covering the navy blue relic of a dragon that sweeps from his waist to over both his shoulders, textured intricately with raised silver lines I couldn't see from across the gym. Silver lines I instantly recognize as scars.
You held your own and controlled your temper,
Tairn says, an immense swell of pride flooding my chest. She's ready, Andarna adds with a giddy jolt of joy that makes me instantly lightheaded.
She's ready,
he agrees. A couple of hours later, I rip my brush through my hair in the privacy of my room, still fully dressed down to my boots and armor. I still can't believe I made an ass of myself in front of my entire squad simply because Zayden decided to train shirtless. I really need to get laid. I pause mid-brushstroke when a rush of energy races down my spine, dissipating in a heartbeat. Well, that's weird. Maybe it's... No, it can't be. It felt completely different when Andarna stopped time through me. That was a full-body flood that expanded through my fingers and toes, then left afterward. Another wave ripples through me, stronger this time, and I drop the brush, clutching the edge of the dresser so I don't fall as my knees threaten to buckle. The energy doesn't dissipate this time. It sticks around, humming under my skin, ringing in my ears, overwhelming every sense. Something within me expands, somehow too big for my own body, too vast to be contained, and pain sears every nerve as I crack open, the sound reverberating through my skull like bones shattering. It's as though I've been split at the very seams of the fabric of my being. My knees hit the floor and I throw my hands over my temples, trying to shove everything I am back into my skull, forcing myself to shrink. Energy pours in, a deluge of raw, endless power, eroding everything I was and forging something completely new as it fills every pore, every organ, every bone. My head screams, and it feels like Taryn has flown too high too fast, and I can't pop my ears. All I can do is lie there on the floor and pray the pressure equalizes. I stare at my brush, the hardwood floor biting into my cheek, and breathe. In, and then out. In, and then out. Surrendering to the onslaught. Finally, the pain ebbs, but the energy, the power, doesn't. It's simply there, prowling through my veins, saturating every cell in my body. It is everything I am and everything I can be all at once. I sit up slowly and flip my hands to examine my tingling palms. It feels like they should look different, changed. But they're not. They're still my fingers, my slender wrists, and yet they're so much more now. They're strong enough to shape the torrent inside me, to mold it into whatever I desire. This is your power, isn't it? I ask Taryn, but he doesn't answer. And Darna? There's only silence. Go figure. They're always around, pushing into my head when I could use a little space, then nowhere to be found when it's the other way around. I'd heard them say I was ready earlier, but I figured it would take a day or two for my mind to fully open that pathway once Taryn started channeling. Guess not. Rhiannon. I have to tell Rhiannon. She's going to flip that I can finally go to Professor Carr's class with her. And Liam? He can stop pretending that he can't channel just so he isn't forced to leave me for an hour a day. Heat washes over me, prickling my skin and centering low in my stomach. Odd, but whatever. It's probably just a side effect of the power. I throw open the lock on my door and yank it open. My vision blurs and need slams into me, robbing me of every logical thought besides satiating the overwhelming Violet. The fuzzy shape of a man stands in the hallway, and I blink Liam into focus. You all right? Are you sleeping in the hallway? I grip the doorframe as an image of falling fills my mind, and I feel the sizzle of flakes as they make contact with my heated skin. It's gone as quickly as it appeared, but the driving, thundering desire remains. Oh, shit. This is... lust. No, Liam shakes his head. Just hanging out here before turning in. I look at him then. Really, honestly look at him. He's more than handsome, with strong features and sky-blue eyes that are startlingly beautiful. Why are you looking at me like that? He sets his knife and semi-carved dragon down. Like what? My teeth sink into my bottom lip, and I debate rubbing against him like a cat in heat, while demanding he appease this unimaginable ache. But he's not who you really want.
He's not Xaden. Like, he cocks his head to the side. Like something's going on. You don't look like you feel, you know, like yourself. Oh, shit. It's because I'm not myself. All of this, the need, the lust, the craving for the one person who I'm meant to be with, it's Tarn. Tarn's emotions aren't just overwhelming me, they're controlling me. I'm good. Go to bed. I step back into my room and slam the door while I still have the mental capacity to do so. Then I start pacing, but that doesn't stop the next blast of heat or the compulsion to. I have to get out of here before I make an epic mistake and take Tarn's feelings out on Liam. Grabbing my fur-lined cloak in one hand and pulling my hair up with the other, I swirl the fabric over my shoulders and fasten the clip beneath my throat. A second later, I peek out the door, and when I'm sure the coast is clear, I fucking flee. I make it to the entrance of the spiral steps, the ones that lead to the river, before I have to lean back against the stone wall and breathe through the fog of Tarn's emotions. Once the wave passes, I race down the steps, keeping one hand on the wall in case I'm pulled under again. The mage lights flicker on as I approach and fizzle out as I race by, as though this newfound power is already at work, stretching into the world. Away. I have to get away from everyone until Tarn finishes, whatever he and Sigale are doing. I stumble out of the stairwell and emerge at the foundation walls of the citadel. Snow fills the sky, and I tip my head back, savoring the brief kiss of snowflakes on skin that's heated for all the wrong reasons. The air is crisp and chilled, and my eyes pop open at the scent in the air, and I whirl, my cloak whipping out behind me as I find the source of the sweet, easily identifiable smoke. Xaden is leaning back against the wall, one foot braced on the stone, smoking and watching me like he doesn't have a care in the world. Is that Churum? He blows out a puff of smoke. Want some? Unless you're here to continue our earlier argument, in which case, none for you. My jaw practically unhinges. No, we're not allowed to smoke that. Yeah, well, the people who made that rule obviously weren't bonded to Sigale and Tarn, now were they? A smirk lifts a corner of his mouth. Gods, I could stare at his lips forever. They are perfectly shaped, and yet entirely too decadent for the slashing line of his jaw. It helps with distancing yourself. He offers me the rolled churum and cocks an eyebrow at me, the one with the scar. Beyond what shielding does, of course. I shake my head and cross through the newly fallen snow to brace my weight on the wall beside him, letting my head fall back against the stone. Suit yourself. He inhales deeply on the churum and then puts it out against the wall. I feel like I'm on fucking fire. That's putting it mildly. Yeah, that happens. His laugh holds a wicked edge, and I make the utterly unforgivable mistake of turning to see his smile. Xaden, while brooding and bossy, dangerous and lethal, is a toe-curling sight that makes my pulse quicken. But Xaden laughing, his head thrown back with a smile curving his mouth, is drop-dead beautiful. My stupid, foolish heart feels like there's a fist around it, squeezing tight. There is nothing I wouldn't sacrifice, nothing I wouldn't give to have one unguarded moment with this man I'm going to be tethered to for the rest of our lives. This has to be Tarn. It just has to. And yet I know it isn't. While I'd admired Liam upstairs, I am completely, utterly obsessed with Xaden. His eyes meet mine in the moonlight. Oh, violence. You're going to have to learn to shield against Tarn, or his escapades with Sigale will drive you mad. Or into someone's bed. I squeeze my eyes shut,
just so I can escape his gorgeous face as a jolt of heat flashes through me, making every inch of my skin tingle and burn. I reach a hand out to steady myself against the wall again. Oh, I know. I am horrified to see Liam again. Liam? Why? He pivots to face me, leaning against his shoulder. Where the hell is your bodyguard? I'm my own bodyguard, I counter, resting my cheek on the icy stone. And he's in bed. Your bed? His voice is like a crack of lightning. I pry my eyes open to meet his gaze. The snow makes everything so much brighter, highlighting the furrowed line of his brow, the firm set of his mouth. No, not that it should matter to you. Is he jealous? That's oddly comforting. He looses a breath, his shoulders dipping. It doesn't matter to me as long as you're both consenting. And trust me, you're in no condition to consent. You have no clue what I'm capable of consenting. Undeniable, unquenchable need nearly takes me out at the knees. Zayden's arm wraps around my waist, steadying me. Why the hell aren't you shielding? Not all of us have been given lessons. He just started channeling before all this, and in case you forgot, you're only allowed to attend Professor Carr's class if you can wield. Always thought that was a ridiculous rule. He sighs. All right, crash course, only because I've been where you are and woken up with more than a few regrets. You're actually going to help me? I've been helping you for months. His hand flexes at my waist, and I swear I can feel the warmth of his touch through my cloak and leathers. No, you sent Liam to help. He's been helping me for months. My forehead puckers. Weeks, almost months, whatever. He has the nerve to look offended. I'm the one who burst through your door and killed everyone who attacked you, and then I removed the other threat to your life with a very public, very polarizing display of vengeance. Liam didn't do that. I did. The crowd wasn't polarized. They were all for it. I was there. You were torn. In fact, you begged Taryn not to kill her, damn well knowing she'd just come after you again. That point was still debatable. Fine, but let's not pretend that you didn't do most of that for yourself. It would be inconvenient for you if I died, I shrug, blatantly poking at him to help ignore the rising tide of lust thundering through me. He stares at me with disbelief. You know what? We're not fighting tonight. Not if you want to learn how to shield. Fine, we're not fighting. Teach me. I tilt my chin. Gods, I barely reach his collarbone. Ask me nicely. He leans closer. Have you always been this tall? I blurt the first thing that comes to mind. No. I was a child at some point. I roll my eyes. Ask me nicely, Violence, he whispers, or I'm gone. I can feel Taryn at the edge of my mind, his emotions ebbing and flowing, and know the next wave is going to hit hard. How freaking long can those two possibly take? How often is it like this with them? Often enough that you're going to need proper shields. You won't ever be able to block them out completely. And sometimes they forget to block us, like tonight. That's why the Churum helps. But at least it's like walking by a brothel instead of actively participating in one. Well, shit. Right then. All right? Will you teach me to shield? A smile curves his mouth, and my gaze drops to his lips. Say, please. Are you always this difficult? Only when I know I have something you need. What can I say? I like making you squirm. It's like a sweet little slice of payback for what you've put me through these last couple of months. He brushes the snow off my hair. What I've put you through? Unbelievable. You've scared me nearly to death once or twice. so I think saying please is a fair request. Like he's ever played fair a day in his life. I take a deep breath and swat at a snowflake that lands on my nose. As you prefer. Xaden? I smile sweetly up at him and inch a little closer. Would you pretty please teach me how to shield before I accidentally climb you like a tree and we both wake up with regrets? Oh, I'm firmly in control of my faculties. He smiles again, and I feel it like a caress. Dangerous. This is so damn dangerous. Heat flushes my skin, so hot that I debate tossing my cloak to the ground just to get a little relief. Notably, Xaden isn't wearing one. And since you asked so nicely, he adjusts his stance and brings both his hands up to my cheeks, cradling my face before sliding them back to hold my head. Close your eyes. It requires touching me? My eyes flutter shut at the sensation of his skin against mine. Not at all. Just one of the perks of not thinking too clearly. You have incredibly touchable skin. The compliment makes me suck in a breath. So much for controlling his faculties. You need to envision somewhere. Anywhere. I prefer the top of my favorite hillside, near what's left of Aracia. Wherever it is, it needs to feel like home. The only place I can think of is the archives. Feel your feet hit the ground, and dig in some. I imagine my boots on the polished marble floor of the archives and wiggle them a little. Got it. That's called grounding. Keeping your mental self somewhere so you aren't swept away by the power. Now, call to your power. Open your senses. My palms begin to tingle, and a flood of energy surrounds me, just as saturating as it was in my bedroom, but without the pain. It's everywhere, filling the archives and pushing at the walls, making them bow and bend, threatening to break them. Too much. Focus on your feet. Stay grounded. Can you see where the power flows from? If not, just pick a place. I turn in my mind. The barrage of molten power is flowing through the door. I see it. Perfect. You're a natural. It takes most people a week just to learn how to ground. Now, do whatever you need to mentally do to wall yourself off from that current. Cairn is the source. You block that power, and you'll have some control back. The door. I just need to close the door and twist the enormous circular handle that seals the archives off for fire control. Desire makes my heart pound, and I grab onto Xaden's arms, anchoring myself in reality. You've got this. His voice sounds strained. Whatever you create in your mind is real to you. Shut off the valve. Build a wall. Whatever makes sense. It's a door. My fingers dig into the soft material of his tunic, and I mentally heave myself against the door, forcing it shut 1 inch at a time. There you go. Keep going. My physical body trembles at the effort it takes to mentally shove the door closed, but I get it there. I've got the door shut. Great. Lock it. I imagine spinning the giant handle and hearing the locks click into place. The relief is immediate, a cool blast of snow against my feverish skin. Power pulses turning the door clear. It changed. I can see through the door. Yeah. You'll never be able to fully block him. Got it locked? I nod. Open your eyes, but do your best to keep that door locked. It means keeping 1 foot grounded. Don't be surprised if it slips. We'll just start again. I open my eyes, keeping that mental picture of the shut archives door, and while my body is still heated and flushed with warmth, That inescapable driving need is blessedly somewhat muted. I can't find the right words. Zayden studies me with an intensity that makes me sway toward him. You are astonishing. He shakes his head. I couldn't do that for weeks. Guess I have a superior teacher. The emotion swelling through me is more than joy. It's euphoria that has me grinning like a fool. I'm finally not only good at something, but astonishing. His thumbs stroke over the soft skin under my ears, and his gaze drops to my mouth and heats. Hands flexing, he draws me forward a few inches before he suddenly lets go and retreats a full step. Damn it, touching you was a bad idea. The worst, I agree, but my tongue skims my lower lip. He groans, and my core melts at the sound. Kissing you would be a cataclysmic mistake. Calamitous. What would it take to hear that groan again? The inches between us feel like kindling, ready to burn at the first suggestion of heat, and I'm a living, breathing flame. This is everything I should run from, and yet denying the primal attraction I feel is completely, utterly impossible. We'll both regret it. He shakes his head. But there's more than hunger in his eyes as he stares at my lips. Naturally, I whisper, but knowing I'll regret it doesn't stop me from wanting it. Wanting him. Regretting is a problem for future Violet. Fuck it. 1 second he's out of reach, and the next his mouth is on mine, hot and insistent. Gods, yes. This is exactly what I need. I'm trapped between the immovable stone of the wall and the hard lines of Zayden's body, and there's nowhere else I'd rather be. The thought should sober me, but all I do is lean in for more. He tunnels a hand through my hair, cradling the back of my head, angling me for a deeper kiss, and my lips part eagerly. He takes the invitation, sliding his tongue along mine with expert teasing strokes that have me clutching at his chest, fisting the material of his shirt to pull him closer as desire dances up and down my spine. He tastes like churum and mint, like everything I'm not supposed to want and yet can't help needing. And I kiss him back with everything I have, sucking on his lower lip and scraping my teeth over him. Violence, he moans, and the sound of the nickname on his lips makes me ravenous. Closer. I need him closer. As though he can hear my thoughts, he kisses me harder, claiming every line and curve of my mouth with a reckless edge that makes my body sing. He's just as needy as I am, and when he shifts his grip to my ass and picks me up, I wrap my legs around his waist and hold on like my life depends on this kiss never ending. The wall digs into my back, but I don't care. My hands are finally in his hair, and it's just as soft as I imagined. He kisses me until I feel thoroughly devoured and explored, and then he sucks my tongue into his mouth so I can do the same. This is complete and utter madness, and yet I can't stop, can't get enough. I could live forever in this tiny slice of insanity if it means keeping his mouth on mine, leaving my world narrowed to the heat of his body and the skilled stroke of his tongue. His hips rock into mine, and I gasp at the delicious friction. He breaks the kiss, sliding his mouth across my jaw, my neck, and I know I'll do anything to keep him here with me. I want to feel his mouth everywhere. We're a tangle of tongues and teeth, questing lips and hands as the snow falls around us, and the kiss consumes me the same way the power had before, so thoroughly I can feel it in every cell in my body. Need pulses between my thighs, and I jolt at the simple knowledge that there's nothing he could do that I wouldn't welcome. I want him. Only him. Here, now, anywhere, whenever. I've never been this out of control over a single kiss. Never wanted someone the way I do him. It's exhilarating and terrifying at the same time because I know that in this moment, he has the power to break me. And I'd let him. I surrender completely, melting into him, my body going pliant against his and losing that mental foothold he calls grounding. A flash of light burns behind my closed eyes, followed by the boom of thunder. Thunder snow isn't uncommon around here, but damn does it summarize how this feels, wild and out of control. But then, he breaks the kiss with a sharp gasp, his brow furrowing with something akin to panic before he slams his eyes shut. I'm still struggling to draw a full breath when he abruptly steps away from the wall and palms the back of my thighs, setting me on my feet again. He makes sure I'm steady and then retreats a few feet, like the distance will save his life. You have to go. His words are clipped and at odds with the heat in his eyes, his ragged breaths. Why? The cold is a shock to my system without his body heat. Because I can't. He rakes both hands through his hair and leaves them on the top of his head. And I refuse to act on desire that isn't yours. So, you have to walk back up those steps. Now. I shake my head. But I want everything. This isn't your want. He tilts his head up at the sky. That's the fucking problem, and I can't leave you out here on your own. So have just a little mercy on me, and go. Silence ices over between us as I get a hold of myself. He's saying no. And the shitty part about it isn't the chill of chivalrous rejection. It's that he's right. This started because I couldn't tell Tairn's emotions from my own. But those emotions are gone, aren't they? My door is wide open, and I don't feel anything coming from Tairn's direction. I manage a nod, and then I flee for the second time tonight, climbing the steps as quickly as possible to get back to the Citadel. My shields are open, but I don't bother stopping to shut that mental door since Tairn isn't barging through. Common sense prevails. By the time I reach the top, my thighs burning from the workout. Xaden stopped us from making a huge mistake. But I didn't. What the hell is wrong with me? And how could I have been a heartbeat away from ripping off my clothes to get closer to someone I don't like, and even worse, can't fully trust? It's harder than it should be to keep moving in the direction of my dorm room, when all I want is to go right back down those stupid freaking steps. Ugh, tomorrow is going to suck. Chapter 23. A quote from Major Offendra's Guide to the Writer's Quadrant, unauthorized edition. The most worrisome sight for any instructor is most definitely when powers backfire. We lost 9 cadets my first year to signets that could not be controlled from their first manifestation. Pity. I don't even know what I was thinking, I say to Rhiannon as I sit cross-legged on her bed, watching her pack her satchel with books for the afternoon. The relic on my back burns today, as if it needs to remind me that I can channel now. And I can roll my shoulders to try and relieve the sensation, but it's impossible. My clock has started. I can't believe you managed to wait this long to tell me. She lifts the canvas strap over her head and turns, leaning back against her desk. And that's not judgment. Far from it. I'm all for you exploring whatever it is you want to explore. I've been with Liam from the second I walked out the door this morning, and last night I was a little too discombobulated to put it into words. The knot between my shoulders has me rolling my neck, looking for some relief. With flight lessons and Imogen using weight training to strengthen the muscles around my joints in hopes they won't subluxate as often, which is a hit or miss right now, I'm a mass of aches and tightness. Between Taryn finally channeling and then everything else, it was just a night. Good point. A grin shapes her mouth and her brown eyes sparkle. Was it good? Tell me it was good. That man looks like he knows exactly what he's doing. It was just a kiss. Heat sings in my cheeks at the blatant lie. But, yeah, he knows exactly what he's doing. My brow furrows, my imagination running through the 1,000 different consequences of what I did last night, just like it has been all morning. Second thoughts? She tilts her head, studying me. You look like maybe there are third thoughts, even. No, I shake my head. Well, maybe, but only if it makes stuff between us weird. Right, because you're stuck with him for the rest of your careers. Lives, too. Have you guys talked about what happens after he graduates? Her eyebrows rise. Oh, I bet you get the choice of duty stations. Wing leaders always get to pick. He'll get to pick, I grumble, toying with an errant string on my satchel. I will have to follow. Taryn and Sigale haven't been separated for years. Her last rider died almost 50 years ago, and as far as I know, she flew wherever and whenever she wanted to be near Taryn before Neolin, his last rider, died in Tyrandor. It's a 2-day flight to that part of our border, depending on where he's stationed. So what are we going to do next year and the year after? Her lips purse. Not sure. Fier said we won't be able to be apart more than a couple of days, so does that mean one of you has to always follow the other? No clue. I think that's why most mated pairs bond within the same year, so they don't have these issues. How am I supposed to remain competitive next year if I'm constantly flying off to the front line with Taryn? How is Xaden supposed to be effective if he has to fly back here all the time? My face scrunches. He's the most powerful rider of our generation. He's going to be needed on the front, not here. For now, Rhiannon stares at me with intention, lifting her brows. He's the most powerful rider in our generation, for now. What? 3 knocks have both of us looking toward her door. Rhi? Liam asks, panic evident in his voice. Is Sorengale in there with you? Because... Rhiannon opens the door, and Liam stumbles inside, catching his balance before his gaze sweeps the room, finding mine. There you are. I went to the bathroom and you disappeared. No one's trying to assassinate her in my room, Mari. Rhiannon rolls her eyes. You don't have to be with her every second of every fucking day. Now give us 5 minutes, and then we'll start walking to class. She pushes at his chest and he retreats, his mouth opening and shutting like he's trying to think of an argument, but can't as she forces him out the door and shuts it in his face. He's, I sigh, dedicated. That's one word for it, she mutters. You'd think that guy owes Ryerson his life or something, the way he sticks to you like glue. He's pretty much told me that he does, but I keep that confidence to myself. Between Xaden's meetings, stopping time, and Indarna's age, I'm starting to keep too many secrets. Oh, her eyes light up and she sits on the edge of the bed next to me. Something happened with me last night, too. Yeah? I pivot to face her. Do go on. All right. She takes a deep breath. I've only done it 3 times, twice last night and once this morning, so be patient for a second. Of course, I nod. Watch the book on my desk. Got it. My gaze locks on the history textbook on the left-hand side of the desk. A minute passes, but I don't look away. Then, the thing vanishes. What the hell, Rhi? I fly to my feet and whip my head toward her. What just... My mouth drops. She's holding the book, looking up at me with a wide grin. Is that the same book? I lean in just to see. Yep, it's the same. I guess I can summon. Her grin grows even wider.
Holy shit! I grasp her shoulders in excitement. That's amazing! That's incredible! I don't even have words for what that is! Moving objects and locking doors are the small magics. The baseline of wielding that comes from our constant connection to our dragons through our relics once they begin channeling. But making something disappear and bringing it to you? I haven't read about a signet power like that in a century. It's a hell of a signet. Right? She clutches the book to her chest. I can only do it from a few feet away, and I couldn't go through walls or anything. Yet, I correct her, joy bubbling through me. You can't go through walls yet, Ree. That's the kind of rare signet that's going to make your entire career. I hope so. She stands, putting the book back on her desk. I just have to develop it. You will. I say it with the same assurance I feel. The three of us walk toward the academic wing minutes later, joined by Sawyer and Riddick as they come out of Commons, fresh from the library. I finished this for you, Liam says, handing me a figurine as we climb the wide spiral staircase to the 3rd floor. It's Taryn. He's even mastered his snarl. This is incredible. Thank you. Thanks. Liam gives me a grin, flashing his dimple. I wanted to carve Andarna first, but I'm not around her as much, you know? She's pretty private. We break off from the crowd, headed to the 4th floor, and I stash the dragon in my bag, then reach out and give him a hug. Really, I love it. Thank you. The hallway is crowded but clears as we walk farther down, nearing Professor Carr's room. You're welcome. He turns to Rhiannon. I'm starting Fierge next. Rhiannon jokes with Liam that she hopes he captures her full badassery, but I lose the rest of the conversation as I glance toward the floor-to-ceiling window before the entrance to the battle brief tower, and my breath catches. Xaden is standing with the other wing leaders, locked in what looks to be a tense discussion, his arms folded across his chest. It took the Commandant all of 5 minutes to appoint Lamani Zohar as wing leader for 3rd Wing after Amber was executed. But since she was already executive officer, it made the most sense. I'll never get over how quickly people move on around here, how callously death is swept under a rug and trampled on minutes later. God, Xaden looks good today. His brow slightly furrowed as he listens intently to something Lamani says, then nods. Hard to believe I had that mouth on mine last night, those arms wrapped around me. Forget second thoughts, I just want more. As if he feels me staring, Xaden lifts his head, his gaze colliding with mine across the space with the same effect as a touch. My pulse skitters and my lips part. We're going to be late, Ree reminds me, glancing back over her shoulder. Xaden looks behind me, and his mouth tenses. Vi, can we talk? Dane asks, a little out of breath, like he's run to catch up to me. Now? I rip my gaze from Xaden's and turn to face the person I thought was my best friend. Dane grimaces, rubbing a hand behind his neck, and nods. I tried to catch you after formation, but you disappeared pretty quickly. And after what happened last night, I figure now is better than later. It might be convenient for you to want to talk after weeks of ignoring me, but I have class right now. I grip the strap of my satchel. We have a couple of minutes. The plea in his eyes is so heavy that I feel the weight of it on my chest. Please. I glance at Rhiannon, who is glaring at Dane with her true feelings for once, instead of the deference owed him as our squad leader. I'll be right in. She glances at me and then nods, heading into Carr's room with the rest of our squad. I follow Dane out of the doorway to a place along the wall where we won't obstruct traffic. You let Taryn share your memory with everyone instead of just showing me yourself. He blurts, his hands falling to his sides. I'm sorry? What the hell is he talking about? When all the shit went down with Amber, I asked you to show me what happened, and you refused. He shifts his weight, just one of his nervous tells, and the motion strips away some of my anger. When push comes to shove, he's my oldest friend.
even if he's being an ass. I didn't believe you, and that part is on me. He raises his hand over his heart. I should have believed you, but I couldn't reconcile the woman I knew with what you were saying, and you didn't come find me after the attack either. Hurt laces his tone. I had to hear about it in formation, Vi. Regardless of the fight we had on the flight field, you're still you to me, and my best friend had been viciously attacked, nearly killed, and you didn't say a single word about it. You didn't ask, I say softly. You reached for my head, like you were entitled to my memory after blatantly telling me you didn't believe me, and you demanded I show you. It's everything I can do to keep my voice even. 2 lines appear between his eyebrows. I didn't ask? You didn't ask. I shake my head. And after being told countless times that I'm not tough enough for this place, not strong enough, well, what happened on the flight field was a long time coming between you and me. The worst part is that I knew you wouldn't believe me. It's why I almost didn't tell Zayden who it was, because I was sure he wouldn't believe me either. But he did. Dane's voice drops, and his jaw ticks. And he was the one who killed them in your bedroom. Because Taryn told Sigale. I fold my arms across my chest. Not because he was already there or anything. And I know you hate him. You have every right to hate him too, he reminds me, reaching for me before thinking better of it and drawing his hand back. I know that, I counter. His father put an arrow in Brennan's chest, according to battlefield reports. I live with that knowledge every day. But don't you think he sees me and remembers that my mother put his father to death? The right words are hard to find. It's complicated between us. Images of last night flood my mind, from Zayden's first smile to the last brush of his lips, and I shove them away. Dane flinches. You trust him more than you trust me. It's not an accusation, but it stings all the same. That's not it. My stomach twists. Wait. Is it true? I have to trust him, Dane. Not with everything, of course. Shit, I'm tying myself into knots here. Neither of us can do anything about Sigale and Taryn being mated, and trust me, neither of us likes the situation. But we have to figure out a way through it. We don't have a choice. Dane mutters a curse, but he doesn't disagree. I know you just want to keep me safe, Dane, I whisper. But keeping me safe is keeping me from growing, too. He blinks at me, and something shifts between us. Like maybe, just maybe, he's finally ready to hear me. When you told me that this place strips everything away from you to reveal what's underneath, I was afraid. What if underneath the brittle bones and frail ligaments, there was just more weakness? Only this time, I wouldn't be able to blame my body. You've never been weak to me, Vi. Dane starts, but I shake my head. Don't you get it? I interrupt. It doesn't matter what you think. It only matters what I think. And you were right. But the Rider's Quadrant stripped away the fear and even the anger about being thrown into this quadrant. And it revealed who I really am. At my core, Dane, I'm a rider. Taryn knew it, and Darna knew it. It's why they chose me. And until you can stop looking for ways to keep me in a glass cage, we aren't going to get past this, no matter how many years of friendship we have between us. He glances over my shoulder. And what? Ryerson gets a free pass for his control issues? Because last time I checked, Liam was moved into our squad specifically to shadow you. It's an excellent point. Liam is around because even the strongest rider can't watch their back from more than 30 unbonded cadets gunning for them. And if I die, Zayden dies. What's your excuse? Dane tenses like a statue, only the muscle in his jaw ticking before he eventually leans forward and whispers. Look, you don't know everything there is to know about Xaden, Vi. I have a higher security clearance due to my signet, and you need to be careful. Xaden has secrets, reasons to never forgive your mother, and I don't want him to use you to get his revenge. My hackles rise. There's a sliver of truth in what he's saying, but I don't have time to focus on the confusion that is Xaden right now. One screwed-up relationship at a time. I narrow my gaze as Dane shuffles his feet again, a kernel of a suspicion growing in my chest. Wait, did you keep begging me to leave Bezgaeth because you didn't think I could survive here? Or because you were trying to get me away from Xaden? I shake my head before he can answer. You know what? It's irrelevant. And I mean it. You only want to keep me safe. I appreciate that. But it stops now, Dane. Xaden is tied to me because of Sigale. Nothing more. I do not need protection, and if I do, I've got 2 badass dragons who have my back. Can you respect that? He reaches up to cup my cheek, and I hold his gaze, determined for him to understand he either starts valuing my choices, or we are never going to fix our friendship. All right, Vi. His eyes crinkle at the sides as his mouth turns up into a half smile. How can I argue with someone who has 2 badass dragons? A weight shifts in my chest, and suddenly I can breathe again. I toss him a cheeky grin. Exactly. I'm sorry for not asking for the memory. He drops his hand to my shoulder. You'd better get to class. And then he squeezes my shoulder gently before walking away. I let out a shaky breath and turn back to the door for Carr's class. The hallway is empty. I head into Carr's room, a massively long chamber with padded walls and no windows. The entire length is lit by chandeliers of mage lights bright enough to emulate daylight over 3 dozen students from 3rd and 4th wing, who are seated in rows on the floor, evenly spaced to give one another the most room. Rhiannon and Liam meet me at the door, and Professor Carr raises his bushy white eyebrows at me when we approach where he's positioned at the front of the room, dominating the space by doing nothing more than standing there. The man isn't just imposing. He's intimidating as fuck. I swallow, remembering how he snapped Jeremiah's neck. Finally ready to join us, Cadet Sorengale. There's no kindness in his eyes, merely shrewd, clinical observation. Yes, sir, I nod. He studies me like I'm a bug pinned to the wall in the biology room. Signet power? Not yet. I shake my head, keeping the whole time-stopping thing to myself like Xaden suggested. You trust him more than you trust me. In this regard, Dane is right, and guilt drops my stomach. I see. He clucks his tongue, glancing over at me. You know your siblings were both gifted by extraordinary signet powers. Mira's ability to manifest a ward around her and her squad has been an absolute asset to her wing, and she's been highly decorated for her valor behind enemy lines. Yes, Mira is an inspiration. I force a smile, more than aware of my sister's prowess on the battlefield. And Brennan. He looks away. Menders are so very rare, and to lose one so young was tragic. I think losing Brennan is the tragedy. I heft my satchel up higher on my shoulder. But the loss of his signet was a definite blow to the wings. He blinks twice and turns his chilling gaze back on me. Well, it seems the Sorengale line is blessed, even in a rider as, well, delicate as you are. With Tern having chosen you, we'll expect nothing but an earth-shattering signet from you. Take a seat. You can at least start with the lesser magics through your relic. He waves me off. No pressure. I mutter as we walk to obviously empty places in the line with the rest of our squad.
Don't stress, Rhiannon says as we take our seats on the padded floor. That's what I was trying to remind you of earlier. You are Tairn's rider. What do you mean? I set my satchel down next to me. You're all worried about the integrity of the wing because Ryerson might have to visit to keep his dragon happy, but Violet, he's not the most powerful rider of our generation. You are. She holds my gaze just long enough to let me know she means it. My heart lurches into my throat. Now, let's begin, Carr calls out. December turns to January. Ground, shield, imagine closing your door, build your wall, sense who and what has access around you. Trace the bond to your dragon. Dragons, in my case. Build a second entrance, a window, into the archive of my power for Andarna's golden energy. Block those bonds as far as you can. Visualize. Imagine a knot of power, not too intricate. No one's ready for that yet. In front of you. Then, untangle it. Unlock the door. Visualize. Keep one foot firmly grounded at all times. You're useless unless you're connected to your power. And you're dangerous if you can't contain it. There is only the in-between that makes you a great rider. Envision your power like a hand, gripping that pencil and bringing it toward you. Pick it up. No, not like that. Try again. No, again. Visualize. I study for tests. I prep for flights. I lift weights with Imogen. I wonder how long Xaden is going to make me put in hours on the mat with Rhiannon. I win my first challenge, earning a dagger from a girl in second wing. But the most exhausting assignment is spending endless hours in the archive of my mind, learning which door is Tairn's and which belongs to Andarna, then working diligently to separate the two. It turns out that while my power might flow from my dragons, the ability to control it comes from my own exertion. And there are nights I fall into bed, plunging into sleep before I even remove my boots. By the end of the second week in January, I'm not only pissed that Xaden hasn't bothered to talk to me about that kiss, but exhausted. And that's without a signet power manifesting, draining my energy to control it. Riddick can wield ice, which might be a more common signet, but it's impressive to see. Sawyer's metallurgy powers grow every day. Liam can see a single tree miles away. I guess I can stop time, but I'm not willing to drain Andarna just for the sake of trying again. Not when it took her more than a week of straight sleeping to recover. Without a signet, all I can wield are the lesser magics. I finally use an ink pen, lock a door, and open it. I'm a party trick. By the third week in January, I earn yet another dagger in a challenge against a guy in third wing. My second without weakening my opponent with poisons. It leaves me with a sore wrist, but my joints are intact. And in the fourth week, during the coldest weather I've ever experienced at Basgayath, I sneak out in the middle of the night to see the challenge board. Jack has finally been given the chance to end me on the mat tomorrow. He's going to kill me. That's all I can think as I dress for the morning, sheathing all of my daggers in the most advantageous places. He's going to try. Tairna's up early. Any advice? I know Liam is waiting for us to make the library run before breakfast. Don't let him. I scoff. He makes it sound so damn simple. We're already on our way back from the library when I finally work up the nerve to talk to Liam about it. If I tell you something, will you report it to Xaden? His head whips in my direction as he pushes the cart over the bridge between the quadrants. Why would you think... Oh, come on, I roll my eyes. We both know you report just about everything I do. I'm not ignorant. Snow pelts the windows, making a dull, chiming sound. He worries. I alleviate worries. He glances at me again before looking forward.
I know it's not fair. I know it's a breach of your privacy. But it's nothing compared to what I owe him. Yeah, I got that part. I hurry ahead and open the thick, heavy door into the citadel so he can pass through. Maybe I should rephrase my question. If I were to tell you something and ask you specifically to keep this one thing between the two of us, would you agree? Are we friends, or am I just your assignment? He pauses while I shut the door, and I can tell he's thinking by the way he drums his fingers on the handle of the cart. Would me keeping it to myself alter your safety in any way? No. I catch up to him, and we start along the incline that will eventually split into 2 tunnels. One toward the dormitory, and the other toward commons. There's nothing you can do, and that's the point. We're friends. Tell me. He grimaces. I'll keep it to myself. Jack Barlow is going to be allowed to challenge me today. He stops walking. So I do, too. How do you know that? And that is why I'm asking you to keep it to yourself. I cringe. Just try to trust that I know. The instructors can't let that happen. He shakes his head, panic creeping into his eyes. They're going to, I shrug, forcing a tight smile. He's been asking since the first day, so it's not like we didn't see this coming. Point is, Jack is going to challenge me today, and when he does, you can't step in, no matter what. His blue eyes widen. Vi, if we tell Ryerson, he can put a stop to it. No! I reach for his hand and lay mine on top of it. He can't. My stomach twists, but at least I'm not puking like I did when I found out. There's only so much Xaden can do to protect me both here and once we're on the front lines. You and I both know that if he stops this, there will be an uproar in the quadrant after what happened to Amber. And you expect me to stand there and watch whatever happens happen? He asks, incredulous. Just like you have the last 2 challenges. I force another smile. Don't worry, I'm going to use everything I have to my advantage. And everything I have is currently in a vial tucked into the tiny pocket at my waist. I don't like this. He shakes his head. Yeah, well, that makes 2 of us. There's no flight field today. The dragons have deemed it too cold to fly over the last week, which means we're all headed to the sparring gym after formation. I don't bother with breakfast, but I pay close attention to every single thing on Jack's tray as I walk by, noting what's there and what isn't. My heart pounds a chaotic, nauseating rhythm by the time all 81 of the surviving first years gather in the gym. Professor Amaterio calls out the challenges one by one, assigning them to a mat. At least we'll all fight at once, which means not every rider will be watching. At least Xaden isn't here, which means Liam kept his word.
Mat 17. Jack Barlow from First Wing versus...
His eyebrows rise, and he takes a deep breath.
Violet Sorengale.
Thank gods Rhiannon's already across the floor, ready to challenge a woman from Third Wing, so she doesn't have to see how the blood drains from Liam's face. She shouldn't have to see any of this. Sawyer's gone too, over at Mat 9. No fucking way, Riddick mutters, shaking his head.
Finally!
Jack throws his hands in the air like he's already won. Let's do this! I roll my shoulders and head for the mat. Neither Liam nor Riddick is called to the mat today, so they walk at my sides. Tell me I can break the promise, Liam begs, and the pleading look in his eyes tells me exactly what a shitty position I've put him in. The third years are off doing third-year things, I tell him as my toes touch the mat. You can't get him here in time. But I know what it means to you to keep your word, especially with him. Go ahead. He looks from me to Riddick. Guard her like you're me.
You mean like I'm 6 inches taller and built like a bull?
Riddick gives him a thumbs up.
Sure, I'll do my best. In the meantime, you'd better run.
Liam's gaze finds mine. Stay alive. Working on it, and not just for my sake. I give him a smile. Thanks for being a great shadow. His eyes widen a split second before he sprints out of the gym.
Barlow and Sorengale, Emeterio calls from the opposite side of the mat. Weapons?
Jack bounces like a kid who's just been given a gift.
Anything she can hold in those puny hands of hers.
The look in his eyes sends a shiver of apprehension down my spine. I step onto the mat, and Jack does the same, walking forward until we're at the center, facing each other.
No wielding, Emeterio reminds us. Tap out or knockout earns you a victory.
Pretty sure everyone gathered around this mat knows that Jack isn't going for either of those options. If he gets his hands around my neck, I'm dead. That whole I die, Zayden dies thing is really just a hypothesis, right? I ask, unsheathing the daggers that are hardest to reach during a fight, the ones in my boots.
One I'd rather not put to the test,
Tarn growls. I stand gripping the handles of my daggers as Jack faces me with a single knife. You're kidding, right? Only one?
I only need one.
He grins with sickening excitement.
Go for the gullet,
Tarn suggests. I don't have the energy to block you out right now, so I'm going to need you to be quiet for a few minutes here. An answering growl is the only response I get.
Keep it clean, Emeterio warns. Go!
My heart drums so loudly I can hear it in my ears as we begin to circle each other.
Offense, now! Strike first,
Tarn snaps. Not helping! Jack lunges, striking out with his knife, and I slice my dagger across the back of his hand, drawing first blood. Shit! He jumps back, his cheeks blotching. That's what I want. What I need to win this match, for him to get so angry that he acts without thinking and makes a mistake. He dances forward and then kicks out, aiming for my midsection, and I stumble back, narrowly avoiding the blow.
Bet you wish you could throw that blade, don't you?
He taunts, knowing I won't break a rule when it can hurt someone in the matches going on around us. Bet you wish you didn't know what it feels like to dig out one of my knives, don't you? I retort. His lips press into a thin line before he comes at me in a series of punches and swipes with his dagger. I can't deflect. He's too strong for me, as evidenced by the dagger he easily kicks out of my hand. So I use my speed, ducking and diving while getting in another cut, this one along his forearm. Damn it! He rages, twisting to follow as I come around his back. He catches me off guard, locking onto my arm and flipping me over his back to the mat. I take the blow on my shoulder and wince, but there's no sound of tearing or snapping. Thanking Imogen will be my first order of business if I make it out of this. Keeping my arm locked, Jack thrusts his knife straight at my chest, but is deflected by my vest, skimming along my ribs to lodge in the mat.
He's using death blows, Riddick shouts. That's not allowed! Pull it back, Barlow, Emeterio bellows.
What do you think, Sorengale? Jack whispers in my ear, holding me immobile with my arm behind my back. Admit it, you and I both knew it would be like this between us. Quick, embarrassingly easy. Fatal. Your precious wing leader isn't here to save you. No, but Zayden will suffer, if not worse, if Jack achieves his goal. The thought spurs me into action. Ignoring the pain, I throw my weight into a roll, subluxating my shoulder but freeing myself from his grip when he gets tangled in my legs. Then I kick him straight in the balls. He hits his knees as I gain my feet, clutching himself as his mouth opens in a silent scream. Tap out, I order, picking up the dagger I dropped. I can cut you open at any second. Both you and I know if this were real life, you'd be done. If this were real life, I would have killed you the second you stepped onto the mat, he seethes through gritted teeth. Tap out! Fuck off! He throws his dagger. I throw up my hands to block, but it lodges in my left fucking forearm. Blood streams and pain sears the nerves along my arm, erupting with alarming poignancy. But I know better than to remove it. Right now, it's holding that wound as shut as it can.
No throwing! Emeterio shouts from the sidelines, but Jack is already moving, barreling toward me with a series of kicks and punches that I'm not ready for. His fist slams into my cheek and I feel the skin split. His knee forces the air from my body when he rams it into my stomach. But I stay on my feet until his hands clasp my face. Agony fills every cell in my body as violent, vibrating energy rips through me with an intensity that makes it feel like he's cleaving ligament from bone, muscle from tendon. I scream as I'm shaken by an internal force I don't understand, as though he's forcing his own power into my body, shocking me with 1,000 stings of vibrating energy. Now, if I don't do it now, he'll kill me. My vision is already darkening at the edges. I reach a trembling hand into my pocket of my leathers and thumb open the stopper on the vial. His sadistic grin and a red rim around his eyes are all I can see as he forces more and more power into my body. But his hands are occupied and he's too obsessed with his victory to hear that I've stopped screaming, to see that I'm moving. He's using his powers! Riddick roars from the corner of my decreasing vision. I see movement on both sides. I shove the vial against Jack's smile so hard, I feel one of his teeth break. Hands reach for us both, and I hear Riddick and Emeterio cry out, jerking their hands away after contact. Whatever Jack is doing is transferring from me to them by touch. My teeth rattle as the pain consumes me, my body fighting to pass out, to escape the unbearable torture, but I refuse to succumb to the darkness until Jack wheezes. His eyes fly impossibly wide, and he drops his hands clutching his own neck as his airway closes. My knees give way, my body still shuddering as I hit the mat, but so does Jack, heaving and clawing at his neck as his face turns purple. Riddick's face is in mine within seconds. Breathe, Sorengale, just breathe. What the hell is wrong with him? Someone asks as Jack writhes. Oranges, I whisper to Riddick as my body finally gives out. He's allergic to oranges. I fall into nothingness. When I wake, I'm not on the mat, and I can tell by the windows of the healer quadrant infirmary that night has fallen. I've been out for hours. And that's not Riddick lounged in the chair next to my bed, glaring at me like he'd like to kill me himself. It's Xaden. His hair is tousled, like he's been tugging at it, and he's flipping a dagger end over end, catching it by the tip without so much as looking at it before sheathing it at his side. Oranges. Chapter 24. A quote from page 70, the Book of Brennan. I know you don't want to hear this, but sometimes you have to know when to take the death blow, Mira. It's why you have to be sure that Violet enters the scribe quadrant. She'll never be able to take a life. I move to scoot up the bed so I can sit, but the pain in my arm reminds me that there was a dagger in it a couple of hours ago. Now it's bandaged. How many stitches? 11 on one side and 19 on the other. He arches a dark brow and leans forward, bracing his elbows on his knees. You turned oranges into a weapon, Violence? I wiggle to a sitting position and shrug. I worked with what I had. Seeing as it kept you alive, kept us alive, I can't really argue. And I'm not going to ask how it is you always know who you'll end up challenging. There's definite anger in that gaze, but a touch of relief, too. Telling Riddick allowed Emeterio to get him here in time. Unfortunately, he's 5 beds down from you, and he'll live. Unlike the second year a row over. You could have killed him and saved us all a lot of drama. I didn't want to kill him. I roll my shoulder, testing it. Sore, but not dislocated. My face is tender, too. I just want him to stop killing me. You should have told me. The accusation rips from his lips in a snarl. And you could have done nothing about it besides make me look weak. I narrow my eyes at him. And you haven't exactly been around to talk about anything in weeks. If I didn't know better, I'd think that kiss scared you. Shit. I didn't mean to say that.
That's not up for discussion. Something flashes in his eyes and is quickly replaced by a cool mask of indifference. Seriously? I should know better considering he's avoided it this long. It was a mistake. You and I are going to be stationed together for the rest of our lives, never able to escape the other. Getting involved, even on a physical level, is a colossal blunder. No point talking about it. I barely keep from clutching at my chest to see if all my organs are where they're supposed to be, since it feels like he just eviscerated me with 4 sentences. But he had been just as into it as I was. I was there, and there was no mistaking that kind of enthusiasm. But maybe it was the churum. What if I want to talk about it? Then feel free, but it doesn't mean I have to be a part of the conversation. We're both allowed our boundaries, and this is one of mine. The finality in his tone makes my stomach curdle. I'll agree that keeping my distance didn't work out so well, and if today's little stunt was about getting my attention, then congratulations, it's yours. I don't know what you're talking about. I swing my feet to the side of the bed. I need my boots and to get the hell out of here before I make an even bigger fool of myself. Apparently, I can't trust Liam to report deadly situations, or Rhiannon to train you on the mat, seeing how easily Barlow had you pinned. So as of this moment, I'm taking over. Taking over what? My eyes narrow. Everything when it comes to you. The next day, during what should be our flight hours if not for the howling sub-zero winds outside, Xaden has me on the mat. Fortunately, he has his shirt on, so I'm not distracted by what I know is under it. No, he's not only wearing fighting leathers and boots, he's strapped to the nines with what looks to be a dozen different daggers and a dozen different sheaths. Is it absolutely toxic that I'm attracted to this look on him? Probably. But one look and my temperature rises. Leave your blades off the mat, he instructs, and nearly a dozen riders glance our way from other mats. At least Liam has been given the time to go train himself a couple of mats over against Dane. A first. Most of the squads are in here, making use of the unexpected free time, so thankfully everyone is busy training instead of watching us. But you're armed, I glance pointedly to his sheaths. You either trust me or you don't. He tilts his head to the side slightly, exposing more of the rebellion relic curving up around his neck. The same relic I caressed with my hand while he had me against the Foundation wall more than a month ago. Nope, not thinking about that. But my body has no problem remembering. I blow out my breath in a long sigh and step to the edge of the mat, unsheathing every dagger I own and the ones I've won, then laying them on the floor. I'm unarmed. Happy now? I turn to face him, putting my arms out. My long sleeve covers the bandage on my arm, but the throb is insistent. Though we probably could have waited a couple of days for my arm to heal up before doing this. The stitches pull, but I've had worse. No, he shakes his head, unsheathing one of his daggers and walking forward. The enemy doesn't give a shit if you're wounded. They'll use it to their advantage. If you don't know how to fight in pain, then you'll get us both killed. Fine, I shift my body weight in annoyance. Little does he know I'm almost always in pain. It's pretty much my comfort zone. That's actually a good point, so I'll let you have it. Thank you for being so gracious, he smirks, and I ignore the immediate surge of warmth low in my belly. He flips his palm upward, showing me the dagger with an oddly short blade. The problem isn't necessarily your fighting style. You're fast, and you've become pretty damned formidable since August. The problem is you're using daggers that are too easy to pluck out of your hands. You need weaponry designed for your body type. At least he didn't say weaknesses. I study the blade in his hand. It's beautiful, with a solid black hilt engraved with tearish knots, old mythical runes of intricate swirls and ties. The blade itself is clearly honed to lethal perfection. It's spectacular. It's yours. My head snaps up, but there's no lie in his onyx eyes. I had it made for you, His lips curve slightly. What? My mouth opens and my chest tightens. He took the time to have it made? Shit. That gives me feelings I really don't want to have. Soft, confusing feelings. You heard me take it. Swallowing the illogical lump in my throat, I take the blade from him. It feels solid in my palm but is infinitely lighter than my other daggers. There's no strain on my wrist, and my fingers comfortably wrap around the hilt, making it much more secure than the knives I've left on the floor. Who made it? I know someone. In the quadrant? My eyebrows shoot up. You'd be surprised how resourceful you get after 3 years here. A smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth, and I openly stare before remembering where we are. It's incredible. I shake my head and hand it back to him. But you know I can't take it. The only weapons we're allowed to have are the ones we earn. Only challenges or weapons qualifications are acceptable. There's a crossbow I have my eye on that I'm not quite expert at yet. Exactly. He smiles for a flash of a second before moving with a speed I've never dreamed possible. He's even faster than Imogen as he sweeps my feet from under me with one strike, taking me to the mat in a single move. The ease with which he has me on my back is simultaneously appalling and ridiculously hot, especially with the weight of his hips settled between my thighs. It takes all my willpower not to reach up and brush the stray lock of hair from his forehead. It was a mistake. Well, if that memory doesn't cool me right off. And what point are you making with this little move? I ask, well aware that he's done it all without knocking the wind out of me. There are a dozen of these daggers strapped to my body, so start disarming me. He lifts a sardonic brow. Unless you don't know how to handle an opponent on top of you, and if so, that's a whole other issue. I know how to handle you on top of me. I challenge quietly. He lowers his mouth to my ear. You won't like what happens if you push me. Or maybe I will. I turn just enough that my lips brush the shell of his ear. He jerks up, and the heat in his gaze makes me all too aware of everywhere our bodies connect. Disarm me before I test that theory in front of everyone in this gym. Interesting. I didn't take you for an exhibitionist. Keep pushing, and I guess you'll find out. His gaze drops to my mouth. I thought you said kissing me was a mistake. I don't care if the entire quadrant is watching if that means he'll kiss me again. It was, he smirks. I'm just teaching you that blades aren't the only way to disarm an opponent. Tell me, Violence, are you disarmed? Arrogant ass. I scoff and start plucking knives from their sheaths, flinging them across the mat while he watches with impatient amusement. Then I lock my legs around his hips and force a roll to the left, putting Xaden on his back, willingly, of course. There's no way I'm kneeling on top of him if he doesn't want it that way. But I throw a forearm against his collarbone with the pretense of pinning him anyway, and proceed to steal the other daggers he has sheathed along his side. And lastly, I say with a smile leaning forward, our heated bodies nearly flush as I snatch the dagger right out of his hand. Thank you. The final blade secured, Xaden throws his palms to the mat and shoves with unnatural strength, arching us straight back until my spine kisses the mat again. I suck in a breath, the move shocking me to my toes and lodging him firmly between my thighs. It takes everything I have not to arch up against him and see if he really thinks that kiss was a mistake. Not fair to use your powers on the mat. Magical, sexual, whatever. It's all unfair. That's the other thing. He jumps to his feet and offers his hand. I take it, my head rushing as I stand. Not now, do not get dizzy now. Ematerio doesn't allow powers in order to level the playing field when it comes to challenges. But out here, the field is anything but level, and you need to learn to use whatever you've got. I can't do much beside ground, shield, and move a piece of parchment. I sheathe the new dagger, then collect the others and do the same. They really are lovely, all marked with different runes. It's a shame there are so many parts of Tirish culture that were lost centuries ago during the unification, including most runes. I don't even know what they all mean. Well, looks like we're going to have to work on that, too. He sighs and takes up a fighting stance. Now, earn your nickname and try your best to kill me. February flies by in a blur of exhaustion. Xaden takes every unscheduled moment of my day, and Dane's gritted his teeth more than once when the wing leader has pulled me out of squad training because he has something infinitely more important for me to do, which usually ends with me getting my ass handed to me repeatedly on the mat. But I have to say, he doesn't baby me like Dane, and he doesn't take it easy on me like Rhiannon does. He pushes me to my physical limit every session, but never further, usually leaving me in a boneless, sweaty heap on the sparring gym floor, gasping for breath. That's usually when Imogen reminds me that I'm needed in the weight room. I hate them both. Kind of. It's hard to argue with the results when I'm learning to take down the strongest fighter in the quadrant. I have yet to beat him, but I'm all right with that. It means he doesn't let me win. He also doesn't kiss me again, even when I push. March arrives with uncountable feet of snow that have to be shoveled before morning formation every day. And the moments the relic burns in my back and I feel like I might crawl out of my own skin if the power building within me doesn't release, reminds me that I still don't have a signet. It's already almost been 3 months. Every morning I wake up wondering if today is the day I'll spontaneously combust. Sharla Gunter, Captain Fitzgibbons reads from the death roll, his gloved hands slipping on the frozen parchment. It's warmer this week, but not by much. And Mushin Vedi. We commend their souls to Malik. Vedi? I ask Rhiannon, my eyebrows shooting up as formation ends. I didn't know him well since he was in second wing, but the name is still a shock, considering he was rumored to be one of the best among us. You didn't hear? She pulls her fur-lined cloak closer around her neck. His signet manifested in the middle of Carr's class yesterday, and he burst into flames. He burned himself to death? She nods. Tara said Carr thinks he was supposed to be able to wield fire, but it just overwhelmed him in that first rush, and... He went up like a torch, Riddick adds. Kind of makes you glad your signet's still hiding, huh? Hiding is one way to put it. Other than the ability I'm not supposed to even whisper about. I'm proving to be the one thing my mother hates. Average. And it's not as though I can go to Tairn or Andarna for help. The signet is all about me, and I'm apparently not delivering, as the stinging relic on my back constantly reminds me. There's a tiny, secret part of me that hopes my signet hasn't manifested yet, because it's different than the others. Not only useful, but meaningful, like Brennan's was. Definitely makes me want to skip class today, Rhiannon mutters, blowing on her hands to keep them warm. No skipping class, Dane admonishes, pinning us with a stare. We're weeks away from the squad battle, and we need every single one of you at your best to win. Imogen snorts. Come on, Atos. I think we all know Second Wing has that squad in tails section that's going to smoke the rest of us. Have you ever seen them sprint up the gauntlet? Pretty sure they've been out there even though it's still covered in ice. We're going to win, Sienna, our executive officer, proclaims with a decisive nod. Sorengale here might slow us down on the gauntlet, she wrinkles her hawkish nose, and probably in the wielding department, too. At the rate she's advancing. Gee, thanks. I fold my arms across my chest. Bet I can shield better than all of them combined. But Rhiannon's skills more than make up for that, Sienna continues.
And we all know Liam and Heaton are both going to decimate on the mat for the challenge competition. That only leads flight maneuvers and whatever task the wing leaders come up with to judge this year.
Ho, is that all? Man, I thought it was going to be hard. The sarcasm rolling off Riddick is thick enough to earn him a glare from Dane.
We're down to 10 of you, Dane says, glancing over our group. 12 of us in total, which puts us at a slight disadvantage against a couple other squads. But I think we'll manage.
We lost 2 of the new additions last week when the smaller one's signet manifested in battle brief, and they both froze to death in seconds, nearly taking out Riddick with the exposure too. He was treated for frostbite but didn't have any permanent damage. Now Nadine and Liam are the only ones left from the batch we acquired after threshing.
But in order to manage, I need you guys to get to class.
He lifts his brows at me.
Especially you. A signet would be great, you know. If you can maybe make that happen.
It's as if he can't decide how to treat me lately. As the first year who's struggling but still here, or the girl he grew up with. I hate how unsettled everything feels between us, all wrongly sticky, like putting on clothes before you can dry after a bath. But it's still Dane. At least he's finally being supportive.
She's going to Miss Carr's class today, Xaden interrupts, appearing behind Sawyer, who hurries to clear a path.
No, I'm not. I shake my head and ignore the quick jump of my pulse at the sight of him.
She needs to go, Dane argues, then grits his teeth.
I mean, unless the wing has more pressing matters for Cadet Sorengale. Her time is best spent developing her wielding skills.
I think we both know she's not going to manifest a signet in that room. She would have already if that was the key.
I wouldn't wish the look Xaden levels Dane with on my worst enemy. It's not anger or even indignation. No, he looks annoyed, as if Dane's complaints are entirely beneath him, which, according to our chain of command, they are. And yes, the wing has more pressing matters for her.
Sir, I'm just not comfortable with her going a day without at least practicing her wielding. And as her squad leader,
he doesn't know that Xaden's been giving me extra wielding sessions while we spar.
For Dune's sake, Xaden sighs, invoking the goddess of war.
He reaches into the pocket of his cloak and takes out a pocket watch, holding it in his outstretched palm.
Pick it up, Sorengale.
I glance at the 2 men and wish they'd just sort their shit out between themselves. But there's about a 0% chance of that happening. For the sake of expediency, I throw my mental feet into the floor of the archives. White-hot power flows around me, raising goosebumps on my arms and lifting the hair at the back of my neck. Raising my right hand, I envision that power twining between my fingers, and little shocks blossom along my skin as I give form to the energy, making it a hand of its own, as I ask it to stretch the few feet that separate me from Xaden. There's an abrupt halt, as though my tendrils of raw magic hit a wall. But then, it gives, and I push forward, keeping tight control of the blazing hand. There's a crackle in my head, like the dying embers of a fire, as my power brushes Xaden's hand, but I close my mental fist around the pocket watch, and then pull. It's fucking heavy.
You got this, Rhiannon urges.
Let her concentrate, Sawyer chides. The watch plummets for the ground, but I snap my hand back, yanking on my power as though it's a rope, and the watch flies toward me. I catch it with my left hand before it can smack me in the face. Rhiannon and Riddick clap. Xaden walks forward and plucks the watch from my fingers, dropping it into his cloak. See, she's practiced. Now we have things to do. He puts his hand on the small of my back and leads me out of the crowd. Where are we going? I loathe the way my body demands I lean back into his touch, but I miss it the second it's gone. I'm assuming you're not wearing flight leathers under that cloak. He opens the door to the dormitory for me and I walk inside. The motion is so easy that I know it's not only practiced but second nature, which is at complete odds with, well, everything I've come to know about him. I pause, looking at him like we're meeting for the first time. "What?" he asks, closing the door behind us and shutting out the blustering cold. "You opened the door for me." "Old habits die hard," he shrugs. "My father taught me that." His voice dies abruptly, and his gaze falls away, every muscle in his body locking as though he's preparing for an attack. My heart aches at the look that crosses his face, recognizing it well. Grief. "Don't you think it's a little cold for flying?" I ask, changing the subject in an attempt to help. The pain in his eyes is the kind that never dies, the kind that rises like an unpredictable tide and floods the shoreline without mercy. He blinks, and it's gone. "I'll wait here." I nod and hurry to change into the fur-lined leathers we're issued for winter flight. He has that unreadable mask on when I return, and I know there won't be any more doors held on my account today. We walk out across the emptying courtyard as cadets scurry off to classes. "You didn't answer me." "About what?" He keeps his eyes on the gate to the flight field path, and I have to damn near scurry to keep up with his strides. "About it being cold for flight." "Third years have flight field this afternoon. Kaori and the other professors are just taking it easy on you guys since the squad battle is coming up, and they know you need the practice in wielding." He pushes open the gate, and I hurry after him. "But I don't need the practice?" My voice echoes in the tunnel. "Winning the squad battle is nothing in the scheme of keeping you alive. You'll be on the front lines before the rest of them come next year." The mage lights play off the harsh angles of his face, casting sinister shadows as we pass each one. "Is that what's going to happen next year?" I ask as we come out the other side, the snow whiting out my vision momentarily. It's piled high on each side of the path, the result of this heavy winter. "I'm going to the front lines?" "Inevitably. There's no telling how long Sigale and Tarn will tolerate being separated. My best guess is that we'll both have to sacrifice to keep them happy." He's clearly not so happy about it himself, but I can't blame him. After 3 years in the quadrant, I'd want to get the hell out too. My stomach sinks as I realize I'll be in his shoes when I graduate as well, with no real control on how our dragon's bond dictates my future posts. I nod, not knowing what else to say, and we walk to the gauntlet in companionable silence. "Second wing," I note, watching the squad from Tails' section slip and slide their way across the gauntlet. "You sure you don't want your own squads out here practicing?" A corner of his mouth lifts, and that inhuman facade of his cracks. "When I was a first year, I thought winning was the pinnacle too. But once you're in your third year, and you see the things that we do," his jaw flexes. "Let's just say that the games are a lot more lethal." We head toward the staircase that leads to the flight field, but there's already a group coming down, so I move back to let them descend first. My heart launches into my throat as they come closer, and I snap my frame to an attention stance, my spine stiffening. It's Commandant Panchek and Colonel Atos. Reaching the ground first, Dane's dad offers me a smile. "At ease. You're looking well, Violet. Nice flight lines," he says, gesturing to the ones on his own cheekbones that come from flight goggles. "You must be getting a lot of airtime." "Thank you, sir. I am." I relax my posture and can't help but return the favor, but my lips are tight. "Dane is doing well, too. He's my squad leader this year." "He's told me." He grins, his brown eyes just as warm as Dane's. "Mira asked about you while we were touring the Southern Wing last month. Don't worry, you'll get your letter privileges in second year, and then you can keep in touch more often. I'm sure you miss her." "Every day," I nod, pushing past the swell of emotion the admission brings. It's so much easier to pretend there's nothing outside the walls than to wallow in how much I miss my sister. Zayden stiffens at my side as Mom steps out of the stairwell. Oh, shit. Mom, I blurt, and her head turns, her eyes meeting mine. It's been more than 5 months since I've seen her, and even though I want to be as composed as she is, as compartmentalized, I just can't. I'm not built like she is, like Mira is. I'm my father's daughter. Her assessing gaze sweeps over me with all the familiarity of a commanding general and a Basgayath cadet, and there's no warmth in her expression as she finishes her perusal. I hear you're having trouble wielding. I blink and step backward, as though physical distance is going to shelter me from the icy rebuke. I have the best shields in my year. For the first time, I'm actually glad I haven't manifested a signet, haven't given her something to brag about. With a dragon like Tern, I would certainly hope so. She cocks an eyebrow. If not, all of that incredible, enviable power will have been... Her sigh is a puff of steam in the air. Squandered. I try my best to swallow the growing knot in my throat. Yes, General. You have been the topic of some conversation, though. Her gaze skims the top of my head, and I know she's looking at the silver-tipped braid she thinks marks me as cursed, the hair she told me I was better off cutting. Oh? She actually talks about me? We're all wondering what powers, if any, you're wielding from the golden dragon. Her lips form a smile I'm sure she thinks is soft, but I know her too well to fall for it. No. The single word from Tern rumbles through my entire body. Do not speak of it. Nothing yet. I drag my tongue over my chapped lower lip. Winter is hell on the skin during flight. And Darna told me that feathertails are known for being unable to channel power to their rider. Only their direct gifts, but I'm not about to say that. It's why they don't bond often. Or ever, Dane's dad chimes in. We were actually hoping that you might ask your dragon to allow us to study her. For purely academic purposes, of course. My stomach sours. The group of them would poke and prod Darna for gods knows how long to appease their academic curiosity. And they might stumble onto the untapped power of young dragons. No thank you. Unfortunately, I don't see her being comfortable with that. She's pretty private, even with me. Pity, Colonel Atos says. We've had the scribes on it since threshing, and the only reference they can find in the archives about the power of feathertails is hundreds of years old, which is funny because I remember your father doing a bit of research about the Second Crovelin Uprising, and he mentioned something about feathertails, but we can't seem to find that tome. He scratches his forehead. Mom looks at me with expectation, as though to ask me without actually asking. I don't believe he finished his research on that particular historical event before he died, Colonel Atos. I couldn't even tell you where his notes are. The words are as true as I can make them. I know exactly where his notes are, in the one location he spent the majority of his after-hours time. But there's something about Tern's warning that makes me simply unable to tell them. Too bad. Mom forces another smile. Glad to see you're alive, Cadet Sorengale. Her gaze flashes sideways and instantly hardens to steel. Even if the company you're forced to keep is more than questionable. Shit. I can't step in front of Zayden and make him look weak. I can't even glance his way without telling my mother where my allegiance lies, without telling myself. I always felt that we resolved any of those questions years ago, Zayden says, his voice low, but he's gone taut as a bowstring next to me. Mom turns toward the Citadel in clear dismissal. Do see if you can master some kind of signet, Cadet Sorengale. You have a legacy to live up to. Yes, General. The informal words cost more than I'm prepared to admit. ripping into the confidence it's taken me nearly 8 months to build with talon-sharp precision.
Good to see you, Violet.
Dane's dad offers me a sympathetic smile, and Pancheck outright ignores us, running to catch up with Mom. I don't say a word to Xaden before I climb the stairs, each step making me only angrier until I'm a ball of rage by the time I reach the top of the cliffside.
You didn't tell her about how you got out of the attack in your bedroom, he says.
It's a statement, not a question. And I'm not talking about me showing up. I know exactly what he's talking about. I don't ever see her, and you told me not to tell anyone.
Didn't realize it was quite like that between you,
Xaden says, his tone surprisingly soft as we start down the box canyon toward the flight field. Oh, that's nothing, I toss out, intentionally making my tone as flippant as possible. She spent almost an entire year ignoring me when Dad died. A self-deprecating laugh slips past my lips, which was almost as wholesome as the years she spent barely tolerating my existence because I wasn't perfect like Brennan or a warrior like Mira. I shouldn't be saying these things. These are the thoughts families keep behind their doors so they can wear their polished, perfect reputations like armor when in public.
She doesn't know you very well then,
Xaden remarks, keeping pace with my furious strides. I scoff. Or she sees right through me. Problem is, I'm never quite sure which it is. I'm too busy trying to live up to whatever impossible standard she sets to ask myself if they're even standards I give a shit about. My narrowed gaze swings to him. And what was that about, anyway? Saying that you resolved questions years ago?
Just reminding her that I paid the price for my loyalty.
His brow furrows, but he stares ahead of us. Paid what price? The question slips out before I can stop my foolish tongue. I can't help but remember what Dane said. That Xaden has reasons to never forgive my mother.
Boundaries, Violence.
His head lowers for the span of a heartbeat, and when it rises, he's wearing that polished, give-no-fucks mask he's so good at donning. Lucky for us, the strain of the moment is broken as Tarn and Sigale land across the field ahead, accompanied by a shiny, smaller dragon who makes me instantly smile. We're all flying today? I ask, following as he walks toward the trio. We're all learning today. You need to learn how to stay on, and I need to learn why the hell it's so hard for you, he answers. And Darna needs to learn how to keep up. Tarn needs to learn how to share his space in a tighter flight formation. And every other dragon but Sigale is too scared to fly closer. Tarn chuffs in agreement as we approach. And what is Sigale learning? I ask, eyeing the giant blue dragon. Xaden grins. She's been leading for almost 3 years now. She's going to have to learn how to follow. Or at least, practice. Tarn's chuff sounds suspiciously like a laugh, and she snaps at him, baring her teeth and coming within inches of his neck. Dragon relationships are absolutely incomprehensible, I murmur.
Yeah?
You should try a human one sometime.
Just as vicious,
but less fire. He mounts with an ease I envy. Now let's go. Chapter 25. A quote from page 77, the Book of Brennan. The squad battle is more important than the wing leaders will let on. They like to joke that it's a game, that it's just bragging rights for the squad leaders and the winning squad. But it's not. They're all watching. The commandant, the professors, the commanding officers. They're watching to see who will rise to the top. They're salivating to see who will fall.
Tap out!
Rhiannon screams as a rider out of the second wing fights to drag himself forward on the mat, his hands splayed wide. his fingernails digging in as Liam holds him in a leg lock, forcing his back into what should be an impossible arch. My heart pounds as the excitement of today's matches reaches a fever pitch. It's the last challenge of this portion of the squad battle, and the crowd pushes at our backs, forcing me to continuously struggle not to fall over onto the mat. After 2 events, we're in 7th out of 24 on the leaderboard, but if Liam wins, we'll jump to 3rd. My flight time in the Gauntlet Sky Race was the slowest in our squad, but that's because I kept forcing Taryn to release his magical hold on me. And then we'd lose precious seconds while he had to dip to catch me and toss me back in the saddle, over and over and over again. I swear the bruises on my ass from landing in the hard divot hurt less than Taryn's scoff that I'd humiliated his entire family line as we crossed the finish line last. Mikhail cries out in pain, the sound sharp, near ear-splitting, and pulling my attention back to the action in front of me. Liam holds fast and presses his advantage. Fuck me, that looks like it hurts, I mutter over the cheering first years. Yeah, he's not walking for a while, Riddick agrees, cringing as the arc of Mikhail's back looks like a broken spine waiting to happen. With another cry, Mikhail slams his palm into the mat 3 times, and the crowd roars. Yes! Go, Liam! Sawyer screams from behind me, and Liam drops Mikhail to the mat where he sprawls out, exhausted. We won! Liam rushes for us, and I'm swept up into a tangle of arms and shouting and joyous squad mates. I'm pretty sure I even see Imogen in this little melee. But I don't see Dane. Where the hell is Dane? He would never miss this. Your winner, Professor Emeterio shouts, his voice ringing through the gym and quieting the zealous energy as Liam steps out of our crushing hug. Liam Maury from 2nd Squad, Flame Section, 4th Wing. Liam puts up both hands in victory and turns in a small circle, and the sound of cheering makes my ears ring in the best way. Commandant Panchek steps onto the mat, and Liam joins the rest of our squad, sweat pouring off his skin. I know you were all expecting the last portion of the squad battle to happen tomorrow, but the cadre and I have a surprise. He has every single rider's attention now. Instead of telling you what the final unknown task will be, and giving you tonight to plan for it, your final task will begin this hour. He grins, throwing out his hands and turning just like Liam had. Tonight? Riddick whispers. My stomach hits the ground. Dane isn't here. Neither is Sienna. Oh, shit, Imogen whispers, looking over the crowd herself. As you may have noticed, your squad leaders and their executive officers have been, shall we say, sequestered with your section leaders and wing leaders. And no, before someone asks, your task is not to find them. He continues to walk in a small circle, addressing each side of the mat. You are to break into your squads and accomplish a unique mission this evening without the leadership and instruction of your squad leaders. Doesn't that defeat the purpose of having squad leaders? Someone asks across the mat. The purpose of a squad leader is to form a tightly knit unit that can carry on with a mission after their demise. Consider your leaders demised. Panchek shrugs with a gleeful smile. You're on your own, riders. Your mission is simple. Find and acquire, by any means necessary, the one thing that would be most advantageous to our enemies regarding the war effort. Leadership will serve as unbiased judges, and the winning squad will be awarded 60 points. That's enough to put us into 1st, Rhiannon whispers, linking her arm with mine. We could win the glory of going to the front. What are the boundaries? Someone to the right asks. Anything within the walls of Bazgaeth, Panchek answers. And don't you dare let me see you trying to haul a dragon back here. They'll incinerate you out of sheer annoyance. The squad to our left mutters their disappointment. You have? Panchek pulls out his pocket watch.
3 hours, at which time we'll expect you to present your stolen treasures in the battle brief room.
We all stare at him in silence. Out of everything I imagined the third and final task to be, well, this wasn't anywhere near that list.
What are you waiting for? Panchik shoos his hands at us. Go!
Pandemonium ensues. This is what happens when you remove our leadership. We're a hot freaking mess.
Second squad! Imogen yells, putting her hands up. Follow me!
Sawyer and Heaton make sure we're all ducklings, following in Imogen's wake as she leads us across the gym to the weight room. You did great, I tell Liam as he walks at my side, still struggling to catch his breath.
It was epic!
Riddick hands Liam a water skin, which Liam promptly drains.
Let's go, Imogen says, ushering us through the open door.
She does a quick head count and then closes the door, wielding to lock it. I find a seat on one of the benches, flanked by Rhiannon and Liam.
First thing, who wants to be in command? Imogen asks, looking at the 10 of us.
Riddick throws his hand in the air. Rhiannon turns and forces it back down.
No, she shakes her head. You'll turn this into some kind of prank.
Fair point, he shrugs.
Liam?
Quinn asks, lifting her eyebrows. No, he shakes his head, but his gaze darts in my direction, giving his reasoning away.
No one is going to try and off me while we're out tonight, I argue.
He turns back toward Imogen and shakes his head one more time. Of course she nods. They're both on Team Zayden.
You keep command, Rhiannon suggests, looking at Imogen. You've gotten us this far.
A murmur of agreement goes around the room.
Emery, Heaton, Imogen asks. As third years, it's your right.
No thanks. Heaton leans back against the wall. Nope, there's a reason neither of us wanted to be in leadership, Emery adds, sitting next to Nadine.
Any reason you wouldn't be all right following Imogen's command for a few hours, Nadine?
Every one of us turns to face the first year, who hasn't been remotely subtle about her hatred of marked ones. Knowing now that she's from a northern village on the border of the provinces of Deaconshire and Tyrrendor, I can see her reasoning. I just don't agree with it, hence why I'm not exactly friendly with her. She visibly swallows, her nervous gaze skittering over all of us. I'm fine with it.
Good.
Imogen folds her arms across her chest, the wrist with her rebellion relic peeking out from under her tunic.
We have a little less than 3 hours. What are your ideas?
What about a piece of weaponry? Riddick suggests. A crossbolt would be deadly to any of our dragons in the hands of our enemies.
Too big, Quinn says decisively. There's only one in the museum, and honestly, it's not even the bolt that's deadly, it's the launching system.
Next, Imogen glances at each of us.
We could steal Panchek's underwear.
Riddick starts before Rhiannon slams her hand over his mouth.
And that's why we don't let you lead.
She arches a brow at him.
Come on, guys, think. What's the most useful thing to our enemy?
Imogen's brow puckers over her pale green eyes. Information, Liam answers. He swings his gaze toward me. Violet, what about stealing the news missives from the archives? The ones that come in from the front? I shake my head. It's after 7. The archives are locked. And it's the kind of vault that even wielding isn't going to touch. The whole room is sealed up airtight in case of fire. Damn, Imogen sighs. That was a good one. The entire room breaks into conversation, each voice louder than the next as suggestions are hurled into the open. Information. My stomach twists as an idea takes form. It would be a showstopper, something no one else could compare to. But I shake my head, it's too risky.
What are you thinking, Sorengale?
Imogen asks, and the room falls silent.
I can see the little gears turning in your mind.
It's probably nothing. I glance at the members of our squad. But is it nothing?
Get up here and work it out in your head, Imogen orders.
Seriously, it's mad, like undoable. We'd get thrown in the brig if we're caught. I snap my mouth shut before I say anything more. But it's too late. Imogen's eyes are sparkling with interest.
Get up here and work it out, she orders, making sure I know it's not a suggestion. We can wield, right? I stand, brushing my hands down my side and the hilts of the 6 daggers sheathed there. By all means necessary, Heaton repeats, nodding. All right. I rock back on my heels, letting my mind whirl through a plan. I know Riddick can wield ice. Rhiannon can retrieve. Sawyer can manipulate metal. Imogen can mind-wipe recent memories. And I'm fast, she adds. Something she has in common with Xaden. Heaton, what about you? I ask. I can breathe underwater, they answer. I blink. Awesome. But I don't think that's going to come in handy if we do this, Emery. I can control wind, he grins. A lot of wind. All right, that one could be defensively useful, but not quite what I'm looking for. My boots squeak on the floor as I turn to face her. Quinn? I can astral project, keep my body in one place, and then walk around somewhere else. My mouth hangs open, matching about half the squad. I know, it's pretty awesome. She winks, pulling her curls up into a bun. Yes! That we can use! My head bobs as I parcel through the easiest way to do this. What are you thinking, Sorengale? Imogen prompts, tucking the short hair on one side of her shaved head behind her ear. You're going to tell me I've lost my mind, but if we pull it off, we'll win for sure. I might not be enough like my mother to win her approval, but I know where she keeps the most valuable information. And we're going to break into my mother's office. You are so fucking creepy, Riddick squirms 2 hours later, leaning away from Quinn. Well, from Quinn's astral form. Her body is currently with Heaton, guarded in the weight room. The rest of us are sneaking through the hallways past the healer quadrant. We've already run into a squad from 2nd and another from 3rd, but none of us had time to question or deter the others. We'll rise or fall on our own merit with this timeline, and we've wasted the last 2 hours waiting for night to fall, so it would even be possible. I've never been farther than this, Emery says as we pass the last door to the clinic. You've never even been to the archives? Imogen asks. I avoid that duty like the plague, Emery answers. Scribes freak me out. Quiet little know-it-alls acting like they can make or break someone by writing something down. I grin. There's more truth to that statement than most people realize. Infantry is still out camping. Rhiannon points out the windows to the dozens of campfires illuminating the field below. Must be nice to get a break, Nadine remarks, but there's no snotty tone I've come to expect. Just the same exhaustion I think we all feel. Scribes will all go home for the summer. Healers get to spend their weekends on those mind-body health retreats, and the infantry might have to practice making and breaking camp in the snow through winter. But at least they spend those months around a campfire. We'll get to go home, Imogen argues. After graduation, Rhiannon retorts. For what, a couple of days? We come to a fork in the path, where we can follow the tunnel down to the archives or climb into the fortress of the War College. There's no turning back from here, I say to the group, looking up the spiral staircase I've climbed so many times that I know each step by heart. Lead on, Quinn orders, and we all jump about a foot in the air. Shh, Imogen hisses. Some of us can get caught, you know. Right, sorry, Quinn cringes. Everyone, remember the plan, I whisper. No one deviates, no one. They all nod, and we begin our silent climb up the dark stairs, then cling to the shadows as we cross the stone courtyard of Bezgaeth. Sure could use Xaden right about now. You're doing great, Andarna assures me in the happiest of tones. I swear nothing bothers her. She's the most fearless kid I've ever met, and I grew up with Mira. It's 6 flights straight up, I whisper when we reach the next set of stairs, and we continue to climb as fast as we can without making any noise. Anxiety spikes, and my power rises in response.
the relic in my back heating to an uncomfortable burn. It's always there lately, simmering beneath my skin, reminding me that performing lesser magics isn't going to be enough to vent it if I don't manifest a signet soon. Eventually, we reach the top of the steps, and Liam leans out just far enough to see down the length of what's always felt like the world's longest hallway. "There are mage lights in sconces," he whispers, "and you are right." He withdraws into the safety of the stairwell. "There's only one guard stationed at the door." "Was there any light under the door?" I ask quietly. My heart sounds like it's loud enough for the whole college to hear, even the infantry cadets sleeping hundreds of feet below us. "Nope." He turns to Quinn. "The guard looks about 6 feet tall, but he seems pretty athletic. The other stairwell is down the hallway to the left, which means you'll have to get his attention and then book it." Quinn nods. "No problem." "Everyone else know what they're doing?" I ask. There are 8 nods. "Then let's do this. Quinn, you're up. Everyone else, circle back down so he can't see us if he looks this way." I can't believe we're actually about to do this. If she catches us, there won't be any mercy. It's not in her nature. We retreat, and Quinn charges up the stairs. Her voice is muffled by the stone walls, but we hear the guard's pounding footsteps clear as day as he charges past the stairway. "Get back here! You can't be here!" "Now!" Imogen orders. We launch, leaving Rhiannon and Emery in the stairwell as we fly into the hallway. Sawyer rushes toward the opposite staircase, throwing the door shut and twisting the metal joints with his powers as we bolt down the hall. I've never run this fast in my life, and Nadine is already at the door, trying to unweave whatever wards my mother has used. Liam steps into the spot where the guard stood and lifts his chin in the air, taking the same posture. "Are you all right?" "Yep," I answer, my chest heaving as Imogen steps in to help Nadine. Nadine's signet is the ability to unweave wards, which I never thought would come in this handy. Riders are always out there building the wards, keeping the shields up around Navarre. Then again, not many riders try to break into the commanding general's office. "And I'll be fine in there," I assure him, a smile tugging at my lips, which is funny since I didn't think the same way the last time I was standing here. "Got it," Nadine whispers, nudging the door open. "If you hear me whistle," Liam starts, worry lining his forehead. "We'll go out the window or something," I assure him as Riddick and Sawyer rush past. "Relax." Leaving Liam to stand watch, I join the others in Mom's office. "Don't touch the mage lights or she'll know," I warn them. "You have to make your own." I flick my wrist, twisting my power into a bright blue flame and letting it drift over me. It's one of the things I'm actually good at. "How nice is this?" Riddick flops down onto the red couch. "We don't have time for you to be—" "You," Sawyer lectures, heading for the bookcase. "Help me search for something useful." "We'll take the table." Imogen and Nadine start sorting through the papers on the 6-seater conference table. "Which leaves me and the desk," I mutter, walking around the intimidating piece of furniture and praying I don't trigger any wards she's set. There are 3 folded missives in the middle, and I pick up the first, revealing a sharp dagger with an alloy-infused hilt and what looks to be a Tyrish rune in the handle that she must be using as a letter opener or something. I unfold the letter with as much care as I can. "General Sorengale, the raids around Athbine have spread the wing too thin. Being posted beyond the safety of the wards comes with considerable hazards, and though I am loath to request reinforcements, I must. If we do not reinforce the post, we may be forced to abandon it. We are protecting Navarian citizens with life, limb, and wing. But I cannot adequately relay how dire the situation is here. I know you receive the dailies from our scribe attachment, but I would be remiss in my duties as executive officer of the Southern Wing if I did not write to you personally. Please, find us reinforcements. Sincerely, Major Callista Nima." I breathe past the ache that erupts in my chest at the plea in her letter. We've discussed nearly daily attacks in Battle Brief, but nothing on that scale. Maybe they don't want to scare us. But if it's that terrifying out there, we have every right to know. We'll likely be called into service before we graduate, maybe even this year. "These are all numbers," Imogen says, rifling through the conference table papers. "It's April. I say, reaching for the next missive. She's working on next year's budget. Everyone stops and turns to look at me, all wearing expressions of varying degrees of disbelief.
What?
I shrug.
Did you think this place ran itself?
Keep looking, Imogen orders. I unfold the next missive.
General Sorengale. Protests regarding conscription laws are growing within the province of Tirandor. Knowing that due to Tirandor's size, it provides the majority of our conscripts to replenish our front lines. We cannot afford to lose the support of the people again. Perhaps an influx of defensive spending on outposts here would not only bolster the province's economy and remind the Tirish how needed they are to the defense of our kingdom, but also ease the unrest. Please consider this solution as an alternative to suppressing the unrest with force. Sincerely, Lieutenant Colonel Alyssa Trevant. What the hell?
I close the letter and put it back on Mom's desk. Then turn to the giant map hanging on the wall directly above me. Unrest isn't new to Tirandor, nor is the sentiment against conscription, but we certainly haven't heard any political rumblings in Battle Brief. Other than to quell discontent, it would make no sense to increase defensive spending there, especially since it holds our fewest number of outposts due to the natural barrier provided by the cliffs of Draelor, which are unscalable by griffins. Tirandor should already be one of the safest provinces on the continent. Well, except Aratia. Where that capital should be, there is only a scorch mark, as though the burning of the city has singed the map as well. I study the map for precious seconds, noting the battlement markers dotted along the countryside. Logically, there are more outposts along our more active border zones and, according to this map, more troops in those locations. It shows all of Navarre, Krovla to the south, Breivik, and Signisen to the southeast, and even the barriers of the Barrens, the ruined deserted lands at the southern tip of the continent. It also shows each of our outposts and supply routes within Navarre. A slow grin spreads across my face. Hey, Second Squad? I know what we need to steal. It takes a matter of minutes for us to haul the map down and cut it away from its frame. Then another to roll it, securing it with leather ties Imogen pulls out of her satchel. Liam whistles, and my heart nearly leaps out of my chest. Shit! Riddick races to the door and cracks it open as we all prepare to flee. What's going on out there? He's pounding at the hall door. It's going to give any second. We have to go now, Liam whisper shouts, holding the door open as we all race into the hallway. The map is too big for one person to carry, and Sawyer and Imogen struggle through the doorway as the guard kicks in the door further down the hall. My stomach hits the floor, and panic threatens to overwhelm logical thought. And we're fucked, Nadine announces. What the hell do you think you're doing? The guard shouts, charging toward us. We're dead if he catches us with the map. Riddick bounces on his toes like he's preparing to fight. On any given day, I'd argue that riders are the superior fighters. We have to be. But that Bezgayath guard might just give us a run for our money. We can't hurt him, I protest. The guard barrels past the first stairwell, and Rhiannon steps into the middle of the hallway, her arms outstretched. Please work, please work, please work, Imogen chants. The map disappears out of her hands and reappears down the hallway in Rhiannon's. I barely have time to register that it worked as the guard stumbles, but he keeps running. Any closer and he'll see my face. This was not a part of the plan. Liam moves to my side. Adapt! Emery! Imogen hisses, and the third year steps to the front of our little raiding party. I'm so sorry, man. He holds out his hands and pushes. A torrent of air rushes down the hallway, ripping tapestries from the walls and knocking into the guard, sending him flying against the stone wall. Run! We sprint down the hall toward where the guard lies limp. Put him in here, I hiss, forcing open the next door, the one that belongs to one of my mother's undersecretaries. Liam and Riddick haul the guard in, and I put my fingers to his neck. Good strong pulse. He just knocked him out. Open his mouth. I snag the vial hidden in the pocket of my leathers, uncork it, and then let the tonic flow into the guard's mouth. He'll sleep the rest of the night. Liam's wide eyes meet mine. You're kind of terrifying. Thank you, I grin, and we get out of there running as fast as we can. 15 minutes later, our chests are still heaving as we skid into the battle brief room, just under the clock. We're the last to arrive, and the tick of Dane's jaw from where he sits in the top row with the other leadership tells me we're going to get an earful about it. I drag my gaze away, and we find our seats as presentations begin in order of squad, giving us enough time to recover from our sprinting session before we have to take the stage. A squad in First Wing stole Kaori's handwritten manual on the personal habits and flaws of all active dragons. Impressive. A squad in Second Wing elicits an appreciative murmur when they reveal the uniform of one of the infantry professors, fully intact with something riders never bear, a name tag. That would grant any enemy access to our outposts, given the rank on the shoulder. Third Wing's best offering is a stunned, wide-eyed scribe, stolen straight from his bed, and given the way his mouth isn't moving, yep, someone's signet power takes away speech, the poor thing is going to be traumatized when they finally let him go. When it's our turn to take the stage, Sawyer and Liam, the two tallest in our squad, hold the top corners of our map so it's visible to all as it unrolls. I stand back next to Imogen and search the leadership for a certain pair of onyx eyes. There he is. Xaden is leaning against the wall near the other wing leaders, watching me with a pulse-quickening mix of curiosity and expectation. "It was your idea," Imogen whispers, nudging me forward. "Present." Markham's eyes flare wide as saucers as he forces himself to stand, followed quickly by Devera, whose mouth hangs so wide it's almost comical. I clear my throat and gesture to the map. "We have brought the ultimate weapon for our enemies. An up-to-date map of all current outposts of Navarian wings, to include troop strength of infantry battlements." I point to the forts along the Signesan border, "as well as the locations of all current skirmishes in the last 30 days, including last night." A murmur rips through the quadrant. "And how do we know this map is, in fact, current?" Kaori asks, holding his reclaimed journal under one arm. There's no stopping the smile that spreads across my face. "Because we stole it from General Sorengale's office." Absolute mayhem breaks out, some of the riders rushing the stage as professors battle their way toward us. But I ignore it all as Xaden tilts one corner of that beautiful mouth and tips an imaginary hat to me, bowing his head for a heartbeat before bringing his gaze back to hold mine. Satisfaction fills every ounce of my being as I smile up at him. It doesn't matter how the vote comes down. I've already won. Chapter 26. A quote from Colonel Kaori's Field Guide to Dragonkind. "There is no stronger bond than that between two mated dragons. It goes beyond the depth of human love or adoration to a primal, undeniable requirement for proximity. One cannot survive without the other." Flying for short distances is something I manage. Flight maneuvers, the dips and dives that come with combat formations, send me spinning through the sky, unless Tarn holds me on with bands of his own power. But flying for 6 hours straight for our prize, a week-long tour of a forward outpost, might just be the death of me. "I'm pretty sure I'm dying." Nadine bends over, bracing her hands on her knees. "I feel that." Every vertebra in my spine screams as I stretch, and the hands that were freezing only a few minutes ago start to sweat inside my leather gloves. Naturally, Dane is minimally affected, his posture only slightly stiff as he and Professor Devera greet a tall man in rider black, who I assume is the outpost commander. "Welcome, cadets," the commander says with a professional smile, folding his arms across the chest of his lightweight leathers. His salt and pepper hair makes it hard to determine his age.
Andy has that gaunt, weathered look all riders get when they've been stationed on the border for too long. I'm sure you'd all like to get settled and into something a little more appropriate for the climate. Then we'll show you around Montserrat.
Rhiannon inhales sharply, her gaze sweeping over the mountains. You all right? She nods. Later. Later arrives in exactly 12 sweat-soaked minutes as we're shown to our double-occupancy barracks rooms. They're sparse, only furnished with 2 beds, 2 wardrobes, and a single desk under a wide window. She's quiet the entire time we make our way through the bathing chamber to wash off the ride, and alarmingly silent while we dress in our summer leathers. It may only be April here at Montserrat, but it feels like Bezgayeth in June. You going to tell me what's up? I ask, stowing my pack beneath the bed before making sure all my daggers are where they're supposed to be. The hilts are barely visible in the sheaths I wear at my thighs, but I doubt many people this far east would recognize the Tyrish symbols. Rhiannon's hands tremble with what looks like nervous energy as she straps her sword to her back. Do you know where we are? I mentally bring up a map. We're about 200 miles from the coast? My village is less than an hour away on foot. Her eyes meet mine in an unspoken plea. So much emotion swirling in their dark brown depths that my throat clogs, choking my words. Taking her hands in mine, I squeeze, nodding. I know exactly what she's asking and exactly what it will cost if we're caught. Don't tell anyone, I whisper, even though it's just us in the tiny room. We have 6 days to figure it out, and we will. It's a promise, and we both know it. Someone pounds on our door. Let's go, second squad. Dane. 9 months ago, I would have relished this time away with him. Now I find myself avoiding his constant expectations of me, or just avoiding him in general. Funny how much can change in such a short time. We join the others, and Major Quaid gives us the grand tour of the outpost. My stomach growls, but I ignore it, taking in the hectic energy of the base. The fortress is basically 4 massive walls, filled with barracks and various chambers with turrets on each corner, and a large arched entrance that boasts a spiked portcullis that looks ready to drop at any second. On one end of the courtyard, there's a stable with a blacksmith and armory for the company of infantry stationed here, and on the other is the dining hall. As you can see, Major Quaid tells us as we stand in the middle of the muddy courtyard, we're built for siege. In the event of attack, we can feed and house everyone within for an adequate amount of time. Adequate? Riddick mouths, lifting his brows. I press my lips together to keep from laughing, and Dane gives him a look that promises retribution from where he stands beside me. My smile falls away. As one of the eastern outposts, we have a full 12 riders stationed here. 3 are out on patrol now, 3 wait, standing by in case they're needed, and the other 6 are in various stages of rest. Quaid continues. What is that look for? Dane whispers. What look? I ask, as the distinct roar of a dragon echoes off the stone walls. That should be one of our patrols returning now, Quaid says, smiling like he wants to mean it, but can't quite find the energy. The one where someone just sucked the joy out of your world, Dane responds, bending his head slightly and keeping his voice low enough that only I can hear him. I could lie to him, but that would make our semi-truce even more awkward. I was just remembering the guy I used to climb trees with, that's all. He startles like I've slapped him. So, we'll get you riders fed and put to bed, and then we'll work on who you'll be shadowing while you're here. Quaid continues. Will we get to participate in any active scenarios? Heaton asks, practically vibrating with excitement. Absolutely not, Devera snaps. If you see combat, then I've failed, as this being the safest place on the border to send you, Quaid answers.
But you get bonus points for enthusiasm. Let me guess, 3rd year?
Heaton nods. Quaid turns slightly and smiles at 3 indistinct figures in rider black as they walk under the portcullis.
There they are now. Why don't you 3 come and meet...
Violet? My head whips toward the gate, and my heart combusts in a series of erratic beats that leaves me clutching my chest with the best kind of shock. No way. There's no way. I stumble for the gate, forgetting to be stoic, to be emotionally untouchable, as she breaks into a run, her arms opening just before we collide. She sweeps me up, yanking me against her chest and squeezing tight. She smells like dirt and dragon and the coppery tang of blood, but I don't care. I hug her back just as hard. Mira! I bury my face against her shoulder, and my eyes burn as she rests her hand on top of the very braid she taught me how to do. It's as if the weight of everything that's happened over the last 9 months comes crashing down, slamming into me with the force of a crossbolt. The wind of the parapet, the look in Xaden's eyes when he realized I was a Sorengale, the sound of Jack swearing he'd kill me, the smell of burning flesh that first day, the look on Auralie's face when she fell from the gauntlet. Pryor and Luca and Trina and Tynan, Orin, and Amber Mavis, Tairn and Endarna choosing me, Xaden kissing me, our mother ignoring me. Mira pulls me back just long enough to look me over, as if she's checking for damage. You're all right, she nods, her teeth digging into her bottom lip. You're all right, aren't you? I nod, but she blurs in my vision because I might be alive, thriving even, but I'm not the same person she left at the base of that turret, and from the heaviness in her eyes, she knows it too. Yeah, she whispers, tucking me in tight again. You're all right, Violet. You're all right. If she says it enough times, I might start to believe her. Are you? I jerk back to study her. There's a new scar that stretches from her earlobe to her collarbone. Gods, Mira. I'm fine, she promises, then grins. And look at you! You didn't die! Irrational, giddy laughter bubbles up. I didn't die! You're not an only child! We both burst into laughter, and tears track down my cheeks. Sorengales are weird, I hear Imogen state. You have no idea, Dane answers. But when I turn to look, his lips are curved into the first genuine smile I've seen from him in months. Shut up, Atos, Mira barks, throwing her arm over my shoulder. Catch me up on everything, Violet. We might be hundreds of miles from Basgaeth, but I've never felt more at home. It's early evening 2 days later, just after dinner, when Rhiannon and I climb out our first-story window and drop to the ground. Mira's out on patrol, and as wonderful as it's been to have her close, this is our only chance. We're on our way. Don't get caught, Tairn warns. Trying not to. Rhiannon and I sneak along the battlement wall, turning the corner toward the field. I run into Mira so hard that I bounce backward. Shit! Rhiannon exclaims as she catches me. Don't you at least check the corners? Mira lectures, folding her arms over her chest and staring me down in a way I might deserve. Fine, I definitely deserve. In my defense, I didn't think you'd be there, I say slowly, because you're supposed to be on patrol. You were acting super weird at dinner. She tilts her head to the side and studies me just like we're kids again, seeing way too much. So I switched shifts. Do you want to tell me what you're doing outside the walls? I glance at Rhiannon, and she looks away. Neither of you? Really? She sighs and rubs the bridge of her nose. You two need to sneak out of a heavily fortified defensive position because... I look up at Rhiannon. She's going to figure it out anyway. She's like a bloodhound with stuff like this. Trust me. My stomach clenches. Rhiannon tilts her chin. We're flying to my family's house. Mira blanches. You think you're what? We're flying to her village. It's like a 5-minute flight, according to Taryn, and I start. Absolutely not. Mira shakes her head. Nope, you cannot fly off like you're on vacation. What if something happens to you? At her parents' house? I ask slowly, because there's some major ambush planned on the off chance that we might just be dropping in? Mira's eyes narrow. Shit, this is not going well, and given the death grip Rhiannon has on my arm now, she doesn't think so either. We'd be in less danger visiting her parents than we are at Bezgayev, I argue. Mira's lips purse. Fair point. Come with us, I blurt. Seriously, come with us, Mira. She just wants to see her sister. Mira's shoulders dip. She's softening, and I mercilessly go in for the kill. Reagan was pregnant when Rhiannon left. Can you imagine not being there with me if I had a kid? Wouldn't you do anything, including escape a heavily fortified defensive position, if that meant holding your niece or nephew? My nose scrunches as I brace for her answer. Besides, with the hero of Strathmore at our side, what could possibly go wrong? Don't even start with that. She looks at me, then Rhiannon, then back at me again before groaning. Oh, fucking fine. Her finger comes out swinging when we both grin. But if you even think about telling anyone, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your natural life. She means it, I whisper. I believe it, Rhiannon answers. You're here 2 days and already breaking the rules, Mira mutters. Come on, it's quicker to cut down this path. An hour later, Mira and I are stretched out on the cushioned benches that flank both sides of the dining table at Reagan's house, watching Rhiannon rock her nephew by the fireplace, lost in conversation with her sister as her parents and brother-in-law look on from the nearby couch. Watching them reunite is worth everything. Thank you for helping us. I glance over the table at Mira. You would have done it with or without me. Her smile is soft as she watches the family, curling her hand around the pewter mug of wine Rhiannon's mom was kind enough to bring earlier. Figured at least this way I'd know you're safe. What other rules have you broken, sis? She sips her wine and cuts a look my way. A smirk tugs at my mouth as I lift one shoulder. Maybe a few here and there. I've gotten very good at poisoning my opponents before challenges. Mira nearly spits out her wine, slamming her hand over her mouth. I laugh, crossing one booted ankle over the other. Not what you were expecting? Respect shines in her eyes. I honestly don't know what I expected. I was just desperate for you to live. And then you went and not only bonded one of the most powerful dragons alive, but a feathertail, too. She shakes her head. My baby's sister is a badass. Not sure Mom would agree with that. I rub my thumb over the handle of my mug. I'm not exactly manifesting a signet yet. I'm solid at grounding and can hold a pretty strong shield, but I can't tell her the rest, the gift Andarna has given, at least for now, to me. If I don't manifest my signet soon, we both know what will happen. She quietly studies me in that way she has, then says, Here's the thing. If you want your signet to manifest, then stop blocking it by thinking it has anything to do with Mom. Your power is yours and yours alone, Vi. I squirm under the scrutiny and change the subject, my gaze dropping to her neck. How did that happen? Griffin, she answers, nodding. Near the village of Cranston about 7 months ago. Thing came out of nowhere in the middle of a village raid. The wards went down, and usually my signet gives me a little immunity from the enemy wielders, but not their fucking birds. Took the healers hours to stitch me up, but it gave me a pretty cool scar. She tilts her chin to show it off. Cranston? I think back over the battle briefs.
We never learned about that one. Common sense tells me to shut my mouth. You what? She takes another drink. I think there's way more going on along the borders than what we're told, I admit quietly. Mira lifts her brows. Well, of course there is. You don't expect Battle Brief to relay classified information, do you? You know better than that. And honestly, at the rate our borders are being attacked, they'd have to devote all day to Battle Brief in order to dissect each assault. That makes sense. Do you guys get all the information? Only what we need. Like, I could have sworn I saw a riot of dragons across the border during the attack. She shrugs. But questions about secret operations are above my pay grade. Think of it this way. If you were a healer, would you need to know the details about everyone else's patients? I shake my head. No. Exactly. Now tell me, what the fuck is going on between you and Dane? I've seen less tension on a crossbow, and I don't mean the good kind. She gives me a look that leaves no room for excuses. I needed to change in order to survive. He wouldn't let me. It was the simplest explanation for the last 9 months. I got his friend Amber killed. She was a wing leader, and honestly, everything with Xaden just pushed us so far apart that I don't know how to repair our friendship. Not to what it was, at least. The execution of that wing leader is common knowledge. You didn't get her killed. She got herself killed by breaking the codex. Mira studies me for a quiet moment. Is it true Ryerson saved you that night? I nod. Xaden is a complicated subject. So complicated that I can't identify my own feelings. Thinking of him only jumbles me in a way that leaves me tangled in knots. I want him, but I can't trust him. Not in the ways I want to. And yet in other ways, he's the person I trust most. I hope you know what you're doing there. Her grip tightens on her mug, because I distinctly remember warning you to steer clear of that traitor's son. My stomach turns at Mira's description of Xaden. Tairn clearly didn't heed the warning. She snorts. But really, if Xaden hadn't shown up that night, or if I hadn't been sleeping in the armor, I pause and lean forward to touch her hand. I can't even begin to tell you how many times you've saved my life without even being there. Mira smiles. Glad it worked. I swear it took an entire molting season to collect all those scales. Have you thought of telling Mom about it? Getting them made for all riders? I told my leadership. She leans back and takes another drink. They said they're looking into it. We watch Rhiannon kiss her nephew's perfect chubby cheeks. I've never seen a family this happy, I admit. Even when Brennan and Dad were alive. We weren't like that. No, we weren't. A sad smile curves her mouth as she looks at me. But I can remember plenty of nights we spent curled around the fire with Dad and that book you love. Ha, yes, the book you made me leave in my old bedroom. I arch a brow. You mean the book I snagged just in case Mom got a wild hair and decided to clean out your things while you were in the quadrant? Her smile morphs into a grin. I have it at Montserrat. Figured you'd be pissed if you graduated and it was gone. I mean, whatever would you do if you forgot a minute detail of how the gallant riders took out the army of Wyvern and the venin who sucked the land dry of magic? I blink. Shit, I can't remember. But I guess I'll be able to read it again soon. A bubble of joy rises in my chest. You are the best. I'll give it to you at the outpost. She leans back and gives me a thoughtful look. I know they're just stories. But I never used to get why the villains would choose to corrupt their souls and become venin. And now, her brow furrows. Now you empathize with the villain? I tease. No. She shakes her head. But we have the kind of power people would kill for, Violet.
Dragons and griffins are the gatekeepers. And I'm sure that to someone jealous enough, ambitious enough, risking a soul would be a fair price for the ability to wield. Her shoulders rise as she shrugs. Just makes me glad our dragons are so discerning and our wards keep the griffin riders at bay. Who the hell knows what kind of people those furry creatures choose? We stay another hour, until we know we're risking exposure if we stay a minute longer. Then Mira and I give Rhiannon some privacy to say goodbye to her family and head out of the house into the humid night. Taryn has been uncharacteristically quiet the last couple of hours. Have you been stationed with any riders of mated pairs? I ask Mira as I close the door behind us. One, she answers, her eyes narrowing on the darkened path in front of the house. Why? I'm just wondering how long they can be separated. Turns out, about 3 days is their max. Xaden steps out of the shadows. Chapter 27. A quote from Recommendation for Award from S. Row Major Potsdam to General Sorengale. For valor above and beyond the call of duty in the Battle of Strivemore, where her bravery resulted not only in the destruction of a battery behind enemy lines, but also saved the lives of an entire company of infantry, I recommend Mira Sorengale receive the Star of Navarre. But if the criterion is not met, which I assure you it has been, downgrading to the Order of the Talon would be a shame, but sufficient. So all we do is wait for something to happen? Riddick asks the next afternoon, leaning back in his chair and putting his boots on the end of the wooden table that runs the length of the briefing room. Yes, Mira says from the head of the table, then flicks her wrist and sends Riddick flying backward. And keep your feet off the table. One of the Montserrat riders laughs, changing the markers on the large map that consumes the only stone wall in the curved, windowed room. This is the highest turret in the outpost, offering unmatched views of the Espen mountain range around us. We've been split into 2 groups for the day. Rhiannon, Sawyer, Sienna, Nadine, and Heaton spent the morning with De Vera in this room, studying previous battles at the outpost, and are now out on patrol. Dane, Riddick, Liam, Emery, Quinn, and I spent the morning on a 2-hour flight around the surrounding area, with one extra tag-along, Xaden. He's been the worst kind of distraction since arriving last night. Dane won't stop glaring at him and making snide remarks. Mira keeps one eye on him at all times as well, suspiciously quiet since last night. And me? I can't seem to keep my eyes to myself. There's a palpable energy in every room he enters, and it brushes over my skin like a caress each time our eyes meet. Even now, I'm aware of every breath he takes as he sits next to me midway down the table. Consider this your battle brief, Mira continues, side-eyeing Riddick as he scrambles back into his chair. This morning was about a quarter of the patrol we'd regularly fly, so normally we'd just be getting back about now and reporting our findings to the commander. But for the sake of killing time, since we're in this room as the reaction flight for this afternoon, let's pretend we'd come across a newly fortified enemy outpost crossing our border. She turns to the map and sticks a pin with a small crimson flag near one of the peaks about 2 miles from the Signesen borderline. Here. We're supposed to pretend it just popped up overnight? Emery asks, openly skeptical. For the sake of argument, third year? Mira narrows her eyes on him, and he sits up a little straighter. I like this game, another one of the Montserrat riders says from the end of the table, lacing his fingers behind his neck. What would our objective be? Mira glances around the table, noticeably skipping Xaden. Last night, She'd taken one look at the rebellion relic on his neck and walked by without saying a word. Atos? Dane startles from where he was glowering across the table at Xaden and turns to face the map. What type of fortifications are there? Are we talking a haphazard wooden structure or something more substantial? Like they had time to build a fortress overnight, Riddick mutters. It has to be wooden, right? You are all so fucking literal. Mira sighs and rubs her thumb over her forehead. Fine, let's say they occupied a keep that's already established, stone and all. But the civilians didn't call for help? Quinn asks, scratching her pointed chin. Protocol calls for a distress signal this far into the mountains. They should have lit their distress beacon, alerting patrolling riders, at which time the dragons on patrol would have told all available dragons in the area. The very riders in this room would have mounted first, as the reaction force, and the others would have been woken from their rests, allowing the riders to prevent the loss of the keep in the first place. Mira scoffs and braces her hands on the end of the table, staring us all down. Everything you're taught at Bezgaeth is theory. You analyze past attacks and learn those very theoretical combat maneuvers. But things out here don't always go according to plan. So why don't we talk about all the ways things can go sideways, so you'll know what to do when they do, as opposed to arguing that the keep shouldn't have fallen. Quinn shifts her weight uncomfortably. How many of you have been called out as third years? Mira stands straight, folding her arms over her black leathers and the strap that holds her sword to her back. Emery and Xaden raise their hands, though Xaden's is barely a gesture. Dane looks like his head is about to explode. That's not correct. We're never called into service until graduation. Xaden presses his lips in a tight line and nods, giving him a sarcastic thumbs up. Yeah, all right, Emery laughs. Just wait until next year. I can't count how many times we're the ones sitting in these very rooms in the Midland forts because their riders have been called to the front for an emergency. The color drains from Dane's face. Now that's settled. Mira reaches under the table and pulls out a set of models, putting a 6-inch stone keep in the center of the table. Catch! One by one, she tosses painted wooden models of dragons at us, keeping one for herself. Pretend Messina and Exal don't exist back there. And we're the only squad available to take back that keep. Think of the power in this room. Think of what each individual rider brings to the table and how you'd use those powers in unison to conquer your objective. But they don't teach that to first years, Liam says slowly from the other side of me. Mira glances at the whirls of magic on his wrist, but to Liam's credit, he doesn't tug his sleeve down. It's hard to remember sometimes that the third years are the first riders who will serve with the children of the leaders of the Tirish uprising. An uprising that could have left our borders eventually defenseless and the innocent people of Navarre war casualties. Everyone in this room has become accustomed to Liam, Imogen, even Xaden. But those in active service have never flown with anyone marked by a rebellion relic. The Tirish riders who remained loyal to Navarre during the uprising were promoted, not punished, and the riders who turned against king and country were killed or executed. And just like my grief at Brennan's loss was directed at Xaden that first day on the parapet, there will be more than one rider who misdirects their own anger at marked riders. I clear my throat. Mira's gaze meets mine, and I lift an eyebrow at her in clear warning. Don't fuck with my friends. Her eyes widen ever so slightly, and she directs her attention back to Liam. They might not teach you this battle strategy as first years, because you're all busy trying to stay on your dragons. You had your first taste of strategy during the squad battle. And it's almost May, which means final war games should be beginning, right? 2 weeks, Dane answers. Good timing, then. Not all of you will survive the games if you're not prepared.
She holds my gaze for a beat. This kind of thinking will give your squad, your entire wing, an advantage, since I guarantee your wing leader is already assessing every rider for their own abilities. Xaden flips his dragon model over his knuckles but doesn't reply. He hasn't spoken a word to Mira since arriving. So let's do this. Mira stands back. Who is in command? She glances toward Quinn. And let's pretend that I don't have 3 years of seniority on even the highest ranked of you. Then I'm in command. Dane sits up straight, his chin rising a good inch. Our wing leader is here, Liam argues, pointing at Xaden. I would say that puts him in command. We can pretend I'm not here, just for the sake of the exercise. Xaden sets his dragon on the table and leans back in his chair, draping his arm across the back of mine, a move that makes Dane grit his teeth. Give Atos here the position we all know he craves. Don't be a dick, I whisper. You haven't even seen me start to be a dick. My head turns so fast that it swims, and my mouth drops open as I stare at the side of Xaden's face. That was his voice in my fucking head. He turns, the golden flecks in his eyes catching the light, and I swear I hear him laughing in my mind, though his lips are closed, tilted in that pulse-quickening smirk of his. You're staring. It's going to get awkward in about 30 seconds if you don't stop. How? I hiss. The same way you talk to Sigale. We're all gloriously, annoyingly linked. This is just one of the perks, though I'm starting to wish I'd tried it sooner. The look on your face is priceless. He winks and turns back to the table. He fucking winked. And is that a hint of a smile? You're the wing leader. Every word Dane speaks comes out through clenched teeth. I'm not even supposed to be here, Xaden shrugs. But if it makes you feel better for the purpose of war games, you'd be getting your orders from your section leader, Garrick Tavis, which he'd get from me. You'll be carrying out your maneuvers as a squad for the good of the wing. Just pretend I'm another member of your squad and use me as you wish, Atos. Xaden folds his arms across his chest. I glance at Mira, who's watching the play-by-play with raised brows. Why are you even here? Dane challenges. No offense, sir, but we weren't exactly expecting senior leadership on this trip. You're more than aware that Sigale and Tairn are mated. 3 days? Dane fires back, leaning in. You couldn't make it 3 days? It has nothing to do with him, I interrupt, setting my dragon down with a little more force than necessary. That's up to Tairn and Sigale. You never considered that it was you I couldn't stay away from? I crook my right arm and jab it into Xaden's biceps. He doesn't mean that, not when he's still adamant that kissing me was a mistake. And if he does, I'm not going there. Now, you'll give our little communication secret away if you can't keep from being so violent. He barely restrains a smile, obviously loving that he gets the last word. I need to figure out how the hell he's doing it so I can mentally argue back. Of course you rush to defend him. Dane hurls a hurt glare at me. Though how can you forget that this guy wanted to kill you 6 months ago is beyond me. I blink up at him. I cannot believe you went there. Good job remaining professional, Atos. Xaden scratches the relic on his neck. I'm all but certain doesn't actually itch. Really shows those leadership qualities to their best advantage. One of the riders down the table whistles low. Do you boys just want to whip it out and measure? It would be faster. Liam smothers a laugh, but his shoulders shake. Enough! Mira slams her hands on the table. Oh, come on, Sorengale, the rider down the table whines with a wide smile. Both Mira and I look his way. I mean, the older Sorengale. This is the best entertainment we've had in ages. I shake my head and look around the table.
Mira has the ability to extend the shield if the wards are down. So the first thing I would do is send her to scout the area with Tiny. We need to know if we're dealing with infantry or griffin riders. Good. Mira moves her dragon closer to the castle. Now let's assume there are griffins. Do you want to do your job? I ask Dane, smiling sweetly. I mean, how can you forget you're the squad leader is beyond me? His hand clenches around his own dragon as he rips his gaze from mine. Quinn, can you astral project from the back of your dragon? Yes, she answers. Then, I would have you project into the fortress to check for signs of weakness, Dane orders, and have you report back. Same with Liam. We'd use your far sight to see if you can locate where the griffin riders are, and if there are any traps. Good. The weaknesses are the wooden gate, Mira notes as Quinn and Liam move their dragons into position, and the Navarian citizens they have captive in the dungeons. So much for blasting the whole place, Riddick says. You're an air wielder, right? Dane asks Emery, so you can shape your dragon's flames and lead them through the occupied parts of the keep without killing civilians? Yes, Emery answers, but I'd have to be in the keep. Then you'll have to get into the keep, Mira says with a shrug. Emery's eyes widen. You want me to leave my dragon and go on foot? Why do you think we all get that hand-to-hand training? Or are you going to leave all those innocent people to die? Mira flicks her wrist and Emery's dragon goes flying out of his hand and into hers. She puts it in the center of the keep. The real question is, how do we get you close enough without getting you killed? She glances around the table. Since I'm guessing the others will be busy fighting off the griffins that launch once the fireworks start. What's your signet, Atos? Quinn asks. Above your pay grade, Dane answers, glancing around the table and skipping over Xaden, then making the rounds again, finally sighing. Any ideas? Is the quadrant really making Dane keep the memory reading secret? Had him reaching for my head the day Amber burned been a loss of control? How has he gotten this far without telling anyone what his signet is? I shake my head. Sure. I pick up Xaden's dragon and shove it toward the keep, planting one mental foot in the archives where I keep my power and using it to lift the dragon figurine into a hover above the structure. You stop ignoring that you have an incredibly powerful shadow wielder at your disposal and ask him to black out the area so no one sees you land. She's not wrong, Mira agrees, but her words are clipped. You can do that? Dane begrudgingly looks at Xaden. Are you seriously asking? Xaden retorts. Just wasn't sure you could cover an area that... Xaden lifts a hand a few inches above the table, and shadows pour from underneath our seats, filling the room and turning it dark as midnight in a blink. My heart jumps as my sight goes black. Relax. It's just me. A ghost of a touch skims my cheek. Just him is slightly terrifying. I shove that thought at him, but there's no response. Maybe we have a one-way communication thing going on over here, because I don't think I can talk to him the way he does me. What had Sigale said about signets? It reflects who you are at the core of your being. It makes sense. Mira is protective. Dane has to know everything. And Xaden has secrets. Fuck me, someone says. I can surround this entire outpost, but I think it might freak some people out, Xaden says, and the shadows disappear, racing back under the table. I draw in a full breath, noting that everyone at the table besides Emery, who has no doubt seen Xaden pull this kind of trick before, looks slightly greenish. Even Mira, who's staring at Xaden like he's a threat she needs to assess. My stomach turns. I hope you didn't get any ideas while we were in the dark there, Xaden teases, and just like that, my sympathy for the ass evaporates. I don't bother to face him, just raise one finger. He chuckles, and I grit my teeth. Get him out of my head, I toss in Tairn's direction. You'll get used to it, Tairn responds. Is this normal with all mated pairs and their riders? For some, it's a great advantage in a battle. Well, it's a pain in my ass right now. I miss Andarna. We're so far apart that I can barely feel her. Then shield him out the same way you do me. Or start talking back. Tairn grumbles. You have the power to be a pain in the ass, too. Trust me. And how exactly am I supposed to talk back at him? I give Xaden a heavy dose of side-eye, but he's engrossed in the ongoing battle we've waged against an imaginary keep. Figure out which pathway into your mind is his. Oh, joy. That should be easy. We finish the hypothetical operation, each of us using our power to its best ability. Everyone except me. But when it's time to take the griffins out in the air, Tairn overpowers every other dragon in the room. Good job, Mira says, glancing at her pocket watch. Atos, Ryerson, and Sorengale. I want to see you in the hallway. The rest of you are dismissed. It's not like any of us have an option, so we follow Mira out into the spiral staircase. She shuts the door behind us and throws up a line of blue energy that covers the entrance. Sound shield, Dane says with a smile. Nice. Shut up. Mira spins on the top step, putting her finger in Dane's face. I don't know what bug has crawled up your ass, Dane Atos, but have you forgotten that you're a squad leader? That you have a very real chance of becoming a wing leader next year? Oh shit, she's pissed. And that's not anything I want a part of. I retreat another step, but with Xaden beneath me on the stairs, there's nowhere left to go. Mira, Dane starts. Lieutenant Sorengale, Mira responds. You're blowing it, Dane. I know how badly you want his job next year. She points a finger at Xaden. Don't forget that we've grown up about 10 feet apart, and you are blowing it. Because what? You're pissed that Violet bonded his dragon's mate? Heat stings my cheeks. She's never been one to mince words, but just damn. He is the worst possible thing for her, Dane counters. Oh, I'm not arguing that. She leans into his space. But there's nothing anyone can do about the choices of dragons. They don't bother with the opinions of mere humans, do they? But whatever is going on between the two of you, that finger swings between Dane and me, is fucking up your squad. If I can see it after 4 days with you, then they sure as hell can tell. And if I'd known that you were going to be such a hard-ass with zero flexibility for the things she can't control, I never would have told her to find you after crossing the parapet. She glances at me, then back at him. You two have been best friends since you were 5 years old. Figure your shit out. Dane is so tense, he looks like he might crack in half, but he glances at me and nods. I do the same. Good. Now get back in there. She motions toward the door with her head, and Dane leaves, walking through the shield. And as for you, she walks down 2 steps and pins Xaden with a glare. Is this what she can expect next year? Atos being an asshole? Xaden asks, leaving his hands loose at his sides. Probably. Mira's eyes narrow. Mated dragons typically bond riders in the same year for a reason. You cannot expect your assigned wing or her instructors to let you both fly off every 3 days. Wasn't my choice, he shrugs. What are we supposed to do? Tell the giant, flame-throwing dragons how it's going to be? I ask my sister. Yes, she exclaims, turning toward me. Because you can't live this way, Violet. You'll be the one who ends up missing the training you need, because he's the more powerful of the two of you right now. But if you don't get to focus on your training, then that's how it will always be. You won't ever become who Tern can push you to be. Is that what you're after, Ryerson? Mira, I whisper, shaking my head. You're wrong about him. Listen to me. She grasps my shoulders. He might wield shadows, Violet, but give him his way, and you'll become one. That won't happen, I promise her. It will if he has anything to say about it. Her gaze flickers behind me. Killing someone isn't the only way to destroy them. Keeping you from reaching your potential seems like a great path to the retribution he swore against our mother. Think long and hard. How well do you even really know him? I suck in a breath. I trust Xaden. At least I think I do. But Mira's right. There are infinite ways to demolish someone without ending their life. That's what I thought. The look in her eyes turns to something worse than anger. It's pity. Do you even know why he hates our mother so much? Why the kids like him are put on the I'm right here, Xaden interrupts, rising to the same step to stand at my side, in case you didn't notice. You're kind of hard to miss, she retorts. You're not listening. His voice lowers. I am here. Tern didn't drag her back to Basgayath. He didn't break through her shields and pour his emotions into her. He didn't demand she fly across the fucking kingdom. Your sister is still right here. I'm the one who left my post, my position, and my executive officer in charge of my wing. She's not missing out on shit. And next year, when you're a brand new lieutenant, what shit is she going to miss out on then? Mira asks. We'll figure it out. I reach for her hand and squeeze. Mira, he's taken every spare minute he has to train me on the mat for challenges, or take me flying in hopes I'll finally figure out how to keep my damn seat without Tern holding me in place. She flinches. You can't keep your seat? No. It's barely a whisper, and the heat of embarrassment scorches my skin. How the hell can you not? Her mouth hangs open. Because I'm not you, I shout. She rears back like I've slapped her, our hands breaking apart. But you look so much stronger now. My joints and muscles are stronger because Imogen makes me lift these horrible weights. But that doesn't fix me. Mira blanches. No, I didn't mean it like that, Vi. You're not anything that needs to be fixed. I just didn't know you couldn't hold your seat. Why didn't you tell me? Because there's nothing you can do about it. I force a wry smile. There's nothing anyone can do about the way I'm made. A long, uncomfortable silence stretches between us. For as close as we are, there's still so much we don't share. She's getting better, Xaden offers, his voice calm and even. The first few weeks were disastrous. Hey, he caught me before I hit the ground, I argue. Barely, Xaden grumbles before turning back to Mira. You don't have to trust me. Good, because I don't, she says. All of that power in the hands of someone with your history is bad enough. But to know your dragons are so tangled up that you can't be more than 3 days from Violet is unacceptable in every possible way I can think. She goes completely still, her eyes unfocusing. There's a drift of griffins headed this way, Tern bellows. Fuck, the wards are down, Mira mutters, apparently receiving the same alarm from Tiny. She clutches my shoulders and yanks me into a hug. You have to go. We can help, I argue, but she holds me so tightly that I can't move. You can't, and if Tern is using his power to keep you seated, then he's diminished as well. You have to go. Get out of here. If you love me, Violet, you'll go so I don't have to worry about you too. She releases me, looking to Xaden as our squad pours out of the door above, thundering by as they run down the steps.
Get her out of here! Let's go! Dane shouts. Now! Even if you don't trust me, I'm the best weapon you have, Xaden snarls at Mira. If what you say is true, then you're the best weapon she has. The other half of the squad will be here in moments, and Tiny thinks we have about 20 minutes until Griffins arrive. Mira's eyes meet mine. You have to get to safety, Violet. I love you. Don't die. I'd hate to be an only child. There's no cocky grin like when she left me at Bezgaeth on conscription day. Xaden hauls me against his side as Mira runs up the remaining stairs toward the roof. This can't be happening. There's no way I can flee to safety and leave my sister here, with absolutely zero way of knowing if she's alive or dead. This feels like the exact sort of thing we'd never hear about in Battle Brief. No fucking way. Every cell in my body rebels at the thought. No, I fight, but there's no point. He's too strong. Mira, what if you get hurt? Taryn's speed could be the only thing that saves you. At least let us stay. She looks over her shoulder at the doorway, but there's steel in her expression. You want me to trust you, Ryerson? Get her the fuck out of here and find a way for her to keep her seat. We both know she's dead if she doesn't. Mira! I scream, clawing at Xaden's arms, but he's already half carrying me down the stairs with an arm clamped around my waist, as if I weigh less than the sword on his back. I love you! I call up the turret, but there's no way of knowing if she heard me. Can I trust you to get your own pack? Xaden asks as he marches down the hallway of the barracks. Or am I going to have to carry you out of here without whatever you brought? I'll get it myself. I shove at him, and he lets me go. It takes mere minutes to grab my pack and Rhiannon's, since we've left them intact. Even cramming in our cloaks. Then I'm back in the hallway where Xaden waits, his own pack slung over his shoulder. It looks considerably smaller than the one he arrived with, and I don't want to even think about what he's left behind in order to force me out faster. I don't bother looking at him, marching for the door, but he grabs my elbow and spins me around. Nope, it's too dangerous to leave the fortress walls. We're going up. He wraps his arm around my waist and all but hauls me to the nearest turret. Climb. This is bullshit! I yell at him, uncaring that every other member of our squad who's climbing the same turret can hear. Taryn could help them! Your sister is right. We have to make it out, so we're leaving. Now fucking climb. Dane! I argue, realizing he's right in front of us. He turns around and takes Rhiannon's pack, slinging it over his own shoulder. For once, Ryerson and I agree. It's not just you we have to get out, Violet. Think of every other first year. The plea in his eyes shuts my mouth. Are you going to sentence an entire untrained squad to death? Because I'll make it. Sienna, Emery, and Heaton will too. And we all fucking know Ryerson will. But what about Rhiannon, Riddick, Sawyer? You want their deaths on your hands? He asks, his words choppy as we race upward toward the open door. This isn't about me. We burst onto the roof as Emery mounts his dragon, who is precariously perched on the thinner-than-quadrant wall. Oh, gods, I'm never going to be able to mount Taryn at this angle. Riddick and Quinn are already in the air, Liam tells us as Emery launches skyward, where Kath and Day hover, their wings beating the air. You're next, Xaden shouts at Liam, and Dane nods. Day crumbles the masonry with the force of his landing, and Liam takes off down the narrow walkway toward the large red dagger tail. You're next, Atos, Xaden barks. Dane starts to argue. That's an order. There's no room for argument in that tone, and we all know it, especially when Kath takes Day's place on the wall. I've got her. Go. Go, I urge. I'd never be able to live with myself if something happened to Dane on my account. He may have been an ass the last few months, but that doesn't negate the years he's been my best friend. Dane looks like he's about to fight, but finally nods, turning to Xaden. I'm trusting you to get her out. There's a lot of that going around today, Xaden retorts. Now get on your dragon so I can get her on hers. Dane gives me a long, intense look, then turns and runs, racing up Kath's foreleg in a way that's so reminiscent of the gauntlet that I get flashbacks. Where are you? I ask Taryn, seeing empty skies above us. Almost there. I was doing what could be done. I can't do this, I say to Zayden, turning in his arms to face him. The others are gone. Call in the favor you owe me. I don't care. We can stay. I can't just leave her here. It's wrong, and it's something she'd never do to me. I have to stay for her. I just have to. There's so much compassion, so much understanding in his eyes, that when he lets go of my waist, I think he might just let me stay. Then his hands are on my cheeks, sliding back to cup the base of my neck as he brings his mouth to mine. The kiss is reckless and consuming, and I give it my all, knowing it might be the last one. His tongue licks into my mouth with an urgency I return, angling to take him deeper. God, it's not just as good as I'd been fantasizing about, remembering that night. It's so much better. He was careful with me against that wall, but there is nothing hesitant about the way he lays claim to my mouth, nothing cautious about the ache that pulses low in my stomach. He only breaks the kiss when we're both panting, then rests his forehead against mine. Leave for me, Violet. Almost there, Tairn says. Zayden's been stalling to give Tairn and Sigale time to arrive. My heart sinks like a rock, pinning my feet in place. I will hate you for this. Yeah, he nods, a flash of pure regret crossing his face as he draws away. I can live with that. His hands fall away from my face and reach for my arms, lifting them so I'm shaped like a T. Arms up, hold tight. Fuck you! The enormous shape of Tairn appears behind him, and Zayden drops to the stone floor just as Tairn flies directly above, his shadow falling over me a second before his foreclaw scoops me up like he's done countless times when I've fallen mid-flight. You have to take us back! I have done everything I can and will not risk your life. He climbs in altitude, then throws me up onto his back in a practiced maneuver. Now hold on so we can outfly them. I look over my shoulder and see Zayden on Sigale approaching quickly, and farther behind them, hundreds of feet below, a dozen griffins envelop the keep. Chapter 28. A quote from page 80, the Book of Brennan. Winning the war games isn't about strength. It's about cunning. To know how to strike, you have to understand where your enemies, your friends, are most vulnerable. No one stays friends forever, Mira. Eventually, those closest to us become our enemies in some way. Even if it's through well-intentioned love or apathy, or if we live long enough to become their villains. The stone wall outside Professor Markham's office in the writer's quadrant digs into my back, irritating my relic as I brace all my weight next to the closed door. I'm ready to crawl out of my own skin with worry and the insufferable buildup of power that's threatening to combust at any moment. It's been 2 days since we left Montserrat. 1 day of flight back to Basgaeth, and 1 excruciatingly long day of silence. The sun is barely up. I haven't done library duty since returning, and I've somehow managed to get out the door before Liam even knows I'm gone. Breakfast doesn't matter. I couldn't give a shit if I miss formation. This is the only place I can contemplate being. Footsteps on the circular staircase to the left make my stomach tense, and my pulse jumps as my gaze flies to the doorway, looking for the first sign of a cream tunic. Instead, Zayden walks into the hallway, holding 2 steaming pewter mugs as he heads straight for me. Still hate me? Absolutely. That's not entirely true, but it's easy to blame all the guilt I've been eating for 2 straight days on him. Figured you'd already be waiting. He holds out one of the mugs as an offering. It's coffee. Sigale says you haven't slept. It's none of Sigale's business if I'm sleeping, I snip. But thanks. I take the cup. He looks like he's had a full 8 hours and a vacation since yesterday. I bet you're sleeping like a baby.
Quit telling Segale about my sleep habits, I grumble at Taryn.
I'm not dignifying that demand with a response.
Andarna is my favorite. Taryn snorts. Xaden leans back against the wall across from me and sips his coffee. I haven't slept well since the night my father left Eratia to declare secession. My lips part. That was more than 6 years ago. He stares at his coffee. You were... I pause. I don't even know how old you are now. Mira was right. I know almost nothing about him. And yet, I feel like I know who he is in the very marrow of his bones. Could my emotions be any more scattered when it comes to him? 23, he answers. My birthday was in March. And I didn't even know. Mine is in July, he answers with a ghost of a smile. I know. I made it my business to know everything there was to know about you the second I saw you on the parapet. Because that's not creepy. I let the coffee warm my freezing hands. Can't know how to ruin someone without understanding them first, he says quietly. I lift my gaze to find that his is already on me. And is that still your plan? Mira's words have haunted me for 2 days. He flinches. No. What changed? Frustration tightens my grip on the mug. When exactly did you decide not to ruin me? Maybe it was when I saw Oren holding a knife to your throat, he says. Or maybe it was when I realized the bruises on your neck were fingerprints and wanted to kill them all over again just so I could do it slowly. Maybe it was the first time I recklessly kissed you. Or when I realized I'm fucked because I can't stop thinking about doing more than just kissing you. My breath catches at his admission, but he just sighs, lets his head fall back against the wall. Does it even matter when, as long as it changed between us? Don't do that, I whisper, and he lifts his head again to hold my gaze. Don't do what? Tell you I can't get you out of my head? Or speak directly into yours? Either. You could learn to do it too. Why the hell is it so impossible to look away from him? To remember that kiss on that tower had been a game to him. That this all might be a game to him. To quell this impossible ache that swirls in my stomach every time I think about him. Come on, give it a try. As I stare into his gold-flecked eyes, I decide he's right. I could at least meet him halfway and try. I put one mental foot in my archives and feel power ripple through my veins. Bright orange, crackling energy streams in from the door behind me, and there's a golden light that shines from the window I created just for Andarna. I take a deep breath and turn slowly. And there, swirling along the edge of the roofline, is a shadow of sparkling night. Xaden. Footsteps sound on the stairs and we both look. Guess you two had the same idea, Dane says when he sees us, coming to stand along the wall beside me. How long have you been waiting? Not long, Xaden answers. Hours, I say simultaneously. Damn, Violet. Dane runs a hand through his damp hair. Are you hungry? Do you want to get breakfast? No, dumbass, she doesn't, obviously. Xaden's snide commentary fills my head. Knock that the fuck off, I toss back. No, thank you. Look who figured it out. Xaden's mouth quirks upward for a heartbeat. Another set of footsteps echoes up the staircase and I hold my breath, my eyes locked on the doorway. Professor Markham pauses when he sees the three of us outside his office, then continues toward us. To what do I owe the pleasure? Just tell me if she's dead. I move into the center of the hall. Markham looks at me with more than his fair share of disapproval.
You know I can't give out classified information. If there's anything to be discussed, we'll do it in battle brief.
We were there. If it's classified, then we already know about it, I counter, my hands starting to tremble as I squeeze the pewter harder and harder. Xaden takes the mug from me.
It's hardly appropriate for me to—
She's my sister, I plead. I deserve to know if she's alive. I deserve not to hear about it in a room full of riders. His jaw tightens.
There was considerable damage to the outpost, but we lost no riders at Montserrat.
Thank gods. My knees give out and Dane catches me, pulling me into his familiar hug as relief floods my system.
She's fine, Vi, Dane whispers into my hair. Mira's fine.
I nod, fighting against a swell of emotions to keep my control. I will not break down. I will not cry. I will not show weakness. Not here. There's only one place I can go. One person who won't chide me for crumbling. The second I have myself in hand, I step out of Dane's arms. Xaden is gone. I skip breakfast and miss formation to head to the flight field, holding myself together long enough to get to the middle of the meadow, where I drop to my knees.
She's all right,
I cry, my head falling into my hands.
I didn't leave her to die. She's alive.
There's a ruffle of air, and then the hard feel of scales against the backs of my hands. I lean forward into Andarna's shoulder, sagging against her.
She's alive. She's alive. She's alive.
I repeat it until I believe it. Do you have any siblings? I asked Xaden the next time we're on the mat. Maybe it's Mira's comment about me not knowing enough about him. Or maybe it's my own conflicting emotions. But he knows way more about me than I do him. And I need to level this playing field. No? He pauses in surprise. Why? Just asking. I take a fighting stance. Let's go. The next day, I ask him what his favorite food is in the middle of battle brief, using our mental connection. Pretty sure I hear him drop something at the back of the room before he answers. Chocolate cake. Stop being weird. I grin. A day later, after Tern puts me through an absolutely draining set of advanced flight maneuvers most third years couldn't stay seated through either, we're perched on a mountain peak with Tern and Seagal when I ask him how he knows Liam, just to see if he'll tell me the truth. We were fostered together. What is with all the questions lately? I barely know you. You know me well enough. He shoots me a look that says he's over it. Hardly. Tell me something real. Like what? He turns in his seat to face me. Something like what those silver scars on your back are from. I hold my breath, waiting for the answer, waiting for him to say anything that might let me in. Even from 20 feet away, I can see him tense. Why do you want to know? My grip tightens on the pommel scales. I instinctively knew the scars were private, but his reaction says there's more to them than just a painful memory. Why don't you want to tell me? Seagal startles, then launches into the air, leaving Tern and me behind. Are you pushing for a reason? Tern asks. Can you give me one not to? He cares for you. That's already hard enough for him. I scoff. He cares about keeping me alive. There's a difference. Not for him, there isn't. The afternoon skies above Bezgaeth are crystal clear in the middle of May for the first battle of the war games that signify the approach of graduation. As much as I want to feel excitement that I'm so close to actually surviving my first year in the Riders Quadrant, my stomach is tight with anxiety. Battle briefs are getting more redacted. Professor Carr is getting more anxious that I haven't manifested a signet like almost the entire first-year cadets. Dane is acting weird as fuck, friendly one minute and indifferent the next. Xaden is getting more secretive, if that were even possible, canceling some of our training for unexplained reasons. Even Tern feels like there's something he's not telling me.
What do you think our assignment is going to be?
Liam asks from my right as we stand in formation in the center of the courtyard with the rest of Fourth Wing.
Dave thinks we're on offense. He won't stop going on about getting to kick Gleen's ass.
He pauses, as if listening to his dragon.
Guess dragons hold grudges, he finally whispers.
Leadership is gathered ahead of us, getting their assignments from Xaden. We're definitely on offense, Rhiannon answers from my left. Otherwise, we'd already be in the field. I haven't seen a single rider from First Wing since lunch. My stomach bottoms out. First Wing. Go figure they'd be our first opponent. Anything goes out there during war games, and Jack Barlow hasn't forgotten that I put him in the infirmary for 4 days. He gave me a wider berth for weeks after Xaden executed Orin and the other kids who had attacked me. And of course, everyone stopped fucking with me after Amber Mavis. But still, I'd catch a look from him as we passed in the halls or in the cafeteria. Pure hatred burning in the glacial blue depths of his eyes. I think she's right, I tell Liam, struggling not to fidget as the sun bakes through my flight leathers. It's been a while since I've envied the scribes and their cream uniforms, but this weather has me feeling like we got the shorter end of the uniform stick. It also doesn't help that I must have slept wrong because my knee is killing me, and the stabilizing wrap feels like it's 1,000,000 degrees. Why do you think riders wear black anyway?
Because it's badass,
Riddick answers from behind me. So it's harder to see when we bleed, Imogen chimes in. Forget I asked, I mumble, watching for any signs that the leadership meeting will be over soon. Bleeding is the last thing I want to do today. Are we on offense or defense? I ask Xaden. Little busy right now. Oh no, am I distracting you? A smile curves my mouth. Shit, am I flirting? Maybe. Do I care? Oddly enough, no. Yes. His tone is so gruff that I have to press my lips in a tight line to keep from laughing. Come on. You're taking forever over there. Give a girl a hint. Both, he growls, but he doesn't shut me out with his shields, which I know he can do. So I have a little mercy on him and the meeting he's supposed to be leading and leave him be. Offense and defense. This afternoon should be interesting. You hear from Mira? Rhiannon whispers, shooting me a quick glance. I shake my head. That's just inhumane. Did you honestly think they'd break the no correspondence rule? Even if they tried, Mom would have shut that down with a quickness. Rhiannon sighs, and I don't blame her. There's not much more to say on the subject. The leadership meeting breaks up, and Dane heads over with Sienna. He's practically beaming, his hands clenching and unclenching with nervous energy.
Which is it?
Heaton asks.
Offense or defense?
Both, he says, as the other squad leaders report back to their riders. I fake surprise and glance past him, but Xaden and the section leaders are nowhere to be seen. First Wing has taken a defensive position in one of the practice forts in the mountains, and they're guarding a crystal egg, Dane tells us, and the older riders in our squad murmur with excitement. Makes sense. It's probably a symbolic nod to the different breeds of dragons bringing their eggs to Basgayath when Navarre unified.
What are we missing? Riddick asks, because you guys seem thrilled about an egg.
From past years, we know that eggs are worth more points, Sienna says, grinning enthusiastically. Flags have statistically been the lowest, and captured professors rank somewhere in the middle.
But they like to switch it up,
Dane adds. The same way we could be going for a real objective on the line only to discover it's not as valuable as we thought.
So how is this both offense and defense? Rhiannon asks. If they have the egg, then clearly we should go get the egg. Because we've also been given a flag to defend and no outpost to do it in, he grins. And our squad has been assigned to carry it.
You gave Dane the mission to defend Fourth Wing's flag?
I'm hoping he learned something from your sister's lesson at Montserrat. Xaden replies, but his voice is quieter, which I'm starting to learn means he's farther away. I can't help but wonder if we'll have the ability to communicate this way in a few months, when more distance separates us. My chest aches at the thought that he won't be here. He'll be risking his life on the front lines. And who is going to carry this flag? Imogen asks. Dane somehow manages to smile even wider. That's going to be the fun part. Over the next 20 minutes, we're drilled in strategy during the walk over to the flight field, and from the sound of it, Dane was paying attention to Mira. The plan is simple. Play to our individual strengths and pass the flag often, never giving First Wing a chance to spot who is carrying it. When we get to the flight field, there are dozens upon dozens of dragons filling the muddy field, all positioned as though they had formation in their squads, too. It's easy to spot Tairn, seeing as his head rises above all others. There's a palpable air of anticipation as we walk by the other squads, all mounting as the squad and section leaders give out last-minute orders. We're going to win, Rhiannon says with confidence, linking her arm with mine as we approach our section of the field. What makes you so sure? We have you, Tairn, Ryerson, and Sigale. And obviously me, she grins. There's no way we're losing this. You certainly are. My words die as Tairn comes into full view. He stands tall and proud at the front of our section, not bothering to give deference to Kath as Dane's dragon. But it's not his position that steals my breath. It's the saddle strapped across his back that has me gawking. I hear it's all the fashion, Tairn brags. I don't even have words. The black metal bands look to be intricately linked as they loop around each foreleg and come together at the front of his chest, forming a triangular plate before rising above his shoulders to a saddle with strapped, secured stirrups. That's a saddle. That's cool, that's what that is. Rhiannon thumps my back. And it looks way more comfortable than Fierge's bony spine, I'll tell you that. See you up there. She walks past Tairn toward her own mount. I can't use that, I shake my head. It's not allowed. I decide what's allowed and what's not, Tairn growls, lowering his head to my level and blasting me with a chuff of steam. There is no rule that says a dragon cannot modify their seat to serve their rider. You have worked just as hard, if not harder, than every rider in this quadrant. Just because your body is built differently than the others doesn't mean you don't deserve to keep your seat. It takes more than a few strips of leather and a pommel to define a rider. He's right, you know, Xaden agrees as he approaches, and I briefly wonder where he'd gone that he's back so quickly. No one asked you. My pulse jolts, and my skin flushes at the sight of him. Our uniforms make every rider look good, but Xaden takes even that up a notch with the way it cuts across the muscled lines of his body. If you don't use it, I'll take personal offense. He folds his arms across his chest and studies the rigging. Considering I had it made for you and just about got myself burned alive in the process of trying to get it on him. He lifts a brow at Tairn, even though he helped design it, I might add. The first models were unacceptable, and you had the gall to pinch my chest scales when clumsily assembling it this morning. Tairn's golden eyes narrow on Xaden.
How was I to know the leather from the prototype would burn so easily? And it's not like there are a lot of manuals on fitting a saddle to a dragon, Zayden drawls. It doesn't matter because I can't use it. I turn to face Zayden. It's beautiful, a marvel of engineering. And? His jaw locks. And everyone here will know I can't keep my seat without it. Heat stings my cheeks. Hate to break it to you, Violence, but everyone already knows that. He gestures to the saddle. That right there is the most practical way for you to ride. It has straps across your thighs to buckle yourself in once you're up. And theoretically, you should be able to change positions on long flights without unbuckling, since we built in a lap belt, too. Theoretically? He wasn't amenable to me giving it a test flight. You can ride me when the flesh rots off my bones, wing leader. Well, that was descriptive. Look, there's no rule against it. I checked, and if anything, you'll be doing Tarn a favor by freeing all his power and taking the weight of worry off his mind. Mine too, if that helps matters. My fingernails bite into my palms as I search for another reason. Another excuse. But there isn't one. I might not want to appear different than every other rider on this field. But I already am. Fuck, that stubborn, feisty look always makes me want to kiss you. Zayden's expression remains bland, bored even, but his eyes heat as his gaze drops to my mouth. And you say this now, where people will see if you actually do. My breath catches. When did I ever give you the impression that I give a fuck what people think about me? A corner of his mouth rises, and now it's all I can concentrate on. Damn him. I only care what they think about you. Because he's a wing leader. Nothing is worse than cadets gossiping that you've slept your way to safety. That's what Mira warned at Parapet. Mount up, Sorengale. We have a battle to win. I rip my gaze from his and study the exquisite, intricate structure of the saddle. It's beautiful. Thank you, Zayden. You're welcome. He turns but leans into my space, and a shiver dances down my spine when his lips brush my ear. Consider my favor fulfilled. Is that a saddle? I jump back from Zayden, but he doesn't budge an inch as Dane interrupts, holding a giant yellow flag on a 4-foot pole, his eyes wide as he stares at Tarn. No, it's a collar, Tarn snips, snapping his teeth together. Dane backs up a few steps. Yes, Zayden answers. Have a problem with it? No. Dane looks at Zayden like he's being unreasonable. Why would I have an issue with it? I'm fine with whatever keeps Violet safe, if you haven't noticed. Good. Zayden nods once and turns toward me. Bet it would be even more awkward if I kissed you now, huh? Yes, please. The next time we kiss had better not be just to piss off Dane. The next time had better only be because we want it. Next time, huh? His gaze lowers to my mouth again. And of course, now that's all I'm thinking about. The feel of his lips on mine, the way his hands always cradle the nape of my neck. The slide of his tongue. I stop myself from leaning in, barely. Go lead your wing, or do whatever it is you do. I'll be stealing an egg. His smile flashes before he turns back to Dane. Keep our flag out of First Wing's hands. Dane nods and Zayden leaves, heading across the field to where Sigale waits. It's a great saddle, Dane says. It is, I agree, and Dane offers me a smile before walking toward Kath. Moving toward Tarn's foreleg, I have to laugh as he dips his shoulder for me. What, no ladder?
We thought about it and decided it would make you too vulnerable. Of course you thought about... I pause before climbing when a flash of gold gallops toward me. And Darna? I want to battle too! She skids to a halt directly in front of me. My mouth opens and shuts. And Darna has been flying with us, and for short times. She can keep up with Taryn. But the way those scales shine in the sun is like a beacon for everyone. But if I can have a saddle, then... Got it. My eyes sweep the flight field, which is at the height of its muddiest since the runoff season from the snowy peaks above. Go roll, I point to the mud. Unless that's going to mess with your wings? It's the scales on your belly I'm most worried about being easily spotted. No problem. She races off, and I mount Tarn, finding the actual saddle covering the seat at the base of his neck and the pommel scales. I thought you said leather was bad. The saddle itself is sumptuous black leather, complete with 2 raised pommels for my hands, and when I settle in, it fits like a dream. I bend and adjust the stirrups with the buckle system on the straps. The leather is a hazard on my chest if we take a fire attack, since your saddle would slide right off. But if you take a direct blast up there, sitting on a piece of metal isn't going to save you. I don't bother pointing out that the only fire we'd be taking is from other dragons, which is a problem that doesn't exist since griffins are all beak and claw. Instead, I find the straps for my thighs and buckle in. This is ingenious, I say to Xaden. Let me know if it needs modifications after we win today. Arrogant ass. We're airborne moments later, and Darna keeping up and staying tucked close to Tarn just like we've practiced. Our mission is to keep the flag out of enemy hands, so we skirt the perimeter of the 100-mile battlefield that encompasses most of the Central Range, while the other squads handle reconnaissance and retrieval. About an hour into the afternoon, I'm wondering if this assignment is actually meant as punishment for Dane and not an honor. The 12 of us are split into 2 tight formations of 6, 7 when taking Darna into account. Dane has the flag in his group just ahead of us, and when we reach yet another peak in the range, he splits to the right. Tarn banks to the left, and my stomach pitches as we sweep down the side of the mountain. The wide straps dig into my thighs, holding me firmly in place, and my heart thunders as pure exhilaration hits as hard as the rush of winds against my face and goggles as we dive and dive and dive. And for the first time, there's no fear that I'll tumble off his back. Slowly, I unclench my hands from the pommels, and a heartbeat later, my hands are above my head as we plummet toward the valley below. I've lived 20 years and never felt as alive as I do in this moment. Without even grounding in my archives, power surges in my veins, crackling with a life all its own, jolting every single one of my senses to a degree that nears pain. Tarn flares his wings, catching air and pulling out of the dive. You're going to have to work on those shoulder muscles, Silver One. We'll practice this week. Leaning as far as I can out of the saddle, I see Andarna clutched in Tarn's claw as we level out in a glide along the valley floor. Thanks, I've got it now, Andarna says, and Tarn lets her free. Power rattles my bones, as if it's looking for a way out, and I force myself upright. It's different than usual. Like instead of standing ready to be molded by my hands, it wants to mold me. A moment of fear skitters along my spine. What if the backlash of power from not manifesting a signet has chosen today to finally release? I shake my head. I do not have time to worry about what might happen. Not in the middle of the war games. My power is just feeling free because I'm finally not so focused on falling out of my seat. That's all it is. Sitting tall in the saddle, I sweep my unsteady gaze along the landscape as Tarn begins to climb again, and my heart stutters. Up high on the western ridgeline is a gray tower that almost blends into the cliffside. I would have missed it if not for the... Is that what I think it is?
Fear only feeds the uncontrollable energy prickling my skin. Tarn's head is already turned in that direction. Dragons. I glance over my shoulder toward Liam and Rhiannon and see that Tarn must have relayed the message, because we break formation, scattering as 3 dragons launch from the cliff above us, diving in different directions. We've given them multiple targets, but now we'll face them one-on-one. A hail of ice pellets strike my skin, bouncing off Tarn's scales, but he's forced to tuck his wings in tight to avoid damage. My stomach launches into my throat as we free-fall, the valley floor rising up at us at an alarming rate. Heat and energy threaten to devour every inch of my body, and even my eyes feel like they're on fire. Oh, fuck. My signet is going to backlash against me during the games. Ground, now! Tarn roars. I slam my eyes shut, throwing both mental feet onto the marble floor of the archives and throwing up the walls around me, only leaving entrances for Tarn's torrent of power, and Darna, and access to Xaden, and I immediately feel more in control. When I open my eyes, we're ascending, Tarn's wings beating with so much force that I slide back in the saddle with every push. He's left the ice-wielding first-wing cadet in a dive behind us, and I cringe as the dragon barely controls the descent, banking in the opposite direction we're headed. That's where they're guarding the egg. It has to be, considering another 3 dragons have taken the place of the others at the edge of the cliff, ready to launch. Agreed. Hold tight. Tarn barely has a second to shout before a dragon flies out of the valley to the right and blasts a stream of fire at us. Tarn! I scream, watching in horror as the flames barrel toward us. Tarn banks, taking the blast straight to his belly, shielding me from all but the sizzling heat that blazes by. What the actual fuck? And Darna? If something happens to her because First Wing is out for blood. Fireproof, remember? I let out a shaky breath. One worry down, but the other dragon is on our heels, opening its mouth and curling its tongue. Tarn jerks and his tail swings, catching the offending dragon in the side just below its wing. The other dragon roars, falling sideways, losing altitude at an alarming rate. But I don't focus on the descent. Instead, I use the time to scan the mountainside for the outpost I spied earlier. My heartbeat quickens as I spot it peeking out from a ridge, only one remaining dragon guarding it. Xaden! The egg is here, I relay. Already on my way. We're 20 miles out. The edge of panic lacing his tone puts a knot of fear in my throat, which only grows when I see Day and Liam locked in battle above us with a familiar orange scorpion tail. Bade. Jack. We have to help Liam. On it. Tane accelerates and Andarna falls away. Once I see her tuck into the mountainside where she'll be safe, I hunker down on Tarn's neck, giving him less wind resistance to fight as we climb faster than ever before. Wind yanks at the halo braid of my hair, the loosened strands whipping at my face as I keep my eyes locked on Day and Liam. Bade snaps her tail at Day, the venomous bulb perilously close to Day's throat. His scales are thicker than you think. It's Liam who's in danger. Tarn warns, climbing higher. We're almost there when Jack unsheathes his sword and jumps from Bade's back to Day's, catching Liam by surprise as the dragons grapple close to the tower we're approaching at breakneck speed. There's barely time for Liam to gain his feet before Jack thrusts the sword through his side. Liam! The scream tears from my throat as Jack kicks his boot into Liam's stomach, forcing Liam's body off the blade. And Day. No, no, no! Liam falls, his arms flailing as he plummets ahead of us. Catch him! I demand, afraid we won't make it. Day and Bade collide with the tower, and I glimpse Jack rolling to safety on the highest turret. His sadistic grin wide enough to see from here as Tarn changes course with a dramatic right roll. Only the leather straps across my thighs keep me seated as we chase Liam's tumbling body. Tarn's wings tucked in tight, but the outcroppings are too close and we're too high. No! My throat closes. I refuse to lose him. Not when he's dedicated so many months of his life to keeping me alive. Failing isn't an option. It's just not. And Darna! I cry, already throwing open the window in my mind to where her glittering gift lies in wait. Do it, she answers. Focus on everything except you and Tarn. She's right. There's no point in me catching up to Liam if Tairn is frozen. Do it! I reach for the golden power and my back arches as it barrels down my spine, flooding through my fingers and toes, enveloping every cell in my body before blasting outward in a shockwave that passes over Tairn. Suddenly, we're the only ones moving, plunging through a windless sky toward Liam's frozen body mere feet from the rugged outcropping of rocks below. Heartbeats. That's all we have. My entire body trembles with the effort to hold it, the power flowing from Endarna ebbing as Tairn extends his wings and claw, snatching Liam's body from midair and taking out the rocks with the force of his tail as we barely escape death ourselves. Got him! Time snaps back, wind blasting me in the face as we climb, turning tightly to avoid colliding with the ridgeline. Endarna? Safe. Her voice is barely a whisper in my head. Wrath and fury boil my blood as my eyes lock onto the figure on top of that tower. This is the last time this asshole will come after my friends, or me. Fierge appears from below, Rhiannon's arms outstretched as they rise beneath us. Tairn slows just enough to transfer Liam to her. He's alive. He has to be. It's the only outcome I'll accept. In my peripherals, I see Kath and other dragons arrive from the north, just as another squad launches from the cliff above. Bade is airborne behind us, racing toward her asshole of a rider, who is still gloating on the top of that fucking tower. Climb! I order, unsheathing a blade at my ribs, and leaving one hand free to unsnap the buckles when it's time. You will not unseat yourself! Tairn bellows at me as we surge forward, leaving the smaller orange dragon behind us. He swivels his head left, blasting a stream of fire toward the line of first-winged dragons to warn them off, and succeeding as we barrel past. A growing power sizzles in my chest as I lock my gaze on Jack. I can see the sick pleasure on his face as we fly closer, the blood that drips from his sword. Liam's blood. An enormous dragon appears on the horizon. I do not need to look or even open my feelings to know it's Xaden. But I can't spare a moment for him. Tairn is climbing faster than we've ever climbed, and power is racing along my skin, scorching my blood. If this is it, if my power is backlashing, then I'll be damned if I don't take that asshole with me. Tairn is fireproof, but not Jack. Faster! I shout, my voice desperate with worry we won't make it in time. Tairn charges the tower, his wings beating faster and faster, and I instinctually throw my hands forward, as though I can project all this power lashing within me toward the enemy who just tried to kill my friend, who has done his best to kill me at every opportunity. That sizzle of magic grows to a lethal swirling vortex of energy, and though my feet are still firmly grounded, the power rises to a breaking point, and the roof of my archives disintegrates. Power crackles above me, swirls around me, wraps along my feet below me. I am the sky and the power of every storm that has ever been. I am infinite. A scream rips from my throat just as lightning splits the sky with a terrifying crack of thunder. The bluish streak of silver death slams into the tower, and sparks flare as it explodes in a blast of stone. Tairn banks to avoid the blast, and I pivot in the saddle. Jack falls down the mountainside in an avalanche of rock that I know he can't survive. From the way Bade cries beneath us, she knows it too. My hand trembles as I sheath the clean dagger at my ribs. The only blood to be found is on the rocks below, though I look at my hands as though they should be covered in death. Tairn roars with the unmistakable sound of pride. Lightning Wielder! Chapter 29. A quote from Major Offendra's Guide to the Rider's Quadrant, unauthorized edition. The death of a cadet is an inevitable yet acceptable tragedy. This process thins the herd, leaving only the strongest riders, and as long as the cause of death does not break the codex, any rider involved in extinguishing another's life shall not be punished. We land in the flight field what feels like minutes later. Or maybe it's been a lifetime. I'm not sure. The ground shakes as dragons arrive to the left and right, the field quickly filling with celebrating riders from Fourth Wing and angry ones from First. The dragons take off as soon as their riders dismount, with the exception of Andarna, who waits between Tairn's forelegs as I fumble with the buckles. Jack is dead. I killed him. I'm the reason his parents will get a letter. The reason his name will be etched into stone. Across the field, Garrick lifts the crystal egg above his head as Dane waves the flag, and those in Fourth Wing cheer, rushing toward the pair like they're gods. Tairn's weight shifts beneath me as the last buckle slips through my fingers, and I slide out of the saddle. My head swims, stress no doubt bringing on the dizzy spell that makes it hard to keep my balance as I make my way to his shoulder and dismount. I stumble in the mud, hitting my knees when I reach where Andarna lies between Tairn's forelegs, clearly exhausted. Tell me Liam is alive. Tell me it was worth it.
Day says that he lives. The sword went through his side,
Tairn says. Good. Good, that's good. Thank you, Andarna. I know how much that cost you. I look up into her golden eyes, and she blinks slowly back. Worth it. Nausea holds me in its grip, and my mouth waters. Killed him. I killed him. Damn, Sorengale, Sawyer calls out. Lightning? You've been holding out on us. Lightning I used to take a life. My stomach heaves and a dark shadow envelops me, but it's not Xaden. Tairn has folded his wings over us, closing out the world while I retch up everything I've eaten today.
You did what was necessary,
Tairn says, but it doesn't stop my stomach from clenching and tightening again, trying its best to force up what's not even there. You saved your friend, Andarna adds. Finally, my stomach settles, and I force myself to my feet, dragging the back of my hand over my mouth. You need to get some rest, don't you? I'm proud that you're mine, Andarna's voice wavers, the blinks of her eyes becoming slower. Even if I need a bath. Tairn draws back his wings, and Andarna walks forward, then launches into the sky with steady wing beats toward the Vale. I stare up at the saddle. I need to get him out of this so he can rest too. But all I can think is that I finally have a signet, a real, true signet, and the first thing I did with it was kill a man. Violet? Dane appears on my left. That was you with the lightning strike? The one that took down the tower? The one that killed Jack. I nod, thinking of all the times I aimed for the shoulder instead of the heart. The poisons I used to incapacitate, not murder. I left Oren unconscious on the ground at threshing and didn't even go for the throat when he invaded my room. All because I didn't want to be a killer. I've never seen anything like it. I don't think there's been a lightning wielder in more than a century. He pauses. Violet? I killed him, I whisper, studying the central chest plate of the saddle. That has to be where everything connects, right? He has to get out of this thing somehow. Mom will be so proud to know I'm just like the others now. Just like her. My empty belly turns over again, and I retch like my body is trying to expel the guilt. Shit. He rubs his hand over my back. It's all right, Vi. It stops sooner this time, and Dane pulls me against his chest, rocking gently as his hand makes soothing motions up and down my spine. I killed him. Why the hell is that all I can say? I'm a broken music box repeating the same melody over and over, and everyone can see me. Everyone knows I can't handle the consequences of my own signet. I know. He presses a kiss to the top of my head. And if you don't want to use that kind of power again, you don't have to. Get the fuck away from her with that nonsense. Xaden pushes Dane's chest and tugs me out of his arms, then grips my shoulders, turning me to face him. You killed Barlow. I nod. Lightning. Your signet is lightning, isn't it? He looks at me with such intensity, as though my answer is the key to whatever he needs. Yes. His jaw flexes, and his head bobs once. I thought so, but I wasn't sure until I saw you take that tower down. He thought so? What the hell does that even mean? Listen to me, Sorengale. He lifts one hand to stroke loose tendrils of hair behind my ear, his touch surprisingly gentle. The world is a better place without Barlow in it. We both know that. Do I wish I'd been the one to end his miserable life? Absolutely. But what you did will save countless others. He was nothing more than a bully, and was only going to get worse as he grew more powerful. His dragon will choose another rider when she's ready. I'm glad he's dead. I am glad you killed him. I didn't mean to. It's barely a whisper. I was just so fucking mad, and we'd just caught Liam. I thought my relic was backlashing finally. My eyes widen. It was close, Xaden. It was too close. I had to do something. Whatever you did is what kept him alive. His thumb strokes over my cheek, the motion completely at odds with his tone, and his eyes flare just enough that I know he's aware of what I did. I don't want this, I blurt. Rhiannon can move objects through space, and Dane has retrocognition. Hey! Dane snaps. You think I didn't know that already? Xaden barks over his shoulder. Kaori can bring his imagination to life, and Sawyer can bend metal. Mira can extend the wards. Everyone has a signet that isn't just useful for battle. They're tools for good in the world. And what the hell am I, Xaden? I'm a fucking weapon! You don't have to use your power, Vi. Dane starts, his voice soft and comforting. Stop fucking coddling her. Xaden bites out every word at Dane. She is not a child. She's a full-grown woman, a rider. Start treating her like one, and at least have the decency to give her the truth. You think Melgrin or any other general, to include her own mother, is going to let her sit on a power like this? It's not like she can hide it, not the way she just demolished one of the practice forts. You just want her to be like you, Dane argues, a cold-blooded killer. Soon you'll be telling her that it's all right. You get used to the killing. I inhale a sharp breath. Xaden nails him with a glare. The blood in my veins is as warm as yours, Atos. And if it's my job you want next year, then you'd better start understanding that you never get used to killing. But you do understand that it's necessary. He turns back to me, his dark gaze boring into mine. This isn't primary school. This is war. And you heard me say it once before, but the ugly truth those not on the front lines choose to forget is there are always body bags in war. I start to shake my head, but his eyes narrow on mine. You might not like it, might even loathe it, but it's power like yours that saves lives. By killing people? I cry. If Sigale is right, and signets reflect who we are at our core, then I'm exactly as Xaden nicknamed me. Violence. By defeating invading armies before they get the chance to hurt civilians. You want to keep Rhiannon's nephew alive in that little border village? This is how. You want to keep Mira alive when she's behind enemy lines? This is how. You are not just a weapon, Sorengale. You are the weapon. You train this ability, Own it, and you'll have the power to defend an entire kingdom. He smooths back more wind-loosened tendrils of my hair behind my ears, clearing my vision so I have no excuse but to see the honesty in his eyes. When he's sure I'm not going to argue further, he looks to his side. Rhiannon, can you get her back to the Citadel? Absolutely. Rhiannon hustles over. Dane scoffs and walks toward the other squad leaders, leaving us. The saddle! I start. Tairn can get it off himself. It was one of his many design stipulations. Xaden turns to leave, but pauses. Thank you for saving Liam. He's important to me. You don't have to think. I sigh at his back. And he's already gone. You two have the weirdest relationship, Rhiannon says, linking her arm with mine. We're not in a relationship. I look at Tairn, who surprisingly held his tongue through whatever that was with Xaden and Dane. Go, Tairn urges, but do not wallow in guilt, Silver One. Whatever you feel is natural. Allow yourself to feel it, but then let it go. The wing leader made a valid point. With a signet like that, you are the best hope the kingdom has against the hordes of evil that seek to harm it. Rest, and I will see you tomorrow. I'll get my own saddle off. You're most definitely in a relationship, Rhiannon continues, tugging me off the field. I just can't figure out if it's the opposites attract partnership that has you two bearing claws, or the slow, lethal burn of scalding sexual tension. She glances sideways at me. Now, tell me how the hell you two moved that fast out there. What do you mean? When Liam was falling, Fierge and I flew as fast as we could, but I knew we'd be too slow given our angle and speed, and I thought you... She shakes her head. It just looked like you were high above him one second and had him in the next. I've never seen a dragon fly that fast. It's like I blinked and missed it. Now guilt bites into me for a whole other reason. Rhiannon is my friend. My closest one here, if I'm being honest about what Dane and I have become. Of everyone she should know, do not feel guilt that you cannot tell her. This secret belongs to dragonkind, not you, Tairn warns. No one has the right to risk our hatchlings. Not even you, Silver One. Tairn is really fast, I say in way of explanation. It's not a lie, but it isn't the full truth either. And thank gods for it. Zanal must really love Liam, cheating death twice today. But it wasn't Liam who cheated death. It was me. And I can't help but wonder if somewhere, on some plane of existence, Malik sits on his throne, angry that I stole a soul from his grasp. But then again, I gave him Jax. Of course, it might have broken mine forever. The wooden target in my room wobbles as one of my daggers sinks into the wood beside the last one I threw. I might be angry with the world, but at least my aim isn't off. If I miss, there's a good chance the blade is flying out the window, considering where I have the target propped up on the wall. I throw 3 more, rapid fire, and hit the throat of the person-shaped target every single time. What's the point of going for shoulders anymore if I'm already taking people out with bolts of lightning? What was my restraint for? With a flick of my wrist, I send the next dagger soaring, putting it straight through the figure's forehead, just as there's a knock at my door. It's either Rhiannon asking for the 10th time if I want to talk about what happened today, or it's Liam. I pause. It can't be Liam, checking to see if I'm actually turned in for the night, because Liam is still in the infirmary, healing from the sword he took to the side. Come in. Who cares if I'm in nothing but my dressing gown? It's not like I can't strike an intruder dead with a knife. or lightning. The door opens beside me, but I don't bother looking as I throw another dagger. That height, that hint of dark hair I catch in my peripheral vision, that incredible scent, I don't even need to look fully. My body tells me it's Xaden. Then, my body reminds me exactly what it feels like to have his mouth on mine, and my stomach flutters. Shit. I'm too on edge to deal with him, or the way he makes me feel tonight. Imagining that's me? He asks, shutting my door and leaning back against it, folding his arms across his chest. Then he does a double take, his heated gaze roaming over my body. Suddenly, the spring breeze coming through the open window isn't enough to cool my skin. Not when he's looking at me like that. My long braid swings across my back as I take another dagger off my dresser. No? But it was you about 20 minutes ago. Who is it now? He raises a brow, crosses one ankle over the other. No one you know. With a flick of my wrist, the next blade goes through the sternum. Why are you here? I glance his way just long enough to note that he's bathed and wearing our standard uniform instead of flight leathers, and definitely not long enough to note how fucking good he looks. Just once I'd love to see him disheveled or unnerved, anything outside that calm control he wears like armor. Let me guess. Since Liam is out of commission, it's your duty to lecture me about sleeping in plain cotton. I didn't come to lecture you, he says softly, and I can feel the warmth of his gaze like a caress as it rakes over the thin black straps of my dressing gown. But I can definitely see that you're not wearing your armor. No one is going to be ridiculous enough to attack me now. I take another dagger from the dresser, my pile dwindling. Not when I can kill them from 50 yards away. Tapping the end of the razor-sharp weapon, I pivot slightly, just enough to face him. Do you think it works inside? I mean, how does someone wield lightning if there's no sky? Keeping my eyes locked on his, I fling the dagger at the target. The satisfying sound of split wood tells me I hit true. Fuck, that's hotter than it should be. He pulls in a deep breath. I think that's something you'll have to figure out. His gaze drops to my mouth, and his arms tense. You're not going to step in and say you can train me? You can save me? I click my tongue and have the absolutely ridiculous urge to run it up the lines of the relic on his neck, tracing the intricate pattern. How very un-Xaden of you. I have no clue how to train a lightning wielder. And from what I witnessed today, you don't need saving. There's pure longing in his eyes as he scans the length of my body from my bare toes to the hemline that skirts my thighs, over my breasts to my neck, finally reaching my eyes. Only for myself, I mutter. The things I think about doing to him when he looks at me like that would surely ruin me. And tonight, I'm not sure I care. That's a dangerous combination. So then why are you here, Xaden? Because I can't seem to stay away. He sounds anything but pleased by the admission, but my breath catches anyway. Shouldn't you be out there celebrating? Everyone else is. We won a battle, not a war. He pushes off the door and takes a single step, closing the distance between us, and lifts my braid from over my shoulder, slowly rubbing his thumb along the strands. And I figured you might still be upset. You told me to get over myself, remember? So why the fuck would you care if I'm upset? I fold my arms across my chest, choosing anger over lust. I told you that you'd have to develop a stomach for killing. I never said you'd get over it. He drops my braid. I should, though, right? I shake my head and retreat into the center of the room. We spend 3 years here learning how to become killers, promoting and praising those who do it best. He doesn't even flinch, just watches me in that observant, infuriatingly calm way of his. I'm not mad that Jack is dead. We both know he's wanted to kill me since Parapet, and eventually he would have. I'm mad that him dying changes me. I tap my chest right above my heart. Dane told me that this place strips away the niceties to reveal who someone really is. Not going to argue there. He watches me as I begin to pace. And I just keep thinking that when I was younger, I asked my dad what would happen if I wanted to be a writer like Mom or Brennan, and he told me that I wasn't like them, that my path was different. Except this place has peeled away my civility, my niceties, and it turns out my power is more destructive than any of theirs. I stop right in front of him and hold up my hands. And it's not like I can blame this power on Tarn. Not that I would. Signets are based on the rider, just fueled by the dragon, which means this has always been there under the surface, just waiting to be unleashed. And to think... A knot forms in my throat. All this time, I had this tiny, driving hope that I would be like Brennan, and that would be the twist in my little fable, that my signet would be mending, and I could put all the broken things back together. But instead, I'm made to split them apart. How many people will I kill with this? His eyes soften. As many as you choose. Just because you gained power today doesn't mean you lost agency. What is wrong with me? I shake my head, my hands clenching into fists. Any other rider would be thrilled. Even now, I feel the power simmering just beneath my skin. You've never been like any other rider. He moves closer but doesn't touch me. Probably because you never wanted to be here. Gods, I want him to touch me, to wipe away the ugliness of the day, to make me feel something, anything but this welling shame. None of you wanted to be here. I glance pointedly at the rebellion relic on his neck. You're all doing just fine. He looks at me. Really looks, and it feels like he sees entirely too much. Most of us would burn this place to the ground if we had the option. But every marked one wants to be here, because it's our only path for survival. It's not the same for you. You wanted a quiet life full of books and facts. You wanted to record the battles, not be in them. There is nothing wrong with you. You get to be angry that you killed a man today. You get to be angry that man tried to kill your friend. You get to feel however you want within these walls. He's close enough now that I can feel his body heat through the thin cotton of my dressing gown. But not outside them. It's not a question. We're riders, he says, as if that's explanation enough. He takes hold of my hands and brings them to his chest. So do whatever you need to get it out. You want to yell? Yell at me. You want to hit something? Hit me. I can take it. Hitting him is the last thing I want to do. And suddenly, I'm done fighting it. Come on, he whispers. Show me what you've got. I surge up on my toes and kiss him. Chapter 30. A quote from Article 5, Section 7, the Dragon Riders Codex. Though not forbidden, Cadets are strongly encouraged not to develop strong romantic attachments while studying in the quadrant for the efficiency of the unit. His body goes rigid for 1 beat, 2. And then he spins us impossibly fast, putting my back against the door, jostling the frame. Whoa. He captures my wrists in one hand and holds them prisoner above my head. Violet. Xaden groans against my mouth. The plea in his tone floods my veins with a whole different form of power. Knowing he's just as affected by our attraction as I am is a rush. This isn't what you want. It's exactly what I want. I counter. I want to replace the anger with lust. The death of the day with the pulse-pounding assurance of my own life. And I know he's capable of delivering all that and more. You said to do whatever I need. I arch my back, pressing the tips of my breasts against his chest. His breathing changes, and there's a war in his eyes that I'm determined to win. It's time to stop dancing around this unbearable tension and break it. He leans down, his mouth only inches from mine. And I'm telling you that I'm the last thing you need. The barely leashed growl of his voice rumbles up through his chest, and every nerve ending in my body flares to life. Are you suggesting someone else? My heart races as I chance calling his bluff. Fuck no. The unmistakable flare of jealousy narrows his eyes for a heartbeat before his hips pin mine to the door, and my instant relief at his answer is replaced by a jolt of pure lust. I can see that infamous control of his hovering on the edge, balancing precariously on the point of a knife. All he needs is one little push, and I'm about to shamelessly shove. Good. I tilt my head up to his and draw his bottom lip between mine, sucking before gently nipping him with my teeth. Because I only want you, Xaden. The words breach something within him, and he gives. Finally. Our mouths collide, and the kiss is hot and hard and completely out of our control. Need streaks down my spine as he takes my ass in his hands and hauls me against his hips, my back raking the ridges of the door behind me as I use it as leverage to push closer to his strength. I wrap my legs around his waist and lock my ankles. My dressing gown rises with the motion, but I don't care. Not with the all-consuming way he's kissing me. The caress of his mouth and the strokes of his wicked tongue steal every logical thought, and my world narrows to this kiss, this minute, this man. Mine. In this moment, Xaden Ryerson is mine. Or maybe I'm his. Who fucking cares as long as he keeps kissing me? Heat floods my body in an addictive rush, setting every inch of my skin aflame as his mouth slides down my neck in a sensual assault that makes me moan. Gods, he says against my throat, and then we're moving. Wood scrapes the floor and crashes before my ass hits the desk, and my ankles fall from the small of his back when he leans over me, spearing his fingers through my hair at the nape of my neck as he takes my mouth again. I kiss him back with a hunger I've only known with him. My hands fly back to brace my weight, knocking anything and everything out of my way, sending whatever careening to the floor. The clock stops ticking. You'll hate me in the morning. You don't really want this. He punctuates each word with a kiss along my jaw, making his way to my ear. He bites the lobe, and my core liquefies, going molten. Stop telling me what I want. I breathe raggedly and thread my fingers through the short strands of his hair, tilt my head, giving him better access. He takes it, working his way down my neck to where it curves into my shoulder. Fuck, that feels good. Every touch of his mouth to my heated skin is flame to kindling, and I suck in a sharp breath when he lingers on a sensitive spot, taking his time. But then he stills again, his breath hot and wet against the side of my neck. My brow furrows with an unwelcome thought. Unless you don't want me. Does this feel like I don't want you? He takes my hand and slides it between our bodies, and my fingers curl around his length through his leathers. I whimper with pure want at the feel of how hard he is for me. I always fucking want you, he groans as I squeeze. Then he lifts his head, seizes my gaze with his, and I recognize the wild need in those gold-flecked depths. It mirrors my own. You walk into a room, and I can't look away. I get anywhere near you, and this is what happens. Instantly hard. Fucking hell. I can barely think when you're around. He rocks his hips into my hand, and my grip tightens along with my stomach. Wanting you is not the problem here. Then what is? I'm trying to do the honorable thing and not take advantage of you after you've had a shit day. His jaw flexes. I smile and kiss the side of his mouth. It's always a shit day around here. And it's not taking advantage when I'm asking. My teeth nip at his lips. Correction. Begging you to make my day better. Violet. He says my name like a warning, as if he's something I should be wary of. Violet. He only says my name when it's just the two of us, when all the walls and the pretenses fall away, and gods, if I don't want to hear it again and again, just like that. I don't want to think, Xaden. I just want to feel. I release him. One tug of the ribbon is all it takes to unravel the long, loose braid of my hair, and I run my fingers through the mass. His eyes darken, and I know I've won. Fuck me, this hair, he says, then hovers his mouth over mine. And this mouth, all I ever want to do is kiss you, even when you piss me off. So kiss me. I arch into him and claim his lips, kissing him like this might be the only time I'll get the chance. This kind of desperation isn't natural. It's a wildfire that's likely to burn us both to the ground if we let it. The kiss is blatantly, deliciously carnal, and I melt against him, matching every thrust of his tongue with mine. He tastes like mint and Xaden, and I can't get enough. He's the worst kind of addiction. Dangerous and impossible to sate. Tell me to stop, he whispers, his thumb skimming the hypersensitive skin of my inner thigh. Don't stop. I'll die if he does. Fuck, Violet. He groans, slipping his hand between my thighs. Never mind. That is how I want him to say my name from now on. Just like that. He guides the fabric of my underwear across my clit, and my back arches at the burst of pleasure that radiates through my body, so sweet I can taste it. He captures my mouth with his again, and in a hungry assault, his tongue sliding against mine as his fingers stroke me through the fabric, expertly using it for friction. I try to rock my hips against his hand for more, but my feet dangle off the desk, robbing me of leverage. I can only have what he decides to give. Touch me, I demand, my fingernails biting into the back of his strong neck, desire pounding through me like a drumbeat. His voice is ragged against my mouth. If I get my hands on you, really honestly get my hands on you, I don't know if I'll be able to stop. He would. I know it in my soul. That's why I trust him with my body. My heart? It isn't playing into this decision. Stop being so fucking honorable and fuck me, Xaden. His eyes flare, and then he kisses me like I'm the air he's been missing, like his life depends on it. And I think mine just might. His fingers slide under my underwear and stroke my slickened core, and a moan tumbles from my lips. His touch is electric. So damn soft. He kisses me deeply as his fingers touch and tease, making that sweet coil of pleasure tighten in my core. I dig my nails into his shoulder, my back arching as he makes tighter and tighter circles against my swollen clit. I bet you taste just as good as you feel. Pleasure shudders through me, a living, breathing fire beneath my skin. More. It's all I'm capable of saying, demanding as my skin flushes and my pulse skyrockets. I'm going to combust, to burst into flames, and all I can do is whimper against his mouth as he slides one finger inside me. My muscles clench around him, and he works in a second. You're so fucking hot, his voice drops, sounding like it's been scraped over coals. It might damn us both, but I can't wait to feel you come around my cock. Oh, gods, that mouth. I throw my hands back against the wall for leverage, knocking something loose as my hips roll. Something shatters on the floor to the left as I ride his thrusting fingers. He curls them against my inner walls, and I gasp, my thighs locking around his leather-clad hips, and when he uses his thumb to stroke my clit, the friction and pressure push me to the edge of mindless bliss. I cry out, and he covers the sound with his mouth, kissing with devious strokes of his tongue that match the movement of his fingers within me. Power surges rippling through my bones, and I grab onto Xaden even harder, surprised at the unexpected rush of crackling energy. Look at you. You're fucking beautiful, Violet. Let go for me. His words curl around my mind, his mouth fused to mine, and the intimacy of it pushes me to the limit of pleasure, and then right over it. He swallows my cry as my back bows, the first wave of my orgasm washing over me, releasing that tight coil of tension in a burst of sparks at the edge of my vision, breaking me into a million scattered stars. Lightning strikes outside my window, flashing light through the room again and again as he strokes me with an expertise that kicks the first climax into a second. Xaden, I moan, as the pleasure ebbs and flares again. He grins and slides his fingers from my body, and I'm nothing but ragged breaths and raw hunger as I reach for his shirt. I want it off now. He accommodates my urgency, ripping off the fabric, and then we're kissing again, all swirling tongues and roaming hands. The feel of his skin under my fingertips is divine, impossibly soft over yards of hard muscle. I trace the lines of his back, memorizing the dips and hollows as sinew ripples with every move he makes. I need you. No, I gasp and reach for the buttons of his leathers. You know what you're saying? He asks as I shove the fabric and any cloth beneath past his hips, freeing the thick length of his cock. It's hot and hard in my hand, and the moan that rips from his lips makes me feel invincible. I'm asking you to fuck me. I arch up and kiss him. He groans, dragging my hips to the edge of the desk, then working my underwear down my legs, leaving me bare. My pulse skyrockets. I take the fertility suppressant. Of course we both do. The last thing anyone wants are little quadrant babies running around, but it's better said than sorry. Same. He grips my hips, lifting me for a better angle, and the head of his cock rubs against my clit. I gasp and his eyes lock with mine. The hunger I see etched in every tense line of his body is my undoing. I don't care if it damns us. I need him. No more holding back. Not anymore. I reach between us, guiding the head of his cock to my entrance. But this position is shit. He's considerably taller than the desk. And if I wasn't so desperate for him, I'd laugh. But I am. I arch, but it doesn't help. Every second we wait feels like it stretches on for a decade. Fucking desk, he swears. My thoughts exactly. His biceps flex as he lifts me by the backs of my thighs, and I wrap my arms around his neck and my legs around his waist, my dressing gown caught between us as he pivots. Our mouths meet in a ravenous kiss as my back hits the armoire. But I barely blink, too consumed with the stroke of his tongue, the feel of him between my thighs. "Shit, are you all right?" he asks. "I'm fine. You won't break me." He pushes inside that first tight inch of me, and I gasp at the fit, the stretch. "More." I'm too busy kissing him to speak. "I need all of you." "You're going to be the death of me, Violet." Whatever's left of his control slips, and he takes me completely with one hard thrust. I moan into the kiss, deep. He's so fucking deep that I feel him everywhere. "Tell me you're all right." He's already moving, thank gods. I'm perfect. Better than perfect. Power blazes beneath my skin again, buzzing in wordless, frenzied demand. "You feel so fucking good." He slams back into me again and again as he sets a brutal, steady pace, his mouth sliding down my neck as his hand rises to cup my breast. I can't even think around the maddening pleasure as my back pounds the armoire door with every thrust, filling the room with the sound of our straining bodies and creaking wood. Every stroke is better than the last. My breaths stutter. "Fuck, I'm never going to get enough of you, am I?" he says, his face buried in my neck as I arch into him. "Shut up and fuck me, Ryerson." Tomorrow is soon enough for regrets. Reaching up, I grasp the top edge of the armoire with one hand so I can rock back with more force, meeting the drive of his hips, taking him deeper, harder. He drags one of my nightgown straps off my shoulder, and the cool night air kisses the hardened peak of my nipple, a heartbeat before his hot mouth covers it. The sensations spiral, spinning and coiling, forming a tight knot of pleasure so deep within me, the tension is sublimely unbearable. The armoire door groans, then splinters off the hinges, and Zayden's shadows whip out, protecting me as the frame snaps and wood crashes around us. My power flares, rising in answer to his, sizzling beneath my skin as I grab a hold of his shoulders, my mouth finding his. There's no stopping. We can't stop. "Fuck," he curses as he takes me over and over, never stopping, turning us again so there's cloth against my back. But it's not the bed. It's the curtains shoved to the side of the window. Energy crackles again and our mouths meet, and still he drives on, winding that knot inside me painfully tighter with every movement. And the power. It's too much. It's burning me, heating my blood with the need for release. "Zayden," I cry out, simultaneously writhing, yet holding on to him like he's the only thing anchoring me to the earth. "I've got you, Violet," he promises. His breath ragged pants against my lips. "Let it out." Lightning whips through me, flashing so brightly that my eyes slam shut. Heat flares above me as thunder cracks immediately. And I smell smoke. Shit. Zayden's power fills the room, eclipsing what light we had. And the curtain falls, but we're moving before the charred fabric can so much as touch my skin. That knot of pleasure builds to a breaking point as he takes me to the floor, and finally, I have all of his weight as he drives into me. Shadows fall away, and the sight of him above me, his dark gaze locked on mine in intense concentration, is the most beautiful sight I've ever seen. So very beautiful. I punctuate each word with a kiss. He draws back, his eyes searching mine for a heartbeat or two, before he devastates me with another kiss that has me straining for more, rocking my hips against his. This man kisses with his whole body, rolling his hips in time with the thrust of his tongue, bracing just enough of his weight so I can breathe while stroking his chest over my hypersensitive nipples. He keeps me on the same edge he's riding. and I don't know how much longer I can take it before I set this entire room on fire. I need... My frantic eyes search his. Where are my words? I know. He claims my mouth again and reaches between us, using those talented fingers to stroke me into another orgasm, and light flashes again, followed by thunder and darkness as I come apart under him. Pleasure takes me in waves, rolling through me again and again until all I can do is clutch Zayden's shoulders and ride it out in blissful surrender. Beautiful, he whispers. The second I come down, his rhythm breaks, and he presses my knee up toward my chest and takes me even deeper. I rock my hips up to meet his, sweat beading on our skin as I watch him unravel with rapt fascination. I love his loss of control just as much as I fear my own, and when I swirl my hips, he groans, arching his neck as he thrusts once, twice. On the third, he shouts, then shudders within me, and his power lashes out in streaks of shadows, the force splitting the wooden target on the other side of the window. Pieces fly, and Zayden throws out another wave of darkness that lasts just long enough to shield us from the debris. Then the shadows retreat and daggers clatter to the ground behind me. He looks as shocked and as enthralled as I feel as we lay there, staring at each other, our chests heaving in the aftermath of what can only be described as complete and utter madness. I've never lost control like that, he says, bracing his weight on one arm and brushing my hair back from my face with the other. The move is so gentle, so at odds with what we've just experienced, that I can't help but blink, then smile. Me neither. The smile morphs into a full-out grin. Not that I've ever had power to lose control of before. He laughs and rolls us to his side, keeping me close and cushioning my head with his biceps. I sniff at the smoke in the air. Did I? Set the curtains on fire? He lifts a brow. Yes. Oh, I can't find it in me to be embarrassed, so I brush the backs of my fingers across the stubble along his jawline. And you put it out? Yes. Right before I destroyed your throwing targets. He grimaces. I'll get you a new one. I glance over at the armoire. And we... Yep. He lifts his brows. And I'm pretty sure you need a new chair, too. I didn't even get the man's pants entirely off, and my dressing gown is haphazardly hanging from one shoulder. Frighteningly perfect. He cups the side of my face. We should get you cleaned up and to sleep. We can worry about your room tomorrow. Ironically, your bed is the only thing we didn't wreck. I sit up to confirm that the bed made it, and Zayden does the same next to me, leaning forward. Immediately, I lose interest in everything but the muscled lines of his back and the navy blue relic Sigale transferred to him. I reach out and trace the dragon relic on his back, my fingers lingering on the raised silver scars, and he stiffens. They're all short, thin lines, too precise to be a whip. No rhyme or reason to their pattern, but never intersecting. What happened? I whisper, holding my breath. You really don't want to know. He's tense but doesn't move away from my touch. I do. They don't look accidental. Someone hurt him deliberately, maliciously, and it makes me want to hunt that person down and do the same to them. His jaw flexes as he looks over his shoulder, and his eyes meet mine. I bite my lip, knowing this moment can go either way. He can shut me out, like always, or he can actually let me in. There's a lot of them, I murmur, dragging my fingers down his spine. 107. He looks away. That number makes my stomach lurch, and then my hand pauses. 107. That's the number Liam mentioned. That's how many kids under the age of majority carry the rebellion relic. Yeah. I shift so I can see his face. What happened, Zayden? He brushes my hair back, and the look that passes over his face is so close to tender that it makes my heart stutter. I saw the opportunity to make a deal, he says softly, and I took it. What kind of deal leaves you with scars like that? Conflict rages in his eyes, but then he sighs. The kind where I take personal responsibility for the loyalty of the 107 kids the rebellion's leaders left behind. And in return, we're allowed to fight for our lives in the Riders Quadrant, instead of being put to death like our parents. He averts his gaze. I chose the chance of death over the certainty. The cruelty of the offer and the sacrifice he made to save the others hits like a physical blow. I cradle his cheek and guide his face back to mine. So if any of them betray Navarre, I lift my brows. Then my life is forfeit. The scars are a reminder. It's why Liam says he owes him everything. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Especially when he wasn't the one who led the rebellion. He looks at me like he sees into the very depths of who I am. You have nothing to apologize for. I grab his hand as he moves to stand. Stay. I shouldn't. 2 lines appear between his brows as he searches my eyes. People will talk. When did I ever give you the impression that I give a fuck what people think? I use his earlier words against him and sit up, curling my hand around the section of his neck that bears his relic. Stay with me, Zayden. Don't make me beg. We both know this is a bad idea. Then it's our bad idea. His shoulders dip, and I know I've won. He's mine for the night. We take turns sneaking out long enough to clean up, and then he slides into bed behind me. Only within these walls, he says quietly, and I understand what he means. Only within these walls, I agree. It's not like we're in a relationship or anything. That would be disastrous given the chain of command. We're riders, after all. I just don't trust my temper if anyone says. I brush a kiss over his mouth, silencing him. I know what you're saying. It's sweet. He nips at my skin. I'm not sweet. Please don't mistake any part of me for soft or kind. That will only get you hurt. And whatever you do, he buries his face in my neck, inhaling deeply. Don't fall for me. I stroke my hand over his marked arm and pray that's not exactly what I'm doing. This overwhelming juxtaposition of longing and satisfaction in my chest has to be the after effects of coming not once, but 3 times, right? It can't be more. Violence? I look out my window at the infinite black sky and change the topic, my eyelids growing heavier by the second. Why did you guess I could wield lightning? He stretches just enough to tuck my head under his chin. I thought you did it the first night Tarn channeled power to you, but I wasn't sure, so I didn't say anything. Really? I blink, thinking back, but my brain is full of a pleasant, dull hum as sleep fights to pull me under. When? My eyes drift shut. His arms tighten around me as he tucks me closer, the backs of my thighs pressed tight against his pants as I start to drift off. The first time you kissed me. When I wake, Xaden is gone. But that's not exactly a surprise. Him staying the night to begin with? Now that was the shocker. Finding a jar on my nightstand with a handful of spring violets? My heart swells. I'm in so much fucking trouble. He even moved all the debris to a pile in the corner, which means he must have used his shadows while I was sleeping because I didn't hear a thing. I'm still exhausted, but I dress and pin my hair up quickly, noting the sun has already risen. With Liam in the infirmary, I'll be solo for my archives trip today, but I might be able to sneak in to see him on the way back. I'm lacing my boots when there's a knock at my door. "You have got to be kidding," I say loudly enough for the knocker to hear. "Just because Liam is healing doesn't mean I need another—" I wrench the door open and stumble over the last word. "Bodyguard." Professor Carr stands in my hallway, his hair standing on end as he looks at me with scientific appraisal, then lifts his eyebrows as he stares past me into the wreckage of my room. "We have work to do." "I have archives duty," I argue. He snorts. "You're off archives duty until we can be sure you're not going to burn the place down. Lightning and paper don't mix well. Trust me, Sorengale, the scribes aren't going to want you anywhere near their precious books. And from the looks of it, you can't even control your powers in your sleep." I try to ignore the sting of his words, since he's far off, but end up following him down the hall when he leaves. "Where are we going?" "Somewhere you won't start a forest fire," he says without looking back. 20 minutes later, we're in the flight field, and to my surprise, Tairn is saddled. "How the hell did you do that?" He chuffs in indignation. "As if I'd let them design something I couldn't figure out how to get on myself. Remember where you get your power from, Silver One." "How's Endarna?" I ask as Professor Carr thrusts a satchel into my hands. "What's this for?" "Sleeping, but she's fine," Tairn promises. "Breakfast," Carr answers. "With all the wielding you're about to do, you're going to need it." He climbs onto his orange dagger tail, and after I mount Tairn and strap in, we're airborne. The bite of spring wind stings my cheeks as we fly deep into the mountain range, and I'm thankful I dressed in flight leathers this morning, thinking I'd have a session before lunch. We land almost a half hour later, high above the tree line. I shiver and rub my arms to fight off the low temperatures that come with high altitude. "Don't worry, you won't be cold for long," Carr assures, dismounting and pulling a small tome from his pocket. "According to what I read last night, this particular ability has the power to overheat your system. Hence," he gestures around us. "Plus, there's not much to burn up here, is there? And no witnesses if he decides to break my neck, either." I glance at him quickly before looking away, undoing the buckles of my saddle, then sliding down Tairn's foreleg. "Don't leave me." "Never. I'll burn him alive before he takes a single step toward you." "Exactly." He studies me carefully, and I avoid meeting his eyes as I check the wrap on my knee to make sure it hasn't slipped under my leathers. "It's always intriguing to me how nature finds the balance." "I'm not sure I know what you mean, Professor." "This kind of power found in one so—" He sighs. "Would you not call yourself fragile?" "I am who I am," I bristle. I've never given this particular professor any reason to think of me as different. "It's not an insult, cadet." He shrugs, looking at the saddle. "It's a balance. In the course of my duties, I've found a correlation of sorts that keeps a system of checks on power. Yours seems to be your body." A growl rumbles in Tairn's chest as he edges Car's smaller dragon out of his space. "Your dragon doesn't trust me," Car states, like it's an academic problem to be solved. And considering he's the most powerful of them in the quadrant at the moment, but not the continent, Tairn admits. "That means you don't trust me either, Cadet Sorengale." He holds my gaze, and the mountaintop wind makes his white hair dance like feathers. "Why is that?" "No point lying." "Other than you calling me frail?" I stay at the base of Tairn's foreleg, ready to mount if necessary. "I was there the day you killed Jeremiah. His signet manifested, and you snapped his neck like a twig in front of all of us." Car tilts his head in thought. "Yes, well, he was in a considerable amount of panic, and it's widely known that intrinsics aren't allowed to live. I ended his suffering before he could see the end coming." I'll never understand why mind reading is a death sentence. I place my hand on Tairn's leg like I can absorb his strength, even though I already feel it flowing through me. "Because knowledge is power. As a general's daughter, you should know that. We can't have someone walking around with unfettered access to classified material. They're a security risk to the entire kingdom." "And yet, Dane is living." "Because Atos will be useful to them as long as they can keep him under their control." Tairn blasts a puff of steam over my head, and the orange dagger tail backs up even more. "His power is also limited to touch, so more controllable." "Now, you don't have to trust me, and you can even wield from your seat on your dragon if you like. But I hope you believe me when I tell you that I have no plans of killing you, Cadet Sorengale. Losing an asset like you would be a tragedy for the war effort." An asset. "And the fact that you bonded Tairn makes you and Ryerson the most coveted pair of riders this kingdom has seen in far too long. If I could offer a piece of advice..." His eyes narrow. "Please do. At least he's brutally honest, so I know where I stand with him. Keep your loyalties clear. You and Ryerson both have exceptional, lethal power that any rider would be envious of. But together," his bushy brows furrow, "you would be a formidable enemy who command could simply not afford to let exist. Do you understand what I'm saying?" His voice softens. "Navarre is my home, Professor. I will give my life to defend it, just like every Sorengale who has ridden before me." "Excellent." He nods. "Now let's get to work. The sooner you can contain the lightning, the sooner we can both stop freezing our asses off." "Good point." I look out over the range. "You just want me to..." I gesture to the mountains around us. "Preferably anywhere but right here, yes." I stare out at the mountains in the distance. I am not really sure what I did to call it before. It was an emotional reaction. And what happened last night definitely isn't up for discussion. "Interesting." He jots something down in his notebook with a piece of charcoal. "You've wielded lightning besides yesterday's display during the war games?" I debate keeping my answer to myself, but my silence isn't going to help. "A few times." "And both times were the results of emotional reactions?" Tairn snorts and I smack his foreleg with the back of my hand. "Yes." "Well, then start there. Ground in your power and try to feel whatever it was you were feeling." He goes back to his notebook. "Should I get the wing leader?" Tairn flat out laughs in my head. "Shut up." I ground both feet in my archives, and power flows around me, through me. And Darna's golden light is there too, but it's softened from having been drained yesterday. And high above me swirl the inky black shadows I know represent the connection to Xaden. "Problems?" Xaden asks, as if he feels my inquiry. "And what are you doing so far away?" "Training with Carr." My cheeks heat at the sound of his low voice. And how do you know how far away I am anyway? Get stronger in wielding and you'll be able to do it too. There's nowhere in existence you could go that I wouldn't find you, Violence. The promise should be a threat, but it's not. It's too damn comforting for that. Right now, I'd settle for wielding some lightning. Carr is staring at me, and it's about to get really fucking awkward if I can't figure out how. Images of me flood my mind. It's last night, except I'm somehow seeing it through Zayden's eyes, feeling the unmistakable burn of insatiable desire. My control slips. No, it's Zayden's control slipping as I moan beneath him, my hips riding his hand, my nails biting into his skin with the pain that borders on pleasure as I writhe. Gods, No, he needs me. His hunger walks the line of starvation to know my touch, my taste, the feel of power floods my entire system, crackling along my skin, and light flashes behind my closed eyes. The images stop, and my feelings are once again my own. And fuck if I'm not so turned on that I have to shift my weight to ease the ache between my thighs. Good job, Professor Carr nods, jotting something down. I can't believe you just did that. You're welcome. My cheeks are flaming hot as I lift the backs of my hands to my skin. See, I told you. Carr lifts the notebook. The last lightning wielder said it made them overheat. Now do it again. Tairn chortles. Not a single fucking word out of you, I warn. This time, I focus on the feeling of the power rush and not what got it there. Opening every sense and letting white-hot energy course through me, gathering to a breaking point. Then I release it, and lightning strikes more than a mile away. Well, look at that. I am a certified badass. Maybe you could work at aiming it this time? Professor Carr peers over his notebook. Just remember not to exhaust the physical strength with which you control the power. No one wants to see you burn out. A power like Tairn's will eat you alive if you can't contain it. Lightning strikes 5 more times before I'm exhausted, and none of it hits where I was aiming. This is going to be harder than I thought. Chapter 31. A quote from Royal Proclamation of King Tari the Wise. July 1st, the anniversary of the Battle of Orisha, is hereby proclaimed Reunification Day, and will be celebrated throughout Navarre on this date every year to honor the lives lost during the war to save our kingdom from separatists, and those saved by the Treaty of Orisha. There's a knock at my door as I take an armful of clothes from the skeletal remains of what used to be my armoire. Come in, I call out, dumping them on the bed. The door opens and Zayden walks in, his hair wind-blown like he's just come from the flight field, and my pulse jumps. I just wanted, he starts, then pauses, surveying the wreckage of my room from last night. Somehow I'd convinced myself today that we hadn't done that much damage, but yeah, it's... He looks at me, and we both crack a smile. Look, this doesn't have to be awkward or anything. I shrug, trying to ease the tension. We're both adults. His scarred brow rises. Good, because I wasn't going to make it that way. But the least I can do is help you clean up. His attention shifts to the armoire, and he winces. I swear, it didn't look quite that ruined in the darkness when I left this morning. Turns out you set more than a few trees on fire last night, too. Took 2 water wielders to get them out. My cheeks heat. You took off early. I try to make my tone as nonchalant as possible as I walk toward my desk, which miraculously survived, and bend down to gather a few of my books we'd knocked to the floor. I had a leadership meeting and needed to get an early start. His arm brushes against mine as he leans down and picks up my favorite book of fables, The one Mira slipped into my rucksack once we'd gotten back to Montserrat that night. Oh, my chest lightens. That makes perfect sense. I stand, putting my texts on the desk. So it wasn't because I snore or anything. No, a corner of his mouth rises. How did training with cargo? Nice subject change. I can wield, but I can't aim. And it's completely exhausting. My mouth purses, thinking back to the first strike I wielded. You know, you were kind of an asshole on the flight field yesterday. His grip tightens on the book. Yes, I told you what I thought you needed to hear to get through the moment. I know you don't like other people to see you vulnerable, and you were vulnerable. I finish. He nods. If it makes you feel better. I couldn't keep anything down after the first time I killed anyone either. I don't think less of you for having a reaction like that. Just means you still have your humanity. So do you, I say gently, taking the book from him. That's debatable, says the man who has 107 scars on his back. It's not to me. He looks away, and I know he's going to have his defenses up any second now. Tell me something real, I say, desperate to keep him with me. Like what? He asks, just like he did before when we were flying, when he left me sitting on that mountain when I had the nerve to ask about his scars. Like, my mind races, looking for something to ask. Like where you went the night I found you in the courtyard. His brow furrows. You're going to have to be more specific than that. Third years get sent away all the time. You had Bodhi with you. It was right before the gauntlet. I nervously run my tongue over my lower lip. Oh. He picks up another book and sets it on the desk, clearly stalling while he decides whether or not he'll open up to me. I would never tell anyone anything you tell me, I promise. I hope you know that. I know. You never told a soul about what you saw under the tree last fall. He rubs the back of his neck. Athbeen. You can't know why or ask anything else, but that's where we were. Oh. That definitely wasn't what I expected, but not out of the ordinary for cadets to run something to an outpost. Thank you for telling me. I move to put the book back and see that the binding is definitely worse for wear after we knocked the antique tome off the desk last night. Damn. I open the back cover and see that it's split at the binding. Something is peeking out. What is that? Zayden asks, looking over my shoulder. Not sure. Balancing the heavy book with one hand, I tug what looks to be a stiff piece of parchment free from where it's been tucked behind the binding. Gravity shifts as I recognize my father's handwriting, and it's dated just a few months before his death. My Violet, by the time you find this, you'll most likely be in the scribe quadrant. Remember that folklore is passed from one generation to the next to teach us about our past. If we lose it, we lose the links to our past. It only takes one desperate generation to change history, even erase it. I know you'll make the right choice when the time comes. You have always been the best of both your mother and me. Love, Dad. My brow furrows and I pass the letter to Zayden, flipping through the book. The tales are all familiar, and I can still hear my father's voice reading every word, as if I were still a child curled on his lap after a long day. That's cryptic, Zayden remarks. He got a little cryptic in the years after Brennan died, I admit softly. Losing my brother made my father even more reclusive. I only really got to spend time with him because I was always in the archives, studying to be a scribe. The pages flutter as I flip through stories of an ancient kingdom that spanned from ocean to ocean, and a great war among 3 brothers who fought to control the magic in this mystical land. Some of the fables tell stories of the first riders who learned to bond with dragons, and how those bonds could turn on the rider if they tried to consume too much power. Others talk of a great evil that spread across the land as man became corrupted by dark magic and turned into creatures known as venin, who created flocks of winged creatures called wyvern and scourged the land of all magic in their thirst for more power. Another talks about the dangers of wielding power from the ground instead of the skies, as one could easily start drawing magic from the earth and eventually be driven mad. One of the purposes of the fables is to teach children about the dangers of too much power. No one wants to become a venin. They're the monsters that hide beneath our beds when we have nightmares. And we certainly never want to try to control magic without a dragon to ground us. But that's all they are, children's bedtime stories. So why did my dad leave me this cryptic note and hide it inside the book? "What do you think he was trying to tell you?" Xaden asks. "I don't know. Every fable in this book is about how too much power corrupts, so maybe he felt someone in leadership was corrupt." I glance up at Xaden and joke. I certainly wouldn't be surprised if General Melgren ripped a mask off one day and revealed he was a terrifying venin. That man has always given me the creeps. Xaden chuckles. "Well, let's hope not that. My dad used to say venin were biding their time in the barrens, and one day were coming to get us, if we didn't eat our vegetables." He glances out the window to his left, and I know he's remembering his father. He said one day there would be no magic left in the kingdom if we weren't careful. "I'm sorry," I start, but when he tenses, I decide a subject change is what he really needs. "So, which mess should we tackle first?" "I have a better idea of how to spend our night," he says as he puts another pile of clothes on my bed. "Oh?" I glance over and catch his eyes darkening as he stares at my mouth. My pulse immediately quickens, the thought of touching him sending a burst of energy through me. "Don't fall for me." His words from last night cut a sharp contrast to the way he's looking at me now. I take a step backward. "You said not to fall for you. Did you change your mind?" "Absolutely not." His jaw tenses. "Right. I don't expect that to hurt as much as it does, which is part of the problem. I'm already too emotionally involved to separate out the sex, no matter how phenomenal it is. Here's the thing. I don't think I can separate sex from emotion when it comes to you." Well, shit. Now I've said it. We're already too close for that. And if we hook up again, I'm going to eventually fall for you. My heart pounds at the rushed confession, waiting for his response. "You won't." Something akin to panic flares in his eyes, and he crosses his arms. I swear I can actually see the man building his defenses against his own feelings. "You don't really know me, not at my core." "And whose fault is that?" "I know enough," I argue softly. "And we'd have all the time in the world to figure it out if you'd stop acting like such an emotional chicken shit and just admit that you're going to fall for me too, if we keep this up." There's no way he would have designed that saddle, spent all that time training me to fight and fly if he didn't feel something. He's going to have to fight for this too, or it will never work. I have absolutely no intention of falling for you, Sorengale. His eyes narrow, and he enunciates every word, like I could possibly take that any other way. Fuck that. He let me in. He told me about his scars. He had an arsenal crafted for me. He cares. He's just as wrapped up in this as I am. Even if he's shitty at showing it. Ouch, I wince. Well, it's apparent that you're not ready to admit where this is going. So yeah, I think it's best we agree that this was just a one-time thing. I force my shoulders to shrug. We both needed to blow off some steam, and we did, right? Right, he agrees, apprehension lining his forehead. So the next time I see you, I'll just act as cool as you are right now and pretend that I'm not remembering what it feels like to have you sliding inside me. Warm and hard. He really does have an incredible body, but he doesn't get to dictate what I do with my heart. He stalks forward with a smirk, his gaze warming every inch of my body. And I'll just pretend that I'm not remembering the feel of your soft thighs around my hips, or those breathy little sounds you make right before you come. His teeth rake over his lower lip, and it takes all my willpower not to suck that lip into my mouth. And I'll ignore the memory of your hands biting into my hips, pinning me to the armoire so you could take me deeper, and your mouth on my throat. Easy. My lips part as I retreat, my heart jumping in the best way when he follows, backing me against the wall. His hands rest next to my head as he leans into my space, his lips curving into a half smile. Then I guess I'll ignore the memory of how hot and slick you feel around my cock, and how you cry out for more until all I can think about is how to push every physical limit to be exactly what you need. Shit, he's better at this game than I am. Heat flushes my skin. I want him closer. I want exactly what I had last night, but I want more. His breath hits my lips in ragged pants, and I'm in no better condition. Fuck it. I can have him, right? I can take exactly what he's offering and enjoy every single minute. We can shred every piece of furniture in this room and then move to his. But where will that leave us in the morning? Right here, both wanting and only one of us brave enough to take. And I deserve more than a relationship that's only on his terms. You want me. I put my hand on his chest and feel his heart pounding. And I know that scares you, even though I want you just as badly. He stiffens. But here's the thing. I hold his gaze, knowing he could bolt at any second. You don't get to dictate how I feel. You might give the orders out there, but not in here. You don't get to tell me we can fuck, but I can't fall for you. That's not fair. You can only respect what I choose to do. So we're not doing this again until I want to risk my heart. And if I fall, then that's my problem, not yours. You're not responsible for my choices. His jaw clenches once, twice, and then he pushes off the wall, giving me space. I think that's for the best. I'm graduating soon, and who knows where I'll end up. Besides, you and I are chained together because of Sigale and Tarn, which complicates everything. He retreats one step at a time, the distance more than just physical. Besides, with all that pretending, I'm sure we'll eventually forget last night ever happened. The way we're looking at each other tells me neither of us is ever going to forget. And he can avoid it all he wants, but we're going to end up right here, time and again, until he's willing to recognize what this is. Because if there's one thing I know for certain, it's that I'm going to fall for this man, if I haven't already. And he's halfway there too, whether he realizes it or not. Turning my back on him, I walk to the shattered halves of my throwing target and pick them up before heading back across the room. I never figured you for a liar, Zayden. I shove the halves at his chest. You can get me a new one when you're ready to come to your senses. Then, we'll blow off some steam. I throw the aggravating man out.
Did you hear that King Tare is celebrating Reunification Day here? Sawyer asks as he swings his leg over the bench beside me at lunch. Really? I attack my roasted chicken with zeal. Since I've been training every day with Carr, my appetite somewhat resembles a bottomless pit. At least he only drags me to that mountaintop for an hour a day, but still, by the time breakfast comes, I'm ravenous. After a month, I still can't aim lightning for shit. But I'm up to about 20 strikes an hour, so that's an improvement. Glancing down the tables, I catch Zayden's eye as he eats with the leadership on the dais. He looks scrumptious this morning. Even the broody little cloud that follows him everywhere has a certain appeal as he rolls his eyes at something Garrick says. Don't look at me like that. Like what? I arch an eyebrow. His gaze flashes to mine. Like you're thinking about the sparring gym last night. Well, duh, Rhiannon says across from me. That's why De Vera has about 500 black dress uniforms in Commons right now. Where the king travels, so does the party. Well, now that you mention it, my tongue flicks over my lower lip, remembering how his hips pinned mine to the mat after everyone had left for the night. How close we both came to giving in to the pulsing need between us. His jaw flexes, and his grip tightens on his fork. Seriously, I can't think when you look at me like that. Really? I figured those were for graduation, Riddick questions. Imogen scoffs. Like anyone dresses up for graduation. It's basically a giant formation where Panchek says, "Look, you lived. Good job. Come get your assignments and then pack your shit and leave." Everyone laughs at her spot-on imitation. You're the one with the ridiculous rule about not falling for each other. I remind him. You're still looking. He forces his attention back to his plate. You make it hard to look away. I miss his mouth on my skin, the feel of his body pressed against mine. I miss the look on his face when he watched me come undone. But I miss the feeling of him curled around me in sleep more. I'm over here keeping my hands and memories to myself because you asked me to, and you're fucking me with your eyes. That's not playing fair. I drop my fork and everyone at the table turns to stare. You all right over there? Rhiannon asks, her eyebrows rising. Yep. I nod, ignoring the flush of heat creeping up my neck. I'm great. Liam sets his glass down and glances between Zayden and me, shaking his head as he fights a smile. Of course he knows what's going on. He'd have to be completely oblivious not to, considering he helped Zayden and Garrick move in the new armoire. Told you to stop staring. There's laughter in his voice, but his face is as expressionless as ever. I tap my fork on my plate in pure frustration. You know what? Fuck this. Two can play at this game. If you'd just man up and admit there's something between us, I would strip down to my skin so you could see every single inch of me. And once I had you begging, I'd drop down to my knees, undo those flight leathers you're wearing, and wrap my lips around. Zayden chokes. Every head in the dining hall turns his way, and Garrick pounds on his back until Zayden waves him off, taking a drink of his water. I grin, which earns me about 6 looks of confusion from our table, and 1 set of rolled eyes from Liam. You're going to be the death of me. We're only 10 days away from graduation, and I'm counting every single one of them. That's when we'll find out how far Zayden is being sent from Bezgaeth. Most brand new lieutenants are given Midland posts, manning the forts along the roads that lead to the border outposts. But someone with Zayden's power? I don't even want to think about how far he'll be. Or why he still hasn't admitted there's something between us. Or even hinted that at least he didn't regret that one night. I'd take that. Don't fall for me.
I feel a familiar prickle along my scalp, and I know Zayden has filed into the battle brief room with the rest of the remaining cadets and leadership. Professor de Vera jumps right into today's brief, but I find it difficult to pay attention. Today marks 6 years since Brennan was killed. He'd be a captain by now, or maybe even a major, given the way his career had taken off. Maybe he'd be married. Maybe I'd be an aunt. Maybe our father's heart wouldn't have given out that first time from the strain of losing him, or that final time, that spring 2 years ago. "Take me to bed," I mentally blurt out, then sink down in my seat a little. I don't regret it, though. Today of all days, I need a distraction. It might be awkward in front of all these people. I can't see him from where I know he's sitting at the top of the battle brief room, but his words feel like a caress on the back of my neck. Might be worth it. "And what would you have done differently?" de Vera asks, scanning the crowd. "I would have asked for reinforcements if I'd known the wards were weakening in the area," Rhiannon answers. "I haven't changed my mind, Violence. There's no future for us." "And when no reinforcements are available?" de Vera asks, arching a brow. "You have noticed that the graduating classes from the Riders Quadrant are diminishing every year, while the uptick in attacks has cost us another 7 riders and their dragons this year, haven't you? It takes at least a full company of infantry to make up for the loss of 1 rider." Graduation is 10 days away. The approaching deadline has me on edge. "I would have temporarily pulled riders from the Midland post to help rebuild the wards," Rhiannon answers. "Don't remind me." "Excellent," de Vera nods. "Are you seriously going to leave Basgaeth without... Without what? Declaring his undying lust?" "Yes." Of course he would. Zayden is a master of containing his emotions, which is probably why he's so fixed on containing mine, too. Or is there some other reason he's holding himself back that I'm not considering? The sex was great. Our chemistry? Explosive. We're even friends, though the constant ache in my chest tells me it's gone far beyond that. If he could just be an asshole, then I'd write that night off as just sex. Ridiculously mind-blowing sex, and move on. But he's not being an ass. Not usually, at least. And now I understand why he takes his job so seriously. He shoulders the responsibility for every marked one in here. "Whatever you're thinking can wait until there's not a room of people between us," he says. "What else do you have for me?" de Vera continues, calling on a second ear. "It's been a month and a half since we destroyed my room, and we've managed to keep our hands off each other, even though one night wasn't enough to satisfy either of us, if the tension-filled evenings and the sparring mats are any indication. Of course, we both know anything more would only further complicate an already overly complicated situation. But surely he's not relieving the sexual tension that stretches taut between us with someone else. Surely. The insidious thought spreads with a sickening quickness. I stop listening as my stomach twists at an all-too-real possibility. Is there someone else? I'm not having this discussion with you right now. Pay attention. It takes everything I have not to turn around and yell at him. If I've spent every night tossing and turning in my sheets alone while he... That's a good idea too, Atos, de Vera smiles. A very wing leader answer, if I might say so. Oh gods, Dane's ego is going to be unbearable today during sparring if de Vera keeps complimenting him. Sparring. I clasp my pen a little too hard as I remember the way Imogen looked at Zayden that night. Shit. That would make sense. She carries a rebellion relic and definitely isn't the daughter of the woman who killed his father, so she has that going for her too. Is it Imogen? I'm going to be sick. For fuck's sake, Violence. Is it? I know we said we weren't going there again, but I'm kicking myself for telling him I wanted more now, and for the fact that I should be paying attention instead of fighting with Xaden. At least tell me. Soren Gale. Xaden snaps. I freeze, feeling the weight of every gaze on me. Yes, Ryerson? Devera prompts. He clears his throat. If reinforcements were unavailable, I would have asked for Mira Sorengale to temporarily transfer. The wards are strong at Montserrat, and with her signet, she could reinforce the weakness until other riders could arrive to strengthen those wards. Good idea, Devera nods. And what riders are the most logical choice to help rebuild wards in this particular mountain pass? Third years, I answer. Go on, Devera tilts her head at me. Third years are taught to build wards, and at this point in the year they're leaving anyway. I shrug. May as well send them early so they can be of use. Point fucking made. I slam my shield down and block him out. That's a logical choice, Devera says. And that's all we have for today. Don't forget that you should be preparing for the last exercise of war games before graduation. Also, we expect each and every one of you in the courtyard in front of Basgaeth tonight at 9 for fireworks to celebrate Reunification Day. Dress uniforms only. She lifts her brows at Riddick. He shrugs. What else would I be wearing? One never knows what you'll come up with, Devera says, dismissing us. Anything I need to know about what's going on between you and... Liam raises his eyebrows at me as we gather our things. Absolutely nothing is going on between us. Not one damn thing. I insist. If Xaden doesn't want to see if there might be more between us, message received. I turn to Rhiannon. So, are you excited to finally be able to write to your sister in 10 days? She grins. I've been writing her once a month since we got here. Now I finally get to post them. At least one good thing is coming with graduation. We'll all be able to talk to our loved ones again. Later that night, I adjust the sash across the bodice of my black dress uniform and tuck a loose strand of my hair back into the pretty arrangement Quinn helped me with earlier before meeting Rhiannon in the hallway. She's unbound her hair from its usual braided, protective style, and the tight coils form a beautiful halo around her face, which she's dusted with gold-tinted blush. Her chosen option of sleek, tailored dress pants and a cross-body doublet that cuts across her torso on the diagonal looks phenomenal on her taller frame. Hot, I say with a nod as she tugs on her sash. I went the high-neck, sleeveless option to hide my armor and the flowing floor-length skirt with the slit up the thigh, which Devera told me was for mobility in case of attack. Personally, I'm not against the flash of thigh it gives when I move, especially with all the work I've put in to strengthen my legs with Imogen. My sash is simple, the same black satin as everyone else's, with my name embroidered just beneath my shoulder and the star of a first year. I heard there's going to be a mob of infantry guys there, Nadine says as she joins us. Don't you prefer a little brain with your brawn? Riddick slides right in, Sawyer at his side. You did not try to leave without me, Liam shouts as he runs forward, darting through the crowd as we move toward the staircase that leads to Basgaeth's main campus. I was hoping you'd be given the night off, I answer truthfully as he reaches my side. Don't you look handsome? I know. He preens sarcastically, straightening his sash over a midnight black doublet. I've heard healer cadets have a thing for riders. Hardly, Rhiannon laughs. As often as they have to put us back together, I bet they're more into scribes. What are scribes into? Liam asks me as we descend the stairs in a sea of black, taking the path we tread every morning toward the archives. Seeing as you were almost one of them? Usually other scribes, I answer. But I guess riders in my father's case. I'm just excited to see some people who aren't riders, Riddick says, holding open the door so we can pass through the tunnel. It's getting kind of incestuous around here. Agreed, Rhiannon nods. Oh, whatever. You and Tara have been on again, off again all year, Nadine says, then blanches. Shit, are you off again? We're taking a breather until parapet, she says, and we enter the healer quadrant. Hard to believe we'll be second years in a little more than 2 weeks, Sawyer says. Hard to believe we've survived, I add. There was only one name on the death roll this week, a third year who didn't come back from an overnight mission. By the time we make it to the courtyard, the party is in full swing. There's a blend of pale blue for the healers, cream for the scribes, and the navy blue uniforms of the infantry more than overwhelming the scattered black uniforms. There must be 1,000 people or more in here. Mage lights hang above us in the form of a dozen chandeliers, and drapes of rich velvets cover the stone walls of Bezgaeth, transforming the functional outdoor space into a ballroom of sorts. There's even a string quartet playing in the corner. Where are you? I ask Xaden, but there's no answer. We all seem to scatter as we enter, but Liam stays at my side, as tense as the string on my crossbow. Tell me you're wearing your armor under all that. You think someone is going to knife me in front of my mother? I gesture to the exposed balcony where Mom appears to be holding court, surveying her domain. Our gazes collide, and she whispers something to the man next to her, disappearing from view. Nice to see you, too. I think if anyone was going to knife you, now would be the time, especially knowing that killing you has a good chance of ending Fen Ryerson's son. His voice tightens. That's when I notice the stares of the officers and cadets around us. They're not gawking at my hair or the name on my sash. No, their gazes widen at Liam's wrist and the visible swirls of his rebellion relic. I hook my arm through his and lift my chin. I'm so sorry. There is absolutely nothing for you to be sorry about. He gives my hand a reassuring pat. Of course there is, I whisper. Oh, gods. Everyone is here to gather in celebration of the end of what he and the others call the apostasy. They're celebrating his mother's death. You can go. You should go. This is... I shake my head. I go where you go. His hand tightens over mine. A boulder lodges in my throat, and I scan the crowd, instinctively knowing that he's not here. There's no Garrick, no Bodhi, no Imogen, and definitely no Xaden. No wonder he was in such a shit mood today. This isn't fair to you. I glare at the infantry officer who has the nerve to look appalled at the sight of Liam's wrist. I highly doubt you enjoy celebrating the anniversary of your brother's death either. Liam holds himself with a dignity I could never imagine. Brennan would hate all of this. I gesture to the crowd. He was more about getting the work done than celebrating its completion. Yeah, sounds like... His words die, and I squeeze his arm tighter as I note the separating crowd before us. King Tari walks at my mother's side, and from the direction of his wide, toothy smile, he's headed this way. A purple sash crosses his doublet, pinned to his chest by a dozen medals he's never won from 100 battlefields he's never stepped foot on. Mom's medals are all earned, and they adorn her black sash like jewelry as it drapes across her high-necked, long-sleeved dress uniform. Go, I hiss at Liam in a whisper, forcing a smile for my mother's sake as General Melgren joins them. Melgren may be brilliant, but he's also unnerving as fuck to be around. When your greatest danger approaches, I think not. His spine straightens. I'm going to rip Xaden's gorgeous head off for forcing Liam through this. Your Majesty, I murmur, dropping a foot behind me like Mira taught me, and bending as I bow my head, noting that Liam has bowed at the waist. Your mother tells me you've bonded with not one but two exceptional dragons, King Tari says, smiling under his mustache. Yes, she is quite confident in your power, Melgren adds, his smile icy as he stares at me in blatant appraisal. I would not say the same at this time, I answer with a polite smile. I've spent enough time around egotistical generals, politicians, and royalty to know when to be humble. I'm still learning how to wield. Don't be so modest, daughter, Mom chides. From what her professors say, they've only seen a gift this powerful a few times in the last decade, in Brennan and the Ryerson boy. That boy is a 23-year-old man, but I know better than to correct her and put an even bigger target on Xaden's back. And your gift? King Tari asks Liam. Farsight, Your Majesty, Liam responds. Melgren's eyes narrow on Liam's exposed rebellion relic, then rise to his sash. Mari, as in Colonel Mari's son? I squeeze his arm tighter against mine in silent support, and Mom notices. Yes, General, though I was mostly brought up by Duke Lindell at Tervain. His jaw flexes, but that's the only physical sign of his discomfort. Ah, King Tari nods. Yes, Duke Lindell is a good man, a loyal man. The superiority in his air makes me want to snatch the medals off his chest. I have him to thank for my fortitude, Majesty. Liam plays the game well. Yes, you do. Melgren nods again, his gaze scanning the crowd. Now tell me, where is the Ryerson boy? I always like to lay my eyes on him once a year and make sure he's not causing trouble. No trouble, I answer, earning a swift glare from Mom. He's our wing leader, actually. He saved my life when we were on the front lines at Montserrat. By making me leave instead of staying to help, but still, he deserves the credit for me not distracting Mira and getting her, myself, and Tairn killed. Xaden's done more than save me. He believed me when I told him Amber led the unbondeds to my room. He had an entire arsenal of daggers crafted just for me. He designed a saddle for Tairn so I can ride into battle with my peers. He'd protected me when I needed and taught me to defend myself, so I wouldn't require protection forever. And when others are quick to stand in front of me, Xaden always stands at my side, trusting me to hold my own. But I don't say any of that. What's the point? Xaden wouldn't give a fuck what these people think of him. So I won't either. Instead, I just continue to offer a simpering smile, seemingly in awe of the powerful men before me. Their dragons are mated, Mom offers, her smile chilling. So she's grown quite close to him out of necessity. Out of lust and need and the ache in my chest I'm terrified to define. But sure, necessity works. That's excellent, King Tari beams. It's good to have a Sorengale on lookout for us. You'll let us know if he decides to, oh, I don't know. He laughs. Start another war? Melgren is fully capable of seeing the outcome of any such absurdity, and yet he stares at Liam and me with unnerving focus. My entire body tenses. I can assure you he's loyal. So where is he? King Tari scans the courtyard. I asked that they all be here, all marked ones. But I just saw him a little earlier. I smile through the not-quite lie. Battle brief was earlier. I'd check the edges. He's not much for parties. "Oh, look, there's Dane Atos," Mom says, nodding somewhere behind my shoulder. "He'd be so humbled if you said hello," she prompts the king. "Of course." The three of them walk off, leaving Liam and me standing in complete silence as we pivot to watch them, so we don't accidentally turn our backs on the king. I feel like I've just survived certain death, or at least some kind of natural disaster. "I'm going to kill him for making you come to this," I mutter under my breath as Dane greets the king with perfect manners. "Xaden didn't make me come." "What?" My gaze jumps to his. "He'd never ask this of me. Never ask it of anyone. But I told him I would keep you safe, and that's what I'm doing. Keeping you safe." He flashes a crooked smile. "You are a good friend, Liam Mari." I rest my head on his arm. "You saved my life, Violet. The least I can do is grin and bear it through a fucking party." I'm not sure I can grin and bear it. Not with the way people constantly glance at his wrist, like he's the one who personally led the army to the border. Dane smiles as the king takes his leave, then glances over his shoulder, meeting my gaze and heading our way. He grins, and it's all too easy to remember how many events just like this we've attended together over the years. His touch is gentle when he cups my cheek. "You look beautiful tonight, Vi." "Thank you," I smile. "You look fabulous yourself." His hand falls away as he turns to Liam. "Has this one tried to escape yet? She's always hated these things." "Not yet, but the evening is young," Liam replies. Dane must read the tense lines of Liam's face because his smile slips when he looks back at me. "The staircase is about 5 feet to our right. I'll distract while you slip away." "Thank you," I nod in thanks, offering him a soft smile. "Let's get out of here," I say to Liam. Once we're out of the party and back in the rider's quadrant, I walk straight into the courtyard and ground, letting power swirl around and through me. I sense the golden energy from Endarna, the blazing power from Tairn that connects me to Sigale, and finally, the shimmering shadows of Xaden. I open my eyes, tracing the ebb and flow of that shimmering shadow, and I know he's somewhere in front of me. "Liam, you know I adore you, right?" "Well, that's nice." "Go away." I walk straight ahead through the courtyard. "What?" Liam catches up to me. "I can't just leave you out here by yourself." "No offense, but I can fry this entire place with a lightning bolt if I want to. And I need to see Xaden, so go." I pat his arm and keep striding toward the feeling, using it to guide me. "I mean, your aim is shit, according to you, but I get the rest," he calls out, falling behind. I don't bother with a mage light as I pass the area where we usually stand in formation, and keep walking toward the figures lounging against the only opening in this God's forsaken wall. There's only one place Xaden can be. "Tell me he's not out there," I say to Garrick and Bodhi, whose features I can barely see in the moonlight. "I could tell you that, but I'd be lying," Bodhi remarks, rubbing the back of his neck. "You're not going to want to see him. Not tonight, Sorengale," Garrick warns with a grimace. "Self-preservation is a thing. Notice we're not with him and we're his best friends." "Yeah, well, I'm his—" I open my mouth and shut it a few times because fuck if I know what I am to him. But the longing that holds my heart hostage, this driving need to be at his side because I know he's suffering, no matter if it means throwing myself head first into uncertainty, I can't deny what he is to me. I kick off the leather slippers of my dress uniform. They're more of a hazard than anything. And in this wind, well, we'll see how it goes. I'm just his. For the first time since last year, I step up onto the parapet. Chapter 32. A quote from Addendum 4.2. The Treaty of Arisha. As for the 107 innocents, the children of the executed officers, they now carry what shall be known as the Rebellion Relic, transferred by the dragon who carried out the king's justice. And to show the mercy of our great king, they will all be conscripted into the prestigious Riders Quadrant at Bezgaeth, so they may prove their loyalty to our kingdom with their service or with their death. Walking the parapet on conscription day is a certifiable risk. Walking the parapet in a dress uniform barefoot in the dark? Now this is madness. The first 10 feet, while I'm still inside the walls, are the easiest. And as I reach the edge, where the wind ruffles my skirt like a sail, I start to doubt my plan. It's going to be hard to get to Xaden if I fall to my death. But I see him sitting about a third of the way across the narrow stone bridge, staring up at the moon like it somehow adds to the burden he carries. And my heart fucking hurts. He had the lives of all 107 marked ones carved into his back, taking responsibility for them. But who takes responsibility, takes care of him? Everyone across the ravine is celebrating his father's death, and he's out here mourning it alone. When Brennan died, I had Mira and Dad, but Xaden's had no one. You don't really know me, not at my core. Isn't that how he replied when I told him that I'd end up falling for him? As if knowing him would somehow make me want him less. But everything I learn about him only makes me tumble harder and faster. Oh, gods, I know this feeling. Denying it doesn't make it any less true. My feelings are what they are. I haven't run from a challenge since I crossed this parapet a year ago, and I'm not about to start now. The last time I stood here, I was terrified. But the distance to the ground isn't what has my pulse pounding now. There's more than one way to fall. Shit, that ache in my chest burns brighter than the power coursing through my veins. I'm in love with Xaden. It doesn't matter that he's leaving soon, or that he probably doesn't feel the same for me. It doesn't even matter that he warned me not to fall for him. It's not an infatuation, our physical chemistry, or even the bond between our dragons that keeps me reaching in every way possible for this man. It's my reckless heart. I've kept out of his bed, out of his arms, because he's adamant I can't fall for him. But that ship has long sailed, so what's the point in holding back? Shouldn't I grab hold of every moment we can have while he's still here? I take the first step onto the narrow stone bridge and put my arms out for balance. It's just like walking along Tairn's spine, which I've done hundreds of times. Except I'm in a dress. And Tairn isn't going to catch me if I fall. He's going to be so pissed when he hears that I did this. Already am. Xaden's head snaps in my direction. Violence? I take a step, and then another, holding my frame upright with muscle memory I didn't have last year, and begin to cross. Xaden swings his legs up and then fucking jumps to his feet. Turn around right now, he shouts. Come with me. I call over the wind, bracing myself as a gust whips my skirt against my legs. Should have gone with the pants, I mutter and keep walking. He's already coming my way, his strides just as long and confident as if he was on solid ground, eating up the distance between us as I move forward slowly until we meet. What the fuck are you doing out here? He asks, locking his hands on my waist. He's in riding leathers, not a dress uniform, and he's never looked better. What am I doing out here? I'm risking everything to reach him, and if he rejects me... No, there's no room for fear on the parapet. I could ask you the same thing. His eyes widen. You could have fallen and died. I could say the same thing, I smile, but it's shaky. The look in his eyes is wild, like he's been driven past the point where he can contain himself in the neat, apathetic facade he usually wears in public. It doesn't scare me. I like him better when he's real with me anyway.
And did you stop to think that if you fall and die, then I can die?
He leans in and my pulse jumps. Again, I say softly, resting my hands on his firm chest right above his heartbeat. I could say the same thing. Even if Xaden's death wouldn't kill Sigale, I'm not sure I could survive it. Shadows rise darker than the night that surrounds us. You're forgetting that I wield shadows, Violence. I'm just as safe out here as I am in the courtyard.
Are you going to wield lightning to break your fall?
Fine, that's a good point. I, perhaps, did not think that part through as thoroughly as you, I admit. I wanted to be close to him, so I got close. Parapet be damned. You're seriously going to be the death of me. His fingers flex at my waist. Go back. It's not a rejection. Not with the way he's looking at me. We've been sparring emotionally for the past month. Hell, even longer than that. And one of us has to expose our jugular. I finally trust him enough to know he won't go for the kill. Only if you do. I want to be wherever you are. And I mean it. Everyone else, everything else in the world can fall away, and I won't care as long as I'm with him. Violence. I know why you said you don't see a future for us. My heart races like it's trying to take flight as I blurt out the words. Do you? Of course he isn't going to make this easy. I'm not sure the man even knows what easy is. You want me, I say, looking him in the eyes. And no, I'm not just talking about in bed. You want me, Xaden Ryerson. You might not say it, but you do one better and show it. You show it every time you choose to trust me, every time your eyes linger on mine. You show it with every sparring lesson you don't have time for and every flight lesson that pulls you away from your own studies. You show it when you refuse to touch me because you're worried I don't really want you. Then show it again when you take the time to hunt down Violet before a leadership meeting so I don't wake up feeling alone. You show it in a million different ways. Please, don't deny it. His jaw flexes, but he doesn't deny it. You think we don't have a future because you're scared that I won't like who you really are behind all those walls you keep. And I'm scared too, I can admit it. You're graduating, I'm not. You'll be gone in a matter of weeks, and we're probably setting ourselves up for heartbreak. But if we let fear kill whatever this is between us, then we don't deserve it. I lift one hand to the back of his neck. I told you that I was the one who would decide when I'm ready to risk my heart. And I'm saying it. The way he looks at me, with the same mix of hope and apprehension currently flooding my system, gives me absolute life. You don't mean that, he says, shaking his head. And there he goes, sucking the life right out again. I mean it. If this is about the Imogen thing, it's not. I shake my head, the wind catching the curls Quinn spent so much time on. I know there's no one else. I wouldn't be walking the parapet in the middle of the night if I thought you were playing me. His brow furrows and he pulls me in closer against the warmth of his body. Then what made you even think that? Have to admit it pissed me off. I've given you exactly 0 reasons to think I'm in anyone else's bed. Which means he's only in mine. My own insecurities and the way she looked at you and Garrick sparring. You might not have a thing for her, but she definitely has one for you. I know that look. It's the same look I have when I'm watching you. Embarrassment heats my cheeks. I could change the subject or deflect, but it's not going to do our relationship, if that's even what this is, any favors if I hide my feelings, no matter how weak the irrational ones might make me seem. You're jealous, he bites back a smile. Maybe, I admit, then decide that answer is half-assed. Fine, yes, she's strong and fierce, and has that same ruthless streak you do. I've always thought she was a better match for you. I know the feeling well. He shakes his head. And you are strong and fierce and have a ruthless streak, too. Not to mention you're the smartest person I've ever met. That mind of yours is sexy as hell. Imogen and I are just friends. Trust me, she wasn't looking at me, and even if she were— He pauses, his hands slipping to cradle the back of my head as he holds us steady despite the gusting wind. God's help me. I'm only looking at you. Hope is a stronger buzz than anything they were serving at the party. She wasn't looking at you? No. Rethink what you just said, but take me out of the equation. He lifts his brows, waiting for me to come to the right conclusion. But on the sparring mat, my eyes widen. She has a thing for Garrick. Catching on fast, aren't you? I am. Are you done pushing me away? He draws back, searching my eyes in the moonlight before glancing over my shoulder. You done putting yourself in harm's way to get your point across? Probably not. He sighs. There's only you, Violence. Is that what you needed to hear? I nod. Even when I'm not with you, there's only you. Next time, just ask. You've never had a problem being bluntly honest with me. Wind blows around us, but he's as immovable as the parapet itself. As I remember, you've even thrown daggers at my head, which I greatly prefer over watching you get tangled up in your thoughts. If we're going to do this, then we have to trust each other. And you want to do this? I hold my breath. He sighs, long and hard, then admits. Yes. His hand slides up and he caresses my cheek with his thumb. I can't make you any promises, Violence, but I'm tired of fighting it. Yes. One word has never meant so much to me. Then, I blink, remembering his previous comment about jealousy. What do you mean you know the feeling of jealousy well? His hands tighten on my waist, and he looks away. Oh no, if I have to trust you and tell you what I'm thinking, then I expect the same from you. I'm not going to be the only vulnerable one out on this ledge. He grumbles, dragging his gaze back to mine. I saw Atos kiss you after threshing and nearly lost my shit. If I didn't already love him, that might have pushed me over the edge. You wanted me then? I've wanted you from the first second I saw you, Violence, he admits. And if I was short with you today, well, it's just a shit day. I understand. And you know Dane and I are just friends, right? I know that's how you feel, though I wasn't sure back then. He runs his thumb over the swell of my lips. Now get your ass back on solid ground. He wants to stay out here and wallow. Come with me. My fingers grasp the material of his flight leathers, ready to tug him along if I have to. He shakes his head and looks away. I'm not in a place to take care of anyone tonight. And yes, I know that's a shitty thing to say, since it's the anniversary of losing Brennan. I know. I slide my hands down his arms. Come with me, Zayden. Vi. His shoulders dip, and the sadness that permeates the air between us puts a lump in my throat. Trust me. I step back out of his arms and take his hands. Come on. A moment of tense silence passes before he nods once, moving forward and holding me steady while I turn around. I'm much better at this than I was last July. So I see. He stays close, one hand on my waist as I walk the last part of the parapet. In a fucking dress. It's a skirt, actually, I say over my shoulder, only feet away from the wall. Eyes forward, he grumbles. And it's only the fear in his tone that keeps me from doing something arrogant like skipping the last few feet. The second we're within the confines of the wall, he hauls me against him, my back to his front.
Don't ever put your life at risk over something as trivial as talking to me again.
It's as low as a growl against my ear, sending a shiver down my spine. Next year is going to be so much fun, I tease, walking forward and lacing my fingers with his so he follows.
Liam will be here next year to make sure you're not doing asinine things, he mutters.
You're going to love getting his letters, I promise, jumping the final foot off the parapet to the courtyard below. Huh. I glance around the empty courtyard while putting my slippers back on. Garrick and Bodhi were just here.
They probably know I'm going to kill them for letting you out there. Address Sorengale, really?
I take his hand in mine and head across the courtyard.
Where are we going?
He sounds just as much the asshole as the day I met him. You're taking me to your room, I say over my shoulder as we approach the dormitory.
I'm what?
I throw open the door, grateful for the mage lights that make it easy to see him now, sneer and all. You're taking me to your room. Turning left, I lead us past the hallway to my room and then start up the wide spiral staircase.
Someone will see, he argues. It's not my reputation I'm worried about, Sorengale. You're a first year, and I'm your wing leader.
Pretty sure everyone already knows. We set half the forest on fire that night, I remind him as we climb past the door to the second-year hallway. Did you know that the first time I climbed these steps with Dane, I was horrified that there wasn't a handrail?
Did you know I can't stand to hear his name on your lips while you're leading the way to my room?
He trudges up the steps behind me, shadows curling from the wall as if they sense his mood and want nothing to do with it. But his shadows don't scare me. There's nothing about this man that scares me anymore except the magnitude of my feelings for him. Point is, and now look at me. I grin as we reach the third-year floor, and I push open the arched door. All but dancing on the parapet in a dress.
Probably not a good time to remind me.
He follows me into the hallway. It looks like the second-year floor, except there are fewer doors and a high vaulted roof.
Which one is yours? I should make you guess, he mutters, but keeps my fingers laced with him as we walk to the end of the massively long hall. Of course it's the last one. Fourth wing. I scoff. Always has to go the farthest. He unweaves his own wards and opens his door, standing back so I can walk in first. I'm going to have to either ward your new door before I go, or teach you how in the next 10 days. I'm not thinking about the looming deadline of his departure as I step into his room for the first time. It's twice as big as mine, and so is the bed. Surviving to third year has some serious perks. Or maybe the size reflects his rank, who knows. It's immaculately clean, with a large armchair by the bed, dark gray rug, wide wooden armoire, tidy desk, and a bookshelf that gives me instant envy. A sword rack consumes the area beside the door, complete with so many daggers that I can't possibly count them all. And across the space, next to the desk, stands a throwing target just like I have in my room. There's a table and chairs in the corner, and his window faces Basgaev, but is framed by thick black curtains with Fourth Wing's emblem on the bottom. We do leadership meetings for the sections in here sometimes, he says from the doorway. I pivot to find him watching me with curious eyes, like he's waiting for me to pass judgment on his space. Walking past the sword rack, I let my fingers graze across the handles of the different daggers. How many challenges have you won, anyway? The better question is how many have I lost, he says, coming in and closing the door behind him. There's the ego I know and love so much, I mutter, making my way to the bed, which, just like mine, is outfitted in black. Have I told you how beautiful you look tonight? His voice lowers. If not, I'm a fool.
Because you are magnificently beautiful. Heat rises in my cheeks and my mouth curves into a smile. Thank you. Now sit. I pat the edge of his bed. What? His eyebrows rise. Sit, I order, staring him down. I don't want to talk about it. I never said you had to. There's no need to ask what it is, nor am I going to let what happened nearly 6 years ago drive a wedge between us, not even for one night. To my absolute surprise, he does as I ask, sitting on the side of his bed. His long legs stretch out in front of him, and he leans back slightly on the heels of his hands. Now what? I move between his thighs and run my fingers through his hair. He closes his eyes and leans into my touch, and I swear I feel my heart crack wide open. Now, I take care of you. His eyes fly open, and gods, are they beautiful. I've memorized every gold fleck in those onyx depths. And it's a good thing, since I don't know where he'll be sent after graduation. Seeing him once every few days isn't the same as being able to touch him anytime I like. Leaving his hair, I sink to my knees before him. Violet? I'm just taking off your boots. A smirk plays at my lips as I unlace one, then the other, taking them off. I rise and carry his boots toward the armoire. You can just leave them there, he blurts. I put them on the floor next to the armoire and walk back. I wasn't going to go snooping through your clothes, and it's not like I haven't seen them all anyway. His gaze locks on my skirt, heating every time the slit reveals a section of my thigh. You've been wearing that all night? That's what you get for walking behind me, I tease, coming to stand between his thighs again. I can't really argue about the view from the back either. He tilts his chin to look up at me. Be quiet and let me get this off you. I undo the line of diagonal buttons across his chest, and he shrugs out of the leathers. Were you flying tonight? It usually helps. He nods as I lean over to set them on the armchair. This day is always... I'm sorry. I look him in the eyes as I say it, hoping he knows how very much I mean it, as I return, reaching for his shirt. I'm sorry, too. He lifts his arms, and I tug the shirt off before putting it with the flight jacket. You have nothing to be sorry about. I keep my eyes on his as I cup the unrelenting angles of his face, then trace the scar that bisects a brow. Challenge? Segale, he shrugs, threshing. Most dragons scar their riders, but Taranin and Darna have never hurt me, I say absent-mindedly, my hand slipping down his neck. Or maybe they knew you already carried a scar. He trails his fingers down the long silver scar on my arm from Tynan's blade. I wanted to fucking kill them, and instead, I had to stand there and watch them go at you 3-on-1. I was at the edge of my control and ready to step in when Taran landed. It was only 2-on-1 once Jack ran, I reminded him. And you couldn't have interfered. It's against the rules, remember? But he took that step. That single step that told me he would have. A corner of his mouth quirks into one of the sexiest smirks I've ever seen. At the end of the day, you walked away with 2 dragons. His expression falls. 2 weeks from now, I won't even be here to watch when you're challenged, let alone do anything about it. I'll be fine, I promise. Whomever I can't beat in a challenge, I'll just poison. He doesn't laugh. Come on. Let's get you to bed. I lean in and kiss the scar on his eyebrow. It will be tomorrow when you wake up. I don't deserve you. His arm curls around my hips and he tugs me closer. But I'm going to keep you all the same. Good. I lean in and brush my lips over his. Because I think I'm in love with you. My heart beats erratically and panic claws up my ribcage. I shouldn't have said it. His eyes flare wide and his arms tighten around me. You think? Or you know? Be brave. Even if he doesn't feel the same, at least I will have spoken my truth. I know. I'm so wildly in love with you that I can't imagine what my life would even look like without you in it. And I probably shouldn't have said that, but if we're doing this, then we're starting from a place of complete honesty. He crushes his mouth to mine and pulls me fully into his lap so I'm straddling him. He kisses me so deep that I lose myself in him. There are no words as he takes off my sash, my top, and unbuttons my skirt, all without breaking the kiss. Stand, he says against my lips. Zayden. My heart thunders. I fucking need you, Violet, right now. And I don't need anyone. So I'm not quite sure how to handle this feeling, but I'm giving it my best. And if you don't want this tonight, that's fine, but I'm going to need you to walk out that door right now, because if you don't, I'm going to have you naked on your back in the next 2 minutes. The intensity in his eyes and the vehemence of his words should frighten me, but they don't. Even if this man loses every ounce of his self-control, I know he'll never hurt me. Not with his body, at least. Walk away or stay, but either way, I need you to stand up, he begs. I think 2 minutes might be overestimating your skills with a corset. I glance down at my armor. He grins and lifts me from his lap. My feet hit the floor. I'm timing you. Is that 1, 2? I hold up my fingers. 3. He's on his feet in a heartbeat, and then his mouth is on mine, and I stop counting. I'm too busy chasing the strokes of his tongue, feeling the ripple of his muscles beneath my fingertips to give a shit where my clothes are going. I feel air rush against my legs as my skirt hits the floor, and I help him out by kicking off my slippers while I suck on his tongue. He groans, his hands flying over my back. Laces loosen in record time, and the corset falls to the floor, leaving me in my underwear since there wasn't much else fitting underneath the dress uniform. Daggers, both his and mine, hit the ground as he unstraps the sheaths at my thighs and undoes his own. It's a glorious cacophony of metal until we're both naked and he's kissing me, breathless. Then his hands are in my hair, and pins fly until the mass falls down my back unbound. He pulls back only long enough to rake his ravenous gaze down my body. So fucking beautiful. I think that might have been a little longer than 2, I start, but he grabs the back of my thighs and lifts, sweeping my feet out from underneath me. My back hits the bed with a slight bounce, and honestly, I should have seen that move coming, given he's been putting me on my back for the better part of a year now. Still counting? He asks, dropping to his knees beside the bed and dragging me across the soft coverlet to the edge. Do you need me to keep score? I tease as my ass hits the end of the bed. Feel free, he grins, and before I can get another word in, his mouth is between my thighs. I suck in a sharp breath and throw my head back at the sheer pleasure of his tongue, licking and swirling around my clit. Oh, God. Which one are you calling out for? He asks against my flesh. Because it's just you and me in this room, Vi, and I don't share. You, my fingers tangle in his hair. I'm calling out for you. I appreciate the elevation to deity, but my name will do. He licks me from entrance to clit, finally flicking his tongue over that sensitive bud, and I moan. Fuck, you taste good. He lifts my thighs up onto his shoulders and settles in like he has nowhere else to be tonight. Then, he absolutely devours me with tongue and teeth. Pleasure, hot and insistent, spirals in my stomach, and I'm lost in sensation, my hips rising and falling as I chase the high he drives me toward with every expert stab of his tongue. My thighs tremble when he takes up a rhythm against my clit and drives 2 fingers inside me. They lock when he strokes his fingers in time with his tongue. Mindless. I'm simply mindless. Power rushes through me in a deluge, mingling with the pleasure until they're one and the same, and when he tips me over the edge of oblivion, it's his name I scream as that power whips outward with every wave of my climax. Thunder booms, shaking the paneled glass in Zayden's windows. "That's one," he says, kissing his way up my limp body. "Though I do think we're going to have to work on the fireworks show, or people are always going to know what we're doing." "Your mouth is—" I shake my head as his hands slide under me, moving us to the center of his bed. "There are no words for that." "Delicious," he whispers, his lips skimming the plane of my stomach. "You are absolutely delicious. I never should have waited this long to get my mouth on you." I gasp when he sucks the peak of my breast into his mouth, his tongue lashing and stroking my nipple as he works the other between thumb and forefinger, setting a whole new fire within me built on the embers of the first. By the time he gets to my neck, I'm a writhing flame beneath him, touching every part of him I can reach, stroking my hands down his arms, his back, his chest. God, this man is incredible. Every line of him carved for battle and built by sparring and swordplay. Our mouths meet in a deep kiss, and I can taste us both in it as I draw my knees upward, settling his hips right where they're meant to be, between my thighs. "Violet," he groans, and I can feel the head of him at my entrance. "I don't get equal time to play," I tease, arching my hips so he slides against me and makes my own breath catch with emotion. He nips my lower lip. "You can play all you want later, if I can have you right now." "Yeah, that's a plan I can get with." "You already have me." His gaze collides with mine as he hovers above me, bracing his weight to keep from crushing me. "You have everything I have to give." "That's enough. For now." I nod, arching my hips again. Eyes lock with mine. He pushes into me with one long roll of his hips, consuming every inch and then taking another until he's seated to the hilt. The pressure, the stretch, the fit of him is beyond words. "You feel so damn good." I roll my hips because I can't help myself. "I could say the same thing about you." He smiles, using my own words from earlier against me. Hard, deep, and slow. He sets a rhythm that has me arching for every thrust as we come together again and again and again. He drives us up the bed, and I throw my arms back, bracing against the headboard for leverage as I meet every plunge of his hips. God, each is better than the last. When I urge him to move faster, he gives me a wicked grin and takes me at the same mind-blowing, heart-jolting pace. I want this to last. I need this to last. But that fire in my core is coiled tight and so ready to burst free that I can almost taste how sweet it will be. I know. He drives forward again, and I whimper at how fucking good it feels. Just stay with me. He adjusts the angle so he hits my clit with every thrust and presses my knee forward, taking me even deeper. I'm not going to survive this. I'm going to die right here in this bed. Then I'm going to die with you, he promises, kissing me. I'm so far gone I didn't even realize I said the words out loud, and then I remember that I don't have to. More. I need more. Power simmers beneath my skin, and my legs lock. You're almost there. Fuck, you feel so damn good around me. I'm never going to get enough of this, enough of you. I love you. The words are so incredibly freeing, even if he doesn't say them back. His eyes flare and his control snaps as he pounds into me. And that coiled pleasure explodes as my powers whip out again, cracking through the room, shattering like glass as he throws his weight to the side, bringing me with him as he drives toward his own release, groaning into the side of my neck as the last waves of my orgasm leave me shuddering against him. Long minutes pass before our breathing steadies, and a light breeze kisses my thigh that's thrown over his. "You're all right?" he asks, brushing my hair back from my face. "I'm great. You're great. That was—" "Great," he supplies. "Exactly." I was going to use the word explosive, but I think great covers it. His fingers tangle in my hair. "I fucking love your hair. If you ever want to bring me to my knees or win an argument, just let it down. I'll get the point." I grin as the breeze rustles through the brown to silver strands. Wait, there shouldn't be a breeze. My stomach drops as I push myself up on an elbow to look over Zayden's shoulder. "Oh, no, no, no." My hand covers my mouth as I glimpse the destruction. "I'm pretty sure I blew your window out. Unless there's someone else throwing lightning around, then yeah, that was you. See what I mean? Explosive." He laughs. I gasp. That's why he threw himself sideways, to shield me from my own wreckage. "I'm so sorry." I scan over the damage, but there's only sand on the bed. "I'm going to have to get that under control." I threw up a shield. "Don't worry about it." He pulls me back in for a kiss. "What are we going to do?" Repairing a window is on a whole different level from replacing an armoire. "Right now?" He strokes my hair back from my face again. "That was 2, if we're still counting." And I say we clean up, get the sand out of the bed, and get you to 3. Maybe 4 if you're still awake. My jaw drops. After I just shattered your window? He smiles and shrugs. "I've got us covered, just in case you decide to take out the dresser next." I gaze down at his body, and the craving for him ignites again. How could it not when he looks like the gods blessed him and feels like the gods blessed me? "Yeah, let's go for 3. We're going for 5, my hips in Zayden's hands while I slowly ride him, when I trail my fingers down the black swirls of the relic on his neck. I'm not sure how either of us is still moving, and yet we can't seem to stop tonight. Can't get enough. "It really is beautiful," I tell him, rising up only to sink back down again, taking him deep within me. His dark eyes flare as his hands flex. I used to think of it as a curse, but now I realize it's a gift. He arches his hips, hitting me at a sublime angle. A gift? Gods, he's robbing me of every thought. Someone pounds on the door. "Go the fuck away!" Zayden snarls, reaching up my back and hooking onto my shoulder to pull me down into his next thrust. I fall forward, muffling my moan in his neck. "I really wish I could." There's enough regret in the voice that I believe it. "Someone better be dead if I get out of this bed, Garrick," Zayden retorts. "I think there's a lot of people dead, which is why they're calling the full quadrant to formation, jackass," Garrick growls. Both Zayden and I startle, our gazes colliding in shock. I slide off him, and Zayden covers me with his blanket before shoving his legs into his leathers and striding for the door. "What the fuck are you talking about?" he asks through a tiny opening in the door. "Grab your flight leathers, and you better bring Sorengale with you, too," Garrick says. "We're under attack." Chapter 33. A quote from Major Offendra's Guide to the Writer's Quadrant, unauthorized edition. Inability to control a powerful signet is just as dangerous to a writer and everyone in their vicinity as never manifesting one. I've never gotten dressed so fast in my entire life, and I'm not even bothering with the thigh sheaths. "What time is it?" I ask Zayden, pulling on my formal dress and slippers and blowing my hair out of my face. Mandatory urgent formation for the entire quadrant means now. The words are falling. How many Navarians are we going to lose? 415. He finishes lacing his boots, already armed to the teeth, as I'm picking up my sheaths, pretty sure I'm missing one of them. You're going to freeze out there. I'll be fine. I drop to my knees and locate the missing dagger, hauling it out by the strap of the sheath before standing again. Here. Xaden throws one of his flight jackets over me, trapping my hair. If Garrick's right, and we're under attack, then my guess is they'll order the older years to staff the Midgard posts, so you shouldn't be out in formation too long. I can't stand the thought of you being cold. Which means he'll be leaving. My heart somersaults as I clumsily shove my arms through the sleeves of his jacket. He'll be safe, right? It will just be a Midland assignment, and he's the most powerful rider in the quadrant. With my hands full of weapons, I don't argue about him buttoning the flight jacket over my chest. We have to get to formation. His hands cradle my face, and if I have to go, then don't worry. I'm sure Sigale will draw me back in a few days. He leans in and kisses me hard and quick. Wanting you will be the death of me. Let's go. The best thing about a war college in complete and utter chaos? No one notices when I slip out of my wing leader's room and into the sea of riders, all tugging on their own clothes to get to formation. Everyone is running on adrenaline, too busy getting their shit together to notice what I'm doing or the brief touch of Xaden's hand against mine, before he heads toward leadership gathered near the dais in the courtyard. I'm not the only one still in my dress uniform either. The wind has a bite to it as I make it into formation, but at least Xaden's flight jacket keeps my hair tucked away. This had better be good, because I was finally taking my shot with that gorgeous brunette healer, Riddick whines as he steps into formation behind me. Liam stands to my right, still buttoning the top of his uniform. Good night? I ask Liam. Fine, he mutters, his cheeks turning pink in the moonlight. Anyone seen Dane? I ask Nadine as she steps into formation ahead of me. All the squad leaders are with leadership, she answers over her shoulder as Rhiannon jogs up. Rhi cracks a huge yawn, then glances my way and does a double take. Violet Sorengale, she whispers, moving closer. Are you wearing Ryerson's flight jacket? Liam's head snaps in my direction. Curse his stupidly good hearing. Why would you say that? I do a shitty job of feigning shock and shove the sheaths into every available pocket in this thing. All three of them, which are considerably deeper than the ones in my own jacket. Oh, I don't know, because it's huge on you and there are 3 stars right here. She taps where there's only 1 star on her uniform. Well, shit. Just goes to show that neither of us was thinking clearly. It could be any 3rd years, I shrug. With a 4th wing shield on the shoulder? She cocks an eyebrow. That does limit it a bit, I agree. And a wing leader emblem beneath those stars? She teases. Fine, it's his, I whisper quickly as Commandant Panchek takes the dais, followed by Dane's father and the wing leaders. Xaden's damn good at keeping his eyes off me, but I can't say the same, especially when there's little doubt he's about to be sent away, and I can still feel his mouth on my skin. I knew it! Rhi grins. Tell me it's good. I broke his window. I wince, and my cheeks heat. Like you threw something at it? Her brow knits. No, as in lightning struck. A lot, and I shattered his window. I glance toward the dais. And look, there he is now, all calm, cool, and collected. My chest tightens as I wonder which is the real version of him. The one standing up there in complete control, ready to command his wing? Or the one I had inside me less than a half hour ago? The one who declared that he doesn't deserve me, but is going to keep me? Xaden looks anything but pleased, and his gaze locks with mine for a millisecond. Fucking war games. Relief and disbelief hit me in equal measure. You're kidding me. We got hauled out of bed for war games? Nope. Damn, Rhiannon grins. I wish someone made me shatter windows. I turn toward her, rolling my eyes. Oh, please, you've had way more. Hey, Atos, Rhiannon says, leaning on my shoulder and quickly draping her hand over my collarbone to hide Xaden's insignia and rank. Good morning, huh? Dane looks at Rhiannon like she's drunk too much mead as he approaches the squad. Not really, no. He glances over the rest of us. I know it's early, or late, depending on your night, but we've spent all year training for this, so wake the hell up. He turns to face the dais as Panchek takes the podium. Thanks, I whisper to Rhiannon as she stands back at my side. I'm not up for listening to Dane lecture me about my choices, not tonight. Riders Quadrant, Panchek shouts, his voice carrying across the courtyard. Welcome to the last event of this year's War Games. A murmur rips through the formation. The alert that sounded is similar to what it would have been if this were a real-life attack, to see how fast you would muster. And we will continue this exercise as if it is. Were the borders to be simultaneously attacked and the wards faltering, you would all be called into service to reinforce the wings. Colonel Atos, would you do us the honor of reading the scenario? Dane's dad steps forward, scroll in hand, and begins to read. The moment we've dreaded has arrived. The wards we've dedicated our lives to upholding are falling. And there has been an unprecedented, multi-level attack along our borders, putting villages under siege from drifts of Griffin riders. Mass casualties among civilians and infantry are already being reported, as are the deaths of multiple riders. He's laying on the melodrama pretty thick. As we would if you were a battle-ready force, we are sending your wings in every direction. He continues, focusing on each wing until coming to ours. Fourth wing to the southeast. Each squad will pick which outpost they will reinforce within that region. He holds up a finger. Choices are first come, first served. Wing leaders, however, will be assigned to theirs for the purposes of determining a headquarters for this exercise. He turns to each wing leader, giving out orders, but glances in our direction, no doubt looking for Dane, before he turns towards Xaden. Something about the way his smile slips for a heartbeat makes the hair rise on the back of my neck. Ryerson, you'll establish your headquarters for Fourth Wing at Athbean. Wing leaders, assemble your headquarters squads at your own discretion, pulling from any and all riders within your wings. Consider this a test of leadership, and there are no limitations in a real-world scenario. You will receive the updated orders once you reach your selected outposts for this 5-day exercise. He steps back. Athbean? That's beyond the wards. That's where Xaden flew his secretive mission. My gaze seeks out his, but he's focused on the colonel. 5 whole days? This is going to be so much fun, Heaton exclaims with terrifying glee, running their hand over their purple flames dyed into their hair. We're going to pretend war. Yeah, Imogen adds quietly. I think we are. Just like real life, you squad leaders need to make your choices quickly. Then report to the flight field within 30 minutes, Panchek decrees. You're dismissed. Tern? Already moving. We're going to claim the outpost at El Tuval, the northernmost one in our assigned region, Dane says, turning around to face us as Rhiannon leans over my shoulder again, blocking Xaden's insignia. I'm not getting stuck at some coastal outpost when we know that's not how Poromil would choose to attack. Anyone have a problem with that? We all shake our heads. Good. Then you heard the Commandant. You have 30 minutes to change, pack what you can carry for 5 days, and get your asses to the flight field. Formation breaks, and we all scurry to our dormitory rooms. What do you think our orders will be when we get there? Rhiannon asks as we force our way through the bottleneck of cadets all trying to get into the barracks. More eggs to hunt? Guess we're about to find out. It takes 10 minutes to wrap my knees and support my shoulders for a long flight. Then dress in my own flight leathers. It takes another 5 minutes to detangle my hair from Zayden's handling and braid it, which leaves me exactly 5 to pack. I throw Zayden's jacket in my rucksack just in case anyone snoops through my room while I'm gone. Wear every single dagger you own, Zayden demands, startling me. I'm already wearing 12, I continue throwing items into my overnight pack. Good. I'll see you on the flight field, right? If he leaves without saying goodbye, I'm going to track him down and kill him myself. Yes. His reply is curt, but I finish packing and head out, meeting Rhiannon and Liam in the hallway. A buzz of excitement accompanies the crowd as we make our way to the flight field, taking rations the kitchen staff hands out near commons on our way. No doubt we'll be eating breakfast mid-flight. When we arrive, it takes me a second to absorb the sight. Every dragon from the quadrant fills the field, standing in the same formation we keep in the courtyard, and hundreds of mage lights float overhead like hovering stars, giving the space an otherworldly feel, as though we're in a great hall instead of on the flight field. It's beautiful and menacing at the same time. There's a nervous mix of energy and anticipation, and more than one person hurling up whatever they've had to drink as the field floods with riders. We're going to win, Rhiannon states as we make our way through the wings amid way too many snarling dragons and snapping teeth. We're not the only ones anxious tonight. We're the best. We'll win. Her face is set in lines of determination. I can almost taste that squad leader designation for next year. You'll get it, I tell her. Then turn toward Liam as we approach our section. What about you? Want to distinguish yourself with glory so you can rise to squad leader? He's a shoo-in with his hand-to-hand skills and stellar marks in classes. We'll see. He's unusually tense as we keep walking. We make it to our dragons, and I can't help but notice that Taryn is standing in what could be Kath's spot, forcing Dane's dragon to the side as Dane does a head count. My egotistical dragon is already saddled with Andarna under his wing. Shit, they're going to force Andarna to keep up with us. And if we take enemy fire, then you'll find the first available cover and hide, just like last scenario. You're too shiny for your own good, Taryn tells her. All right. What are you wearing? I ask Andarna, who struts out from under Taryn's wing with her head held high, boasting a contraption that reminds me of a saddle but isn't. The wing leader had it made for me. See? It hooks to Taryn's. I can't help but smile as I see the shape of the triangle on Andarna's back, that I'm sure fits the one on Taryn's chest. It's amazing. It's just in case I can't keep up. Now I can come along. Just another reason to adore Zayden. Well, I love it. I turn to Taryn, who's busy snapping at Kath to give him more room. Need me to attach anything? I have it handled. I'm sure you do. Then it hits me. 5 days. Damn. Are you going to be all right if you're separate? Second squad, Dane calls out. Prepare for a 4-hour first leg of our flight. We'll need to keep a tight formation for the first 15 minutes as the squads disperse. He glances my way, then over my shoulder. Wing leader? I pivot and see Zayden striding our way, the hilts of 2 swords strapped to his back rising above his shoulders, and my throat closes. How am I supposed to say goodbye to him in front of all these people? And worse, how are our dragons going to cope? Don't worry, Silver One, Taryn interjects, his tone resolved. Everything is as it should be. How can I help you? Dane bites out, his shoulders straightening. I need you, Zayden says to me. I'm sorry, Dane retorts before I can even nod. Relax. He just wants to say goodbye, I explain. If you're saying goodbye, it's to him, Zayden corrects, nodding at Dane. I'm constructing my headquarters squad, and you're coming with me. So are Liam and Imogen. My jaw unhinges. I'm what? The fuck you are, Dane barks, stepping forward. She's a first year, and Athbean is beyond the wards. Xaden blinks. I don't hear you giving me the same argument about Mari. I look over my shoulder, and sure enough, Liam stands with his chin raised in front of Day. It's almost as if he expected this. What is going on? I ask Xaden. Liam is the best cadet among the first years, even with you assigning him guard duty over Violet, Dane argues, folding his arms across his chest. And Sorengale wields lightning, Xaden counters, taking a step closer so his arm brushes my shoulder. And not that I owe you an explanation, second year. Because I don't. But Sigale and Tern can't be separated for longer than a few days. Of course. Now it makes sense. That you know of, Dane exclaims. Or can you honestly tell me Sigale was at her wit's end when you showed up at Montserrat? You've never fully tested how long they can be apart. Feel like asking her yourself? Xaden quips, arching a brow. A low growl rumbles as Sigale stalks forward. Menace gleaming in her eyes. My heart launches into my throat on Dane's behalf. It doesn't matter how often I'm around her. There's always a part of me that sees her as the death sentence she is. Don't do this. Riders are known to die during war games, and she's safer with me, Dane argues. Anything could happen once we're away from Bezgaeth, let alone you taking her beyond the wards. I'm not dignifying that with a response. This is an order. Dane's eyes narrow. Or has this been your plan all along? To separate her from her squad so you can use her to get your need for revenge on her mother. Dane! I shake my head at him. You know that's not going to happen. Do I? He fires back. He's made a big deal out of the whole if she dies, I die thing. But do you know it for a fact? Do you know Tern won't survive your death? Or has it all been a ploy to earn your trust, Violet? I suck in a sharp breath. You need to stop right now. Please, do quit while you're behind, Atos, Xaden seethes. You want the truth? She's a fuck of a lot safer with me beyond the wards than she is with you within them. We both know it. The look in his eyes is similar to the one in Sigale's, and it dawns on me why she chose him. They're both ruthless, both willing to annihilate whatever stands between them and what they want. And Dane is in Xaden's path. Stop! I put my hand on Xaden's arm. Xaden, stop. If you want me to go with you, I'll go. It's that simple. His gaze shifts to meet mine and immediately softens. No fucking way, Dane whispers, but it reverberates in my bones like a lightning strike. I pivot, dropping my hand from Xaden's arm, but it's obvious by Dane's expression that he now knows there's something between Xaden and me, and he's hurt. My stomach hits the ground. Dane! Him? Dane's eyes widen and his face flushes. You and him? He shakes his head. People talk, and I thought that's all it was, but you... Disappointment drops his shoulders. Don't go, Violet, please. He's going to get you killed. I know you think Xaden has ulterior motives, but I trust him. He's had every opportunity and has never hurt me. I move toward Dane. At some point, you have to let this go. Dane looks horrified for a second, but quickly masks it. If he's what you choose, he sighs. Then I guess that has to be enough for me, doesn't it? Yes, I nod. Thank gods all this nonsense is about to be past us. He swallows hard and leans in to whisper. I'll miss you, Violet. Then he pivots on his heel and heads for Kath. Thank you for trusting me, Xaden says as I reach Tern's foreleg. Always. We have to ride. He pauses like he's going to say more, but turns away instead. As he heads back to Sigale, I can't help but note both of the important men are walking away from me right now, in opposite directions. And given the one I've chosen to follow, my life is about to change forever. Chapter 34. A quote from Navarre, An Unedited History, by Colonel Lewis Markham. The first known Griffin attack occurred in 1 AU, after unification, near what is now the trading post of Resson. At the edge of the dragon-protected border, the post has always been vulnerable to attack and, over the course of the past 6 centuries, has changed hands no less than 11 times in what has become a never-ending war to secure our borders from our power-hungry enemies. We fly into the morning and then the afternoon, and when Andarna can't keep up, she hooks onto Tern's harness mid-flight. She's asleep by the time Xaden chooses to skirt the thousands-foot-high cliffs of Draelor that give Tyrndor a geological advantage over every province in the kingdom. Over every province on the continent, really, and go around instead, heading into the mountains north of Athbeen. There's a pulling sensation in my chest, then a snap as we cross the barrier of the wards. It feels different, I tell Tern.
Without the wards, magic is wilder here. It's easier for dragons to communicate within the wards. The wing leader will have to take that into account when commanding his wing from this outpost.
I'm sure he's already thought of that. It's nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon as we approach Athbeen, stopping, at the orders of the dragons, at a lake closest to the outpost so they can drink. The surface of the lake is smooth as glass, reflecting the jagged peaks in front of us with breathtaking accuracy before the riot lands on the shoreline and sends ripples over the water in tiny shockwaves. A thick forest of trees and heavy boulders surround one edge of the water, and nearby grass is trampled, which means we're not the first riot to rest here. There are 10 dragons in all with us, and though I might not recognize each one of them, I know that Liam and I are the only first years in the group. Day lands beside Tern, and Liam jumps from his seat like we haven't just spent 7 hours in the sky. You both need to drink and probably eat something, I tell them as I unbuckle from the saddle. My thighs are sore and cramping, but it's not quite as bad as it was at Montserrat. The extra hours in the saddle this last month have helped. Tern pops a talon onto a latch, and Andarna plops to the ground, shaking her head, body, then tail.
And you need to sleep, Tern replies. You've been up all night.
I'll sleep when you do. Navigating his spikes carefully, I slide down his foreleg to the mossy edge of the shore.
I can go for days without sleep. I'd rather you not fire off lightning bolts out of sleep deprivation.
It's on the tip of my tongue to retort that it takes effort to wield lightning, but after I shattered Xaden's window last night, I'm not sure I have any expertise on the subject. Or maybe it's just Xaden who makes me lose control. Either way, I'm dangerous to be around. I'm surprised Carr hasn't given up on me. It's strange to be beyond the wards, I say, changing the subject. Tern's talons dig into the soil as Liam approaches, stretching his neck high above his shoulders. From the general agitation of the riot, I wonder if it's something they all feel, this wrongness in the air that has the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end.
We're 20 minutes out from Athbeen, so hydrate. We have no idea what kind of scenario is waiting for us,
Xaden calls out, his voice carrying over the squad.
You doing all right?
Liam asks, coming my way as Tern and Andarna both take the few steps they need to access the water. Stay with Tern, I tell Andarna. She's a shiny target this far from the protection of the veil. I will. Gods, I should have left her at Bezgaeth. What the hell was I thinking bringing her out here? She's just a kid, and this flight has been grueling.
It was never your choice, Tern lectures. Humans, even bonded ones, do not decide where dragons fly. Even one as young as Endarna knows her own mind. His words bring little comfort. When push comes to shove, I'm responsible for her safety. Violet? Concern furrows Liam's brow. If I say I'm not sure, will you think less of me? There are so many ways to answer that question. Physically, I'm sore but fine, but mentally? Well, I'm a mess of anxiety and anticipation for what the war games will bring. We were warned the quadrant always loses 10% of the graduating class in the final test. But it's more than that. I just can't put my finger on it. I'd think you're being honest. I glance to the left and see Xaden deep in conversation with Garrick. Naturally, the section leader made the cut for Xaden's personal squad. Xaden looks my way, our eyes locking for a second, and that's all it takes to remind my body that I had him naked a few hours ago, the lines of his carved muscles straining against my skin. I'm so damned in love with that man. How am I supposed to keep it off my face? Just be professional. That's all I have to do. Though the way I'm hyper-aware of each and everything he's said and done since leaving his bedroom pretty much makes me a walking example of why first years shouldn't sleep with their wing leaders, let alone fall in love with them. Good thing he's only my wing leader for another week or so. Keep looking at me like that and we'll be stopped longer than a half hour, he warns without looking at me. Promise? His gaze whips my way, and I swear I see him actually smile before turning back toward Garrick. You doing all right with whatever is going on there? Liam asks, startling me. And if I tell you I'm not sure, I give him the same answer, my lips curving. I'd think you got yourself in over your head. The look on his face is anything but teasing now. For someone who said he owes Xaden everything, that's not a glowing recommendation. I drop my pack to the ground and roll the tense muscles of my shoulders. Don't turn into Dane on me. You feeling all right? Xaden asks. Fine, just a little sore. The last thing I want is to be a burden for him. It's not that, Liam grimaces. It's just that I know his priorities. I'm really sorry you got dragged along on my account, I say quietly so the others won't hear. You should be at one of the Midland posts with Dane, not being hauled past the wards. Colonel Atos is a fair man, but I have no doubt this assignment is meant to give the marked wing leader his due. I finish the last in a fair imitation of Dane's dad, and Liam rolls his eyes. I'm not scared. No one is hauling me, and believe it or not, Violet, sometimes my orders actually don't revolve solely around you. I do have other skills, you know. He teases with a grin, flashing a dimple as he hip-checks me. I've never once forgotten how amazing you are, Liam. And I mean it. He coughs and I gesture him off. Now, I need a moment of privacy. He bows with a wave of a hand, as though introducing me to the forest behind us, and I head off into their shadowy depths. When I return to the shore of the lake, Xaden walks away from Garrick and holds out his hand as he approaches. My eyebrows rise. Is he? No. He wouldn't, not in front of the 8 other cadets. He laces his fingers with mine. Guess he would. It's more than the touch of his skin that has my pulse leaping. He's breaking his own rule. I glance pointedly toward where the others are gathered, all in various states of relaxation by the shore, but my hand tightens around his. None of them is going to say a single word about you, or us. I trust every single person here with my life, he says, leading me toward a cluster of boulders almost twice his height on the far side of the lake. People talk. Let them. I'm not ashamed of loving him, and I can handle any mean-spirited gossip that comes my way. You say that now, his jaw flexes. Did you get enough to drink or eat? I brought everything I needed in my pack. You don't have to worry about me. Worrying about you is 99% of what I do. His thumb strokes the back of my hand. When we make it to the outpost, I want you to rest after we get our scenario objective. Liam will stay, while I most likely take the third years out to patrol. I want to help, I immediately protest. Wasn't that why he brought me, for my lightning? Not that I'm exactly winning any accuracy awards, but still. You can after you rest up. You have to be at full strength to wield that signet of yours, or you'll risk burning out. Taryn is too powerful. He makes a decent point, but it doesn't mean I have to like it. Once we're out of sight of the others, he backs me against the largest boulder and then lowers into a crouch before me. What are you doing? I run my fingers through his hair just because I can. The fact that I get to touch this man is absolutely mind-blowing, and I plan on taking every advantage of the privilege while I can. Your legs are stiff. He starts at my calves, working the knots loose with his strong hands. I guess we can't really leave until the dragons are ready anyway, right? His touch feels downright decadent. Right. We have another 10 minutes or so. He flashes a wicked grin at me. 10 minutes. Considering we really have no idea what the rest of the day will bring, I'm more than happy to grab a hold of what time we have. I groan as my muscles melt and my head falls back to rest on the boulder. That hurts so wonderfully. Thank you. He laughs, making his way up to the tense muscles of my thighs. Trust me. My motives aren't altruistic violence. I'll take any excuse I can get to put my hands on you. The scruff on his cheek scrapes my palms as I slide my hands down the sides of his face to cup the back of his neck. The feeling is more than mutual. His breathing changes when he reaches the top of my thighs, his fingers kneading my muscles into outright submission. I'm sorry about this morning. What? He looks up at me, the sunlight catching the gold specks in his eyes, and arches his scarred brow. We were in the middle of something, if you don't remember. A slow smile spreads across my face. Oh, I remember. The top button of his flight jacket is undone, and I grab the fabric and tug him toward me. At what point is this constant craving for him going to be assuaged? I've had him multiple times in the past 24 hours, and could still go another round, or 3. Is it wrong to wish we'd had time to finish? Not sure I'll ever be finished. He rises, every plane of his body caressing mine on the way up. I'm way too fucking greedy when it comes to you. He slants his head over mine and blurs out the rest of the world with a slow, luxurious kiss. His tongue slides between my parted lips to glide against mine, like he has absolutely no other plans for the day but to memorize every corner of my mouth. My entire body flares to life, then starts to simmer when he kisses a path down my throat. He palms my waist, pulling my curves flush with his hard angles, and I'm nothing but heat and need. My heart pounds so hard it sounds like wing beats in my ears. Gods, I'll never get enough of this. He groans, one hand sliding to my ass. Tell me what you're thinking. I wind my arms around his neck. I was thinking you are exactly as I predicted the first time you took me in my room. Oh, yeah? He draws back, curiosity sparking in his eyes. And what exactly was that? A very dangerous addiction. My gaze skims over the silver line of his scar, the thick lashes so many women would kill for, and over the bump in his nose to that perfectly sculpted mouth. I've already told him that I love him, so it's not like I'm keeping secrets over here. Hell, compared to him, I'm an open book. Impossible to sate. His eyes darken. I'm going to keep you, he promises, just like he did last night. Or was it this morning? You're mine, Violet. I lift my chin. Only if you're mine. I've been yours for longer than you could ever imagine. As if the words untether him, he clutches the nape of my neck and kisses me long and hard, stealing every breath, every thought beyond the sweep of his tongue and the rising tide of need that heats my skin. Xaden yanks his mouth away with a gasp, breaking the kiss and cocking his head to the side as if listening for something. "What's wrong?" I ask. He's gone rigid beneath my arms. Shit. His eyes widen as he drags his gaze back to mine. "Violet, I'm so sorry." "Is this seriously how you dragon riders spend your time?" A woman asks from behind Xaden, her voice like velvet dragged over a gravel road. He spins around so quickly he's a blur. Shadows envelop me, thick as a thundercloud. I can't see shit. "Xaden!" someone yells, and multiple pairs of feet come crashing through the brush. Bodhi, perhaps? "Silly to hide what's already been seen," the woman says, her tone curt. "And if rumors are true, there's only one silver-haired rider in your death factory of a college, which means that's General Sorengale's youngest." "Fuck," Xaden swears. "I need you to stay calm, Violence." Calm? Shadows fall away, and I leave my hands loose at my sides in case I need to grab a dagger or wield, sidestepping Xaden so I can see. A pair of griffin riders stands in the meadow about 30 feet away, their beasts eerily silent behind them. They're a third of the size of our dragons, but those beaks and claws look capable of shredding skin and scale just the same. "Tern! Coming!" "Stay with Sigale," I order Andarna. "The griffins look tasty from here," she responds. "They're the same size you are, no." A fucking Sorengale. The woman looks only a few years older than me, but she has the look of a veteran rider. She arches a dark brow, looking at me like I'm something that needs to be shoveled out of the horse stalls. The sound of beating wings fills the air as a handful of dragon riders barrel into the space around us. Imogen, Bodhi, a third year with a scarred lip I recognize. Liam. But no one is reaching for a weapon. At least the odds are in our favor now. Power unfurls under my skin, and I throw open that archives door, letting energy rush over me in a torrent of scalding heat. The sky crackles. "No!" Xaden turns and hauls me against his chest, wrapping his arms around me and pinning my arms to my sides. "What are you doing?" I throw my weight against Xaden, but it's no use. He has me locked down tight. A gust of wind hits my right side as Tern lands. "Holy shit, that one is huge," the woman says. Around Xaden's immovable arm, I see the griffin riders retreat with quick steps, their eyes flying wide as they look up. Xaden lifts one hand to cup the nape of my neck as I look up at him. What the actual fuck is he doing? Kissing me before we die? "If you have ever trusted me, Violet, I need you to do it now." The plea in his eyes leaves me stunned. Our enemies are feet away, and he wants to have a moment? "Just stay here. Stay calm." His eyes search mine for an answer to a question I haven't been asked. Then he passes me to Liam. Passes me, like I'm a damned rucksack. Liam pins my arms to my sides with careful but unyielding strength. "I'm sorry about this, Violet." Why the hell is everyone apologizing? "Let me go!" I demand as Xaden strides toward the pair of griffin riders, Garrick at his side. Fear squeezes my heart like a vice that he thinks he can take on the griffins and their riders himself. "I can't do that," Liam apologizes, his voice lowering. "I really wish I could." Tern roars from my right so hard that spit flies, smacking Liam in the face and making my ears ring.
Liam drops his hands and backs away slowly, putting his palms up. Got it. Point made. No touching. Free from his grip, I spin toward the field as Xaden reaches the riders. You're fucking early, he says. And my heart stops. Chapter 35. A quote from Navarre, An Unedited History by Colonel Lewis Markham. In his last days of interrogation, Fen Ryerson lost touch with reality, railing against the kingdom of Navarre. He accused King Tari and all who came before him of a conspiracy so vast, so unspeakable, that it does not bear repeating by this historian. The execution was swift and merciful for a madman who cost untold lives. Somehow, I managed to keep breathing, which is impressive given my heart feels like it might shatter in a million pieces and narrow my gaze on the enemy. I've never seen a griffin rider before. The dragons usually burn them to ash, along with their half-eagle, half-lion mounts. What happened to meeting tomorrow? We don't have a full shipment, Xaden says to the griffin rider, his voice calm and even. The shipment isn't the issue, the woman says, shaking her head. Unlike our black, the riders' leathers are brown, matching the darker feathers of their beasts, who are currently staring at me like I'm dinner. If they try anything, they'll be a snack, Taryn says. Shipment. I barely process what Taryn says through the shock of the rider's words. And Xaden knows them. He's working with them, aiding our enemy. Betrayal cuts my throat like glass as I try to swallow. This is why he's been sneaking off from the quadrant. So you were waiting nearby to chat on the off chance that we'd fly by a full day early? Xaden asks. We were patrolling from Drathis yesterday. It's about an hour southeast from here. I know where Drathis is, Xaden retorts. Never know. You Navarians act like nothing exists beyond your borders, the male griffin rider snarks. I don't know why we're bothering to warn them. Warn us? Xaden's head cocks to the side. We lost a village in the vicinity to a horde of venin 2 days ago. They decimated everything. I startle, my eyes flying wide. She just said what? Venin never come this far west, Imogen says from my left. Venin? Yep, that's what they both said. What the actual hell? I'd think someone was fucking with me if not for the 2 enormous griffins looming behind the pair of riders, but no one is laughing. Until now, the woman replies, turning her gaze back to Xaden. They were unmistakably venin, and had one of their— Don't say anything else, Xaden interrupts. You know that none of us can know the details, or we put everything at risk. All it takes is one of us being interrogated. Are you getting this? I ask Taryn, glancing left and right to see if anyone else noticed the pure ridiculousness spewing from the woman's mouth. But everyone else looks horrified, like they actually believe a village was destroyed by mythical creatures. Unfortunately, yes. Details or not, it looks like the horde is heading north, the male says, straight toward our trading post on the border across from your garrison at Athbeen. Are you armed? We're armed, Xaden admits. Then our job here is done. You've been warned, the male says. Now we have to go defend our people. As it is, this side trip only gives us about an hour to reach them in time. Instantly, the atmosphere changes, intensifies, and the riders around me seem to brace for something. Xaden looks over his shoulder at me, and instead of laughing at the utter absurdity of what they're discussing, his face is set in grim lines. If you think you'll ever convince a Sorengale to risk their neck for anyone outside their own borders, then you're a fool, the man says with a sneer in my direction. Power sizzles painfully beneath my skin, demanding an outlet. The man leans slightly to the side and looks me up and down in obvious judgment. I wonder what your king would be willing to pay in order to get back the daughter of his most illustrious general. I'm willing to bet your ransom would be worth enough weaponry to defend all of Drathis for a decade. Ransom? Oh, I think not. Tern snarls. Fuck, Bodhi mutters, moving closer to me. Try. I dare you. I crook my fingers at them, releasing just enough power that light flashes within the clouds above us. Shadows race menacingly from the pine trees on the edge of the meadow as Xaden raises his hands at his sides, and both griffin riders tense when the darkness pauses only inches from their feet. You take a step toward that, Sorengale, and you'll be dead before you can even shift your weight, Xaden says, his voice dropping lethally. She's not up for discussion. The woman glances at the shadows, then sighs. We'll be there with the rest of our drift. Just signal if you can get away from the disbelievers. She walks away, leading the man back toward their griffins. They mount within seconds and launch skyward. Every head turns toward me with looks that vary from expectation to something akin to fear, and my stomach sinks. No one was surprised at the Griffin Rider's familiarity or throwing words like venom around, and they all knew Xaden was aiding the enemy. I'm the outsider here. Good luck, Ryerson. Imogen tucks a piece of her pink hair behind her ear, her rebellion relic peeking out above the sleeve of her flight leathers as she turns to give us space. My stomach drops and my mind races, grasping for anything but the obvious, devastating truth as they all slowly follow Imogen back toward the lake. There's a rebellion relic winding up a third year's forearm as he passes in front of me. Garrick's here. He's a section leader, but he's here, not with any of the Flame section squads. So are Bodhi and Imogen. That brunette rider with the nose ring is Soleil, I think, and that's definitely a relic on her left forearm. The second year from Claw section? He has one too. And Liam. Liam is at my side. Tern? I keep my breath as even as possible as Xaden stares at me, his face masked like an emotionless wingleader. Silver One. Tern's giant head swings in my direction. They all carry rebellion relics, I tell him. Everyone in this squad besides me is the child of a separatist. In the chaos of the flight field, Xaden constructed an all-marked squad. And they're all fucking traitors. And I fell for it. I fell for him. Yes, they are, he agrees, resignation in his tone. My chest threatens to cave in as it truly hits me. This is so much worse than just Xaden betraying me, betraying our entire kingdom. There's only one explanation as to why my own dragons have been so damn docile in the presence of the enemy. You and Endarna lied to me too. The treachery of it is too much, and my shoulders dip from the weight of it. You knew what he was doing. We both chose you, Endarna says, like that makes it any better. But you knew. I look past where Liam dares to stare at me with sorrow, to Tern, whose lethal focus lies straight ahead, like he hasn't quite decided if he's going to burn Xaden alive or not. Dragons are bound by bonds, he explains as Xaden approaches. There's only one other bond more sacred than that of a dragon and its rider. A dragon and its mate. Everyone knew but me. Even my own dragons.
Oh God, is Dane right? Has everything Zayden's done been a ploy to earn my trust? The sweet glow of happiness, of love, trust, and affection that burned so brightly in my chest just a few minutes ago sputters painfully, gasping for oxygen like a campfire put out by a bucket of water once it outlives its usefulness. All I can do is watch as the embers drown and die. Zayden watches me with increasing apprehension the closer he comes, like I'm some kind of cornered animal about to fight her way out with teeth and claws. How was I ever foolish enough to trust him? How did I ever fall for him? My lungs ache and my heart screams. This can't be happening. I can't be this naive. But I guess I am, because here we are. His entire body is a fucking warning, especially the dark relic that's so glaringly visible on his neck right now. His father may have been the great betrayer, may have cost my brother his life, but Zayden's treachery cuts just as deep. He flinches as my eyes narrow into a glare. Were we ever really friends? I whisper at Liam, searching for the strength to yell. We are friends, Violet. But I owe him everything, Liam answers, and when I glance up, he's watching me with so much misery that I almost feel sorry for him. Almost. We all do. And once you give him a chance to explain, there it is. Anger rushes to my aid, overpowering the hurt. You watched me train with him! I shove at Liam's chest, and he stumbles backward through the grass. You stood by and watched me fall for him! Oh, shit. Bodhi laces his hands behind his thick neck. Violence, let me explain, Zayden says. He's always known my true nature, and honestly, the shadows should have clued me into his. He's a master of secrets. Unspent power ripples in my very bones as I turn my back on Liam to face Zayden. If you even think about touching me, I swear I'll fucking kill you. My power flares with my rage, and lightning cracks across the sky, jumping from cloud to cloud. I think she means it, Liam warns. I know she does. Zayden's jaw ticks as our gazes collide and hold. Everybody go back to the shore, now. He watches me with apprehension as he draws closer. I know what you're thinking, Zayden says in that deceptively soft voice of his, and there's a flicker of fear in those onyx depths. You have no idea what I'm thinking. Fucking traitor. You're thinking I've betrayed our kingdom. Logical guess. Good for you. Another bolt of lightning whips free, streaking cloud to cloud. You're working with griffin riders? I leave my arms loose at my sides just in case I need my hands free to wield, though I know I'm no match for him. Not yet. Gods, you're such a cliché, Zayden. You're a villain hiding in plain fucking sight. He winces. Actually, they're called flyers, Zayden says softly, holding my gaze. And I might be the villain to some. But not you. I'm sorry? Are we seriously arguing the semantics of your treason? Dragons have riders, the griffins have flyers. Which you know because you're in league with them. I retreat a few steps so I don't act on the overwhelming urge to punch him in the face. You're working with our enemy. Did you ever once stop to think that sometimes you can start out on the right side of a war and end up on the wrong one? In this particular case, no. I point toward the shore. I was trained as a scribe, remember? All we've done is defend our borders for 600 years. They're the ones who won't accept peace as a solution. What shipments have you been giving them? Weapons. My stomach hits the ground. That they use to kill dragon riders? No. He shakes his head emphatically. These weapons are only to fight venin. My jaw unhinges. Venin are the stuff of fables, like the book my father... I blink. The letter. What had he written? Folklore is passed from one generation to the next to teach us about our past. Was he trying to say... No. That's impossible. They're real, Zayden says softly,
like he's trying to lessen a blow. You're saying people who can somehow tap into the source of magic without a dragon or griffin to channel, corrupting their power beyond all salvation, actually exist. I say the word slowly, just so we're crystal clear. They're not just part of the creation fable? Yes, his forehead creases. They drained all the magic out of the barrens and then spread like an infestation. Well, at least that's in keeping with folklore. I fold my arms across my chest. What was the fable again? One brother bonded to griffin, one to dragon, and when the third grew jealous, he drew directly from the source, losing his soul and waging war on the other two. Yes, he sighs. This was not how I wanted to tell you. Assuming you were ever going to tell me! I glance to where Taryn watches, his head low, as though he might have to incinerate Xaden at any moment. Care to add to the discussion? Not yet. I'd prefer you come to your own conclusion. I chose you for your intelligence and courage, Silver One. Don't let me down. I barely restrain myself from flipping the middle finger at my own dragon. Fine. Were I to believe Venin exist and roam the continent wielding dark magic, then I'd also have to believe they never attacked Navarre because... My eyes widen at the possibility's logical conclusion. Because our wards make all non-dragon magic impossible. Yes, he shifts his weight. They'd be powerless the second they cross into Navarre. Fuck. That makes sense, and I desperately don't want it to. Which means I would have to believe that we have no clue that poor O'Meal is being relentlessly, viciously attacked by dark wielders just beyond our borders. My brow furrows. He glances away and takes a deep breath before looking me in the eye. Or you have to believe that we know and choose to do nothing about it. Indignation lifts my chin. Why the hell would we choose to do nothing about people being slaughtered? It goes against everything we stand for. Because the only thing that kills Venin is the very thing powering our wards. He doesn't say anything else as we stand there, the only sound the water lapping against the shore in time with the echo of his words beating against the edges of my heart. Is this why there have been raids along our borders? They're looking for the material we use to power our wards? I ask. Not because I believe him, not yet, but because he's not trying to convince me. The truth rarely needs effort, my dad used to say. He nods. The material is forged into weapons to fight the Venin. Here, take this. Raising his right arm, he takes a black-handled dagger from the sheath at his side. I'm brutally aware of every move, horrifyingly aware that he's been able to kill me whenever he wants. And this moment is no different. Though it would have been a swifter death if he'd simply used one of the swords strapped across his back. He moves slowly, extending the dagger as an offering. I take it, noting the sharpened blade, but it's the alloy embedded into the rune-marked hilt that makes me gasp. You took this from my mother's desk? My gaze jumps to his. No. Your mother probably has one for the same reason you should. To defend against Venin. There's so much pity in his eyes that my chest tightens. The dagger, the raids, it's all right there. But you told me there was no chance we could be fighting something like this. I whisper, clinging to the last of my hope that this is all a horrible joke. No. He moves closer, reaching for me, and then dropping his hand as if he's thought better of it. I told you, I would hope that if this threat was out there, our leadership would tell us. You twisted the truth to suit your needs. My hand curls around the dagger's hilt, and I feel it hum with power. Venin are real. Venin are real. Yes, and I could lie to you, Violence, but I'm not. No matter what you think right now, I have never lied to you. Sure, right. And how do I know this is the truth? Because it hurts to think we're the kind of kingdom that would do this. It hurts to rearrange everything you think you know. Lies are comforting. Truth is painful. I feel the hum of power within the blade and glare at Xaden. You could have told me at any time, but instead, you hid everything from me. He flinches. Yes, I should have told you months ago, but I couldn't. I'm risking everything by telling you now. Because you have to, not because you want. Because if your best friend sees this memory, everything is lost, he interrupts, and I gasp. You don't know that. Dane wouldn't break a rule to save your life, Violet. What do you think he'd do if he had this knowledge? What would Dane do? I have to believe he would not put the Codex above people suffering beyond our borders. Or maybe I could have built shields that would have kept Dane from prying. Or maybe he would continue to respect my boundaries and never look in the first place. I narrow my eyes. But we'll never know, will we? Because you didn't trust me to know the right thing to do, Xaden, did you? He throws his hands wide. This is bigger than you and me, Violence. And leadership will stop at nothing to sit behind their wards and keep the Venin secret. His voice is raw as he pleads. I watched my own father executed trying to help these people. I couldn't risk you, too. He leans into my space a little more with every word, launching my pulse, but I'm done letting my heart make my head's choices. You love me, and loved, I correct him, sidestepping so I can get some fucking space, and then taking it. Love, he shouts, stopping me in my tracks and earning us a glance from every rider within hearing distance. You love me. One of those little embers in my chest tries to come back to life, and I squash it before it has the chance to burn. Slowly, I turn to face him. Everything I feel, I swallow, fighting to hold on to the anger so I don't fall apart, felt for you, was based on secrets and deception. Shame burns in my cheeks that I was naive enough to fall for him in the first place. Everything between us is real, Violence. The intensity with which he says it hurts my heart even more. The rest I can explain with enough time. But before we get to our assigned outpost, I need to know if you believe me. I glance at the dagger and hear the words in my father's letter as surely as if he'd spoken them. I know you'll make the right choice when the time comes. He warned me the only way he could have. Through books. Yes, I say, handing the dagger back to Xaden. I believe you. That doesn't mean I trust you anymore. Keep it. His posture softens in relief. I sheathe it at my thigh. You're giving me a weapon after just telling me that you've been deceiving me for months, Ryerson? Absolutely. I have another. And if what that flyer says is true, and Venin are headed north, then you might need it. I never lied when I said I can't live without you, Violence. He backs away slowly, his lips curving in a sad smile. And defenseless women have never been my type, remember? I'm not remotely ready to joke around with him. Let's just get to Athbean. He nods, and a few minutes later, we're mid-flight. We know we didn't lie. We just didn't tell you everything, Andarna says, flying in the pocket of air behind Tern with the least wind resistance as we make our way to the outpost. That's lying by omission, I argue. There's a lot of that going around today. She's right, Golden One. Tension radiates through every line of Tern's body and the very beats of his wings. You have every right to be angry. He banks, following the mountain range along the border. The straps on my saddle bite into my thighs.
We made a choice to protect you, without your consent. It was an error, and one that I won't make again.
The guilt he feels overwhelms my own emotions, melting the hottest of my anger. And I begin to think. Really, truly think. If Venom exists, we'd have record. And yet there weren't any copies of the Fables of the Baron in the archives. The one location Navarre should have a copy of every book written and transcribed in the last 400 years, which means Dad didn't just give me a rare book, but a forbidden one. 400 years of tomes and not a single one. 400 years. But our history spans over 6. Everything is a copy of an earlier work. The only original text in the archives older than 400 years, around the time we fell into war with Poromil, are the original scrolls from the unification over 600 years ago. It only takes one desperate generation to change history, even erase it. Gods, Dad spilled it all out for me. He'd always told me scribes hold all the power.
Yes,
Tern says as we curve around the last peak. Its jagged top bare of snow from the summer heat, and the mountainside outpost of Athbean comes into view at the same time as the cliffs of Draelor.
One generation to change the text. One generation chooses to teach that text. The next grows, and the lie becomes history.
He banks left, following the curve of the mountain, then slows as we approach the outpost's flight field. My hands grip the pommels when we land in front of the looming structure perched on the side of the last peak in this range. Its design is identical to Montserrat, a simple square fortress with 4 towers and walls barely thick enough to launch a dragon. The military is nothing if not uniform. I unbuckle my saddle and slide down his foreleg. And somehow, we're supposed to be able to concentrate on the war games, I mutter, adjusting my pack on my shoulders, thinking about a trading post that may or may not be under attack from mythical creatures soon. The others dismount, and I look back to see Andarna already curled up between Tern's feet. Xaden walks with Garrick, looking my way with what feels like longing. I gave him everything, and he never truly let me in. Pain rips through my chest with the kind of cut that only heartbreak can give, sharp and jagged. I imagine this is what it feels like to be cleaved apart with a dull, rust-covered blade. It's not honed enough to slice quickly, and there's a 100% chance the wound is going to fester. If I can't trust him, there's no future for us. It's more than tense as the 10 of us walk beneath the open portcullis and into the outpost. The very empty outpost.
What the hell?
Garrick strides across the courtyard in the center of the structure, looking along the gathering spaces that should line the interior just like Montserrat.
Stop,
Xaden orders, surveying the walls that rise on every side above us.
There's no one here. Divide and search, he glances at me. You don't leave my side. I don't think this is a war game.
I start to argue that he couldn't possibly know that, but the whip of wind through the open gate makes me pause. The only sounds in a fortress that should house more than 200 people are our footsteps on the rocky ground. And he's right. Everything feels off.
Awesome, I reply with more than a small dose of sarcasm, and everyone but Liam, who's my shadow once again, scatters in groups of 2 or 3 climbing various staircases.
This way, Xaden says, beelining for the southwest tower. We climb and climb, finally reaching the top of the 4th floor where the door leads us to an open-air observation point that overlooks the valley below.
including the Paromish trading post. This is one of the most strategic garrisons we man, I say, looking for any sight of the infantry and riders who should be here. There's no way they'd abandon it for war games. That's exactly what I'm afraid of. Xaden looks out over the valley, then narrows his eyes on the trading post 1,000 feet below. Liam. On it. Liam moves forward, leaning on the stone battlement as he focuses on the structure in the distance beneath us. The trading post is maybe a 20-minute walk along the wide, gravelly path winding down the mountainside our outpost is perched on. The roofs of several buildings just poke out above the circular stone wall of its defenses, a drift of griffins and their flyers approaching from the south. Xaden turns on me, and the look in his eyes is anything but welcoming. What did Dane say to you before we left? He leaned in and whispered something. I blink, trying to remember. He said something like, I search my memory. I'll miss you, Violet. His body goes tense. And he said I was going to get you killed. Yes, but he always says that, I shrug. What would Dane have to do with emptying an entire outpost? I have something, Garrick calls from the southeast tower, holding what looks to be an envelope as he and Imogen cross the thick rampart, coming in our direction. Did you tell him about my trips here? Xaden questions, his eyes hardening. No! I shake my head. Unlike some people, I never hid anything from you. He draws back, his gaze shifting left and right as he thinks before settling on me again and widening. Violence, he says softly. Did Atos touch you after I told you about Athbine? What? My brow furrows, and I shove an errant strand of hair out of my face as the wind swirls around us. Like this. He lifts his hand to my cheek. His power requires touching someone's face. Did he touch you like this? My lips part. Yes, but that's how he always touches me. He would never, I sputter. I would know if he read my memories. Xaden's face falls, and his hand slips downward, cradling the back of my neck. No, Violence. Trust me, you wouldn't. There's no accusation in his tone. Just a resignation that hurts what's left of my heart. He wouldn't, I shake my head. Dane is a lot of things, but he would never violate me like that, never take something I hadn't offered. Except he tried once. It's addressed to you, Garrick says, handing the envelope to Xaden. Xaden drops his hand from my face and breaks the seal. I can read the lettering as he opens the missive. War Games for Xaden Ryerson, Wing Leader of 4th Wing. I recognize the handwriting. How could I not when I've seen it all my life? That's from Colonel Atos. What does it say? Garrick asks, folding his arms over his chest. What's our assignment? Guys, I see something just past the trading post, Liam says from the battlement. Oh, shit. Xaden's face drains of all color, and he crumples the missive in his fist before looking at me. It says our mission is to survive if we can. Oh, gods. Dane read my memories without my permission. He must have told his father to where they've been sneaking off. I've unknowingly betrayed Xaden, betrayed them all. That's not. Garrick shakes his head. Guys, this is bad, Liam shouts, and Imogen races to his side. This isn't your fault, Xaden says to me, then rips his gaze from mine and turns to his friends, who are running down the ramparts to join us. We've been sent here to die.
Chapter 36. A quote from The Wyvern's Cry, The Fables of the Baron. For there, in the land beyond the shadows, were monsters that dwelled in the night and dined on the souls of children who wandered too close to the woods. Xaden hands Garrick the missive, and the rest of us rush to the battlements to see what we're up against. But I can't spot any threat in the valley below or the plains that stretch beyond for miles before the cliffs of Draelor.
Something is off, Tern says. I felt it at the lake, but it's stronger here.
Can you pinpoint what it is? I reply as panic creeps up my throat. If Dane's dad knows Xaden and the others have been supplying weapons to the Griffin Flyers, there's every chance this is an execution.
It's coming from the valley below.
I can't see shit down there,
Bodhi says, leaning over the edge of the masonry.
Well, I can, Liam replies. And if those are what I think they are, we're fucked.
Don't tell me what you think they are. Tell me what you're sure of, Xaden orders.
The letter says this is a test of your command.
The section leader reads behind us. You have the choice of abandoning the village of our enemy or abandoning command of your wing.
What the hell does that mean?
Bodhi reaches back and takes the letter. They're testing our loyalty without actually saying it. Xaden folds his arms over his chest, standing at my side. According to the missive, if we leave now, we'll make it to the new location of headquarters for 4th Wing at El Tuval in time to carry out our orders for war games. But if we leave, the trading post of Ressen and its occupants will be destroyed.
By what?
Imogen asks. Venin, Liam responds. My stomach drops. You're positive? Xaden asks. Liam nods. As sure as I can be without having actually seen them before. 4 of them, purple robes, distended red veins spidering all around bright red eyes, creepy as shit. Sounds about right. Xaden's weight shifts.
I liked it better when we just delivered the weapons, Bodhi mutters. Oh, and one guy with a giant-ass staff, Liam continues. And I swear to Dune, 1 second the plane was clear, and the next they were just there, walking toward the gates. His eyes are wide, his pupils blown as he uses his signet to see the bottom of the valley. Red veins? Imogen asks. Because magic corrupts their blood, as they lose their souls, I murmur, looking up at Xaden, wondering if he remembers what Andarna said the night we took the tunnel to the flight field. Nature likes everything in balance. Every head but Liam's swings my way. If the fables are true, at least. A part of me hopes they are, or I know next to nothing about the enemy below. Of course, if they're true...
7 griffins have landed next to us,
Tern tells me. Everyone else stiffens, no doubt receiving the same message from their dragons. Andarna, stay with Tern, I say. Xaden must trust the flyers, but Andarna is damn near defenseless. All right, she answers.
The guy with the staff just, Liam starts.
An explosion sounds, echoing up the sparsely treed valley, followed by a plume of blue smoke. My heart jolts at the sight. Those were the gates, he finishes. How many people live in Ressen? Bodhi asks. More than 300, Imogen answers as another boom cracks through the valley. That's the post they do the yearly trades at.
Then let's get down there. Bodhi turns and Xaden steps back, blocking his path with an outstretched hand. You're kidding me, right?
We have no idea what we're walking into. Xaden's tone reminds me of that first day after Parapet. He's in full command mode.
So we should just stand here while civilians die?
Bodhi questions, and I tense. We all do, watching Xaden. That's not what I'm saying. Xaden shakes his head. He has to choose. That's what the War Games missive said. He can abandon that village, or his command, who's now waiting for him at El Tuval. This isn't a fucking training exercise, Bodhi. Some, if not all of us, are going to die if we go down there. If we'd been assigned to an active wing,
There would be far older, more experienced leadership making this decision, but there aren't. If we weren't marked with rebellion relics, if we hadn't been aiding the enemy, his gaze darts to mine briefly, we wouldn't even be here with this choice. So all command structure aside, what are your thoughts? We have the numbers, Soleil says, narrowing her brown eyes on the field and tapping her bright green fingernails rhythmically on the stone crenellations of the battlement. And air superiority. At least there aren't any wyvern. I scan the skies just to be sure. What? Bodhi's eyebrows rise. Wyvern. Fables say Venin created them to compete with dragons and, instead of channeling from them, channel power into them. Let's hope there's something in that book that isn't true. Yeah, let's not borrow trouble. Xaden shoots a look sideways at me, then studies the sky. There are 4 Venin and 10 of us, Garrick says, walking away from the edge of the battlement. We have the weapons to kill them, Liam says, turning his back on the valley. And Day told me 7 griffin flyers. We're here, the older brunette from the lake says, striding down the battlement from the southeast corner of the outpost. I left the rest of the drift outside once we noticed that your outpost seems to be abandoned. She glances over the rampart at the clouds of smoke rising from the valley beneath, with a look of resignation, her shoulders dipping. I'm not going to ask you to fight with us. You're not? Garrick's eyebrows rise. No. She gives him a sad smile. 4 of them is tantamount to a death sentence. The rest of my drift are making peace with our gods. She turns towards Xaden. I came to tell you to leave. You have no clue what they're capable of wielding. It only took 2 of them to bring down an entire city last month. 2 of them. We lost 2 drifts trying to stop them. If there's 4 down there, she shakes her head. They're after something, and they're going to kill every single person in Resin to get it. Take your riot and go home while you can. Fear squeezes my chest, but my heart aches at the thought of leaving them to die. It goes against everything we stand for, even if they aren't Navarian civilians. We have dragons, Imogen says, her pitch rising. Surely that has to count for something. We're not afraid to fight. Are you afraid to die? Have any of you seen combat? The brunette's gaze sweeps over us, and suddenly I feel young as we reply with our silence. Thought not. Your dragons do count for something. They can fly you far and fast. Dragonfire won't kill them, only the daggers you've been bringing. And we have those. She looks at Xaden. Thank you for everything you've done. You've kept us alive these last couple of years and given us a fighting chance. You're going down there to die, Xaden says matter-of-factly. Yes, she nods as another explosion sounds. Get your riot out of here, fast. Pivoting on her heel, she strides back down the rampart, her head held high before she disappears into the tower on the opposite end. Xaden's jaw clenches, and I can see the battle raging in his eyes. An unbearable heaviness settles in my stomach. If we leave, they'll all die. Every civilian, every flyer. We won't have killed them, but we'll be complicit in their deaths all the same. If we fight, we'll likely die with them. We can live as cowards, or die as riders. Xaden's shoulders straighten, and the rock in my stomach turns to nausea. He's made a decision. I can see it in the lines of his face, the resolve in his posture. Sigale says she has never run from a fight, and today will not be the first. And I'm not going to stand by while innocent people are dying either. He shakes his head. But I'm not going to order any of you to join me. I'm responsible for all of you. None of you crossed that parapet because you wanted to. None of you. You crossed it because I made a deal. I'm the one who forced you into the quadrant. So I won't think less of anyone who wants to fly for El Tuval instead. Make your choice. He tears his hand through his hair. I don't want you in harm's way. In a perfect world, that would be all I need to hear. If the others get to make a choice, then so do I. His jaw flexes. We're riders, Imogen says as another explosion sounds. We defend the defenseless. That's what we do. You saved every single one of us here, cousin, Bodhi says, and we're thankful. Now I'd like to do what we've trained for, and if it means I don't go home, then I guess my soul will be commended to Malik. I wouldn't mind seeing my mother anyway. I'll tell you the same thing I did after threshing our first year, when we decided to start smuggling weaponry out. Garrick says, You kept us alive all these years. We get to decide how we die. I'm with you. Exactly, Soleil says, drumming her fingertips just above the dagger sheathed at her thigh. I'm in. Liam steps forward, so he stands at my side. We watched as our parents were executed because they had the courage to do the right thing. I'd like to think my death would be just as honorable. My chest tightens. Their parents died to expose the truth, while mine sacrificed my brother to keep this heinous secret. Agreed, Imogen nods. They all do. One by one, everyone agrees until there's only me. Xaden captures my gaze. If you think you'll ever convince a Sorengale to risk their neck for anyone outside their own borders, then you're a fool. Isn't that what the flyers said at the lake? Fuck that. Tern? It's not just me going to war. We will feast on their bones, Silver One. Graphic, but point made. I will not leave innocent people to die, no matter what side of the border they live on. I will not let my squad mates risk their lives while I run, despite the plea I see in Xaden's eyes. At least Rhiannon, Sawyer, and Riddick aren't here. They'll live to be second years. Mira will understand. I have no doubt that she would do the same. And as for Mom, the dagger on her desk means she knows and has done nothing to stop it. Guess I'll be the second child she sacrifices to keep the existence of Venin a secret. I've been defenseless, I tell Xaden, lifting my chin. And now I'm a rider. Riders fight. The others shout in agreement. 1,000 emotions cross his face, but Xaden only nods as he walks toward the battlements. Liam, give me a report. His foster brother moves to his side and focuses. The flyers are engaged, all 7. 6 of them. Looks like they're trying to draw fire away from the civilians, but damn, the Venin are wielding a kind of fire I've never seen among riders. 3 surround the city, and 1 is making his way toward a structure in the middle, a clock tower. Xaden nods, then divides us according to objectives. Garrick and Soleil will do a perimeter sweep for reconnaissance, while the rest of us target the Venin on various sides of Ressin, keeping an eye on the advance on the clock tower as we near it on each pass through town. The only way to take them out is by dagger. That means we'll have to dismount and fight once we get the townspeople to whatever safety we can find, Garrick adds, his face set in grim lines. Don't throw your only weapons unless you're certain of your aim. Xaden nods. Save as many people as you can. Let's go. We make our way down the steps and through the silent courtyard, Xaden leading the way. When we emerge from the outpost, our dragons wait, all perched on the edge of the ridgeline, shifting their weight in agitation as they survey the trading post below. I walk directly between Tern and Sigale. I knew you'd make the right choice, Sigale says, glancing toward where Xaden approaches with Liam, their footsteps dangerously close to the cliffside at my left. He did too. Even if he doesn't like you putting yourself in danger, he knew you would. Well, he knows me a great deal better than I know him. I lift a brow at her. She blinks.
You're a far cry from the trembling girl who stood in the courtyard and tried to mask her fear after parapet. I approve. I wasn't asking for your approval. If I'm going to die, I might as well be honest in my last moments. She chuffs and nudges Taryn's head with hers, but he's solely focused on the trading post. The rocky terrain crunches under my boots as I walk beneath Taryn to where Andarna stands between his forelegs, watching the attack unfold beneath us. I put myself right in front of her, blocking her view of what has to be carnage. Stay here and hide. I'm not taking a kid into battle, period. Stay here, she grumbles sarcastically in response. I bite back a sad smile. It's really too bad I won't get to see her go through her rebellious adolescent years. Agreed. Taryn dips a shoulder from me. You're a target, little one. I mean it, I order Andarna, stroking my hand over her scaly nose. If we're not back by morning, or if you think Venin are approaching, you fly home to the Vale. Get behind the wards no matter what. Her nostrils flare. I'm not leaving you. My chest hurts so badly, I fight the urge to rub the area above my heart, but I square my shoulders instead. It has to be said. You'll feel the moment when you'll know that there's nothing to leave. And it might break your heart, but when you feel it, you fly. Promise me you'll fly. Heartbeats pass before Andarna finally nods. Go, I whisper, stroking her beautiful jaw one last time. She'll be fine. She'll make it back to the Vale. I can't let myself believe any differently. She turns around and heads for the outpost, and I pull my shit together and walk between Taryn's forelegs, taking one last quick look at the valley. Xaden and Liam stand to my right doing the same. A screech rends the air, and an enormous gray dragon emerges from a valley 2 ridgelines to the south, across the Peromish border. It tucks its 2 legs up under its massive body, and it flies away from us, heading straight for Ressin. Do we have a riot nearby? Liam asks. No, Xaden answers. It's as though the ground beneath my feet shifts. I could have sworn I saw a riot of dragons across the border. Isn't that what Mira said at Montserrat? The dragon shrieks again, spewing a streak of blue fire down the mountainside, setting some of the smaller trees on fire before it reaches the plains where Ressin stands. Blue fire. No, no, no. Wyvern. My heart launches into my throat. Xaden, it has 2 legs, not 4. It's not a dragon, it's a wyvern. Maybe if I say it a few more times, I'll believe what I'm seeing. Holy shit! Is this what leadership has been redacting? They're supposed to be myth, not flesh and blood beings. But then again, so are Venin. Well, there went our air superiority, Imogen says across from us, then shrugs. Fuck 'em. They can die too. They have created abominations, Taryn says, a low growl rumbling in his chest. Did you know? I suspected. Why do you think I've been so hard on you during flight maneuvers? You and I are going to have to work on our communication skills. Guess we know all the details now, Liam says. Anyone want to change their minds? Xaden asks down the line. None of us answer. No? Then mount up. I walk toward Taryn's shoulder as Xaden strides over to me. Turn around, Violence, he orders, and I pivot, looking up at him. He unsheathes one of his daggers and slides it in the empty spot I have at my ribs. Now you have 2. You're not going to lecture me about staying safe in the outpost? I ask, my emotions rioting at his nearness. He hid all of this from me, and yet my chest aches just looking at him. If I asked you to stay behind, would you? His eyes bore into mine. No? Exactly. I try not to pick fights I know I can't win. My eyes flare. Speaking of knowing you'll win fights, General Melgren will know what's happened here. He'll be able to see the outcome of the battle even now. He shakes his head slowly and points to his neck, to the rebellion relic snaking around his throat. Do you remember how I told you I realized it was a gift, not a curse? Yes, back when I was in his bed. Just trust me. Because of this, Melgren can't see a fucking thing. My lips part, remembering Melgren saying he liked to lay eyes on Xaden once a year. Any other secrets you're keeping from me? Yes. He cups my neck and leans into my space. Stay alive, and I promise I'll tell you whatever you want to know. The simple confession makes my heart clench. As angry as I am, I can't imagine a world without him in it. I need you to survive this, even if I hate that I still love you. I can live with that. A corner of his mouth lifts as he drops his hand and turns away from me, heading toward Sigale. Tern dips his shoulder again, and I mount, settling into the saddle and strapping my thighs in after I secure my pack behind the seat. It's time. Find a good hiding place, Endarna. I can't stand the thought of you being hurt. Go for the throat, she says, walking into the abandoned outpost. Sigale launches to my right, and I hold the pommels tight when Tern springs skyward with great, heavy beats of his wings. There's something in that trading post. We all feel it, Tern says as he banks with Sigale, plummeting from the ridgeline into a steep dive that leaves my stomach behind. The saddle straps dig into my thighs, but they do their job and keep me seated as I lower my riding goggles to shield my eyes from the wind. We fly into the shade, the sun sinking behind the cliffs of Draelor and throwing the afternoon into shadow. Another explosion hits, this time taking out a chunk of the post's high stone walls as Tern pulls up, narrowly missing a griffin rider and bringing us level across the post, flying too fast to hear anything more than the screams of townspeople as they run through the streets, fleeing for the exodus at the post gates. Where did the wyvern go? I asked Tern. Retreated into the valley. Don't worry. It will come back. Oh, joy. My gaze sweeps the rooftops of the little post until I see it. Him. Whatever. There's a figure standing at the top of a wooden clock tower, wearing purple floor-length robes that billow in the wind while he hurls blue flames like daggers at the civilians below. He's more terrifying than any illustrator could have depicted. Rivers of red veins fanning in every direction around soulless eyes consumed by magic. His face is gaunt, with sharp cheekbones and thin lips, a gnarled hand gripping a long red cane made of some misshapen wood. Tern! Yes, let's. Tern banks away from Sigale, pulling us in a hard turn and taking us into the village. A few beats of his wings later, fire streams from his mouth, and he incinerates the clock tower on a flyby. Got him! I turn in the saddle watching as the wooden structure collapses in the blast. It's only a matter of seconds before the Venin walks out of the flames, though, and there isn't a scratch on him. Oh, fuck, he's still there! I call out as we cut back across the post to get to our assigned area, mentally kicking myself for thinking it could have been that simple. There's a reason these creatures are what make up most Navarians' nightmare stories. And it isn't because they're easy to kill. We have to get close enough to get a dagger in him. I turn forward just in time to see a giant mass of wings and teeth cut across our path with an ear-splitting screech, and Tern's tail smashes into the stone walls behind me, knocking the masonry loose as he dodges the wyvern. We just barely evade the hissing curl of blue fire that streams from its mouth, catching a nearby tree on fire. The wyvern is back! That's a different one, Tern barks. I'm relaying orders to the others. Of course he is. Xaden might command the riders on this field, but Tern is clearly leading the dragons. The wyvern swings around and heads toward the town's center, tucking up two legs and beating spider-webbed wings. It bears a female rider in maroon flight gear that resembles our own, and her eyes are the same eerie red color as the venin on the clock tower. Xaden, there's more than one wyvern. There's a moment of silence, but I can feel Xaden's palpable shock, then rage. If you get separated from Tern, call out, then fight until I get there. No chance of that happening. I'm not letting her off my back, wing leader. Taryn growls as I get my first good look at the airspace above the city, flooded with dragons, griffins, and wyvern, just like in the creation fable.
Soleil found a sealed entrance to what looks to be a mine, Xaden says. I need... Taryn turns abruptly, veering towards the mountains. You to see if you can put down some cover so Garrick and Bodhi can get the townspeople evacuated, he finishes. Liam is on his way. On it! My pulse leaps. Taryn, I can't aim.
You will,
he says like it's a foregone conclusion.
Orders are being dispersed amid the griffins.
Dragons can speak to griffins? My eyebrows shoot up.
Naturally. How do you think we communicated before humans got involved?
I hunker down across his neck as we dart above the city, passing over a clinic, what looks to be a school, and rows of an open-air market that's currently on fire. There's no sign of the purple-robed venin we first saw as we sail over the shriveled body of a griffin and its rider near the center of town. My stomach turns, especially when I see a wyvern circling back toward them, and Sigale is on an intercept course.
She can hold her own, Taryn reminds me, and so can he. We have orders. Focus.
Focus. Right. We pass families scurrying from their ruined homes, then over the city walls, heading toward the opening in the side of the mountain where Soleil's brown clubtail swings its tail into the wood planks covering the abandoned tunnel. There are a few outbuildings lining the road, but not much else. Taryn pulls hard to the left as we approach, the strap digging into my legs as my weight shifts in the saddle with the abrupt motion. Then he flares his wings to hover in front of Soleil, facing Resson and the screaming crowd that runs the 100 yards between the city walls and us, led by a pair of griffins and their flyers who continuously look behind them, scanning the skies. But what they don't see is the venin striding our way from north of the gate, watching the crowd's movement with a narrowed red gaze. The veins on both sides of her eyes are more pronounced than the earlier riders. And her long blue robe reminds me of the staff-bearer who survived the clock tower blast.
I've already told Fuel. She'll protect Soleil,
Taryn says, angling toward the threat. Get us away from the crowd. Power already sizzles beneath my skin. A child stumbles on the dirt road, and my heart lurches as her father scoops her into his arms and continues to sprint. Day passes, and I see him land out of the corner of my eye as I lift my arms and let my power rip free, focusing on the venin. Lightning cracks. A section of the city wall crumbles. Fuck.
Keep going. Day says they need more time,
Taryn urges. I make the mistake of turning in the saddle, noting that both Liam and Soleil are unseated, ushering the townspeople into the mine, while Day and Fuel guard separate sides of the evacuation path. If anything happens, if one of those wyverns circling the town decides to take notice, they're vulnerable. But so are the people they're protecting. A trio of griffins flies in, all three dangling townspeople from their talons, dropping them off at the entrance to the mine and looping back for another run. Energy rips through me as I aim a bolt for the venin, this one shattering an outbuilding along the hillside to our right. Boards split and wood flies as it collapses. The venin's attention whips upward and my stomach twists when she spots me. There's pure malice in her red eyes as she reaches forward with her left hand, then flips it, fisting air. Rocks tumble down the mountainside. Soleil throws up her hands, stopping the slide before it can crush the people running into the mine below. Her arms shake, but the boulders fall on either side of the evacuation path, leaving the escape clear. I whip back toward the venin and gasp. Raw power is palpable in the air, lifting the hairs on my arms as the venin stands with her palms lowered to the ground. The grass around her turns brown. Then the flowers of the wild clover bushes wilt, and the leaves curl, losing all their color.
Taryn, is she...
Channeling, he growls. I fling another flare of energy as the blight spreads outward from the venin, as though she's draining the very essence of the land, but it hits too close to the road, and the straggler racing towards safety for my comfort.
Watch out. Day says that building on the other side of the road has a crate of something marked with Liam's family crest,
Taryn tells me as I fire off another blast that lands nowhere near the venin.
He says it's highly unstable, he finishes, pausing as he relays the information. Not worried about the building, I reply as the circle of death expands under Tern's beating wings, and I draw more power from Tern, poising to strike again. Soleil charges toward the venin with fuel on her heels, her dagger palmed and ready as the rest of the group of townspeople make it into the tunnel. This is all worth it as long as they survive. The wave of death pushes forward from the venin, flowing outward and catching up with the fleeing civilian in the middle of the road. He falls, then screams soundlessly, curling in on himself as his body becomes nothing but a husk of a shell. Air freezes in my lungs and my heart stutters. The venin just... Soleil! I yell, but it's already too late. The third year stumbles a few steps into the dead zone, her dragon reaching for her as they both buckle and fall, fuel throwing up a cloud of dirt with her heavy impact. They desiccate in a matter of seconds, their bodies shriveling. A vice clamps around my chest, and for a second I can't breathe. The venin has even more power now. Tell Day! I look back over my shoulder to see Liam sprinting for Day. He needs time. Already done. Tern rolls left as a fireball churns up at us, the first of a volley that causes us to retreat across the road. We lost Soleil, I tell Xaden. The only acknowledgement is a wave of sorrow, and I know it's his. The griffins take flight, their riders wielding what looks to be lesser magic at the venin as two wyvern approach, both riderless. Tell them to change tactics. They don't stand a chance if they can't get close to that venin, I tell Tern. The griffins change course, and I loose my power again, hitting closer to the venin. She glares up at me, then turns at the sound of flapping wings. Garrick and the other marked third years are coming. She's outnumbered, and damn, I hope she knows it. The griffins team up, tearing into one of the approaching wyvern as Liam mounts and Day launches, escaping the spreading ring of death. But the other wyvern dips low, heading for the venin, right on course to pass by the outbuilding. You said that building has unstable material in it, right? I ask. Yes. I can't be sure I'll hit it, but... Excellent idea. Tern puts us into position, hovering about 20 feet above ground as Liam flies for the griffins above us, wielding spears of ice into the injured wyvern's throat. Blood streams as the wyvern falls from the sky with an ear-piercing cry. One down. The venin reaches the road, and the wyvern skids to a landing on the dirt path so she can mount. Now! I shout. Tern breathes in deep and exhales pure fire as the wyvern takes off, sending the outbuilding up in a blaze that ignites whatever is within. Heat rushes my face, singeing my cheek as the building explodes, engulfing everything around it. The firestorm nearly catches us, but Tern banks left, narrowly missing the blast. I shout, throwing up my fist as we circle back, the wind easing the sting in my cheek. We have one wyvern down, a good share of the townspeople evacuated, and there's no way anything survived that blast. Tern dips his right wing low, and we turn sharply, getting set up to make another run through town. I glance to the right and gasp. Not only did that blast not kill the wyvern, but its rider is alive and well too, flying toward... Shit. There are more wyvern than dragons exiting the valley to the south. And I'm trying hard not to panic when blazing hot blue fire streams past us. I pivot in the saddle and see a wyvern on our tail approaching frighteningly fast as we circle the post walls. Any idea how to kill that many wyvern? I ask Tern, panic sitting on my chest like an anchor that threatens to pull me under into the chaos of my thoughts. There are at least 6 wyvern. From what I can see, all with terrifying wingspan and sharp teeth, and they're heading straight for us. The same methods that can kill us, Tern says, leading the wyvern away from the post's center, where Garrick and Bodhi are both on foot, chasing down the venin from the clock tower, daggers in hand. I don't exactly have a crossbolt handy. No, but you do have lightning, and a bolt of that will stop any dragon's heart. Tell me you warned the others how Soleil and Fuel died. Everyone touching the ground is vulnerable. They all know what they risk.
Gods, there are still kids down there, some screaming, others heartbreakingly silent as their mothers drag their dead bodies from the streets. There are no words. We need to draw them away from the city, I tell Xaden, turning back in the saddle as far as the bands across my thighs will let me to get a better vantage point of the airspace and the wyvern, some of which seem to have slowed in order to circle the remains of the clock tower. Whatever they want must be there, Tern says. Agreed on both counts. Do what you can to give the rest time to evacuate, Xaden responds. We're clearing the edge of town now. He pauses, and a ripple of worry pushes through our emotional barrier. Try not to die. Working on it. A wyvern dives only to climb again with a human leg hanging from between its teeth. We circle back, then head south through the trading post, away from the city center and whatever Bodhi and Garrick are doing. They're not following, Tern grunts. We'll need to draw them out. That venom didn't seem to like when I wielded lightning. You're a threat. So let's get their attention and threaten. He growls in approval. I open the floodgates of Tern's power, letting it roil and billow beneath my skin. As soon as we're outside the walls, I throw my hands up and let it burst free. Lightning streaks the sky, earning us the notice of the horde of wyvern, one of which peels off its flight pattern and soars in our direction, its poison-barbed tails flicking behind it. Maybe this wasn't the best idea. We're committed now, Tern reminds me. Right. They're finally outside the city walls. I summon more power and wield, my arms trembling with the effort to control the deluge of raw energy. Lightning strikes once, missing the wyvern by more than I'd like to admit. Dread fills my mouth with the taste of ash. I'm not ready for this. Try again. I don't have enough control. Try again, Tern demands. I wield again, ripping down the walls between Tern and me, and more of the energy he channels rips through me. Lightning splits the dusk-hued sky in a blast so bright I blink. Again! I let the power overcome me again and again, concentrating on the location of the wyvern as Tern dodges blasts of blue fire. Finally, a strike hits the one behind us, dropping him from the sky. It hits the hillside with a satisfying crash. What about the venom it's bonded to? I tremble with the effort of controlling the power, fighting to keep it from overtaking me. Sweat drips down my face. Hopefully they're like us. Kill the wyvern and the rider dies, but it's hard to tell with so many riderless ones. Hopefully isn't the best word right now. I turn in the saddle and watch in horror as 2 more riderless wyvern fly out of the valley. The civilians need more time to reach the mine. Let's give it to them. Tern growls in agreement, and we speed back over the post. Xaden has one wyvern by the throat, strangling it with shadows, as a third-year hurls ice at its rider, and the other 4 are doing everything they can to drive the newcomers back with a combination of dragon fire and magic. Power jolts through me in wave after burning wave as I wield more lightning than I ever have in practice. I swing my arm around and aim another bolt at a wyvern flying near the front gate, or what used to be the front gate. I miss the wyvern, but hit an empty tower, sending stone flying in all directions, a large chunk hitting a wyvern in the tail and causing it to spin in midair. Tern banks another hard turn, and we come back around. I take a deep breath, then call a lightning bolt. This one striking a wyvern directly in its upper back with a satisfying sizzle. The giant beast shrieks, then smashes into a nearby hillside with a thunderous boom. Coming back around again for another pass, and heady from my recent kill, I throw out 3 more bolts of lightning in quick succession. Unfortunately, more speed doesn't translate to more accuracy, and the adrenaline rush isn't helping my aim either. I managed to cause 3 more alarming explosions, though, one of which distracts a rather large wyvern that had been on Bodhi's tail, giving him a moment's advantage, which his dragon seizes by banking hard left and coming up behind the wyvern and sinking its teeth into its leathery gray neck. There's an ominous crack, and then Bodhi's dragon releases the wyvern's lifeless body, letting it fall to the ground 50 feet below. On the left! I shout as 2 more wyvern come into view on our rear flank. I leave the evasive maneuvers up to Tarn and concentrate on bringing down as many strikes as possible as the wyvern gain speed on us. My arms tremble, growing weaker and weaker with each bolt I try to control to keep from hitting our own riders. Sigale is on the west side of the outpost, and my heart crawls into my throat when she flies low, and Xaden does an impressive running jump off her back, landing with a roll onto the street below. Almost immediately, shadows pull in every direction and cover the people screaming as they try to run for cover from the snarling jaws of a hungry wyvern. One of the wyvern on my tail must notice Xaden out of the saddle, because it tucks its wings for a moment, diving for the ground, only to widen them and pull out at the last minute, gliding mere feet above the silky shadows. Shit, it's heading straight for Xaden, its jaws opening wide as though it plans to just snatch Xaden up like a quick bite to eat. Xaden! I scream out loud, but he's already noticed the wyvern, throwing a rope of shadows high above the building in a perfect lasso around Sigale's head, and she yanks him up off the ground and out of the path of the oncoming wyvern. 1 minute Xaden is dangling from the shadowy rope, and the next he's back in his saddle as Sigale banks for another low pass through town. But I was so focused on Xaden, I completely forgot about the wyvern on my own tail. Tarn hasn't, though, and starts to climb higher and higher, leading the wyvern from the post as he gains altitude nauseatingly fast. Violence! Xaden screams. Beneath you! I look down and gasp. A stream of blue fire billows up toward us. Bank! Tarn rolls left, and my ass leaves the saddle, held in only by the straps as he rolls us upside down to narrowly avoid the blast. But when he straightens, the wyvern is still on us. My heart lurches into my throat as its mouth gapes open, its sharp, bloodied teeth snapping as it lunges for Tarn's side. No! I lift my arms to throw a bolt in its direction and prepare for impact. A blur of blue shoots between us, and the wyvern is knocked away by the body of a navy dragon. Sigale. Her jaws tear through the side of the wyvern in several rapid, brutal bites, flesh ripping and blood spraying in the most vicious mid-air meal I have ever seen. Then she flips and catches the devoured wyvern by the head with her dagger tail, sending its dead body sailing several hundred feet before crashing to the ground. Sigale picks up speed, banks, and flies right by us, her wing gliding under Tarn's almost affectionately, which is in complete contrast to the menacing glare that seems directed at me, wyvern blood still dripping from her jaws. Message received. It's her job to keep an eye on Xaden's back, and it's mine to watch Tarn's. I do a quick turn in my saddle, checking all our sides for more wyvern, then tell Tarn, let's climb so we can get a better count of what we're facing. We've barely made it 100 feet above the town when I spy Liam and Day flying hard and fast in the opposite direction, with a venin riding a wyvern on his tail. Liam needs help, I rush to explain. On it, Tarn says, flipping us in midair. We hang in the sky for a second before his massive wings catch the air and turn us so that we're heading straight for Liam. The venin raises a staff of some sort, sending balls of blue flame at Day, but he manages to avoid them all as Liam stands up and runs along Day's spine toward his dagger tail. At the last second, Day uses his tail to whip Liam up into the air toward the wyvern. I don't even have time to scream before he lands in a crouch on the wyvern's rear and pulls out one of the runed daggers like the 2 Xaden gave me. The venin whips around, raising his staff, but Liam is brutally fast and slits the venin's throat with sickening precision. The wyvern stops beating its wings within seconds, its heavy body free-falling to the ground, and Liam leaps from his back just as Day flies beneath, easily catching him. A wyvern flies at us from the left, approaching with great beats of its wings. Tarn! Power fills my veins and I lift my hands, but Tarn rolls, flipping my world upside down as he rakes his claws and Morningstar tail along the wyvern from throat to tail, splitting it open in midair, then leveling out as the wyvern streaks a bloody path to the ground. The rush in my head is a result of more than Tarn's acrobatics. For the first time since we agreed to try to defend the civilians in this trading post, since we were told there were 4 Venin, and no way we could win, a little bit of panic sitting on my chest starts to ease. We might actually be able to survive today. Maybe. Just then, another wyvern drops out of a cloud above us, diving at Taryn, gaining speed as it tucks in its wings, becoming a teeth-tipped spear. There's no time for evasive maneuvers. It's seconds away, but red fills my vision and Day is there, driving into the side of the massive gray beast. There's no breath of relief as the collision sends Liam hurtling off Day's back and across the base of Taryn's neck at breakneck velocity. "Violet! Liam!" I catch his scrambling hands as he slides by and hold on, a cry escaping as my shoulders pop and subluxate from the strain of catching his weight. And Taryn pitches in a sharp turn to follow Day. "Hold on!" Grimacing, Liam crawls forward on his elbows despite the impossible angle, then grasps the pommels of the saddle. I throw myself over him, sheltering his head and holding on with everything I have as Taryn rolls and banks to keep close, but clear of Day and the massive gray wyvern. Locked in battle only a few feet away, their talons shred through the scales of the other amid snapping teeth, and Day's catastrophic roars of pain. They're too close for me to act, and there's no guarantee I'll hit the wyvern and not Day with my lightning. There's nothing I can do but secure Liam. Grabbing the lap belt I never use, I wind it around Liam's torso and buckle it. "That should hold you until we can get you back to Day, but I can't wield without hitting him," I yell as wind whips around us. The agony in his eyes steals my breath. "Why did you do that?" I cry, my fingers searching for purpose on his leathers to pull him closer. I settle for the back of his collar and yank. "Why would you risk it? Gods, if anything happens to them." His gaze collides with mine. "That thing was going to take a chunk out of Taryn. You've saved my life, and now it's my turn. No matter what you think of me for keeping secrets, we're friends, Violet." Response is impossible as Taryn rolls again, lifting Liam's entire body, and the leather belt slips to just under his arms. I fist my hands in the back of his flight leathers, but there's not much to grab onto. Heartbeats pass and I can't breathe, can't think past the desperation to keep Liam safe, until Taryn levels out again, trying to stay as close as he can to Day without risking any of us in the process. But then, Day's scream slices me to the bone as the two lock into a dive. "Can't you do something?" I beg Taryn. "Working on it." He pitches right and plummets, positioning himself around the downward spiraling duel to strike. It should be us fighting for our lives, not Liam and Day. And gods, Day is losing, which means Liam... My throat constricts. No, not going to happen. "Get over here!" I shout at Xaden. Energy crackles through my hands, but there's no clear target. They're moving too fast. "I'm hunting the venin at the walls," he answers. "Day is fighting for his life!" The heartbeat of terror squeezing my chest like a vice isn't mine. It's Xaden's. "If I leave, these civilians are all dead." We're on our own. A quick glance at the field tells me every other dragon is locked in its own battle. Tarn's tail swings out, slamming into the wyvern's hindquarters, and comes away bloody. But the fucking thing doesn't release Day. Its claws flex, burrowing deeper beneath the red's scales. "Day!" Liam's scream is raw, his voice breaking at the end. Tarn lunges, snapping at the wyvern's shoulder and drawing blood, but it's not enough. He swings around to get a better angle on the wyvern, and the force nearly costs Liam his grip, but the buckle holds. Another riderless wyvern flies at us from the right. "On the right!" Tarn whips his body faster than I've ever felt and rips out the throat of the new threat, shaking the wyvern like a doll, then releases his jaws and lets the thing fall hundreds of feet to the mountainside below. Then, Tarn dives to catch up with Day and the wyvern as they race toward the ground. Dread settles in my chest, ominous and heavy. "We're on our way," Xaden says. But he'll be too late. "Violet!" Liam shouts over the wind, and I rip my attention from the gruesome battle alongside us as we spiral downward. "We have to take out the riders." "I know," I reply. "We will!" He just needs to hang on. They both do. "No, I mean... that's the..." Tern lunges again, and we're thrown sideways as he rips another hole in the wyvern's wings with his teeth, raking down its tail with his talons. But the creature has Day in a deathlock. Its wings are shredded now. But it doesn't seem to care as its claws dig into Day's underbelly, like it's willing to mindlessly die to make the kill. It's going to be all right, I promise Liam, wind stinging my cheeks. It has to be all right, even though the ground rushes at us closer and closer each second. It just has to be. Day screams again, the sound weaker and higher pitched than the last. It's a cry. "We have to pull up," Tern warns. "He's dying!" Liam lunges across Tern's back, reaching for his dragon, as if so he can touch the red daggertail one last time. "Just hold," I start, but Day's shriek of pain closes my throat, strangling the words. He's being eviscerated, and there's nothing we can do. The wyvern roars in victory, a heartbeat before they crash into the hillside with a sickening thud. The wyvern limps away on its hind legs and the talons that tip its wings. Day doesn't move. Liam's raw scream shatters my heart, and Tern flares his wings, banking hard to keep us from the same gruesome fate. "Day!" Tern's grief blasts through my body as he streams fire at the wyvern's retreating back, and Endarna's cry fills my head. "No, if Day... Is he..." I can't bring myself to finish. "He's gone." Tern reverses course, barreling for the hillside outside the city walls where Day has fallen. No, that means... "Liam!" I grab for my friend as we land at speed, Tern's claws digging into the ground to stop us close to Day's body. "You only have minutes," Tern warns. "Day," Liam whispers, falling limp against Tern's back. "I'll get you to him," I promise, already fumbling with the strap's buckle. "Day's gone," I cry to Xaden, my voice a trembling mess. "Liam is dying." "No!" I feel his terror, his sorrow, and his overpowering anger wrap around my mind, mixing with my own until it hurts to breathe. "Minutes. We have minutes." "Just hold on," I whisper to Liam, fighting not to cry as he looks up at me with those sky-blue eyes, wide with shock and pain. After everything Liam has given up for me, this is the least I can do for him. I can get him to Day the same way I know he would carry me to Tern or Endarna. Tern lies down completely, flattening his massive frame as much as possible as I unstrap my thighs. Then I wrap my arms around Liam's bulky frame, and we slide down Tern's side, hitting our feet on the rocky hillside far from the trading post. Day lies a couple of dozen feet away, his body folded at an unnatural angle. This isn't fair. This isn't right. Not Day. Not Liam. They're the strongest of our year. They're the best of us. "Can't make it," Liam says, stumbling forward and tripping. I rush to catch him as he goes down, but his substantial weight is too much for me, and we both fall to our knees. "We can make it," I force out through my tightening throat, trying to hook his arm over my shoulders. We're so close. "If a venom comes along, then I'll deal with it." "We can't," he crumples against me, sliding down my side. I fall back on my heels, and his head lands in my lap as his body goes limp. "It's all right, Violet," he says, looking up at me, and I shove my goggles on top of my head so I can see him clearer. He's struggling to breathe. "It's not all right." I want to scream with the injustice of it, but that won't help. My hand trembles as I slide his riding goggles up to his forehead, then brush his blonde hair back off his forehead. "None of this is all right. Please stay." I beg, tears I can't fight rolling unchecked down my cheeks. "Fight to stay, please, Liam. Fight to stay." "At Parapet," his face twists in pain. "You have to take care of my sister." "Liam, no!" I choke on the words as tears clog my throat. "You'll be there." I stroke his hair. He's fine. He's physically perfectly fine, and yet I'm watching him slip away. "You have to be there." He has to smile at the sister he's missed for years and flash that dimple of his. He has to give her the stack of letters he's written. He deserves it after all he's been through. He can't die for me. Tern, I cry, tell me what to do.
There's nothing you can do, Silver One. We both know I won't. Just promise me you'll take care of Sloane, he begs, his eyes searching mine as his breaths grow ragged. Promise. I promise, I whisper, taking his hand and squeezing, not bothering to wipe my tears. I'll take care of Sloane. He's dying, and there's nothing I can do, nothing anyone can do. How can all this power be so fucking useless? The pulse under my thumb slows. Good. That's good. He forces a weak smile, and that dimple makes a faint appearance before his expression falters. And I know you feel betrayed. But Xaden needs you. And I don't just mean alive, Violet. He needs you. Please, hear him out. All right, I nod, fighting to force a watery smile. He could ask for anything right now, and I'd give it to him. Thank you, Liam. Thank you for being my shadow. Thank you for being my friend. He blurs in my vision as the tears come faster. It's been my honor. Liam's chest rattles as his lungs struggle. A gust of wind blows the loosened strands of my braid back from my face. Seconds later, I feel Xaden racing toward us, a torrent of his emotions overwhelming my own. No, Liam! Xaden chokes out as he crouches in front of us, the muscles in his face working to control his expression. But there's no hiding the despair that pushes at our mental connection. Day, Liam pleads in a strangled whisper, turning his head toward Xaden. I know, brother. Xaden's jaw flexes, and our gazes lock above Liam as tears overflow my eyes. I know. He leans forward and lifts Liam into his arms, then stands, carrying him. I'll take you. He walks slowly across the gravelly terrain to Day's body, saying things I can't hear from where I kneel. The rocks digging into my knees through the fabric of the leather as I watch Xaden say goodbye. Xaden lowers Liam, sitting him against Day's unblemished shoulder, then kneels beside him, nodding slowly at whatever Liam has said. The cry of a wyvern splits the air above us, and I look up instinctively. A cloud of flapping gray wings moves toward us from higher up the valley. Wyvern. Dozens and dozens of wyvern. Look up at the valley! Liam's head rolls slowly as they both look. Xaden's head bows, and my breath freezes in my lungs as shadows momentarily whip out around him, like a blast of menace and sorrow. Seconds later, his soundless, soul-rending scream fills my head with such force that my heart shatters like glass against a stone floor. I don't need to ask. Liam is gone. Liam, who never complained about being my shadow, never hesitated to help, never bragged about being the best of our year. He died protecting me. Oh, gods, and I just asked him if we'd ever really been friends an hour ago. Just one of those beasts managed to kill my friend. What the hell can that many accomplish? A bloodied wyvern dives for us, and Tern throws his wing over me. I hear the sound of his teeth snapping, and a sharp cry above me before his wing retracts. We're targets on the ground, Tern says as the wyvern flies away. Then let's be the ones who hunt. I stumble to my feet in time to see Xaden running my way. Violence! Xaden grasps my shoulders, determination lining his features. Liam told me to tell you that there are 2 riders with that horde.
Why would he tell me and not... An anvil sits on my chest.
Because he knew I'd have to be the one who holds off the wyvern as long as possible.
He studies my face like he'll never see it again. And I'm the one who can kill them all. It will kill me to wield that many times, but I'm the best shot we have. The best shot he has to survive.
You can kill them.
He yanks me close and kisses my forehead.
There is no me without you,
he says against my skin. Before I can react, he turns toward the valley and lifts his arms, throwing up a wall of shadow that consumes the space between the ridgelines.
Go. I'll give you as much time as I can.
Every second matters, and these are bound to be my last. Our last. In the span of one heartbeat, I look over my shoulder past Tarn and see the flaming ruins of the trading post. Townspeople run from the city walls, fleeing the wyvern that circle above. My stomach drops at our failure. We haven't managed to evacuate all the civilians. At the second beat, I draw a stuttered breath of smoke-laden air as a lone griffin flies through the haze, followed by Garrick and Imogen on their dragons. And I can only hope the others are still alive. In the third heartbeat, I turn back toward Liam's and Day's lifeless bodies, and rage floods my veins faster than any lightning strike I've ever wielded. The horde of wyvern behind Xaden's wall will tear into Tarn and Sigale just like Day. And Xaden. No matter how strong he is, Xaden won't be able to hold them forever. His arms already shake with the effort of controlling so much power. He'll be the first to die if I'm not exactly what he called me under that tree all those months ago. Violence. There are dozens of wyvern and 1 of me. I have to be as strategic as Brennan and as confident as Mira. I spent the last year trying to prove to myself I'm nothing like my mother. I'm not cold, I'm not callous. But maybe there is a part of me that's more like her than I care to admit. Because right now, standing near the dead body of my friend and his dragon, all I want is to show these assholes exactly how violent I can be. I pull my goggles down as I turn to Tarn's shoulder, mounting quickly. There's no need to ask him to launch, not when our emotions are aligned like this. We want the same exact thing. Revenge. I buckle the straps across my thighs as Tarn springs upward, taking off with heavy beats of his massive wings. The bloodied wyvern has doubled back, and Tarn flies straight at it. I don't even care if it's the same one that just killed our friends. They're all going to die. As soon as we get close enough, I throw my hands out, letting all my power loose, with a guttural scream. Lightning hits the wyvern on the first shot, sending the monster plummeting to the ground near the city walls. But I never see the one coming at us from the left. Not until I feel Tarn's roar of pain. Chapter 37. A quote from The Origin, The Fables of the Baron. But it was the third brother who commanded the sky to surrender its greatest power, who finally vanquished his jealous siblings at a great and terrible price. I whip around in the saddle and see a Venin, the one who killed Soleil, distended branch-like veins spreading from her red eyes. Grasping the sword, she stabbed in between Tarn's scales and the area behind his wings. "There's a Venin on your back!" I shout at Tarn as the Venin whips a ball of fire toward my head. It comes so close that I feel the singe of heat along my cheek. Tarn rolls, executing a dizzying climb that throws my weight back into the saddle, and yet the Venin holds fast, grabbing on to the embedded sword as her feet fly out from under her. The second Tarn levels off, the Venin stares at me like I'm her next meal, striding for me with nothing but resolve in her eyes and fisting serrated green-tipped daggers. "3 more riderless ones on my tail!" Tarn shouts. Fuck. There's something I'm missing. It's taunting me from the edge of my mind, like the answer to a test I know I've studied for. "Aren't you a little small for a dragon rider?" the Venin hisses. "Big enough to kill you. Tarn and I are dead if I don't do something."
I need you to stay level, I tell Tern, unbuckling my thigh straps.
You will not unseat,
Tern growls. I won't let her kill you! I climb to my feet and unsheathe the 2 daggers Xaden gave me today. Every challenge, every obstacle, every hour Imogen spent in the weight room, every single time Xaden has taken me to the mat has to be worth something, right? This is just a challenge with a not-so-fictitious dark wielder on the parapet. A moving, flying parapet.
Get back in your seat,
Tern orders. You can't shake her. She'll cut into you again. I have to kill her. I shove the fear aside. There's no room for it here. By the dying sunlight and the eerie glow of the burning city below us, I dodge the first swipe of her knife, then the second, ducking low and throwing up my forearm to block a downward thrust, halting the plunge of metal jabbing toward my face. The force of impact results in a snap I know is one of my bones. Excruciating pain momentarily freezes me as the dagger flies out of my hand. I'm down to only one. My heart pounds as my feet catch on one of Tern's spikes, and I stumble. I can't even cradle my ruined, throbbing arm as she advances, gaining on me with every lunge and swipe of her green-tipped daggers. It's as if she knows exactly what I'm going to do before I do it. She counters every one of my attacks with a quicker one of her own, as if she's adapting to my fighting style from mere moments of combat. She's unnaturally quick. I've never seen Xaden or Imogen move this fast. I manage to parry each of her attacks, but there's no question that I'm on the defense. She's not even in leathers, just a fluttering sail of a robe, and still pain flares in my side, hot and sharp, and I fall back in disbelief when I find one of her daggers protruding low in my side, just beneath the edge of the dragon scale armor. Tern roars and Andarna shrieks.
Violet!
Xaden screams. She's too fast! I doubt the dagger has struck anything vital from its position, and I fight through mouth-watering nausea to balance the only venom blade I have left and yank hers out. But something isn't right. The wound begins to burn, and I immediately battle to keep my balance as acid races through my veins. The tip of the knife is no longer green as it falls from my fingers.
Such untapped power. No wonder we were called here. You could command the sky to surrender all its power. And I bet you don't know what to do with it. Do you? Riders never do. I'm going to split you open and see where all that astonishing lightning comes from.
She waves the other dagger at me, and I realize she's playing with me.
Or maybe I'll let him do it. You'll wish for death if I hand you over to my sage.
She has a teacher? She's a damn student, just like me. And I'm lethally outmatched. I can barely keep track of which hand her blade is in. My arm has its own heartbeat, and my side screams.
Level the playing field,
Xaden orders. He's split his power, and shadows rush in from the cliffs at my left, throwing the world around me and the venom into a cloud of complete darkness. And I have the power of light. I'm the one in control now, and I know the terrain of Tern's back like my own hand. Moving to the right, where I can feel the slope of his shoulder, I take up a fighting stance, grip my dagger in my good hand, and let my power explode through the dark, illuminating the sky for one crackling, priceless second. The venom is disoriented, her back turned toward me. I plunge the runed dagger between her ribs, right where Xaden showed me all those months ago, and yank it out so I don't lose it. She staggers backward, her face turning an ashen gray before she falls from Tern's back. I falter, swaying as the acid in my veins burns brighter, harsher, incinerating me from the inside out. She's dead, I manage to tell them, throwing the word out toward Tern, Xaden, Andarna, Sigale, whoever might be listening. The shadows fall away, letting in the fading light of dusk as I stumble toward the saddle, holding my side to staunch the flow of blood from the stab wound.
You're hurt,
Tern accuses. I'm fine, I lie, staring with wide eyes as dark black blood sludges through my fingers. Not good. So not good. I won't be able to fight another in hand-to-hand, not with the wound in my side, and soon I'll be too weak to wield.
The strength is flowing out of me with my blood. I sheathe the dagger. My best weapon now is my mind. Taking a deep breath, I fight to steady my heartbeat and think.
They're falling,
Tern says, and I jerk my gaze from my side to see 3 wyvern tumble from the sky and crash to the earth. Riderless wyvern, created by venin. And they all died because I killed 1 venin. That's what Liam was trying to tell me. When a dragon dies, so does its rider. But apparently when a venin dies, so do the wyvern they created. All of them. That's how we can save everyone on this battlefield. There are 2 riders among the horde Xaden is holding back. We have to take out the riders, I whisper.
Yes,
Tern agrees, following my thoughts.
Excellent idea.
You're willing to gamble your life on it? If I'm wrong, we're both dead, and so are Xaden and Sigale.
I will bet my life on you, as I have from the first day,
he says, banking to fly back to the valley as the other dragons rush with their riders to follow us, no doubt following Tern's command. Only Garrick and his brown scorpion tail are ahead of us, flying low and fast toward Xaden. 3 of the venin are dead, but one is... I watch in horror as a venin with a staff as tall as he is strides out of the darkness, his menacing gaze locked on Xaden. To the left! I scream at Xaden. Sigale spins and blasts fire at the venin, but he doesn't so much as pause. Garrick leans from his seat and flings a dagger, but before it can reach the venin, the robed figure slams his staff into the ground and disappears like he was never there in the first place. He moved, but to where? The hell? I shout into the wind. A general can recognize another general, and that's their leader, Tern says. The sage.
I can't hold them back much longer,
Xaden yells, his arms shaking so hard it looks like his body is tearing itself apart at the very seams as we rush toward the mouth of the valley. New plan, I tell Xaden as Tern pushes himself to the max. I need you to let the shadows fall. What? He's already wavering. I can see it by the straining shapes against his shadows. Wyvern desperate to push their way through. So much suffering. The hurt in Andarna's voice jars me. I whip my head back toward the trading post and catch the glint of gold. My heart seizes. No, it's not safe for you here. You need me, she yells. Please hide. One of us has to survive, I tell her as Tern flies past Xaden and Sigale. Xaden, you have to drop the shadows. It's the only way. Tern! Sigale shouts, fear edging her tone in a way I've never heard. Don't ask that of me. Even Xaden's voice shakes. Those shadows are coming down whether or not he wants them to. He's approaching burnout. If you've ever trusted me, Xaden, I need you to do it now. I use his earlier words, barely breathing through the searing pain in my side. He'll lose himself to burnout if he doesn't trust me. Fuck! In a blink, the wall of shadow falls, and the wyvern fly toward us with terrifying speed. If I can't do this, no one will survive. There are too many of them. Spot the more powerful rider, Tern. It's the best bet, the only bet. We're a minute away from a collision. Once I've taken the rider out, that only leaves one, Xaden. Just kill that one and the rest of the wyvern will fall. I'm coming. But I'll get there first. Tern is faster than Sigale. You saved us by holding them back this long. When he starts to respond, I slam my shield down, blocking him out to concentrate. Tern's head swivels left and right, searching. And I break apart the last of my archive's walls, keeping one foot firmly on that marble floor. There, Tern says, his head turned to the right. That one. At the corner of the flying horde is a seated venin. Crimson veins streaking his temples and traveling down his cheeks. You're sure? I ask. Positive. Blue fire erupts from the horde, and I barely draw breath before a torrent of shadows rises from the edges of the valley, snuffing out the flame. Power ripples in my bones, vibrating my very being with the amount of energy I'm forcing my body to contain. Tell me your plan isn't to try to jump on the wyvern's back, Tern asks as my breath hitches. Just a few more seconds and we'll be close enough. I don't have to, I tell him. Didn't you hear what the venin said? I can command the sky to surrender all its power, but I'm going to need every ounce of yours to do it.
I unleash my signet and strike once, missing the wyvern, then again, missing once more. They're almost on us as I strike again and again, pushing myself to the limit as Xaden smothers the blue flames before they have a chance to burn me alive. I can't aim. I'm not ready. Maybe if I had another year or two to practice, but not now. I need more, Tern. You will burn out, Silver One, he growls, dodging a flame Xaden misses. You already walk the edge. My arms shake as I lift them again. This is the only way I can save them. I can save Sigale. You just have to decide to live, Tern, even if I don't. I will not watch another rider die because they do not know their own limitations. One more strike could be your last. I feel your waning strength. I know exactly what I'm capable of. I promise as energy fills my body once again and my heart jolts, struggling to find the right rhythm. Hot. I'm so damned hot. I feel like I could burst into flame myself. I've taken too much power. I'm not Neolin. Fear threatens to consume me as the venom rides at us, close enough that I see his snarling mouth. But it's not my terror. It's Tern's. Let me help! Andarna shouts, and my heart swells even as it stutters from the energy flowing through my veins. I don't have time to look to see where she is. I only hope she's still in the outpost. Only what I need, I say to her. I swallow hard, my good hand clutching the blood-tipped dagger as we fly toward the wall of wyvern. I reach for her golden power, and it spreads down my spine and explodes through me, time pausing around us. Tern flares his wing, bringing us to a hover as the wyvern move toward us, inch by precious inch, fighting against Andarna's magic with their own. I have to want to kill that venom, and God's help me I do. Now! I push my arm toward the venom and command lightning to split the sky, and it does, branching out in every direction. But I only need to control one of its silver-blue veins. I focus on the one closest to the venom, bringing it down in slow bursts that defy time. My arms vibrate, and I feel Tern's power push the boundaries of my body as I yank the branch sideways in its descent, inch by inch, with the last of my strength, positioning it over the venom. More Tern! He roars, and lightning itself rips through me, sizzling my lungs and charring my very breath as Andarna's gift ebbs. I don't have to be near her to feel her fatigue, her strength ebbing. But I only take what I need. Andarna will live today, even if she is the only one. I have only a few heartbeats, or this much power will burn through me and take me under. Xaden screams through the barrier in my mind, and the sounds of his anguish and fear are nearly more than I can bear. But there's no time to focus on him, to wonder what will happen if I don't succeed, because right now I am focused on vengeance with a coldness that would make even my mother proud. Finally, dragging the lightning down into place as my skin sizzles and burns, I release time and hold myself upright long enough to see it strike true, killing the venom at the first touch of its energy. As if time were still frozen, his body slowly topples from the top of his wyvern. In the next breath, more than half the monsters fall from the sky, as if they were struck themselves. And, as if it had been waiting for me to accomplish my goal, the wound in my side threatens to burn me alive. On the left, Tern roars, swinging toward the wyvern and its rider as they barrel toward us with murder in their eyes. A rope of shadow flies up, wrapping around the venom's neck as Tern banks left to avoid the hit, and I barely manage to keep my seat. Xaden pulls the venom from the wyvern's back and yanks him downward, right into the dagger he holds in his outstretched hand. Damn, sometimes I forget just how beautifully lethal he is. Knowing they'll all live, I let gravity claim my body and slide from Tern's back. Violet! I hear Xaden scream as I fall. Chapter 38. A quote from Major Frederick's Modern Guide for Healers. In the event that you come across a poison you do not recognize, it is best to treat with any and every antidote. Either way, the patient will die, but at least this way you would have learned something. I think I might die today. Air rushes by, and my stomach feels like it's somewhere above me, because I'm falling.
endlessly falling. Taryn roars, and it's the panic, the pitch of that bellow that forces my eyes open just long enough to see him diving for me. But I can't feel him in my head, can't feel my feet on the archive's floor, can't access my power. I'm cut off, no longer grounded. My back slams into something, knocking the breath from my lungs, slowing my descent but not stopping it. And shimmering gold rises and ebbs around me. Wind stills, the cries of mayhem and destruction pause, but the burn inside rages on, consuming me with fiery teeth. Time. And Darna has stopped time with what strength she has left. I'm on her back, falling, because she isn't strong enough to carry me, but she's brave enough to fly into this battle. Now my eyes are burning too. She shouldn't be here. She should be tucked away in the outpost, safe from the wyvern 3 times her size. Are there any wyvern left? Did we get them all? When time starts again, wind whipping at my exposed skin, I slip from her back and am gathered close by strong human arms. Violet! I know that deep, panicked voice. Xaden. But I can't move. Can't even force my lips apart to scream with the pain of it all when he puts pressure on the wound. Fuck. It must be poison. You have to fight it. Poison. The green-tipped dagger. But what poison could paralyze me not only physically, but magically? I'll take care of you. Just live. Please, live. Of course he wants me to live. I'm integral to his survival. It takes all my strength, but I manage to lift my eyelids for a second, and the blatant fear in his eyes jolts my heart before I lose consciousness. Maybe it isn't poison, someone says in a deep voice as I wake, but can't pry my eyes open. Garrick, maybe? God, everything hurts. Maybe it's magic. Did you see the way she whipped that lightning straight at the Venon's head? Someone asks. Not now, Bodhi practically growls. She saved your fucking life. She saved all our lives. But I didn't. Soleil and Liam are dead. Her blood is fucking black, Xaden snaps and his arms tighten, holding me to his chest. It has to be poison, Imogen cries, a sound I've never heard from her. Look at it! We have to get her back to Basgaeth. Nolan might be able to help. Yes, Nolan. They need to take me to Nolan. But I can't say it. Can't make my lips move. Can't even reach out along the mental pathways that have become as familiar to me as breathing. Being cut off from Taryn, from Andarna, from Xaden is a torture all on its own. That's a 12-hour flight, Xaden's voice rises, and I'm pretty sure her arm is broken. I'll be dead in 12 hours. The promise of sweet oblivion already hovers at the edge of my consciousness. A promise of peace if I agree to just let go. They're somewhere closer, Xaden says quietly, and I feel his fingers skim over my cheek. The motion is unnervingly tender. Another wave of fire consumes me, singeing every nerve, but all I can do is lie there and take it. Make it stop, gods, make it stop. You can't be serious. Someone's voice lowers to a hiss. You'll put everything at risk, Garrick warns as sleep tugs at me, the only escape from the searing pain. Tarn bellows so loudly my rib cage vibrates. At least he's close. I wouldn't say that again, Imogen mutters, or he'll probably eat you. And don't forget, if she dies, there's a damn good chance Xaden does too. I'm not saying he shouldn't. Just reminding him what the stakes are, Garrick replies. Can Tarn feel the disconnect between us? Is he suffering the same way I am? Was the sword poisoned too? Can Indarna fly, or does she need to sleep? Sleep. That's what I want. Cool, blissful, empty sleep.
I don't give a fuck what happens to me, Xaden yells at someone. We are going, and that's an order. No need for orders, man. We'll save her.
That's Bodhi, I think.
Live up to your nickname and fight this violence,
Xaden whispers against my ear. Then he says louder to someone farther away.
We have to get her to him. We ride.
I feel the shift as he begins to walk, but the agony of movement against the wound is too much, and I fade into blackness. Hours pass before I wake again. Maybe seconds. Maybe days. Maybe it's forever, and I've been sentenced to an eternity of torture by Malik for my sheer recklessness. But I can't bring myself to regret saving them. Maybe it's better if I die. But then, Xaden might die. Whatever is wedged between us right now, I don't want him dead. I'll never want that. A steady rush of wind at my face and the rhythmic beat of wings tells me we're flying. And it takes all the energy I have to lift a single eyelid as we pass over the cliffs of Draylor. The 1,000-foot drop is unmistakable. It's what made the Tirish rebellion not only possible, but nearly successful. The poison scorches every vein, every nerve ending in my body as it runs through me unchecked, slowing my heartbeat. Even the irony that I'm going to die by poison, something I have unparalleled knowledge of, can't make me muster the energy to speak, to offer any thoughts on an antidote. How can I, when I don't even know what's been used on me? Until a few hours ago, I didn't even know venom existed outside Fables. And now, there's nothing but pain and death. It's only a matter of time. And mine is short. Death would be preferable to existing for another second in this pyre of a body, but it's apparently a mercy I'm not allowed as I'm jostled awake. Air. There's not enough air. My lungs struggle to inhale. You're sure about this? Imogen asks. Each step Xaden takes brings a new wave of agony that starts in my side and ripples through my whole body.
Stop fucking asking him that, Garrick snaps. He made his decision. Support him or get the fuck out, Imogen. And it's a bad one, another man retorts. When you have 107 scars on your back, then you get to make the fucking decisions, Kieran, Bodhi snarls. Tairn's roar startles me and I twitch, which only intensifies the already indescribable torture racking my body now. What was that? Garrick asks from somewhere to the left. He basically said that he'll cook me alive if I fail. Xaden replies, holding me closer. I guess that part of the bond is still in place. My cheek falls against his shoulder, and I swear I feel him brush a kiss over my forehead. But that can't be right. You don't keep secrets from someone you care about, let alone secrets that are going to cost me my life any second if the stuttering beat of my heart is any indication. It's struggling to pump the liquid fire that's cauterizing my veins. Gods, I wish he'd just let me die. I deserve it. I'm the reason Liam is dead. I'm so weak-minded that I didn't even realize Dane took my memories and used them against me. Against Liam. You have to fight, Vi, Xaden whispers against my forehead as we move. You can hate me all you want when you wake up. You can scream, hit, throw your fucking daggers at me for all I care, but you have to live. You can't make me fall for you and then die. None of this is worth it without you. He sounds so sincere that I almost believe him.
which is exactly what got me into this situation in the first place. Xaden? A familiar voice calls out, but I can't place it. Bodhi, maybe? One of the second ears? So many strangers. And no friends. Liam is dead. You have to save her.
Chapter 39. Xaden. From the last words of Fen Ryerson, redacted. You're all cowards. She'll be all right. Zagale's voice is gentler than she's ever deigned to use with me. Then again, she didn't choose me because I needed coddling. She chose me for the scars on my back, and the simple fact that I am the grandson of her second rider, the one who didn't make it through the quadrant. You don't know that she'll be all right. No one does. It's been 3 fucking days and Violet hasn't woken up. 3 never-ending days I've spent in this armchair, walking a knife's edge between sanity and madness, studying every rise and fall of her chest just to be sure she's still breathing. My lungs only fill when hers do, and the time between my heartbeats is filled with sharp, all-consuming fear. She's never looked fragile to me, but she does now, lying in the middle of my bed, her lips pale and chapped, the ends of her hair duller than their usual blade-like hue. For 3 days, everything about her has felt as though the life was leached from her body, only a shadow of her soul left beneath her skin. But today, at least, the morning light shows her cheeks have a little more color along the darker line of her flight goggles than yesterday. I'm a fucking fool. I should have left her at Basgiath, or sent her with Atos, even if it strained Sigale and Tern. She never should have suffered the punishment Colonel Atos delivered, for a crime she didn't even know I was committing, didn't even suspect. I run a hand through my hair. She wasn't the only one who suffered. Liam would be alive. Liam. Guilt pairs with soul-sucking grief, and I can barely inhale around the pain in my chest. I'd ordered my foster brother to keep her safe, and that order got him killed. His death is on me. I should have known what was waiting for us at Athbeen. You should have told her about the venin. I waited for you to impart the information, and now she's suffering. Tern growls. The dragon is the living, fire-breathing embodiment of my shame. But at least the bond that links the 4 of us is still in place, even if he can't communicate with her, which means Violet's alive. He can yell at me all he wants as long as her heart's beating. I should have done a lot of things differently. What I shouldn't have done was fought my feelings for her. I should have grabbed onto her after that first kiss, the way I wanted, and kept her at my side. Should have let her all the way in. My eyelids scratch like sandpaper each time I blink, but I'm fighting sleep with every bone in my body. Sleep is where I hear her heart-breaking scream, hear her cry that Liam died, hear her call me a fucking traitor over and over. She can't die, and not just because there's a chance I won't survive. She can't die because I know I can't live without her, even if I do. Somewhere between the shock of our attraction at the top of that turret to realizing she risked her own life by giving up a boot for someone else on the parapet that first day, to her throwing those daggers at my head under the oak tree, I wavered. I should have realized the danger of getting too close the first time I put her on her back and showed her how easily she could kill me on the mat, a vulnerability I've allowed no one else. But I brushed it off as an undeniable attraction to a uniquely beautiful woman. When I watched her conquer the gauntlet, then defend Andarna at threshing, I stumbled, stunned by both her cunning and her sense of honor. When I burst into her room and found Oren's treacherous hand at her throat, the rage that made it so easy to kill all 6 of them without batting an eye should have told me I was headed for a cliff. And when she smiled at me, after mastering her shield in mere minutes, her face lighting up as the snow fell around us, I fucking fell. We hadn't even kissed, and I fell. Or maybe it was when she threw her knives at Barlow, or when jealousy ate me alive seeing Atos kiss the mouth I'd dreamed about countless times. Looking back, there were 1,000 tiny moments that pulled me over the edge for the woman asleep in the bed I always pictured her in. And I never told her. Not until she was delirious with poison. Why? Because I was scared to give her power over me when she already held it all? Because she's Lilith Sorengale's daughter? Because she kept giving Atos second and third chances? No. Because I couldn't give her those words without being totally, completely honest with her. And after the way she looked at me at the lake, the utter betrayal. The rustle of sheets makes my gaze whip to her face, and I take my first full breath since she fell from Taryn's back. Her eyes are open. You're awake. My voice sounds like it's been dragged across gravel when I thought it had only been my heart. I stagger to my feet and take the 2 steps that separate me from her bedside. She's awake. She's alive. She's smiling? That must be a trick of the light. This woman likely wants to set me on fire. Can I check your side? The mattress depresses slightly as I sit near her hip. She nods and stretches her arms up like a cat who's been napping in the sun before reaching for the blankets. Drawing back the covers, I untie the robe covering the short nightdress I changed her into that first evening and slowly lift the hem above the silken skin of her hip, preparing myself for the black tendrils that discolored her veins during the flight, but receded slowly since we arrived. There's nothing. Just a thin silver line an inch above her hip bone. Air gushes from my lungs in relief. Miraculous. What's miraculous? She croaks, looking down at her new scar. Shit, I would be a horrible healer. Water. My hand shakes with exhaustion or relief, I don't even care which, as I pour a glass from the pitcher on my bedside table. You must be parched. She pushes herself to sit, then takes the glass, drinking the entire thing down. Thanks. You are. I set the empty glass on the nightstand and then turned back to her, gazing into the hazel eyes that have haunted me since Parapet. You are miraculous. I finish in a whisper. I was fucking terrified, Violet. There aren't adequate words. I'm fine, Zayden, she says softly, her hand rising to rest above my pounding heart. I thought I was going to lose you. The confession comes out strangled, and maybe it's pushing my luck after all I've put her through, but I can't keep from leaning forward and brushing my lips over her forehead, then her temple. Gods, I'd kiss her forever if I thought it would keep the coming argument at bay, keep us in this one pristine moment where I can actually believe that everything might be all right between us, that I haven't irrevocably fucked up the best thing that's ever happened to me. You aren't going to lose me. She gives me a puzzled look, smiling like I've said something peculiar. Then she leans in and kisses me. She still wants me. The revelation makes my heart fucking sore. I take the kiss deeper, swiping my tongue over her soft lower lip and gently sucking on the tender curve. It's all it takes for need to flood my system, hot and demanding. It's always like this between us. The slightest spark sets off a wildfire that consumes every thought that isn't related to how many ways I can make her moan. We'll have a lifetime of these moments ahead of us when I can strip her down to her skin and worship every curve and hollow of her body. But this isn't one of them, not when she's barely been awake for 5 minutes. I draw back, slowly releasing her mouth. I'll make it up to you. I promise, holding her delicate hands between my rough ones. I'm not saying we won't fight, or you won't want to throw those daggers at me when I'm inevitably an ass, but I swear I will always strive to do better. Make what up to me? She pulls away with an inquisitive smile. I blink as my brow furrows. Has she lost her memories? How much do you remember? By the time we got you here, the poison spread to your brain, and... Her eyes flare, and something shifts, something that sinks my stomach like a rock as she tugs her hands from mine. She glances away, and her eyes glaze in that way that tells me she's checking in with her dragons. Don't panic, everything is fine. And Darna isn't quite the same, but she's her. She's fucking huge now, but I'm not about to say that to Violet. Her gift is also gone, according to Tern, but there's plenty of time to share that news. Instead, I say, the healer told me he isn't sure what lasting effects the poison might have, because it was something he's never seen, and no one really knows how long it will take to get your memories back if there's any lasting damage. But I'll tell you. She throws up her hand and looks around the room, as if noticing where we are for the first time, then scrambles backward, out of bed, pulling her robe closed. The look in her eyes puts a vice around my chest as she stumbles to the large windows that line my bedchamber. The windows that look out over the mountain this fortress is built upon, down to the valley below, and its line of charred trees marking where the earth was scorched all the way to stone, and the quiet town, which used to be a city, of Orisha beneath us. The town we've worked our asses off to rebuild from a pile of cinder and ruins. Violet, I keep my shields up, trying to respect her privacy as I walk to her side. But gods, I need to know what she's thinking. Her eyes widen as her gaze sweeps over the town, each structure with its identical green roofs, then pauses on the Temple of Amari, which was the most noted landmark besides our library. "Where are we? And don't you dare lie to me," she says. "Not again." Not again. You remember. I remember. Thank gods, I murmur, shoving my hand into my hair. It's a good thing, proving that she's truly healed, but fuck. "Where are we?" She bites out every word, her eyes narrowing on me. "Say it." The way you're looking at me says you already know. There's no way this brilliant woman doesn't recognize that temple. "This looks like Orisha." She gestures to the window. "There's only one temple with those particular columns. I've seen the drawings." Yes, brilliant fucking woman. "Orisha was burned to the ground. I've seen those drawings too, the ones the scribes brought back for the public notices. My mother told me she saw the embers with her own eyes, so where are we?" Her voice rises. Orisha. It feels incredibly freeing to tell her the truth. "Rebuilt or never burned?" She turns her back on me. "In the process of rebuilding." Why haven't I read about this? I start to tell her, but she holds up a hand, and I wait. It only takes her a minute to work it out, too. She points to my rebellion relic and says, "Melgrin can't see the outcome when more than 3 of you are together. That's why you're not allowed to assemble." I can't help it. I smile. This brilliant fucking woman is mine. Or was mine. Will be mine again if I have anything to say about it. Which I probably don't. I sigh, losing the smile immediately. Fuck. No, I'm not giving up until she tells me to. Things might be complicated, but so are both of us. That, and we're not big enough to warrant the attention of the scribes anymore. We're not hidden. We're just not advertising our existence. Which is also the reason this place is still technically mine. Nobles weren't exactly eager to throw their money at a scorched city or be taxed on unusable land. Eventually they'll notice. Eventually I'll lose it. Then I'll lose my head. You can know whatever you want. Just ask. She stiffens. "Tell me one thing right now." "Anything." Her shoulders stutter as she inhales. "Is Liam really dead?" Liam. A fresh stab of sorrow pierces my ribs. Heartbeats pass in silence as I try to find the right words, but there aren't any. So I take from my pocket the palm-size, freshly finished carving of Andarna Liam had been working on. She turns in my direction, her gaze immediately locking on the figurine, and her eyes water. "It's my fault?" "No, it's mine. If I had just told you everything sooner, you would have been prepared. You probably would have schooled us all on how to kill them. My soul breaks all over again when she swipes at twin tears with the backs of her hands. I set the carving in her hand. I know I should have, but I couldn't bear to burn it. We laid him to rest yesterday. Well, the others did. I haven't left this room since we got here. Our gazes collide, and it's all I can do not to reach for her, but I know I'm the last place she'll seek comfort. I haven't left you. Well, you do have a vested interest in my survival, she quips with a watery, sarcastic smile. Give me a second to get dressed, and then we'll talk. Kicking me out of my own room. I reach for that sarcastic, teasing tone that used to be so easy when it came to her, and back away. No one. Now, Ryerson. I can't keep from wincing. She never uses my last name. Maybe it's because she doesn't like to remember that I'm Fen Ryerson's son, and all my father cost her. But I've always been Zayden to her. The loss feels like a bottomless abyss, like a death blow. Bathing chamber is through there. I point to the far wall and stride for the exit, swinging my sword over my back on the way out. My cousin is leaned up against the wall talking to Garrick, who's boasting a new 6-inch scar from temple to jaw, but they both fall silent as I shut my door behind me. They tense, and Garrick stands to his full height. She's awake. Thank Amari, Bodhi says, his shoulders sagging. His arm is still in a sling, recovering from the 4 places a venin fractured it. She's going to have to choose. I look at Garrick, noting the worry in his eyes. He's already told me he thinks she'll keep our secret. That worry is for my mental state if she doesn't forgive me for not telling her sooner. She'll either keep our secret or she won't. That's something you'll have to figure out, he replies, and then teach her how to hide it from Atos if she chooses. Any word from the Flyers? Serena is alive, if that's what you're asking, Bodhi answers. So is her sister. But the rest, he shakes his head. At least they made it out, and now that Violet is awake, I can finally breathe. You figure out what that box was that Trad was drawn to back at Resson? I ask. Garrick's dragon is remarkably sensitive to runes, which allowed them to locate and retrieve the small iron box beneath the rubble of the clock tower. They're working on it right now. Hopefully we'll have an answer in the next couple of hours. I'm glad she's all right, Zayden. I'll tell the others. He nods once and heads down the hall, almost as familiar with the castle's layout as I am. Considering he spent every summer here before the apostasy, or secession as the Navarians call Dad's rebellion. Funny how people rename everything that makes them feel uncomfortable. We lost faith that our king would ever do the right thing, and they call us traitors. Bodhi wrinkles his nose. What? You smell like dragon ass. Fuck off. I chance a whiff, and can't argue. I'm using your room. I would consider it a personal favor. I extend my middle finger and head toward his room. An hour later, I'm bathed and impatient as I wait outside my room in a fresh set of leathers with Bodhi, who's doing his best to lighten my mood, just like he always does. When the door opens, and Violet stands there, I nearly swallow my tongue at the sight of her unbound, damp hair curling just under her breasts. I can't even articulate what it is about the strands that pushes me straight into need-to-fuck-her-now territory, and I'm too busy fighting to keep my hands at my sides to question the why of it. She exists, and I get turned on. I've come to accept that particular truth over the last year. Bodhi grins, flashing a smile that looks exactly like my aunt's used to. Good to see you up and about, Sorengale. Then he smacks me on the shoulder as he walks off, looking back over his shoulder. I'll fetch the backup plan. Good luck. Gods, I want to haul her into my arms and love her until she forgets everything except how good we are together. But I'm sure that's the last thing she'll ever want again. Come back in, she says softly, and my heart lurches. As long as you've invited me. I walk in, loathing the distrust in her eyes. Whether or not Violet will believe me, I've never lied to her, not once. I've just never been entirely truthful either. Is all this original? she asks, her gaze sweeping over my bedroom. The majority of the fortress is stone, I say as she studies the detailed arches at the ceiling, the natural lighting from the windows that consume the western wall. Stone doesn't burn. Right. I swallow hard. I think after all you've seen, the question I have to ask before I tell you everything is pretty simple. Are you in? Are you willing to fight with us? She could just as easily decide to turn us all in. She didn't know enough to condemn us, but she does now. I'm in, she nods. Relief surges through me in a rush more powerful than anything I could channel from Sigale, and I reach for her. I'm so sorry I had to keep... My words die on my tongue as she steps back, avoiding me. Not happening. A world of hurt flashes in those hazel eyes, and I fucking wither. Just because I believe you, and am willing to fight with you, doesn't mean I'll trust you with my heart again. And I can't be with someone I don't trust. Something in my chest crumples. I've never lied to you, Violet. Not once. I never will. She walks over to the window and looks down, then slowly turns back to me. It's not even that you kept this from me. I get it. It's the ease with which you did it. The ease with which I let you into my heart and didn't get the same in return. She shakes her head and I see it there. The love. But it's masked behind defenses I foolishly forced her to build. I love her. Of course I love her. But if I tell her now, she'll think I'm saying it for all the wrong reasons. And honestly, she'd be right. I'm not going to lose the only woman I've ever fallen for without a fight. You're right. I kept secrets, I admit, pressing forward again, taking step after step until I'm less than a foot from her. I palm the glass on both sides of her head, loosely caging her in, but we both know she could walk away if she wanted. But she doesn't move. It took me a long time to trust you, a long time to realize I fell for you. Someone knocks. I ignore it. Don't say that. She lifts her chin, but I don't miss the way she glances at my mouth. I fell for you. I lower my head and look straight into her gorgeous eyes. She might be rightfully pissed, but she sure as Malik isn't fickle. And you know what? You might not trust me anymore, but you still love me. Her lips part, but she doesn't deny it. I gave you my trust for free once, and once is all you get. She masks the hurt with a quick blink. Never again. Those eyes will never reflect hurt I've inflicted ever again. I fucked up by not telling you sooner, and I won't even try to justify my reasons, but now I'm trusting you with my life, with everyone's lives. I've risked it all by just bringing her here, instead of taking her body back to Basgiath. I'll tell you anything you want to know and everything you don't. I'll spend every single day of my life earning back your trust. I'd forgotten what it felt like to be loved, really, truly loved. It had been so many years since Dad died, and Mom... Not going there. But then Violet gave me those words, gave me her trust, her heart, and I remembered. I'll be damned if I don't fight to keep them. And if it's not possible, you still love me. It's possible. Gods, do I ache to kiss her, to remind her exactly what we are together. But I won't, not until she asks. I'm not afraid of hard work, especially not when I know just how sweet the rewards are. I would rather lose this entire war than live without you. And if that means I have to prove myself over and over, then I'll do it. You gave me your heart, and I'm keeping it. She already owns mine, even if she doesn't realize it. Her eyes widen, as if she's finally seeing the resolve in mine. It's time she knew everything. Knowing Violet, she won't stay tucked away, safe behind Basgiath's walls, especially not now that she knows just how corrupt those walls are. She'll fight this war at my side. There's another insistent knock at the door. Fuck, is he impatient, I mutter. You have about 20 seconds to ask a question if I know him. She blinks. I'm still hoping that missive at Athbeen was really about the war games. Do you think there's any chance we just happened to end up in the middle of a wyvern attack at that outpost? That definitely wasn't an accident, little sister, he says from the doorway. I sigh and move to the side, watching Violet's eyes widen as she sees him standing in the doorway. Told you I knew better poison masters, I tell her softly. You weren't healed. You were mended. Brennan? She stares at her brother in open-mouthed shock. Brennan just grins and opens his arms. Welcome to the revolution, Violet.
The end. This is Rebecca Soler. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Fourth Wing by Rebecca Yaros. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.